What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Friday, April 12th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on today's show. Plenty of Masters talk. Plus, Quinn Ewers has himself a unique new NIL deal. Texas running back Jaden Blue met with the media yesterday to talk about his rise to prominence and also the Longhorns going into the 2024 season. Kentucky has made a hire. We've got some Astros and Rangers to get into. We've got the latest mock draft from Mel Kiper Jr. showing the Longhorns plenty of love. All of those conversations and more over the next couple of hours on a Friday edition of Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's going on this morning, Buck?
It is absolutely a beautiful morning here in Dripping Springs, Texas. I'm telling you, it is. I got my golf nap in yesterday. It's all good. Second round of the Masters is already underway. Guys finishing up their rounds from yesterday, but second round has officially begun. So it is. There'll be another nap in here somewhere today. Well, maybe not today. Friday, probably not a nap day. Probably Saturday's a nap day, and definitely Sunday. Sunday morning. My wife is the coffee girl, so that means church, that means brunch, that means Masters, that means yard work, and that means nap. That's a long day of a lot of nothing. That's what that means.
Do you have to do all of those things?
Yes, I do all those things, yes. When she's the coffee girl, I'm at church.
You're going to church on Sunday?
Yes.
Don't you know it's Masters Sunday?
I know, but it's coffee girl. You got to go there when the coffee girl is there, you're going to church.
God would understand.
No, God would not understand.
You don't think so?
No, not on that one. Not when the coffee girl's the coffee girl. You got to be at church. So
I don't know much about Jesus outside of the fact that he was a Jew, but I feel like he'd let you off the hook for missing church on Masters Sunday.
Oh no. Only Super Bowl Sunday.
That one is okay to miss.
That Super Bowl Sunday is the one you miss. Unless you got a good Catholic church that gives you about a 35 minutes, quickie, and they know they got to get to their cousins so they can put their bets in on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, that's important.
You go to non-denominational. It's not about they don't worry about your bets. They're just trying to get you straight with the Lord. That's their deal. And so for that day, I'm already straight with the Lord. I get straight with the Lord on Saturday. You know what I'm saying?
You think Shohei's interpreter was going to church on Super Bowl Sunday before he was losing $40 million in those bets?
I think he deals with Buddha, maybe. I think he deals with a different dude.
Why is that?
I think he's got a different. I don't know. I don't know if he's a Christian, Catholic, Buddhism. I don't know. What do Chinese people do? What is their deal?
I don't know if there's like one universal religion for all Chinese people. I'm also not even sure if this guy is Chinese, considering Shohei Ohtani is Japanese. I figured the interpreter may also be Japanese, but then that's an assumption on my part. So,
yes,
yeah,
I think
Japanese,
maybe Buddhist.
Okay. No disrespect.
Yeah, no disrespect.
So I don't know how they deal with Buddha. Buddha may not be down with. Obviously, down with gambling because that dude did a lot of it.
He did a lot of gambling. Yep.
I'm still saying Shohei has never put a cent on anything.
Yeah, that's what the federal prosecutors seemingly found yesterday, and I still have a hard time. I still have a hard time believing Shohei Ohtani had no idea all of this money was magically disappearing from his account. Right? Like the evidence seemingly defends his stance that he was not doing any of the sports betting. But
if you had $1 billion in the bank, how often would you look to see if there's $1 billion in there? And would you balance your own book too? Would you try to balance your own book if you had $1 billion?
I don't think I'd try to balance my own book, but I would hire somebody who would notice if millions and millions of dollars were leaving my account on the reg. I mean, more than $16 million withdrawn by this guy. Like someone's got to notice that. Someone has to notice that.
No, if I have $1 billion and 16 million's missing, I would notice that.
I don't know if he has $1 billion yet.
I would talk to my wife first, and then I would talk to my accountant. hey, what's going on here?
Yeah, you have to notice that. And also, I mean, we've talked about this before. It's not easy to transfer that much money. Like you've got to go through multiple levels of verification in order to get that type of money transferred from an individual's account. Now,
Which means somebody's talking, and within that group, somebody's saying, do you know what just happened? Do you know what I just did? Do you know how much money I just took out of this guy's account? Or he's asked me to take. Somebody's talking to somebody. That's getting out.
the feds came out and said that it was all Ipe doing this. Like he forged signatures. He acted like he was Shohei in order to get this stuff approved, but it ain't that easy. So look, I'm happy Shohei's getting off scot-free here. I'm still skeptical of every detail that has been told. But the good news is if you're a baseball fan, if you're a Shohei Ohtani fan, it seems like Shohei's going to be able to continue to play. And that's a great thing for the sport. That's a great thing for all of us because he's the best thing baseball has going right now. Can't afford
to. They were going to find a way to get him off no matter what. That.
Oh,
he wasn't going to get nailed for anything.
Get him off.
He had to pay the feds a fine. He'd have had to pay the fines, but baseball's not going to let, and the American people aren't going to let that dude. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to let that dude get caught.
I figured baseball's investigation was always going to be nothing's wrong. We didn't see anything. It's all good here. I was worried about what the feds were going to find, but the feds said nothing. It's all good here. So Ipe is the greatest fall guy of all time.
There you go.
It sure seems like he was doing most, if not all, of the gambling. But him taking 100% of the fall in this situation is awesome. You need a fall guy like that. You don't need a Samaj Burell fall guy. You need a fall guy like Ipe Mizuhara. That's the dude you want on your side.
Yeah, that guy's not going to spend any time in jail. And he's not paying the fine. Somebody else is paying the fine.
Yeah. All right. Can we get
into He doesn't have any money to pay the fine, I don't believe.
No, he's making like a high 5-figure salary every year. You don't have $40 million. That guy was down $40 million in gambling. You don't have anything close to that type of money.
Wow.
Like some of the texts that were shown in court basically said like, oh, we're good. I've got plenty of money. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah, of course he didn't have to worry about that because he was stealing from Shohei Ohtani, who just signed the most lucrative contract in baseball history.
That guy was putting in some big bets.
Yes, he was. He didn't bet on baseball, though. That's interesting. Like none of the bets were on Major League Baseball. All of the bets, they were on sports. Yeah, NFL, NBA, college football. Maybe he's betting on the Frozen Four, which is going on right now.
Oh, yeah. Boston College in the Frozen Four. They should be because they always are. I got to believe they're part of the Frozen Four.
I think it's them and
BU.
No, who's in the final? It's BC. They beat Michigan in the semifinal.
Of course they did.
And then it's, Denver. DU has become a good hockey program in recent years. I think that's your final. Yeah, Denver beat Boston University in one of the semis.
BU got beat, okay.
And BC beat Michigan in the other semi. And I'm sure Ipe, if he didn't get caught, he would have had a cool 6 figs on at least one of those games. He probably would have had a parlay with Michigan and Boston University. The two.
I'm going to have to pull out the Boston College shirt.
BC, baby, all playing for the Natty.
Yeah, I got to pull out the BC jersey. Got to bring that sweater out for sure. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yeah, Ipe needed to listen to the show a little bit more, right? The Bucks Golden Star locks. He could have been up money this football season if he just tuned into this show.
All you have to do is tune in. I give you the opportunity. We give you the means to do it. It's just if you don't want it, you don't want to make that coin. I'm going to even be better. I'm going to be in that 80 percentile next year. I got to do it. Yes.
Okay.
This is pretty easy.
You're going to hit 80% of your bets next year?
Yeah.
No chance. No handicapper in the world hits 80% of their bets over the course of a whole football season. No chance.
Somebody in Vegas does it once a year.
No way.
Well, they'll be calling on me. You'll all be calling on me.
Dude, if you have a day where you hit 80% of your bets, you're sitting pretty. But if you go a full 3-4 months, then you won't be working with us anymore. You'll be rich.
Do that for the people.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll see when we get closer.
The people will back me. I'm going to have the backing of the people.
Does Jason Day have the backing of the people with his outfit today?
Yes, he does. Yes,
This
he
is
does.
what's going on right now at Augusta. So round one was suspended due to darkness. Of course, they delayed the start of the Masters 2.5 hours yesterday. So not everybody got to finish their round ones yesterday. A few guys, including Jason Day and Tiger Woods, got on the course early this morning to finish up round one before they will play round two later today. But Jason Day is wearing this at Augusta National Golf Club right now. And you ask me, I think he's disrespecting the game. I think he's disrespecting the tournament. I think he's
I
disrespecting
don't think so.
Augusta National. What the hell is this guy wearing today?
He's got Via 313 jersey on. Come on.
No,
He
he's
likes his
rocking. He's
pizza.
rocking the Austin Pizza Shop.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Come on, man. He's
That'd be way
rocking the
better.
pizza shop.
That'd be way better if that said Via 313 instead of number 313 Malbon Golf Championship. What
the
is
hell?
that?
Come on, Aussie guy.
I mean, this is like, you think the live golfers are disrespecting the game with some of the stuff that they wear. This is blasphemous.
Does he have a T-shirt on under that? I don't even know if that's a collared shirt.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a sweater vest and a shirt underneath it.
Come on, Jason.
Dude,
I'm
you
not down
can't
with
wear
that,
this
bro.
to the Muni. You get shat on if you rock this to the local Muni. You sure
Yes,
as
you
heck
would.
can't wear this at the Masters.
Yeah. We're going to have to talk about that. They'll talk about that after this round. He won't come out after this round wearing that type of gear anymore. That guy's generally a pretty traditionalist. He's not like that. I wear some. Yesterday, he had a pair of parachute pants on or something. I mean, they were all blue. I thought it was MC Hammer playing golf yesterday when Jason Day was out there.
Oh, yeah, the hammer pants rocking?
He looked like a ragamuffin. That's what he looked like.
A what?
A ragamuffin.
What does that mean?
That's when my parents used to tell you. That's back when my parents used to tell you you dress like a bum today. You look like a ragamuffin going to school with holes in your pants and stuff, or holes in your shoes.
I don't even know what is a ragamuffin. Is that a type of muffin? What is that?
I don't know. It's like a rag doll. You look like a rag doll, not quite dressed up in the fashion you should be. But that right there, that's not going to cut it. Look at me. I'm doing the show with a little pull though. Look at this. Jason Day could take a lesson from me and put one of these little bad boys on.
That's nice. That's a nice pullover right there.
Yeah. That guy, whatever that deal is, I don't mind you rocking the Via, 313. I like pizza too. So
I just Googled ragamuffin, and I guess it's a type of cat.
That's what he looks like. He's all over the place. Yeah. I don't quite know what kind of cat I really am.
What kind of expression is that? It looks like a ragamuffin.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Yeah, you're right.
That is a ragamuffin. Look at that cat. That cat is scary.
Things like 14 different colors, this cat.
Yeah, that cat looks a little bit like the coach, the basketball coach, female basketball coach at LSU. That's her mornings. That's what she looks like in the morning.
Hey.
Give me a hug. You better hug me.
That was a hair pull.
Oh
Damn near put her in a choke slam. I saw The Undertaker do this to The Rock at WrestleMania last weekend.
So that's what a ragamuffin is, that cat?
I guess so. I don't know. I just Googled it, and like all of the image searches are cats. So yeah, the ragamuffin.
Everybody's mom used to say, "You look like a ragamuffin." And you're like, "Wow, really, Mom? I'm not. Am I that bad? Oh, your shirt doesn't match with your pants. There's a big old ass hole in the toes of your socks." By the way, I've had to throw because my socks lately. I've been told by my wife to throw my white socks away because I have a teeny little hole where my toe kind of pokes out a little bit.
Yeah.
Annoying to her. That means throw them away. I'm like, what?
Oh,
they're socks.
I'm on your wife's side on this one, dude. The second I get a hole in my sock,
doesn't matter
how big the hole is. It doesn't matter where the hole is. If I can feel the ground, if I'm just wearing socks around my place or around anywhere and I can just feel the ground, then it's done. I get so mad too. I'm like, God dang it. Cause I hate throwing clothes away because that means I got to go buy more clothes, but I will not rock a holy sock. Can't do
me,
it.
I've got tons of undies. I've got 50 pair of underwear and 50 pair of socks, but I will hold on to a little teeny hole at the tip of my toe forever until my whole toe sticks out. I'm the oldest of 8. I know how to wear stuff with holes in it. I support the holes in socks wear. I don't, but I'm throwing them away. Now I'm throwing them away. I feel so horrible when I throw a pair. My wife used to talk about how they used to, I forget the name of it, where they used to don the socks and patch them up, the holes in them. I never did. I just wore the damn socks with the hole in it. Who cares? I'm not going to patch it up.
Yeah, that's
You see, BK,
ridiculous.
you're so young. You don't remember. We used to patch holes in our pants. They used to have patches. People used to
Yeah,
put a patch over a hole in their jeans and stuff. I had those.
I remember those days. Hell, now you rock jeans with holes in them. You pay
That's
more
right.
for the jeans that have the built-in
I,
holes. It feels like you should be getting a discount for those.
absolutely, man. Now you
Makes
don't see
sense.
anybody with a patch on. They're like, hell no, I want the hole in my jeans. Are you kidding me? A
Amazing.
stinking little ragamuffin. That's what that girl was at the McDonald's. That's what the little homeless girl was. She was a ragamuffin.
A ragamuffin. Here's the quick Wikipedia description of a ragamuffin. Quote, the ragamuffin is a breed of domestic cat. It was once considered to be a variant of the ragdoll cat, but was established as a separate breed in 1994. Ragamuffins are notable for their friendly personalities and thick fur. There you
Yeah.
go.
I like them You know me, I like them ragamuffin style.
I'm not
Thick
entirely
fur,
sure what
hell
that
yeah.
means. Thick fur. Okay.
Yeah,
Ew. Dude, the 70s aren't
hell yeah,
around
man.
anymore. You don't need to like that shit, you
Come
know?
on, man.
It's a little cleaner
It
down there
ain't
these
just a
days.
style. It ain't just a style.
Goodness gracious. All right, the actual golf, despite what Jason Day is wearing, the golf is going on. And boy, let's go back to yesterday. How about SMU's own Bryson DeChambeau, a
Yeah, man.
liver in sole possession of first place right now, sitting atop the leaderboard. He shot a 7 under 65 yesterday. He actually had a bogey too. 8 birdies and 1 bogey for DeChambeau in round 1 yesterday. He was magnificent. We've got Bryson DeChambeau highlights playing on my computer right now. Apologies for that noise. He was really good, and he's got a 1-shot lead over the lifetime Longhorn Scotty Scheffler. But we'll start with Bryson, Buck. What'd you make of his round 1, and do you feel like he's got a legit shot to win this weekend?
Well, if he goes anywhere, if he goes as low as he did yesterday, today, I mean, he'll be out there around 11:30 or so. But if he goes half as low today, I think he'll be just fine. It looks like the course is playing soft again this morning. It was yesterday, except for it was windy yesterday. Those guys had to deal with the wind. You know, the rains kind of came in. They softened up the course. But today, you know, from yesterday with the winds blowing, BK, the greens are a little bit faster today. They will be by this afternoon. By the time he goes out, it'll get a little bit fast, a little bit crusty out there. But I'm watching guys play this morning. It looks like the greens are still kind of receptive. And that guy was so accurate yesterday. I mean, he hit some long, but he was accurate. He was hitting that driver, knocking it back into the fairways, having wedges in, and he was on. His putting was on. He made a couple long birdie putts yesterday. He's a good one. He's playing special. He's got his own. He's got his made clubs. These are his clubs. These aren't Ping or tailor-made. These are Chambeau's own clubs that he's designed. So he's got a sweet spot, he said. So when he misses them, he hits them more straight, even when he misses the ball right now.
Well, he hits the ball a country mile, right? I mean, that's Bryson DeChambeau's strength is that, man, he can outdrive just about anybody in the world. So he's got that working. And then if he's able to nail his second shots the way he was yesterday, then, yeah, he can be one of the best golfers in the world. And it's crazy. He's currently ranked outside of the top 200 in the world golf rankings. Like, it hasn't been a great couple of years stretch for Bryson. Now he's playing on the Live Tour, so people don't get to see him as often. And I think that affects your world golf ranking too, because you just don't play in as many tournaments. But you're right. I mean, everything was working. The flat stick was great. He was 5 under on the back 9. He had 5 birdies.
Yeah, he started out with 3 straight birdies to start his round out with. So that's a pretty good start.
You know, and
I'm watching him. I'm watching Scotty Scheffler. Looks good. Rory's okay. You know, if you're -1, even right now, you're still in the thick of things, but you got to make up some ground today. You know, because as I said, the greens will start to get real fast over the weekend. The temperature is supposed to be really nice all the way through Sunday. Mm-hmm. You know, I watched Tiger this morning. Tiger, I think, is still even par. He may be +1. I mean, I just thought that if he didn't get off to a good start after his round yesterday, after being, you know, -1, to have to come back and finish the next morning and play a bunch of holes this morning. He had to play like 5 holes, and then he's got to go play 20-some holes of golf. That guy looks like the 10-man. I thought I looked bad getting up in the morning. That guy looks like a rusty old can right now.
Oh.
And, Tiger Woods hasn't played any competitive rounds lately. I was telling you before the show, that guy's getting up at like 11:30 in the morning, and then taking at least an hour to get out of the bed.
You think he's waking up at 11:30?
Oh, yeah, that dude is not – you think Tiger Woods is getting up at 8 o'clock for workouts? That dude, maybe for this week, he's made a different plan. But that guy on a normal day, he's not playing competitive rounds of golf anymore. He's playing with his son. He and Charlie are playing.
Well, he's got to kick the Grandy's waitress out of bed at some point, so he's not going to let her stay until 11:30.
Yeah, he's going to get a massage sometime. Every day he's getting his body worked on. And it just got just to get out of bed for him. It looks – I felt bad for him this morning when I saw him. Yesterday he was moving pretty good. He looked pretty good. It looked for a guy that's had 5,000 surgeries. He looked decent yesterday. His swing was nice. Swing's nice this morning.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, he's not going to beat anybody. He's not going to compete in this thing where he's going to be 8 under or anything like that. If that guy is 3 under for the rest of the weekend, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, the goal for Tiger just needs to be to make the cut, right? Like he's so competitive. He wants to actually compete and win this tournament. No. But I think for the golfing world, if Tiger can just make it to the weekend, then, okay, we get to watch more Tiger, which we're all in favor of. And he keeps that ridiculous consecutive Masters cut streak alive. It'll be his 24th straight made cut at Augusta, which is a record, or will be a record if he's able to get there. So that's my hope, right? Like somehow, some way, if he's able to do anything close to what he did 5 years ago and be in the mix on Sunday, then all right, that's a bonus. But yeah, find a way to not withdraw, find a way to play well enough to where you're there tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, he hasn't got to that point yet. It will get that way sometime today. If he's going to end up playing 23 holes of golf today, there's going to be a point where you see him it hurts, and it hurts. It's not going to just be him being awkward walking. In his mind, that shit hurts, to go up those hills and, because even his first time this morning trying to mark the ball, when he'd been over to mark his ball, you could just tell it's like, damn, am I going to be able to get back up? And how they squat down to read putts. I know I haven't been able to squat down to do that, BK, in 10 years. To look at a putt like that. I can't get down here with both my knees like that. It's like, no way. And he's doing that. He's still doing that after all those surgeries. He's not standing up and just reading. He's squatting over. But when he went to mark his ball for the first time this morning, I'm like, oh my God, look at that. He's like wavering. It's like, I can't get the thing behind. I can't even get the marker right behind the ball.
We need separate rules for Tiger Woods.
No way. They're not going to do it. He won't do it.
They won't do it. Oh, he should, man. I mean, Tiger Woods has done so much for the game of golf that he should have separate rules. He should be able to use a golf cart.
No.
Yes.
If they didn't do it for Jack, he'll never, and they didn't do it for Arnie, he will never, ever get into that.
They should give him a golf cart, and he shouldn't have to mark his ball. His caddy should be able to mark the ball for him. He shouldn't have to bend down to pick up his tees after drives. He shouldn't have to bend down to mark his ball on the green. The caddy should be able to do that. There should be separate rules for Tiger Woods.
I'm just amazed that he goes and picks his tee up and stuff. Because if I hit a tee, if I'm him, I would have my caddy. If it flew backwards or sideways, that's your job.
Is it? I don't know if it's a rule where like the player has to do it.
No, the player doesn't have to do it. Anybody can pick up the tee. But he goes back and he finds his tee and he picks it up. That would be one of my rules. Hey, caddy, when I hit this ball, wherever that tee flies, that's your tee. You get it. I'm not digging it out of the ground.
Just leave that shit there, Do what everyone does.
I'll put a mark on it and throw it into the crowd. You pick it up and I'll throw it into the crowd.
Yeah.
But no, he's not going to do that. He's never going to do that. No. Anything away from the traditions of golf, he won't do. I do like his new logo though. I do like the Tiger logo.
There you go. Yeah, he's got to swallow some pride. If he really wants to compete in these tournaments, he's got to swallow some pride and do some stuff.
He's coming very close to the end of being one of those guys at the Masters, the first tee off with Jack. Player. He's coming close to that.
God, those old heads.
Yeah, he's coming close to that. He's
still in his 40s, man. He's not about to be a starter, is he?
No, dude. His body. is not going to work the way he needs it to. He's not going to limber up to be competitive. He's not going to win another tournament. Forget winning a major. That was a miracle. That was a God-given miracle to him, despite all his human flaws of his life. God gave him one more shot 5 years ago. God has not given him a double dose.
Yeah,
that guy's already been blessed. He's not going to get blessed anymore. His body, his body that was given to him is coming to an end. The players are too young. They hit it too good. They're too skilled. The equipment, no matter what, he can't do that. Mentally, I would say, yeah, because you should see around the greens, BK, he's still making these little weird chip shots that we would scull across the green and go into the water. He's still doing some great stuff with that.
Yeah.
But when it's the extension stuff where he has to extend his arms and things. And I'm watching guys like Terrell Hatton chili dip the ball at the par fives into the water. And that guy is explosive.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy I'd love to play around with. He would work with the Texas Cheaters, Terrell Hatton. He would just be throwing clubs, cussing the ball, kicking the ball, And he looks like the guy that if he got a chance to nudge it from behind a tree, he would do it.
Oh, of course, as he should. You don't need to be playing behind trees. You don't need to be playing next to cacti. You don't have to do that stuff. Come on now.
Yeah. Scheffler looks great. Scheffler looks like he's just waiting.
Yeah. Scotty shot 6 under
guard, and Scheffler look like they're just ready to pounce.
Now Scheffler's tied, with Max Homa for second place right now. Homa's finishing up his first round before he gets his second round going. But both of those
a good pairing with Tiger for Homa to have Tiger around him.
Yeah, both of those guys are 6 under right now, one shot back of Bryson DeChambeau. Scotty Scheffler will tee off at 12:48 today, so you've got to wait a little bit to get Scotty. And Bryson DeChambeau, your leader, 10:54 the tee time for him. So, yeah, that's what you've got going on. And Roy McIlroy said this about Scotty Scheffler yesterday. He says, Scotty does such a good job of, it doesn't look like he's 6 under par. Then at the end of the day, he's 6 under par. He's just so efficient with everything. If you look at Scotty compared to the rest of the field, the amount of bogey-free rounds he plays and he shoots is phenomenal. And that's the secret to winning major championships and winning big-time golf tournaments. It's more limiting the mistakes rather than making a ton of birdies. And look, Scotty does both of those things. He limits the mistakes, but he also makes a ton of birdies as well. Yeah. He is super efficient out there on the course, and he was looking like that yesterday too.
Yeah, I mean, if he's in the top 3 putters in golf, he'd be unstoppable.
If he was in like the top 20 putters in golf, he'd be unstoppable. He hasn't even been there for most of his career, but it does feel like he's turned a corner. It's why he nearly won 3 tournaments in a row at the start of this season. Right, did win 2 in a row and just missed a putt on 18 that would have forced a playoff for him to win a third. So
plus when you limit the mistakes and your irons are so efficient, you're not making very many bogeys. You're on the green. You're not off in the trap somewhere. You're on that green. So and boy, does that place look beautiful today again.
I'm gonna give you the opportunity to change your pick. So before the tournament started, you had Roy McIlroy as your winner, and he was fine yesterday, shot 1 under par. He's not out of this thing by any stretch. My pick was Waco Neiman. He's at 2 under par. So both of our guys had decent opening days, but I'll give you the opportunity to change your pick here before the weekend. You going to do it?
No, I'm going to stay with Rory.
Really?
I'm going to try to keep giving him some good vibes. Yes.
Okay. I like that. All right. Yeah. Like I try to go away from picking Scotty Scheffler, but I can't.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that to him.
I don't. Oh, you think I'll put the hex on him?
Yes.
All right. Well, then I won't pick him then.
No.
Well, shoot, I want to pick Max Homa then because he's Jewish. The Jews need him.
Yeah. Pick Homa. Homa's the guy who's kind of coming on, and I think if he's playing with Tiger over the next couple of days, I mean, he's picking up some stuff from Tiger. That was his idol. So.
Yeah, but it's almost Shabbos.
It's fun to watch a group that looks like they're having a good time together, even with balloon pants there, Jason Day.
I feel like tomorrow he's going to come out with the Jerry Seinfeld puffy shirt.
No.
I feel like we got to worry about Jason Day rocking that at some point this week.
Like a pirate, like he's a pirate or something? Come on, man.
God, I gotta pull up a picture of the puffy shirt. That's an all-time great
Gosh.
Seinfeld episode and bit right there. Hold on here. So we go with the share screen bit. We'll shift gears and get into some Texas football momentarily. But yeah, this is going to be Jason Day out on the course tomorrow.
He's gonna wear the pants. Oh my God. Yeah, that vest is ridiculous. I mean, it is loud and big old letters.
You can't wear that at Augusta, man. Like
I'm saying no. I'm saying no. Absolutely
I
not.
don't even consider myself a golf traditionalist, right? Like I'm a fan of the Live Tour. I can't call myself a golf traditionalist, but you can't do that. I'm traditional enough to know that whatever the hell Jason Day is wearing right now is unacceptable.
You should have a green vest, a Masters vest on today. If he's going to wear a vest, just a white and green vest. What is that billboard he's walking around? He can't display pizza signs on his chest at the Masters. We don't do that.
It'd be better if it was a pizza sign. I mean, is Jason Day at this point in his career like he has to wear stuff like this to get attention? Like he just knows he's not good enough to win in these tournaments, so he's just going to do this.
He's played better. He had that streak where he was just god awful. I mean, he was one of the better putters in the world. I mean, that guy was a lot like Xander Schauffele, except for that guy has won tournaments. Schauffele is the guy who struggles to win tournaments. This guy's won a bunch of tournaments, Jason Day.
Yeah.
But, he got into that, he hurt his back, and that screwed him up and he's not kind of recovered from that back thing. So, I mean, he's still young enough to win tournaments, but I don't know. I mean, you don't see him in any commercials. He's not the guy making Nike commercials or Callaway or any of that other stuff.
He's trying to be his own billboard right now with what he's wearing.
Doing his own thing right now.
Yeah, so there you go. Max Homa, by the way, bogeyed 18, so he gave one back. So Scotty Scheffler in sole possession of second place right now. Pretty much done with the first round. A couple of guys still on the course.
So Homa and Tiger, those guys go get a little hour a rest. Not going to get a rest in an hour. They probably already had breakfast. They'll just go and chill out. Tiger will go into the locker room and lay on the floor and start stretching all over again. That's what he'll be doing. Yeah, or maybe never even leave. He'll go back and start hitting balls. He just got to play. They got to play a lot of holes today.
A lot of holes today. And Tiger Woods apparently was not having sex leading up to the Masters, which when I heard that, I felt worse about his chances. Like I need that guy porking everything that moves. Then he'd have a shot to win this weekend.
But he'd be ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Like he was the best golfer of all time when he was just banging everything.
Come on, man.
This guy was serious about golf. He'd be doing that again. Now I'm worried Tiger doesn't even care about winning anymore.
He will be an honorary tee guy here in a couple of years.
That is so sad. So
it's that time, man. The guy's almost 50.
Yeah, but all those other – how old is Jack? 70s? 80s?
Yes. I think probably 76, 77.
He's 84.
Older. Okay.
You're gonna put like 48-year-old Tiger Woods with 84-year-old Jack?
Opening. It's time for him to get ready for the ceremonies. See him at the par 3 tourney.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna cry when Tiger is the starter at the Masters. That's gonna make me feel so old when that guy's doing that.
I said he would. I said that Tiger, as a golf traditionalist, would do that. He would be a part of that. Don't you think he would come back to the Masters for that?
Yeah, I do. I don't think he's going to play on the senior tour. I think.
No, I don't think so either. I think he'll do it for one event sometime.
Yeah.
But I don't think you'll see him. He's not going to be a weekly guy on that. That guy's going to be barely able to eat his bacon and eggs with a fork in his hand before it's on. That's going to be his equipment. A fork.
Are they going to have to be spoon-fed? Or are they going to have tubes going into his? God, he's not that bad.
He's bad, man. He's had a lot of surgeries.
Yeah, but he's not. Oh, my God. All right. We'll take your thoughts.
Just check him out walking right now. You've seen me walk. That guy, and I'm 20 years old, 25 years older than that guy. Look, watch that cat walk. He looks like he's older than I am.
It's bad. Yeah. He's and of course he won this tournament 5 years ago, but he's been in another serious car accident since then and has had a couple of other surgeries since then. So Yeah, Tiger's winning days are behind him, but it's cool to see him out on the course, and
It is.
hopefully once again he can make it to the weekend. All right, before we shift gears and get into some Texas football, we've got an update on the T'Vondre Sweat car crash. We've got Jaden Blue audio as well. The Texas running back met with the media yesterday, so we'll let you hear from him. But before we do both of those things, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Good friends at Clean Cause, the organic sparkling yerba mate drink with flavors like cherry lime and orange ginger. And you'll get each and every day 160 milligrams of better caffeine, folks, and without all the crash and the jitters from our good friends at Clean Cause. You can find it at H-E-B, Whole Foods, and hundreds of other stores around the Austin area. And 50% of their profits go to addiction, helping folks with drug addiction, alcohol addiction. Love that part of Clean Cause. A lot of folks, not many people giving up 50% of their profits. And at Clean Cause, that's what they're all about. They're about helping folks that have serious addictions to drugs and alcohol. And folks, they've got some great flavors. Got the new flavor, of course, blueberry.
Yeah, man.
Love the blueberry right here. And they've also got lemonade and tea mix. How about that? Come over to my house, BK. You know you can get plenty of these right there. You can get them in the stores. You can also get them at Buck's house for sure.
Are you offering that to the people?
No, they can't come by. Don't beep the horn at my gate looking for some Clean Cause. It's not going to happen. No, I'll throw you a can over the top.
There you go.
Over the top. You know, like they do those Bud Light commercials with the Mannings and Emmitt Smith. I'll chuck you one over the top.
There you go. Yeah, you're going to hit somebody. They're going to be driving. They're not going to be looking. And
bang their windshield, bang.
Windows down, and you just clock them while they're driving up your street.
Great. Love the folks at Clean Cause for sure.
Yes, and you can get Clean Cause at 7-Eleven because you can get everything at 7-Eleven. It's the best convenience store in the world. They've got the hot drinks, the cold drinks. They've got the prepackaged food.
They got the pizza.
Beer. They've got the pizza. They've got the wings. They've got the rollers. They've got the donuts if you need a little breakfast this morning. They've got it all at 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. Of course, they got beer too. If you need a case, a six-pack, whatever, for your Masters weekend, you can pick that up at 7-Eleven. They are everywhere. Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app as well to cash in on the 7 Rewards program.
Also, love those folks. Love Ashish and the guys over at 7-Eleven. Don't forget next week at Sue Patrick. Check us out. We'll be there next Wednesday at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. All your Longhorn gear. Incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, men's and women's, of course. You got all kinds of gifts there. Got to go pick up a couple more things for the Mullet Open. Looking to get another beautiful golf bag for the Mullet Open from Jay and the gang over there.
Look who's tuned in this morning.
Jay's up this morning.
There we go.
Get you off the couch in the back there and get you to work, and that's what we need to do. We need to sell some hats, Jay.
Yeah, we'll make it happen next week when
yes,
we're out
we
there.
Will, of course. Folks, come meet us over there. I'm going to have somebody bring me some coffee over there. I got to get my Starbucks early in the morning. You know, I go over to that little diner over there, what is it, Austin Diner?
Yeah.
Got to be careful of Austin Diner. At one time, that was one of my favorites. Now, I got to be careful. I asked for grits over there, and, dude, I put my tongue on the spoon, and the spoon damn near stuck to my tongue. The damn grits is so hot. Nobody wants cold grits, but I don't want to burn my face before I start talking over there. Austin Diner, we got to be careful of that now.
Nobody wants grits in general.
You don't like grits?
No, I don't.
I'm still a grits kid. Grew up eating grits. I don't eat cheese grits or whatever people try to do around this place. I just use grits and butter. That's me. I'm straight up grits, butter, and pepper guy. Throw some eggs in there every once in a while.
I just don't like the texture of grits. I can't get over it. No, it looks and tastes like vomit to me.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry to put that image and thought into your head.
Yeah, that hurts right there. Now, I don't do it at my house because my wife doesn't buy into the stuff in the pan, the grits in the pan. Plus, I can't use the stove. So I know they got instant grits that I can put in the microwave, but not everything can go in the microwave. Although I try. I try to put everything in that microwave. I think you can do baked potato in there too, even. You can. I think you can put a potato.
What kind of baked potato are we talking about?
Like the real one. I think you can put a little bit of water in a baggie, split the potato, and then put it in the microwave for about 4 minutes or so. And I think that steams that potato. I think you can get a baked potato out of it. It's not like the real baked potato where you put it, or like my real baked potato.
Yeah.
I put it in some aluminum foil, wrap it up for you. A little cheese on the
Dude,
top.
I cannot listen to you talk about baked potatoes in a serious manner. Like my mind always goes back to the baked potato story. So when I hear you talking about how to prepare an actual potato, I'm thinking you're making another one of your own.
No,
Bucky
the
special.
absolute worst thing that I've ever done to anybody in my life. The worst thing. I've done some bad things. I've made some poor decisions, but that, and by the way, that guy is no longer with us. Terry is dead now. And
You killed him?
No, I did not kill him. It wasn't
Baked
the
potato killed him? I didn't realize you killed the guy.
He died of natural old causes.
Yeah, because he was
Like
eating
we're
your
hoping to.
shit.
No, but no, I can't believe that even came to my mind at that time. But I had a mind that was way out there. And I was not on drugs or doing drugs. Yes, I was drinking a little bit as a kid, but that was just, I think that was pretty clever. Well, you got to think that's pretty clever.
Oh, you say it's the worst thing you've ever done. I think it's the best thing you've ever done.
Thank you. There are other people think that's the most clever thing that a kid could do without really hurting somebody. But that's a form of
you killed a guy, so
that is a form of hazing.
Sure.
Which they all deserve. Remember, I was the one supposed to be able to cook the steaks, and on the last trip up in the mountains, they told me Terry was going to be the steak guy. I was going to be in charge of the potatoes. So I made my own baked potato.
You were so mad that they had taken away steak responsibilities that you reacted like that?
Yeah, that's an overreaction, correct?
It's not an underreaction.
To shit in an aluminum foil, shape it like a baked potato, put it on the fire, and then put it on their plates. Do you think that's clever, though? That's kind of clever.
Oh, it was multiple plates? I thought it was just one guy.
No. I served up at least 3 and shaped it up in the aluminum foil, put it over the fire, and as it simmered over the fire, and I said, "Oh, the potatoes are ready," and I stuck it on 3 plates, and Terry got the big one.
Did he eat it?
Place. No, he just opened it up and went berserk. I mean, when the smell hit them, when they opened up the aluminum foil and the smell came off of that, I just started taking off down the mountain in the dark and got like 3 dudes are chasing me down the mountain, pitch dark. And all I could hear is guys falling down rocks,
Oh my God. How could they not smell it even before they opened the foil, dude?
I was awesome. I had that thing over to the side and then I brought it and then I said, "Hey, the potatoes are ready. Steak ready? Good. Put that steak on the plate. Here, I'm going to add that potato since I'm not allowed to cook the steaks for the last time." That was our last trip.
Yeah, well, you sure as hell weren't invited back after that. Maybe they went on a few other trips, but you weren't a part of it.
They went on without me?
Yeah.
Come on, man. That was so clever.
There's no way those guys were friends with you after that.
Oh, they've been my lifelong friends. Just the best part is me having to lean against that tree and drop it in the aluminum. It was great.
You actually dropped it in the aluminum. I figured you like crapped in a bucket and then.
No. This was non-handled. Couple shaped it, leaned on the tree, dropped it down, folded it up, looked just like a baked potato, put it on one plate, and then put it around the outskirts of the fire as they were getting ready with their steaks, and then brought it closer. And then the part of the faces on them when they opened it up was amazing, BK. Yeah. And the aroma off of that heat was you would have died right there. You would still be you'd still be in the same place laughing. It was the greatest stunt of all time.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have chased after you. I would have been cracking up.
It was too much.
I probably would have thrown it at you. Is what I would have done. Boom.
Can you imagine somebody putting their hands and opening up the aluminum foil to that?
God, that would have bit.
Oh, it was a great bit.
You got to recreate that at some point.
No, there's just no way I could. Believe me, I've got to find a way to do that. Who could I possibly do that to? Nobody would come over to my house for dinner and have a baked potato at my house, would they? They wouldn't even have mashed potatoes.
No, I'm not
French fries. They'd be afraid to have French fries with me.
I'm not eating anything that you cook after hearing that story.
So sad.
Oh my God. All right. I don't know how we got there. Sorry, Jay. That started as a Sue Patrick live read. And then
really sorry about that, Jay.
Evolved into that. Oh man, we'll be at Sue Patrick next Wednesday. Can't wait for that. Some love to centextickets.com too. If you're trying to get to Astros-Rangers this weekend in Houston, boy, both teams.
They may be giving them away. They may be giving tickets away to the Astros.
The Astros suck, dude. They are terrible. They got swept by Kansas City, and they got boat raced in the last 2 games up there at the K.
Where's Dusty when you need him? Where's Dusty now?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how much of this is on the new manager, Joe Espada. They've got all sorts of pitching injuries, and they've got pitching issues with the guys that are healthy. The offense just ain't getting the job done. They were down 9-0 after the first inning yesterday.
To the Royals?
To the Royals, yep. Hunter Brown, who is supposed to be a big part of this rotation this year.
Yes.
A guy who's been described as like the next Justin Verlander. He's been horrible to start the season, and he couldn't even make it out of the first yesterday. He gave up 9 runs to Kansas City. So, the Astros are reeling right now. The Rangers were 1 hit by the A's yesterday, and they lost 2 of 3 to Oakland in Arlington. So the Rangers are better. The Rangers are 7-6 right now, but they're not playing great. The Astros are 4-10 to open up 2024. We'll see if they can get things back on track. Of course, the first series, or the first time these two teams have met in Houston since the end of the American League Championship Series, when the Rangers won Game 6 and Game 7 in Houston to win the pennant last year. I'm sure there will be great crowds on hand because this is one of the best rivalries in baseball. But, man, 2 teams that are just not playing great right now, and the Astros aren't even playing good right now. They've got way more questions than answers 14 games in.
Man.
Yeah. But you can get tickets at centextickets.com.
For sure. MotoGP this weekend, starting today.
Yep, MotoGP out at Circuit of the Americas. You can get tickets to that at circuitoftheamericas.com or at centextickets.com. All the sports, all the concerts, all the Broadway shows, anything live coming anywhere in the country, you can get tickets at centextickets.com.
Love them.
All right, the latest with Texas Longhorn football, Buck. Not much of a surprise. An update on the T'Vondre Sweat car accident situation. We found out a couple of afternoons ago, and we talked about this a lot yesterday, that, we found out who the other member involved in that car crash was, and it was Texas redshirt freshman linebacker Samaj Burell. His car actually collided with T'Vondre Sweat's car overnight and into Sunday morning. Of course, T'Vondre Sweat was arrested and booked with DWI. We had heard that the driver of the other car had fled on foot. Once again, it turns out that that driver was Samaj Burell. Steve Sarkisian released a statement a couple of days ago saying that Samaj Burell had been suspended indefinitely from the Texas football team. And yesterday, Samaj Burell took to Twitter and announced that he is entering the transfer portal. So I don't know if this is his decision. I don't know if this is Texas's decision. Maybe it's a mutual decision that, hey, we need a fresh start and you can't be here anymore. And Samaj realized that he had to go somewhere else. But there's your latest development, is that Samaj Burell will no longer be a part of this Texas football team as he has put his name into the portal. Yeah,
I mean, it's a good parting of the ways for both parties, I would say, I mean, if it's, when Steve Sarkisian starts talking about his culture again, and then you've got a guy who's just going to take off from the scene of an accident and leave his boy behind. That's not good. That's not good team. And it's, first of all, it's not smart of what happened, period, by both guys. So I just put that out there to start. You just don't do that. But mistakes are made, but you don't compound a mistake with another mistake and then think you're going to be part of a group that's, there are some times that coaches are going to go, that's the first thing this kid's first time he's ever been in trouble. He's not been a problem. Plus he's good. Well, if he's not been all those other things and he's just kind of average, look out.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this isn't
better off somewhere else.
Well, hopefully this isn't the moment that defines Samaj Burell's life.
Absolutely.
Right? He's a young man, and he made a mistake. He made a couple of mistakes. There's no doubt about that. But hopefully he's able to learn from these mistakes and
as I said, nobody got killed, nobody got hurt. They're very fortunate. Both guys are very fortunate. He's very fortunate, and he's just if somebody else is willing to give him that chance, he's not going to get that chance here. Like I said, not everybody gets a second chance.
He deserves a second chance, but there are consequences to your actions. And
that's right.
That second chance can't be here. It's a privilege to play football at the University of Texas, and Samaj Burell threw away that privilege with.
I always say people deserve a second chance, but I always say to people, but not everybody gets a second chance.
Yeah.
The people that are giving you those chances don't have to do that. They can say, well, yeah, you can get a second chance. It's just not here.
I have zero problem. If this was a Texas decision, and I'll credit the university for
Sure.
making this sound like a Samaj Burell decision to enter the transfer portal. And
Right.
Sark said it's an indefinite suspension versus just we're kicking him off the team. So they're
Right.
kind of letting Samaj down easy. You can credit Texas for that, but if that's not what happened inside those walls, if they just said, "Dude, you're done here," I wouldn't blame it.
No.
It's one thing. It's one thing to drink and drive like that. Look, you shouldn't do that either. And if you want to kick somebody off the team for that, I'm okay with that as well. But you can't. What kind of culture player are you if you're literally leaving your teammate out to dry like that? Like, that is so shitty. That is being such a bad teammate. That is there's no space for that. Like, that is unacceptable to do.
And once again, you've got a head coach that has had an alcohol problem. So
Yeah.
it was not one of those quick flippant things that he said, no, this is a bad kid. That was a dumb thing. He's gone. If it was an alcohol related, which it is, mistake that the kid made, believe me, Steve Sarkisian is going to look himself in the mirror and say, you know what? Somebody gave me an opportunity when I've had some problems in my life. So I've got to really think this out. I can't just make a hasty, no, he's gone. He's not that good. He's out of here. He's not going to fit here. It's a decision I got to believe that the head coach, because of his past, has thought about seriously. And does he give a kid who maybe is not a star an opportunity to get an education and still be part of a team? I mean, it's not an easy decision, but there's more to it than just making a decision because the kid was drinking. Because there are other mistakes that people make besides the fact that they got drunk, they made a mistake. But once again, the mistake of leaving somebody behind is clearly more important to me than the fact that he was drunk. I mean, I know people make decisions after they've been drinking, and bad decision, but you can't compound what happened with just saying, I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's not an accident, right? The car accident, well, it's in the name. It's an accident, what happened. And it sucks that it happened. But, okay, like, I'm sure Samaj Burell was not trying to hit T'Vondre Sweat. It was an accident there. But what's not an accident is leaving your boy like that. That is a calculated decision that Samaj Burell made in that moment, and that's what got him kicked off the team, I think. So yeah, I mean, reports are, as CB says, I read some insider reports that Sark was livid, and of course he's livid.
Of course,
any coach would be livid, but you're right. You've got the history that you just talked about with Steve Sarkisian, and I'm sure he's told his story to his locker room a couple of times, just about the dangers.
They've heard that story.
Yeah. So for a couple of his guys, I'm sure he's pissed at T'Vondre Sweat too. Obviously, Sweat's not on the team anymore, so there's no sort of punishment you can give him. No. His punishment might happen in the NFL draft. Like, he could see his stock fall a little bit in a couple of weeks. I'm sure Sark's mad at him for his role in this situation, but yeah, Samaj Burell, for him to do that, that's you can't have that. You just can't have that.
Well, a head coach knows that the players on his team drink alcohol. Smoke weed, drink alcohol, do gummies. They're involved. You hope that they don't. You'd wish and pray that you had a clean team. Nobody's got a clean team.
No,
there's a college team that has a clean group, including BYU. Somebody's doing something. If you got 85 scholarship guys, somebody out of 85, chances are somebody's doing something and has been doing something. So
they're doing some soaking up there for sure.
Yeah, but like I said, the head coach has to look himself in the mirror because people have forgiven him. People have done some things in order to help him out. And I'm sure it was not an easy decision. Some would say that's a pretty easy decision. He's gone. But yeah, when you have opportunities and people have given you chances, when things haven't gone right in your life because of alcohol, believe me, you can't just make a hasty decision and say, he's gone, he was drinking. No, he's gone because that dude took off.
Yeah, and I don't know. Look, I think another program will give Samaj Burell a chance.
Of course they will.
I don't know if it's of course they will. Like, the guy didn't play a snap last year for Texas. And I know Texas was really, really good, and he was a freshman, so it's tough to crack the field and get a bunch of playing time when you're a freshman for a college football playoff team. But, like, this guy was a 3-star recruit. He wasn't like a super highly touted guy coming out of high school.
There are places that need a 3-star.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, look, if you didn't have this off the field story and this guy entered the portal, then yeah, of course, guys would, schools would be doing whatever they can to try to bring Samaj Burell in. But I mean, he'll end up somewhere, but I don't know how many programs are like going out of their way. Normally, a guy from Texas hits the portal, then all right, he must be pretty good. Just because he's not good enough to play there, we can bring him into our G5 school and we can get this guy some playing time and he can be an impact player for us. I don't know how many schools are going to be like lining up for Samaj Burell after hearing the details of this story.
But I got a feeling he'll get an opportunity somebody will take a shot on him. And it all depends on what Sark says, what kind of kid he really is.
Yeah.
I mean, is this a one-time incident? Is this kid a selfish young man, or is he just not at this level good enough to play at this level, and may be good enough to play at another level, and then find out that, you know what, he's not a bad person. He's not a bad kid. He just made a bad mistake. He made 2 bad mistakes. But if he doesn't have a history of making these kind of silly-ass mistakes, why wouldn't you give him a second chance if he's at a level that you could use a kid like this that can play for you, maybe graduate and go on and have a pretty good life, you know?
Yeah. Look, I wish him all the best. I hope
Sure.
what I'm saying doesn't make it sound like I'm wishing ill will on
No.
the kid. Once again, I hope he learns from these mistakes. I hope he does get an opportunity to play football somewhere else, and hopefully he doesn't do anything like this ever again.
Right.
But yeah, it's a move that had to be made. Once again, I will credit the university for kind of letting Samaj down easy when they easily could have said, dude, he's kicked off the team. We don't do that stuff in our program. I'll give Sark credit. He's a player's coach, even though Samaj Burell is not going to be a Texas football player anymore. He's kind of letting him off the hook a little bit with the wording of that statement he released and just kind of the way this whole thing is going down.
I think it's a plus about the culture of this place because, a lot of things happen. I've been around this place where when things get a little good, it gets a little crazy, whether it's on 6th Street or whatever. You read about players doing this and players having that, players getting away with this and that. This thing's been relatively quiet since Sark has come here. It's been relatively quiet for a while, by the way.
You're right.
So the culture around here has been pretty good, that it's not going to be tolerated. We're going to be good, but we're not going to be good and stupid. You know what I'm saying? I think that's been the message around here, that you're around a really nice town. You're around a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot of things happening in this area. They're either getting away with it or it's just not happening. And I got a feeling that it's just not happening. That they're recruiting really good people that can play competitive football and still have a good life and enjoy this city. And that's what you want. That's what you're looking for. As I said, we talked about Georgia yesterday. Georgia has got one of the best programs in the country, and they're dealing with people that are dying.
Yep.
They're having incidents where people die.
I've had a number of different incidents at Georgia over the last couple of years. So, yeah, you want to turn into Georgia on the field, but you don't want to turn into Georgia off the field.
No, you don't.
Your program's almost a laughingstock because of how many bad headlines you're making. You want to win, but win the right way and not have these type of stories coming away from the game. So,
but I think
it's been a while.
Fantastic job here of that.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had to talk about something like this, and hopefully we go an even longer while.
Absolutely,
we have to talk about a story like this again. But man, I do wonder, and thankfully we don't have to have this discussion. But what if this happened last offseason? Or what if T'Vondre Sweat was coming back for one more season? Like, what would happen to him? Because that guy is one of your best players, and he's a captain of the team. Thankfully, I guess we don't live in that alternate universe.
No, we don't have to worry about it. He's on his way.
Not a decision Sark has to make, right? You're talking about a 3-star redshirt freshman linebacker who doesn't play. Not as difficult to move away from him, but T'Vondre Sweat, wonder what that could.
Well, I think he'd be suspended for a game or 2 during the course of the season, and then you go about your business as a mistake. You're a young man. You've made a mistake. Young men, young women, they make mistakes. Young people make mistakes. Old people make mistakes. It's just who are the people that are around you? Who's your judge and jury that's going to either say, you know what, we're going to give you another opportunity, or you don't get any more opportunities. So you just got to be around the right people. And I think the head coach here is the right person to be around because he's made mistakes in his life. So he understands those things can possibly happen to you.
Yeah.
You know?
It's well said. That is well said. All right, Buck, before we move on, and we'll let you hear from Jaden Blue, a redshirt sophomore running back expected to be a big part of the Longhorns in 2024. Let's give a few more shout outs to a few more sponsors.
How about our good friends at Relax the Back? The right support for years. I needed to have that because of my thoracic back. And folks, Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And my back couldn't be happier. They've got, how about this? The zero gravity recliners. Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows available for you. The human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that you need so that your body feels fantastic, whether it's your lumbar, your neck, your thoracic area, your hips, your back, everything that you need. They've got it at Relax the Back just for you. They got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Folks, live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our friends at Olipop.
Yeah.
Game-changing soda. Olipop is a soda that's actually good for you. They've got tons of great flavors. Some of the classics like cola and root beer and lemon lime. They also have a cherry cola. They've got the cream soda. They've got a root beer. They've got the grape, which is the Bucks' favorite. Tons of great flavors. And once again, the best part is Olipop is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any sugar, very few calories. And this stuff has ingredients that helps support your digestive health. I don't know how Olipop did it, but they did it. They found a way to make something healthy actually taste good. Normally, you're trying to drink healthy shit. It's going to taste awful. You don't have to worry about that with Olipop. It tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping on, but it's got tons of health benefits as well. Pick some up at Target, Walmart, H-E-B, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you do your grocery shopping, you can find the greatness of Olipop.
Love it.
Yes, indeed. And also some love to our friends at Pix Sports Gear. If you're a pickleballer and you need some gear, head over to pixsportsgear.com. If you're trying to get into pickleball for the first time, and well, of course you're going to need some gear to play, head over to pixsportsgear.com. That's P-I-X sportsgear.com. If you use the promo code radio10, you're going to get 10% off your purchase over there at Pix Sports Gear. High performance paddles. They've got apparel. They've got bags. They've got everything you need to elevate your game on the court. And oh, by the way, how about a demo day coming up this Sunday at Bolden Acres, the South Lamar location? Pix Sports Gear will be out there from 12 to 5, letting you try out their paddles. So they give you a try before you buy out there. If you head to Bolden Acres this Sunday, top-notch paddles designed to take your game to the next level. Go see them this Sunday afternoon. Once again, Bolden Acres, the South Lamar location, from 12 to 5 p.m. PixSportsGear.com is the website.
Nice.
Okay, let's let you hear now from Texas running back Jaden Blue. There was a player availability down on campus yesterday, and a few different members of the 2024 Longhorns spoke. Jaden Blue spoke first, and we'll start with this one. Look, Jaden Blue has been on campus for a few years now, but his role is about to increase, right? In his first year, he had to sit behind Bijan and Rojo. Last year, he had to, of course, sit behind Jonathan Brooks for most of the season. And now Jaden Blue, it's him and C.J. Baxter, but he's really going to get the opportunity to shine this season. Here's Jaden Blue talking about waiting his turn for this moment.
Like I said, I was always taught, to trust the process. And with me being the young guy, and I think having B-Roll, Keelan, and JB in front of me helped me a lot. And if I use JB as an example, his first 2 years, he didn't really play much. And, he played last year. He was probably the best running back in the country, and it changed his whole life. So I think the thing for me seeing that is just, staying patient, and whenever it's my time that I was going to show up.
Yeah, they'll find you no matter where you are if you're good. And
Yep.
That's a kid right there who's pretty doggone good. He reminds me of Priest Holmes an awful lot. Didn't get tons of playing time because of guys like Ricky Williams and Sean Mitchell, but that had a certainness about them that was, when you gave them the ball, they took advantage of every opportunity. And this is one of those kids that does the same thing. I mean, he's got power, he's got speed. He's got, and I love the way he catches the ball out of the backfield. I think that separates him from some of those other guys. I think it separated him away from Jonathan Brooks too. His ability to get out of the backfield, go one-on-one with defenders, whether it be a cornerback, a safety, or a linebacker, he can do the things that a wide receiver can. So I like all the stuff about him. I mean, and I think he's got surprising power, on contact. He's not one of those guys that gets hit and knocked sideways. He's generally going forward. He's got really good balance. I love his game. I liked his game before he even got to play an awful lot. And you could just see, you could see the momentum building in him and his confidence as he got more and more time on a big stage, not just in games. I'm not I mean, in practices. We saw things in spring games and practices about him, and we heard things about him. But when you actually saw him in a competitive real live game, he did those things. And that's sort of the way Jonathan Brooks was. Even though he was backing up guys, when he got into games, whether it was the fourth quarter or whatever, the guy still grabbed 100 yards. He
Sure.
still did the things that he was supposed to do as a backup. He wasn't just out there trying to run the clock out. He was trying to make you notice him. And the same thing with this kid. He wants you to notice him when he does get the ball. So he's going to split carries, I believe. I mean,
Yeah,
the split carry thing. There won't be a dominant guy who's got 60 more carries than the other guy this season. I don't believe that. He may end up being a starter.
I think Jaden Blue is going to be the leading rusher for Texas this season. I'm not sure if he's going to start the year as the starter, but I think he's the best running back on campus right now. And another thing Jaden Blue said yesterday, which I thought was interesting, but also telling about his mindset, he called 2024 a contract year. He says he wants to go to the NFL after this year, and he can because he's a redshirt sophomore. Like, this will be his third year in college. So, look, you could talk the talk. You got to walk the walk. But, like, if Jaden Blue goes out there and has a spectacular season and he's the next Jonathan Brooks, where he just kind of comes out of nowhere and, all of a sudden towards the end of the year, he's in the Doak Walker Award conversation, then, yeah, Jaden Blue will be gone after this season.
Well, once again, as I said, if you're good, they find you no matter where you are. And if they find out that you're a back that can do NFL type of things, like go out of the backfield and catch the ball instead of them having to bring in another wide receiver, you're a guy that can come out of the backfield and do the same types of things. Well, yeah, they're going to find you. They're going to find out if this guy's got 35 catches during the course of a season. In those 35 catches, he made things happen. That's what they're looking for. They're not looking for you just the way you carry the ball. They're going to see how you pass, protect, and then they're going to see how you catch the ball out of the backfield in the NFL. I mean, if you're a really solid runner in college football, but you can't catch for shit, they're going to look at you in the NFL and go, "Damn," Yeah. You've got to be able to catch the football these days. You can't be one dimensional as a running back. If you got hands like feet, you're going to have a problem in the NFL. But
Jaden Blue had 14 catches last year, and his running back coach, Tashard Choice, compared him to Jahmyr Gibbs. Tashard Choice coached Jahmyr Gibbs at Georgia Tech before he transferred to Alabama.
Hard running back, hard wide receiver, that guy is.
Jahmyr Gibbs is a matchup nightmare, and he ended up being a first-round pick, which is so rare for running backs nowadays. So if Jaden Blue is, 80% of Jahmyr Gibbs, then Texas has a serious weapon on its hands. And I'm with you. Like, I think Jaden Blue is going to be a really good receiving option for Texas out of the backfield as well. Quinn Ewers likes to check it down to his running back. So I do think that will be a part of this offense again this coming season. And I think Jaden Blue excels in that role. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to like him as a first choice, not always the dump off, but let's go to him immediately, get him the ball, and let him run with the ball.
Sure.
They did a good job of that last year. And I think people had questions about Jonathan Brooks' hands for a while. I did originally when he first came out. And then I saw he started to be more relaxed at catching the ball out of the backfield. This kid is already relaxed. He's already like a wide receiver that can come out and do those types of things. So it's going to be interesting how they use him. But this is a weapon that you got to use. He can't be the guy sitting on the bench waiting for his turn at, it's my series at running back. You got to get him in games that it's not his turn. You got to get him during series to get out there and play. You know?
Yeah, I think he'll play a lot, like you said. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a quote-unquote bell cow in this Texas backfield.
I believe there is. I believe the bell cow is the guy that they had that came from Florida last year that was the starter over Jonathan Brooks. That's in their minds mentally. They thought that, and I believe that they still believe that was the case, that they had the best running back in the country. Or they did as a high schooler, but they thought that high schooler was ready for the big time last year. I believe making him the starter, they thought that. And I still believe they think that.
Well, you think he's the bell? You just said a moment ago, you think both guys split carries. A bell cow to me means one guy gets like a vast majority of the carries.
I think they believe he's the starter, though.
Okay. I expect CJ Baxter to get the first carry of the season, which would make him the starter.
Right.
But yeah, I think both guys are going to get a lot of run, but I'll stand by my statement. I'll say it all off season long, unless something happens to Jaden Blue or reports out of camp say that CJ Baxter looks way better than anybody else. I think Jaden Blue is going to lead this team in rushing. I don't know if it's going to be like,
I could never believe that guys who've been around football thought that freshman was better than Jonathan Brooks, even last year as a starter. I was amazed. I haven't been around football. I haven't coached football in 20-some years. So I'm thinking, now I haven't been around, but I know that guy right there is better than that guy right there. You know how I always say, he's just better than you are. I'm sorry. For some reason, he's just better at this moment. And I believe they thought the other guy was better at the moment. So I still believe they think that that's the case.
Either that or they promised CJ Baxter something in his recruitment. Like, hey, this is what we need to get you to Texas. We promise we'll make you the starter for your first game. Maybe it was something like that, but
I hope it wasn't, but
I hope it was. Well, I hope it was, because that's a better excuse than thinking he was better than Jonathan Brooks last year.
Absolutely right. It's better than thinking he was better.
Yeah,
because I thought they just thought he was better. So I'm thinking,
obviously we worked out fine. Texas was great running the football, and they won the Big 12 and made.
And they're here, and he's still here.
Yeah, and he's still here too. So more from Jaden Blue here. It's interesting. Like he was asked about his relationship with CJ Baxter. Right, both guys play the same position. They're both competing for playing time right now. Both guys, I guess, are trying to be the starting running back for Texas this year. Here's Jaden Blue talking about trying to improve his relationship with CJ Baxter.
Yeah, you know, me and CJ, we was close last year, but in order for us to be that dynamic duo that we want to be this year, we've talked to each other, and one of the things that we said was to get a lot closer off the field. And I think if we get a lot closer off the field, then it'll help us get a long way on the field.
Well, that's good. That's very admirable of both of them.
Yeah, how much does that matter? Does that matter, Buck? Like, were your running backs close? Do they care about being close?
Priest Holmes couldn't stand Ricky. Are you kidding me? He thought that I treated him like a baby, which I did. And he said, when is that guy gonna grow up? And I said, I don't know, but he's still my guy. So you can ask me all you want to. When are you gonna quit treating him like a baby? And I said, when I'm gone, or when he's gone from here. Yeah. I mean, just brutally honest once again. I don't know what you want me to say. Do I have to treat him like a baby to keep him here and keep him running? I guess I'm going to treat him like a baby. You know, Priest just couldn't understand why I had that guy the way it is and you know, coddled him the way I coddled him. I said, there's a reason. Believe me, there's a reason for it.
And
when you see his numbers, you'll understand the reason.
Yeah.
You know, and no, and of course, guys like Sean Mitchell, he was friends with all of them. He joked with them, but he wanted their playing time. You know, and the same with Wayne McGarrett. They all wanted playing time. They liked each other. You know, Priest and Ricky, before the bus would leave, I tell you how they would hide and wait like 2 minutes before the bus would leave and make me sit in the bus sweating that they weren't going to make the bus on time and we'd have to go to an away game. And they did that shit on purpose. You know, every game that they were there, I'd sit on the bus and it'd be like 3 minutes before it was time to go. I'm like, where are those two at? And here they come strolling down the sidewalk, you know, as if the bus was really going to leave them.
Yeah.
Like they were going to wait another 10 minutes for them, but they would do it every time. But they weren't like buddy. They moved in two different circles, you know.
Yeah.
They just did. Those guys don't have to be friends. They just got to be good teammates. That's all.
Exactly. That's it. Like, that's what I was going to say. You know, as long as these guys don't have a fractured relationship that is fracturing the locker room, they don't need to be best friends. I like that they're, you know, trying to be boys. That's cool. I don't know if that's going to like make them better football players if they have good chemistry, because they're not going to be on the field at the same time. Like, you want your quarterback and your number one receiver to be friends, because like you can see that chemistry, right? The whole McCoy Shipley, their roommates, their best friend, like that chemistry matters. Your number one and number two running backs aren't going to be sharing the field at the same time. They don't need to have that type of chemistry.
No, but they just have to have the willingness to help each other.
Sure.
You know, if there's something that one sees that the other he doesn't think is doing, and you can give them advice like that, that was always important. Ricky Williams gave advice to everybody. He always saw something he thought he could help you with, and he would, and he shared that. He didn't give that because he knew there were things that no matter what he said, you weren't going to be able to do. But he could tell you that, you know what, that's your guy. That's, you know, he would always help Sean picking up blitzes and certain things like that. Or if you make this maneuver, or if you make this move, or if you take this stiff arm and move this guy's head in a certain way, that you could get it done. There, if you're willing to cooperate and help with your teammates, that's all you can do. You don't have to be their friend or their buddy. You just can't, like you said, you can't fracture the room itself, and you can't fracture the team, because you don't want all these different groups. It's already grouped enough. Football as a team, you always have these little cliques, like in everything else, whether it's a frat, whether it's work. You always have little fractions that go different ways, and they kind of tend to want to be around people that are like them a little bit. So, but you can't have guys that totally fracture the whole thing by bringing up shit that's not true or saying things that can screw up your room. And I never had that. I made sure that kind of stuff wasn't happening. I was the guy, I'd rather for you to be mad at me than be mad at your teammates. You can be mad at me, but I held all the cards if you were playing or not. I always held that card, whether you're going to get on the field or not. And that's all I needed. That was the most important thing, because playing time meant a lot.
Sure.
Yeah, and whether it was 8 more plays or 5 more plays, or I'm scoring a touchdown, my parents are in the stand. Do I need to be the guy at the 3-yard line? I was the one who held that card,
Sure. That's good. And it worked. You just can't have like Sims Applewhite, where half the locker room sides with one guy and half the locker room sides with another guy, and it is clearly causing problems and distractions. That's not going to happen with Baxter and Blue, it sounds like, which is a good thing.
The players themselves know who the best players are.
Sure.
That's the thing on football teams and on sporting teams. Most of the cases, the players themselves know who the better player is. They just know, and they know when a coach is playing games, when they're playing politic games with the other players, when a guy who's the 3rd string running back should really be the 5th string running back, but because something's going on, he's the 3rd guy to get in a game or something like that. Players know that. They understand. They always knew who the best quarterback was on this team. Whether it didn't matter whether it was Quinn Ewers or Manning. They knew who the guy who was ready to play was. They understand.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. All right, one more from Jaden Blue. He was asked about Trey Weisner. I'm telling you, at every turn, people are heaping praise on Trey Weisner. And Jaden Blue was asked about Trey Weisner and his development this offseason, and here's what he had to say.
Oh, man, I think out of anybody on the team right now, I think Trey has made the biggest jump. And I think he's going to surprise a lot of people this year, because not only he got bigger upper body and got stronger, but he's been a lot more focused also, and he's also had to sit back and learn from the older guys. And I think he'll be another Keelan. He'll do a lot of things on special teams for us, and I think he'll play a big part at the running back position for us too.
Well, if he can do a lot of things at the special teams, that's great, because when you're the 3rd running back or the 4th running back, you ain't doing a lot of things playing time wise. Not in my group, you weren't. You can be a phenom on special teams, and if you find a specialty that you can do there, well, get it done there, because in that room you were with, if you're the 3rd or 4th guy, not many opportunities come in major college football for the 3rd string running back, unless the 2nd string or the 1st stringer got hurt. Somebody had to, in order for you to get playing time and an adequate playing time where you really made a difference, somebody had to get hurt. You just, as number 3 or number 4, weren't going to make a difference unless it was special teams. And it's nice that his teammates talk about him that way, but I don't expect him to make, unless somebody goes down, to hear a lot about that guy as a running back. Now, as a special teamer, if he's got the kind of ability that he's doing at running back to make you special in the special teams, let's go. Keelan Robinson did a lot of things on the special team that were important to this football team. And if there's another guy right here that can do it, get him there. Get him blocking punts.
100%. If Trey Weisner is Keelan Robinson 2.0, then I'll sign up for that right now.
Absolutely.
Right? I tend to agree with you. I don't think there's going to be a ton of carries for Trey Weisner, just because Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter feel better. Right. They've got a little more experience, and they're higher on the depth chart right now. But I assume Trey Weisner will get some run as an offensive player. But yeah, if he can be a return man, if he could be a punt blocker, if he could do half of what Keelan Robinson did on special teams, and that's going to be big for Texas, because Keelan Robinson was super important to that 3rd facet of this Texas football team last year.
It takes the pressure off of some other guy that you may not. You may have a defensive back that needs to worry more about his position than being on the special teams. And you can't afford to get him hurt on special teams. Here's a guy who can do those type of things. He sounds like an all-around athlete that can do a little bit of everything. So get him on everything,
If Trey Weisner breaks his hand, don't throw him out there with a club on, please.
No, club foot can't put it on club arm. No, you can't do that. Can't handle the ball.
Let's not do that in the biggest game of the season, coaches. Still can't get over that.
Well, he did it at practice. That's what made it happen. But that's a little different than having 90,000 in a huge bowl game, in a playoff game, come running out there with a club foot on his hand. That's kind of difficult. That's a difficult ask. and especially having to handle a ball like a kick return,
Yeah.
that seemed a little goofy to me.
Didn't work very well.
Yeah. Might as well next time bring out Captain Hook if you need to have a guy back there returning the ball. My God, that was
What's Captain
brutal.
Hook up to these days, huh?
I don't know, but he could go back there and peg that ball, put a spike in it, then to have that thing bang off the club.
What is this,
How was
Tom
he going
Brady?
to protect the football? I mean, was that just a one and done deal? I mean, we never understood that. Once again, if you got it done, if you're doing it at practice, that's what they see. They see him handling it. Maybe didn't have any misfortunes, but it's a game. We're not talking about practice here. We're talking about a game. They put him in a game,
a playoff game.
I mean, really? Not
I know
practice?
they randomly tried it. They didn't try it in the first half, and it's like, oh, I guess Keelan Robinson's hurt. He's not playing today. And then, like the opening kickoff of the third quarter, it's like,
What?
oh, there's Keelan Robinson back there. Oh, cool. Wait, what's that on his hand? Oh no, fumble.
Is it a glove? No, it's a cast.
Giant club. Yeah, here's Deflategate, a picture of Tom Brady here with the Patriots a few years ago. Deflating all those footballs with that hook.
Wow.
You Peter Pan guy?
Yeah, I am Peter Pan guy. I believe in Never Never Land. Hey, I was around Ricky Williams for years, so believe me, I had to believe in Peter Pan because that was that dude. Just never grew up.
Okay, I was like, did he like Peter Pan or something?
No, just never grew up. He was the boy that stayed the little boy, and that was fine.
Sam with a good point. Like fumbling could be the difference in who plays in the fall.
That's pretty interesting. That's an interesting. Jonathan Brooks took care of the ball pretty well. And now he did have a fumble. He did have this group. I don't recall anybody fumbling more than one time.
Well, the issue was when Jonathan Brooks.
I don't count fumbles. I count fumbles that are recovered by the other team. That's a fumble to me. You can fumble it. If you get that damn ball back, if you're in that scrum and you get the ball back, I look at you like, okay, that's fine. You got it back.
It's the biggest reason Texas lost that football game against Washington.
Yes.
Both running backs fumbled, right? Obviously, Jonathan Brooks was hurt, so he wasn't available. But C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue both fumbled. And I think that scared Sark away from running the football a little bit more because, you can't trust. You got two young running backs, and both of them have coughed it up, and both of them have lost fumbles. Then it's hard to trust those guys in that spot with a berth in the national championship on the line. So
yeah, those guys, the guy who's take care of the ball the best will play the most.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is. You can't give the ball to the other team.
Yep, agreed. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. You can, of course, hit us up on YouTube as well. Always appreciate the love. Please like this video if you haven't done so this morning. Just click that thumbs up. If you're tuned in on YouTube, it helps the channel grow as we are approaching 8,000 subscribers on the YouTube. So appreciate it.
But I'll say this, Baxter will be such a power runner this year now, too. Behind that offensive line, you're talking about grounding out yards, BK, that really seriously hurts the defense. They've got a guy now. They've got a guy who's now played a year as a freshman, took some big hits, took them, came up limping, but now I think we'll understand the game that he's the guy who's going to dish out the punishment now. That guy's going to be 220 at least this year. What did he play at last year? 208, 212, something like that?
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
I got to believe he's going to be 215 or higher this year and just really, really punish guys for coming up and tackling him. Where he took the punishment. He didn't know how to deliver it last year, because of being in high school, because he was always bigger than everybody. He was bigger than 165-pound guys that were coming up to tackle him at linebacker or in the secondary. He will now be able to take that year in the weight room now and really distribute some real punishment to guys trying to tackle him. They'll be, instead of him coming up limping on a leg, guys who tackle him are going to come up lame now. I like the fact in his second year that I think he'll be a punishing runner.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from C.J. Baxter, especially towards the end of last season. Felt like he got better as the year progressed, and hopefully with a full offseason now under his belt, he will take another step and become more of a weapon for Texas. Because this run game should be really good. It should be really good. I know you're losing a 1,000-yard guy and a Doak Walker candidate and a likely second-round pick in Jonathan Brooks. I'm not sitting here telling you he's going to be easy to replace, but you've got 4 of your 5 offensive linemen back. You've got a Heisman candidate at quarterback. You've got some talented wide receivers as well. So this run game should be good. Teams aren't going to be able to just stack the box to try to stop the run game because this passing game should be great. And hopefully this offensive line is able to create some holes for both of these guys as well. So it should be one of the better run games in the country. And you've got the talented horses, I think, to make that happen. What
do you see, CJ? What do you see Baxter as, a 4-4 type of kid or a 4-5 type of kid?
Oh,
like a 5 kid because of just being so young last year, just kind of looking around at the contacts coming. I got to make sure that I don't fumble. I got to be wary about who's going to hit me and how they're going to hit me instead of just running, kind of relaxed. I got to believe he's a 4-4, a high 4-4 guy.
That'd be my guess. I think Jaden Blue is the faster of the two running backs.
He looks like a 4-3 guy, even with pads on.
Yeah, Jaden Blue was a track star in high school and was running like 10-200s. And, I think a lot of guys think they're the fastest player on the team, but Jaden Blue did say like he is one of the fastest players on the Texas team right now. So I tend to agree with him. But, I think Jaden Blue's got a little bit more foot speed than CJ Baxter. But, Baxter's got that bruiser mentality, and he does have that home run ability too. We saw that, what was it, the K-State game on that fourth down, or that little toss sweep play that he took to the house. He does have that home run game-breaking type of ability too. So, I think you're right. I think 4-4s for Baxter maybe, and high 4-3s for Jaden Blue, something like that.
Good stuff right there now.
Yeah, you can absolutely work with that. That's a running back coach's dream to have either one of those guys, but to have both of those dudes. Look, credit to Shard Choice. He brought him to campus. But to have those guys, he's got a lot to work with this season. Okay, we got to get into Quinn Ewers' new NIL deal. And also, Tom Brady is potentially coming back. What?
Coming back to what?
To play. I'll give you the exact quote from a podcast appearance he did recently. But first, some more sponsor shout-outs.
Our good friends over at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks 290 South and Pond Springs Road up north, folks. All you need for a healthy lawn and landscape, give the folks at Leaf a call today or go by and see them at their 2 locations and ask them about different types of fertilizers, soils, and plants, trees, shrubs, roses, whatever you want to do in your particular yard and your particular garden. They've got veggies there too. They got some vegetables down south still. So if you're still interested in getting your peppers, they've got the peppers down there. The tomatoes are still available for you. But if you're interested in trees, any different types of trees, please go to Leaf, but talk to the folks there first. Don't just go there and say, I saw this in Southern Living magazine. I think this is going to work here in Austin, Texas, and surrounding areas. No, ask the experts first about it. And if you can't put it in, they'll get contractors to come out to your home and do your landscaping for you. Love the folks at Leaf.
Yes, great people, and they are the experts when it comes to all things gardening, plants, trees, shrubs, whatever. They are the absolute best. And speaking of the absolute best, if you're looking for the absolute best beer in the world, you don't have to look that far. It's right here in Central Texas. It's all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in from DF-Dub, from H-Town, from San Antonio, they've got Altstadt beer there too. And of course, we've got it all over Central Texas, the best beer in the world. They've got tons of different brews as well, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, that's their flagship beer. It's my personal favorite, a German-style lager that is fantastic. They've got a German brewmaster out there. It's the most authentic German-style beer drinking experience that you can find here in Central Texas. I mean, I met the brewmaster one time. I couldn't understand.
You met the master, did you?
I couldn't understand a GD word he was saying because the German accent was so thick. That's what you want. That's how you know it's legit. I don't know what the hell he was saying.
Pepper.
Hassan Pepper, Heffenreffer.
Wow.
Whatever type of cat you were talking about.
Ragamuffin.
The ragamuffins, all that stuff. The beer is amazing. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, but you can pick it up at your local grocery store, your local liquor store. Get ready for the weekend with Altstadt beer. Of course, whatever you're doing, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. Don't be an idiot. Don't drink and drive. Call a cab, call an Uber, plan a sober ride home, whatever you have to do. But the good times are made better with the greatness of Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. And a quick shout out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems.
Baby jumped on this morning. Still a little cool in the mornings here.
Yeah, in the 50s this morning today.
Yeah, man, that heat just pops on, and I love it. And it's working so well. I got no static, no stumbling. And, when the hair cuts on, when the air comes on there, BK, it's clean, it's pure. They've cleaned out the vents. I've made sure of that with my contract from Woods Comfort Systems. So they've come out already once a year for the air conditioning. And of course, you need to make sure your filters are clean, folks.
Yeah.
Don't be like BK and wait for the guy at the apartment to come and clean the freaking filter. Call Woods Comfort Systems. They'll tell you what filters to pick up, whether you pick them up at Home Depot or Lowe's. Don't try it yourself. Don't come back like me with 7 different filters to fit the size. Because I don't know if this one fits the right way. They'll let me know. They come by, as a matter of fact. Travis and the guys come out here. I've got a contract with Woods Comfort Systems that I don't have to touch anything. It's like the stove. I'm not allowed to touch things. So
No.
Woods Comfort Systems, they bring their specialists out to make sure all your air conditioning, plumbing needs, and of course your heating needs are met at Woods Comfort Systems. Almost 70 years in the business.
Absolutely. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website. The phone number 512-842-5066. Tell them you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. The best HVAC and plumbing services you can find all throughout Central Texas. It's Woods Comfort Systems.
I'll be down in a couple of those big hat and mocktails this weekend, of course, watching golf.
There we go.
The mojitos. The mojito is out right now. I've not had the mojito yet, but I've had the other ones. I had the margarita taste without the alcohol in it, and over ice, it is delicious.
Yeah.
That's my golf. That's my golf brew. When everybody's out there pounding down their all stats on the golf course, I bring out one of those big hat drinks over ice. Delicious, BK. Love the ginger taste in of course, the mocktails, and you can too. If you need a non-alcoholic drink, go to the folks at Big Hats. They're all over the places. You'll find them at HEB for sure. 34 Wine and Spirits also carries them.
Love it. Got a few Big Hat spirits in my fridge at
There you
home.
go.
It's Old Stat, it's Olipop, it's Big Hat spirits. I got to get some of those clean cause drinks.
Clean cause. We're all about the liquids here. We
do
love our liquids.
We do some drinking over here.
Yes, we do.
Indeed. How about this? This came across my Twitter timeline yesterday. Texas Longhorn quarterback Quinn Ewers has himself a new NIL deal. That's not that big of a surprise. It feels like that guy has inked a number of deals in his time at the University of Texas. Well, now he's got an NIL deal with Nicholas Air. It's a private air travel company. So Quinn Ewers now has a PJ NIL deal. Not too shabby, huh?
Nice.
Another reason why it pays to be the quarterback at the University of Texas.
Yes, it does.
So now I wonder, does Quinn get like unlimited access to a Nicholas Air PJ?
Probably gets a certain amount of hours a year.
That's in Sark's contract. Remember, we talked about it when the details of the extension came out. Like, he's got some access to a private jet. I think he could probably use it for football reasons whenever he wants, but he's got like a certain number of hours he can use it for personal reasons.
Yes.
Yeah, I assume that's what Quinn Ewers has with this PJ. But that's incredible, dude. College football is so different now than what it used to be.
Yeah, if mom doesn't want to drive down to the game from up in the Fort Worth area, guess what? Bingo. Get them on board.
Yep, send the folks on a PJ to the game.
Absolutely.
That must be nice. I love Twitter too. So Pete Thamel, I think, had the first tweet about this yesterday. One of the replies says, now he can fly in style to the Heisman ceremony. And then another reply says, that's awesome. He'll be able to take a private jet straight to the XFL.
Nice.
You could tell which of those two repliers is a Texas fan and which guy is not.
OU
or A&M right there. But yeah, that's, man, a PJ. What would you do if I gave you a private jet? You had access to a private jet today. You could fly anywhere in the world. Where are you going?
Where would I go?
Yeah.
Vegas, baby.
Really?
Yeah, because if I got that jet, I got some money too. And I got some money to burn. And I don't want to get on the cattle cart like you do, or your American Airlines or whatever. Oh, no, I'm down with American Airlines. Let's be careful about that. Yeah. I'm not mocking. I wouldn't be on Delta, I'll tell you that.
You hate Delta.
Right there, I'd be to go to Vegas. I'd go back to Pennsylvania to see my folks and stuff,
Okay.
Yeah,
Vegas and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Where am I going to go? I'll go to the Olympics in Paris with that.
I don't know. What? Like, you can go anywhere in the world, and you're going to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, what the hell? I'm just going back to see friends. I don't know. I don't know anybody in Botswana. What the hell am I going to fly there for?
I
Go
don't know.
visit Jason Day's friends down under or something?
Yeah, go to Spain, go to like Cabo, go to
I know this.
Amsterdam, go
There won't be
somewhere.
there won't be anybody on that to tell me, "Hey, stop the flight. Somebody just shat in the seat." No, no, we are going, baby.
Oh yeah, no emergency landings for the private jet, huh?
No.
God, no. What about manservants? Would you have any manservants on board?
I'd have a few. I've had a few
Manservants or
manservants are pretty
stewardesses?
good. Manservants are pretty good on board. When they're captive inside of that plane, they do a good job. I've never had a problem. I've never had a problem with a manservant ever.
What about a flight attendant?
Oh, they are good at knocking that tray into my knee because
Oh,
I get an aisle seat. I think they go out of their way to turn that thing sideways and hit me right square in the leg.
the women do that?
Yeah, even if I've got it, I don't know. It's sort of like them driving a car, I guess. But even though I get my
Whoa.
legs totally underneath the seat and everything else, for some odd reason, that wheel or the side of that cart happens to hit me in the thigh. They just turn it into me on purpose.
Hey, you're
I'm not
saying
going to be dead asleep, and I'm going to get hit by that cart.
you're
Never had a
saying
manservant do that.
female flight attendants drive the cart like they drive cars on the roads?
Yes.
That's what you're saying, huh?
Do they have to be tested at that? I mean, isn't there like a race where they have two separate planes where they run a full cart up the aisle and then back?
That'd be hilarious if that was a thing.
Oh, they've got to have a show that does that stuff, man.
How do you get around the cart though? Like at the end, like if you go there and back, you're pushing it there and running as fast as you can.
But
And
then you got to jump over the seats. You got to go over the top of
I
the
was gonna
seats.
say, yeah, you jump over the cart, you jump over the seats.
Yes,
you got to
you
do
have
that.
to.
Well, that's a real test of athleticism if you're on that deal.
Oh, I took a couple of hits from American Airlines over some what are those biscotti cookies?
Oh yeah,
Hey, give me some biscotti cookies or whatever it is, and bam, right in the, I'm like, oh,
dude,
oh, lady, now I got to go have another surgery. Are you kidding me?
I hate the aisle seat for that
I
exact
love the aisle
reason.
seat. I'm an aisle seat guy. First thing I ask for is an aisle seat.
I'm a
I don't like
window guy.
I don't. The window guy seems to have to piss like 12 times.
So that's
I'm
my
like,
thing. Like I never have to piss on board a plane. So it's like I don't want to get up for people. I know I'm not going to make anybody get up. I want to be able to lean against the side of the plane. Now I guess I have to worry about the freaking side of the plane falling off the plane. Didn't think that was something I had to think about, but I'm a window guy, man. The biggest reason I think is because of that damn cart. I mean,
yeah.
I'm going to tear an ACL from that one day.
Yeah, I think the middle seat people are the ones that have to use the bathroom the most too.
Oh.
Hey, excuse me. I had one to give me twice from Tampa to Dallas, twice. And they got up in succession. It was like, dude, you just went to the bathroom 7 minutes ago. You mean again?
What'd you eat at the airport?
Yeah, really.
Lay off the Taco Bell before an international flight, guy.
You really have this coffee that says Starbucks on it, but it's really not Starbucks coffee on the airlines that they gave you. Did you really drink that black? You just drink that down black and wonder why you're getting up again?
I was going to say, you drink coffee right before a flight and you might be in the bathroom for large portions.
And it takes me an hour to get unbuckled and everything once I'm in that thing, because I am now the person, ever since stuff started falling off the plane, to actually buckle my seatbelt when in flight now. I used to have that thing like open, you know what I'm saying? So I can make a quick getaway if something went down, or if I had to become the air marshal, make a movie and I'm the air marshal, taking out, people trying to take hostages. I go there and I save the plane. Now I'm buckled in. I'm strapped in.
Yeah.
And I get that thing on tight. Now the pieces are falling off the plane. I don't want to shoot out the window because I'm the scarecrow. I'll start flying out the window. I don't have enough weight to hold me in.
You could be in an aisle seat and you're still the guy who's flying out the side of the plane.
No way, man. I'm strapped in there tight too. You know how they and that I don't understand. Why is it part of this that they have to show you how to do this now? Why is that part of the flight instructor's deal now too? The captain, when the captain posts all the things on the plane. Here, buckle it. Here's how to strap it on. I think we should know that by now, right?
Yeah.
I think a 5-year-old knows how to buckle that thing in now.
That's always the start of the speech that you get from those flight attendants, right? They teach you how to do the seat belt, and then they talk about the oxygen masks and Make sure your tray tables are up and your seats are in their upright position. But they always start with the seat belt.
You've never been with anybody who's had enough juice in them that when they start doing that, they're mimicking the whole thing. They're sitting beside you going, strapping in like that, doing this. Here's where the air comes from. You've not had one of your drunk buddies imitate one of those?
No.
Not yet.
I hate when the flight attendants just go over the top. Like they're just trying to be funny. They're just like making jokes or like doing weird gestures when they're going through.
Happy birthday to Edwina, who's having her 50th birthday in the plane.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I want to go down with Edwina today. She just turned 50. She's going down. I'm going down with her. No thanks.
You're going down on 50-year-old Ed Wiener? Ed Wiener? Who is Ed Wiener?
Edwina.
Is that one name or two?
One name, Edwina.
Edwina. Is that a girl?
Yes. I know a girl just named Edwina. Yes.
Why is that her name?
Edwina. I don't know. That's her mom and dad's deal. It wasn't my deal.
Bad deal. Back to the middle seat debate.
Yes.
I feel like people who sit in middle seats want you to be as miserable as they are because nobody wants the middle seat, right?
Because they elbow you out on the side.
They're trying to like bring you down to their level. Like if I have to be in pain and misery during this flight, then I'm going to do a bunch of things that make you feel pain and misery during this flight. I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom a lot. I'm going to steal both of the armrests. Like I'm going to be making a bunch of noise. I'm going to like spread my legs out super far and put my feet into your area. That happens all the time with middle seat people. That's like they're entitled.
I don't like when middle seaters touch knees with me.
Yeah, I don't want anyone touching knees with me. You got like a designed area, a designated area where you can be. Stay in that area. Stay in your lane.
That falls asleep towards my side,
the middle seat guy puts his head on your shoulder.
No, I go head.
Never happened to you?
No, because I go like this, wham, like the Undertaker. I give him that headbutt. No, I use my own head and slam their head and go, oh, sorry, that's my head area there, dude.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guy.
No, middle seater. I haven't had any problems with middle seaters. It's just people that are coming down the aisles, or the person that can't control their kid, they got to walk them up and down the aisle in order to keep them well behaved. They got to tire them out during the flight, so they're flying up and down the aisle. That's when that elbow slips out like your girl in her condom outfit. That's not the condom lady. It's the one who's seeing things where she gets the elbows in the ribs there. Oh. That's kind of soft in there.
This is the one you want to get.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going.
I don't know what was wrong with that one. Was it drugs? Was she a psychic? Was she really seeing the devil sitting in the back? Was she seeing aliens? I mean, space aliens on board?
She's a psycho. I don't know about psychic. She's a psycho. But
no, she would have got the old sharp Bucky elbow coming down the aisle. Oh, you just took out one of my kidneys. Sorry, lady, but you're acting stupid.
She has made that 15 seconds of fame last for a long time.
Has she really? On this show, she has for sure.
She's got 226,000 Twitter followers. Like everybody knows who this girl is now. She's also super hot, which doesn't hurt her cause. But yeah, she's gone viral and stayed viral for that bit.
That's a bad bit. I'll stay unnoticed instead of that bit right there.
Yeah, I mean, don't do that. But I guess good for her for finding a way to elongate her fame a little bit more than she probably deserves. And as our guy Jake says, I could fix her. Yeah, I think I could too.
Yeah, way to go, Jake. You can be the one. I can fix her. There's always that one guy that can fix her, right?
Anyone can be fixed.
Everybody or anyone can be fixed.
He tweeted out on Eclipse Day. I guess that was Monday when the eclipse happened. God, it's been a long week. She said, I want someone to look at me like everybody looks at the eclipse. And there's a bunch of guys in the replies like, I got you.
I will.
I'll do it.
Bunch of sad, sick-ass guys that said, I can do it. I can fix you.
I was like, come on. Yeah, she lives in Dallas. Come on down to Austin one time, Tiffany. I got you.
Yeah, BK will help fix you.
Come on. Happy to.
How old is this woman? This is a grown woman, though. She's got to be in her 30s, late 30s.
I don't know if she's that old. I'd say like early 30s, maybe. Let's see if I could find it. Late 20s, early 30s would be my guess.
30s. She's in her 30s.
Oh, good call. 39.
Yeah.
She was like 33, 34 would have been my guess.
Looking for attention in her late 30s. Hadn't quite found a guy.
Jake says, ain't no fixing Kim.
Oh, there is. There's one person can fix her. That would be me.
Dude, she's going to destroy you.
I would straighten her act out.
No chance, dude. She'd pull you down like this.
Well, you know what that would do to my back? Her pat me on the back. Oh, I'd be down on my knees.
Your head down like that. You'd be cooked.
Come on, man. I'm glad she had her short hair out and she didn't have her weave out or whatever she's got. Her little pieces connected. That's her real hair right there, y'all.
Look at this.
Bang.
Do you work for the Washington Post? You think she hit her with that?
Does anything ever come of that with her? Everything good? She hadn't sued anybody?
No, I don't think so.
She's never going to sue anybody anyway. That's just more publicity for her.
The article wasn't as detailed as people wanted it to be, and it didn't paint her in nearly as bad of a light as I think she and some other folks were expecting. So,
or she deserved.
Yeah, or she probably deserved. It's kind of a nothing burger at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm good. I've been good. I'm now an American Airlines passenger now. Okay.
I'm a full time. Like every flight you book is going to be on American.
Yeah, anytime I can go. If I get to Pennsylvania to see my folks, if I have to go through Chicago or wherever to make it a little round, taking me another hour and a half or 2 hours, I'm going that direction. Not going through Atlanta. And dude, we're going to do stuff with the SEC, and Atlanta's the hub.
It's the SEC championship. I hope we're taking a flight to Atlanta in December.
Book me for a rental, for an enterprise rental ahead of time, because I'll drive.
Let's just do the covert deal again. They gave us a whip to take out to New Orleans.
Absolutely. No. I'm not doing Delta Airlines, because if the wind just blows like it did at Augusta yesterday, they ain't flying. They're canceling. That weather will cancel them.
Yeah.
That's just the way that goes. When you're the hub of an airline like Delta and Atlanta, if something happens up in New York, you're screwed. If you're going through it, the whole East Coast is screwed with them. No, thank you. I'll just call Quinn Ewers. I'll get there.
I was about to say, just get on the PJ. He'll take care of you.
How many of these guys is he going to take care of?
Oh, a lot.
God.
And if that'd be so hard. Like at that age, even at my age now, I feel like I'd abuse the hell out of a private jet if I had access to it. But being in college, and you got all those teammates and your girlfriend and all your boys, you could take them anywhere in the world.
I'm so blessed in so many ways, but I was blessed during coaching that stuff wasn't available at that time. Because R. Williams that guy would have been an NIL deal maniac.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, just a maniac. And would he have done it? Oh, my God, would he have taken advantage of it? You know how many times that dude would have flown out to places like California to see people, or up to Boston and stuff? That guy would have been everywhere. He would have been missing at practices.
Yep.
Oh, it's just been too much to handle. I wouldn't be able to, I'd lose my mind. I would
NIL, social media.
God, I would be saying stuff to kids. They'd be going to other places. I'd have been fired.
Yeah.
You can't talk to him like that. What do you mean I can't talk to him like that? I just did.
And you're no longer with us.
Yeah, you're no longer with us. We'll have somebody that will talk nice and be nice to the guys.
There you go. How about Tom Brady? This is a quote from earlier this week. He was on Deep Cut with Vic Blends. What the hell is that? But he was asked about potentially returning to football. And the question more specifically was, hey, if a team reaches out at some point, maybe midway through the season, like their starter goes down with injury, they're a playoff contending type of team, and they pick up the bat phone and make the call, would you be willing to come out of retirement to play a little bit more? And he said, quote, I'm always going to be in good shape. I'll always be able to throw the ball. So to come in for a little bit like Michael Jordan, I don't know if they would let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. end quote. So Tom Brady, Buck, leaving the door open on a potential comeback.
Yeah, like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan tried to get on the court with some of these young cats right now. They would spike his stuff.
Oh, yeah, not current Michael Jordan. I think he's referring to, Michael Jordan when he came back midway through the season for the Bulls before staying back for a few years. Or maybe he's talking about Wizards Michael Jordan after that comeback. I'm not entirely sure which MJ comeback he's referring to, but I don't think he's insinuating that, like, oh, Michael Jordan is thinking about going back to the NBA at this stage of his life.
Or is he thinking that Michael Jordan could come back and still be okay? I don't think so.
I bet he'd be okay, right? At least okay.
Dude, they'd take the ball from him. They'd be like taking his lunch money from him.
Yeah.
Those young guys that you've been talking about that are now doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
MJ would be a total liability on defense, which feels so weird to say considering he's one of the greatest defensive players ever. But yeah, like he just doesn't have this foot speed or quickness to stay with anybody he'd have to guard. Yeah, I feel like on offense, he could still make some things happen.
Yeah, I would think if you could protect Brady, he'd still be just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the arm was a little noodly in his last year in Tampa, but I think he's still better than 5 to 10, maybe more starting quarterbacks in the NFL. So, like, he's obviously not as good as he was for such a long time, but
I'd just like to see it just to see if it works or not.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Now, Brady, why he said, I don't know if they would let me do it. He's a part owner of the Raiders now. So I don't think you can own a team and then play potentially for another team. Hell, I'm not sure you can own a team and then play for the same team that you own. This isn't semi-pro with Jackie Moon here. So like that might be the issue. I don't know if Brady's going to be allowed if he actually takes ownership stake in a team. Plus he's doing broadcasting as well. So I guess guys leave the booth to come back and play. That's probably the easier thing to avoid. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think Brady's ever going to play again. Maybe this is just Brady wanting people to talk about him a little bit.
Just have something to say, yes.
If he had to play for a month, I wouldn't hate it. I feel like he still has a little gas left in the tank.
Like I said, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, sure. Be an awesome storyline for the NFL, especially if it's like an NFC team too, the weaker conference. There's not great quarterback play. Like, can he in the last month of a season lead a team to a playoff berth and then make a run?
Come in and put Dak Prescott's ass on the bench and take the Cowboys to the Super Bowl?
No, I don't think he's as good as Dak Prescott because Tom Brady's last game was getting beaten down by Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Dak was the runner-up for league MVP. So, no, Tom Brady's not better than Dak at this stage in his life as much as mainstream media might want you to think that that's the case. But, shoot, I think, who's the Raiders starter right now? Aiden O'Connell?
Still the kid from Purdue?
Yeah, give me Tom Brady over that cat. Give me Zach Edey over that cat.
Yeah, just give you some. I mean, we're only talking about a month. We're not talking about playing a whole season.
Right, not a full season, yeah.
If you can you survive with a guy like Tom Brady for 2 games? Probably yes.
Yeah, I think so. Hey, your guy gets hurt in the month of December. It's like, who do we call? Where do we turn? We're a playoff team. We think we had a shot to do something, but our quarterback just went down. Now where do we go? You got a Fox.
I said I would like to see it, but I probably wouldn't want to see it. I don't remember. I don't want to remember that guy going out the way it would end up with guys tearing one of his shoulders off. No thanks. I'd rather see it the way I saw it and remember it that way. I don't want to see him go down in flames. It's almost like watching Tiger. Man, I don't want to see this guy go down in flames.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it feels like.
Speaking of Tiger, what do you got on Tiger right now, BK, on your deal? He's finished obviously with round 1? Did he end up even par?
Let's see on Masters.
I thought if he could stay even par, that was going to be pretty good for him.
So he finished. He finished 1 over, and he's already started his second round. He's played 2 holes and he parred both, so he's 1 over for the championship. Yeah, it sucks. Like because Tiger Woods was in a late group yesterday. Even though he couldn't finish yesterday, he still has to play early today, right? That's how it works. If you play early on day 1, you play late on day 2 and vice versa. So you would think like, all right, Tiger Woods had to finish his opening round on day 2. let's give him a nice break before he has to play his second round.
Nope.
Not how it works.
No, he didn't get to get in a golf cart and they drive him around. He's got to walk the course again for now 16 more holes.
Mm-hmm. So
that's a long day. What's that dude going to feel like Saturday mid-morning when he's got to get up? Wow.
So you got a couple of, DeChambeau and Scheffler haven't teed off yet, but Hogard is through 4 holes today. He's parred the first 4, so he's still 5 under, which is what he was to end yesterday.
Max Homa.
Yeah, he, of course, is playing with Tiger. I guess he's still putting on 2. He parred the first hole, so he's 5 under as well. Yeah, so those are the guys near the top of the leaderboard who are on the course today. I'm trying to think. Is that Cam Davis? Is he Davis? Yeah, Cam Davis got off to a really good start. He got to 5 under at one point today, but doubled 7. So he's now at 3 under for the championship. He's one of the best players on the course right now. So there you go. There's your Masters update. Obviously, more golf throughout the course of the day.
Jason Day changes. Did they say Jason Day changed his outfit?
I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen if Jason Day is still rocking the god-awful sweater vest sponsored by Via 313 or if he is donning something different for round 2.
Wow, what is that? Can you go to the Masters like that? Can you be a patron and walk around like that?
Dude, if I see you wearing that at Mo Willie, I'm going to say something.
What in the hell?
You sure as hell can't be wearing that in this tournament.
Come on, Jason. You know better than that.
Bad bit right there.
His kid made a dare with him. He lost a bet to his kid.
You think so?
Yeah, he told his kid I'd be 3 under, and his kid said, "No, you won't, Dad. If you're not, this is what you're going to have to wear the next morning." And he lost the bet.
No kidding. All right. I got to send an invite real quick. Rodney is out today. It's Wags and Keenan Womack doing the 10 o'clock hour.
Keenan Womack. Is that a new guy on the block? Keenan?
Yeah, he's been on the beat for a while. He's done some coverage of Texas basketball, and he's been in the market for a little bit. So he will be co-piloting with Wags today. Before we get to our last story in Kentucky making a hire for its head basketball coach position, any more sponsors you got to give some love to this morning, Buck?
No, I am all good. Yeah, well, you and I today are going to have lunch. We're going to have a little lunch today, aren't we? At Jack Allen's, which is awesome.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Man, it doesn't matter.
Jack
Lunch.
Allen's, yes. Looking
lunch,
forward.
Brunch. Woo. Love Jack Allen's. I'm going to have myself a little Cobb salad for lunch. I love the Cobb salad there.
There you go. Oh, you're going healthy today?
I'm going healthy today because you know what? Sometime today, I'm getting to Dairy Queen. I haven't had a blizzard in over 3 months. That's about that. And I'm getting a large blizzard, not a medium size. I'm getting the one that comes over the top. It spills down into your lap. I'm going blizzard.
I feel like you can. If you get a salad for lunch, that means you can eat whatever else you want, right? Those are the rules. If you eat something healthy like that, then you can be as unhealthy as you would like for the rest of the day. It's the same thing with working out. Like if you hit the gym, then you can eat whatever the hell you want because it's offset by your time at the gym.
That's a pretty good thought, but I've been doing some pretty good eating. I've been doing some good stuff. Lots of chicken, lots of pasta, not a lot of sweets, no candy bars. Just had a Reese's the other day. Just got off of that kick the other day. No soda, 0 soda.
There you
go. Which is, Olipop, yes. Soda, absolutely not. Lots of water, lots of getting up in the middle of the night, going to the bathroom, but getting it done the right way. But I can't. The Dairy Queen thing, it's time. I got to have ice cream.
That's the best.
About ice cream.
I mean, that's the best restaurant dessert you could find. I'm not just talking about fast food joints, too. I'm talking about like any restaurant. There's no better dessert than the DQ Blizzard. All the great flavors that they have, too. I mean, which one are you going with? Did you already say?
I'm always the banana split Blizzard with all the mixings in one.
Oh,
I'm good with that. I know a lot of people like the Reese's and all that stuff, or the cookies and cream. I'm a banana split Blizzard guy. I want it all. I want the strawberries, the banana. I want it all crushed into one so that I can have it. But large is generally okay. I mean, medium is generally okay. I'm going large. And if they got an XL, I'll do that.
Yeah. Damn, you're going in today.
yes, I'm diving into some ice cream. I haven't had ice cream in a while, so, and I love ice cream, and that's not a good thing because you know me, I could get you, I can get a pint a day if need be until I just start floating away till the scarecrow becomes the fat man. But I can't do that. That's not good for me. So today is the day. Friday banana split blizzard.
I might join you.
I gotta find one of my best Dairy Queens. You know, they closed the one in Dripping Springs, the one in the main drag, hadn't been open for a year. They keep talking about construction, and I don't know what that's going to become. I don't want to become a halfway house or whatever the hell it is up on 290, but it's not going to be a Dairy Queen anymore. And the closest one to me from there is now the one near Johnson City almost to get there. I'm serious.
That's a trek.
Yeah, that's too far of a trek to go.
It's worth it every once in a while. I mean, it's a DQ blizzard, man. Like you can make that drive.
Well, I'll go. I'll make that drive. I mean, I can get down there in 20 minutes from here, from Dripping. I should go and just get it done.
Make sure they turn it over.
Dude, I told you about the one in Dripping. The first time I went to it, the girl turned it over and it fell out. And
no way.
Oh, yeah. And I go, so where do we go from here? I said, where do we go from here?
Where did it fall? Like in between the window and the car?
Yeah, the car. She did that deal. And I guess she must have put a little behind it. Like that was maybe her first time doing it. She didn't slowly do it. She did it real quick. And I think went boing. And I'm like, okay, where do we go from here? She goes, just pull around. I'll make you another one. I'm like,
nope. She said, eat it as it lies.
Go scoop that bad boy up.
Sorry, that's your order. You saw it.
And so every time I'm waiting for another one of those to happen because I got to be the only one that thing has ever happened to. I would have been pissed if that thing would have gone through the window and into the front seat. It was the funniest. But she didn't laugh. I didn't laugh either. I just said, hey, what are we going to do?
Yeah, she's got to make you another one. It's as simple as that.
And that wasn't for free. I'd already paid for it.
Yeah.
So I didn't get a freebie out of that deal.
Oh, yeah, you'd already paid. So
she thought she was cool. She was a newbie. There must be a way you're supposed to do that. You're not supposed to jam it down like
right. Yeah. If you like shake it, it's gonna fall out.
Yeah. Well, that thing went plop. Like, yeah. Nice. So like me with the baked potato and the aluminum foil.
Okay. Moving on from that. I see the fellas in the waiting room. We've got Wags with us this morning. No double R today, so making his TSU debut, the great Keenan Womack, aka
What's up, gentlemen?
Mr. 5 lunch break. What's the I see that as a part of your Twitter bio as well. What's the origin behind the Mr. 5 lunch break nickname?
It was like a fake rapper name. Like between me and my friends, we started like a fake rap group and we all had rap names and that was mine. And I just stuck with it because that's me as a guy. I take 5 lunch breaks. You know me.
Nice.
Never work too hard. Never work too hard.
Was this in high school? When were you doing this rapping?
I wasn't actually rapping.
Just
it was a joke. I can't rap.
What do you like, Flava Flav? You're just the hype man. You're just running around yelling shit.
That's kind of my role in life is the hype man.
Love it, man.
Oh man, what's
everybody has a role, bro?
How are you, Bucky?
I'm doing good, man. Good to have you.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be on.
Wags, what's the deal? Yeah.
Wags, you doing good?
Guys? Not much. I stayed my ass up till about 5 a.m. last night watching some stupid series, so I'm just doing great.
What'd you watch?
What'd you watch? The Night Manager?
The entire series. They released all episodes in one night. I got them out in 2 nights. Got them done in 2 nights.
Yeah, is it good? I heard it was good.
It's fantastic. It's absolutely sensational. There's already a setup for next season too. So it is bravo.
Better than The Wire.
Oh man, that's tough, man.
I know you're a Wire guy.
Wire's the best show. Wire and Sopranos are the best ever made.
Yeah, the Wire's the man. I got The Wire above Sopranos. And maybe it's just because I'm from Baltimore, but I mean, I got The Wire above Sopranos.
Totally valid, yeah.
Still for me, Breaking Bad is my all-time best.
That's right up there too, man. It's a classic.
I can't even believe that was on AMC. That's the thing too. Like that was so damn good, and it was on regular television.
Yeah, it was really advanced.
Do you ever go back to Breaking Bad? I mean, because I never. Knowing Jonathan Banks, I've never seen Better Call Saul, and he's still
Mike on there. So here's the thing, right? like Breaking Bad is one of those shows. If it's on and I stumble across it, I can't turn it off.
Really?
You know, it's one of those shows where you just can't. Oh, well, I'm not going to turn this damn thing. Like, this is one of my favorite episodes, man. You know, like that. It's got that appeal. It's got that appointment viewing still to it.
Yeah.
Even though it's a rerun.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, do I go back to that, give it a couple more years, and then go back to the beginning of that? Because I watched that with my wife when I first met her. So I'm thinking that would be one for us to do, a summertime deal to watch. Because if I want to see all that shit now, I just turn on Court TV. I get all of that all day long on Court TV. I watch. That thing is, let me tell you something. There are some miserable son of a bitches out here in this world.
Yeah.
And there's some deceit and some greed and some murdering and some take advantage of kids. And I mean, that Court TV has stuff that I'm like, did people really do this to other people?
I know.
All the
It's all
time?
in Florida. It's all done in Florida mostly.
Yeah, or in Idaho or something.
Way
I
to
mean,
go,
it's crazy.
Idaho! Oh,
That's a
Listen,
great
boys, have a good
Florida man
weekend. Y'all be
story.
safe. It's time for me
Later,
to watch
Buck.
the Masters.
Slow
BK, see you
down,
later.
man. How's
Later,
Buck doing
Bucky.
after the first day of the Masters? Is Buck sore? Keenan, and there we go, man. We're off and at it, man. It is Chaos Theory. Welcome to it. Oh, they just switched it up. I'm going to switch it up. Welcome to Chaos Theory, everybody. You guys know the drill. Rodney's not here today, so Keenan's stepping in for him. We got Keenan from draftpunk.com. Make sure you guys check that out. Yeah, you know your favorite band, Daft Punk. Just put an R in that bad boy. Draftpunk.com.
You got it.
Yeah, that's all you do. You just add the R.
Draftpunkofficial.substack is the
Draftpunk.
official.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the official website there. Anyways, you can follow Keenan on Twitter there at the Keenan, or it's not the Keenan Womack, it's just Keenan Womack.
It's at Keenan Womack. I write for SI as well. I write 3 pieces a week for Sports Illustrated. So.
All over the place. My guy is just making splashes all over the place. You can find me on Twitter, Not the Fake Wags, and on Instagram at the Wagner Wire. You guys know the drill. Make sure you're hitting us up on that code of text line if you are mobile. 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and tell 5 friends, like our guy Harge says over there at the Zone. Keenan, my guy, it's so good to have you back on the show. It's so good to have your face in front of me, dude, and get to chop it up with you. We got a lot on the plate today, man. We'll talk some NBA because I know that's your forte. But also, man, I'd love to talk to you about recruiting as well. You're in on that. Yeah. Shit, man, we only got an hour and we got a lot to talk about.
We got a lot to talk about. We could fill a few hours. No question.
Right? No kidding, man. So, anyways, dude, how the hell have you been, man? What have you been up to?
So, I am working at a tech company part-time, and then I'm working at doing stuff for SI part-time. Well, actually the tech job is pretty much full-time, but yeah.
Well, how do you like tech?
It's not bad, dude. It's like a very chill job. It's you know,
Agile
it's not too demanding
and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's not too demanding. It's pretty reasonable. It pays well. It's a good stopgap gig, I guess.
It's a different vibe, is it not?
In between sports writing and broadcasting gigs, you know, you sometimes have to do other stuff. And
sure.
Right now.
Broadcasting and writing is a labor of love. Everybody
100%. Right? Yeah. You got to do other stuff sometimes to help support that. But I'm just really grateful I get to do it again.
Yeah, man. Well, it's great to have you back. So, I mean, I'm curious. Of course, you know, I'm a tech guy. What are you doing in tech?
I'm working for a company that contracts employees out to Apple, and we just do work for them. Yeah, it's not very interesting.
So, any tech is good tech for me. Like, especially if you're.
No, I feel you. You're a tech
world, man. All right, so what do you want to get into first? You want to dive into the NBA? You want to talk a little baseball? You got any recruiting you want to get in?
I kind of had something I wanted to talk about with the Kentucky hiring their new coach and Arkansas hiring Calipari.
Are you shocked that Cal exited stage right this year? I mean, it felt like it was coming for the past couple of seasons, right?
Yeah, I'm not surprised he left. I am surprised under these circumstances which he left, and I'm surprised that he went to Arkansas. Because Kentucky and Arkansas, no love lost between those guys, right? They're old school SEC teams. These guys have hated each other. I mean, I know Arkansas was Southwest Conference until like the mid 90s or whatever, but you know, it's one of those things where Calipari built an entire culture there, and he built a culture of developing dudes and getting them into the NBA. Well, developing is kind of a buzzword, but you know, The question to me,
Kentucky, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but Arkansas and Kentucky had a bout back in the day against each other, right? Like even
I'm
like
sure,
right when
yeah.
Arkansas entered the SEC, I believe
They were great in the 90s.
Right.
Both teams were. So I'm sure they battled a lot of times then in the tournament or whatever. But Arkansas won it all in 96, and that was the last time, or that was their last championship. But their fans are kind of already celebrating like they already won the Final Four, and it's like, maybe tap the brakes like a little bit.
Yeah, just
I don't
hold it
know.
up a little bit. Buddy.
It's like, I don't know, man. He hasn't coached a game yet. He kind of looked like he was mailing it in at the end there at Kentucky. I don't know. I wouldn't be
say like a change of scenery is good for somebody, or
definitely,
a new crowd is good for you to have your words fall on their ears instead of deaf ears or some shit like that.
Yeah, well, it's like Shaka Smart did the same thing basically when he went to Marquette.
Yeah, and it seems like it worked out pretty damn well for Shaka Smart going up to Marquette, right?
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand why he was such a failure at Texas, because
maybe it's Texas.
This Marquette team this year had 3 NBA dudes on it. He got 3 NBA dudes on that team. He had Cam Jones.
Oh, yeah.
He had Tyler Kolek. He had Oso Ighodaro. All 3 of those dudes are going to play in the NBA. And he got them pretty far. And I don't think he won a single tournament game at Texas. I don't think he ever won. I think he went to the tournament 3 times and lost in the first round.
Well, that's the question that I want to pose to you. Is it Shaka or is it Texas? Because it feels like it's really hard to win here.
I don't know. I mean, they made the Elite 8 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, consistently, sure. Like, the problem is the DFW area is probably the best fertile basketball ground maybe in the world, right? The amount of top 15 picks. That
anybody that's been to an AAU tournament up there will tell you firsthand that.
Duncanville and like all of the high schools in the Dallas-Fort Worth area are highly competitive with basketball. Kimball, it's so, like, for example, Rylan Griffin last night, Alabama guard wing, entered the transfer portal. He was Cason Wallace's backcourt mate at Richardson High School in Dallas. So I don't know where he'll end up, but yeah, so you go to these tournaments and it's just like, Texas is finally taking advantage of some of these studs from Dallas. They got Trey Johnson coming in this year, right? And that was a thing that I was concerned about, is they can't keep missing on these in-state prospects. That's how you build. Right. That's how you fill out your roster. I love that they went and got Kendall Weaver off of UT Arlington last year. Thought that was a great pickup. He played a major role this year, I think they should really, obviously Rodney Terry knows this better than I do, but just I'd put a laser focus on Dallas-Fort Worth. There's just so much talent that comes out of there every year.
Well, see, here's the caveat to having like all that, and it's funny because we're talking about John Calipari, right? It seems like Kentucky always built like the whole one and done system, right? Or like they always had like a good fresh crop of freshmen coming in, and then boom, before they don't even think about staying as sophomores, they're up into the association at a blink of an eye, right? Like, sure, that's great for your team, but at also like from the counter standpoint, you kind of want that veteran leadership and the continuity on your team so that you can make deep runs. Because sure, the talent's fantastic, but at the end of the day, sometimes, Keenan, I think that the coaching and schemes outdo the pros are better than the Joes. You know what I mean? It seems like the schemes are better than the talent that's on the floor at sometimes.
I would say, like, with them in particular too, like with Kentucky basketball, like last year they had 2 top 7 picks on their team, right? They had Reed Shepherd and they had Rob Dillingham, both of whom
Dillingham top 3, you'd think.
I don't know. Here's the thing. This is my area of real expertise, is NBA draft stuff, because I write about the draft all the time. But I would say Dillingham's biggest problem is that he is really small and he can't defend at all. He's like Trae Young on defense. So
liability.
He's like Lou Williams on offense, kind of, like maybe Brandon Jennings, maybe Bones Highland, something like that. Just kind of a smaller, undersized guard who's really dynamic and can handle and finish, but he can't defend, at all. The thing that was really unforgivable this year for Kentucky was that Reed Shepherd didn't start. Reed Shepherd had by far the best offensive and defensive ratings on that team. He is a fantastic player.
Shepherd started over Dillingham for the first part of the season. Though,
he didn't start. Neither of them started.
Oh,
Reed
okay.
started. Yeah, they both came off the bench. And Shepherd's going to be a top 6 pick. Same with Dillingham, probably. This is such a weird draft, man. Like every time I think I like a guy, he declares that he's going back to college. So it's weird.
How do you see Zach Edey transferring into the NBA? Do you think his game will actually compute and actually play in the NBA? I mean, it looks, because to me, look, sure, you're a foot or you're half a foot taller than your opposition, right? Or anybody that's going to see or try to match up with you in the paint. And pretty much the size, besides DJ Williams, I didn't see too many people that had the physicality and the body size to kind of even throw a 7'4" dude around, right? Or even try and box a 7'4" dude out, right? Now, look, Klingon looked fantastic. He looked like he had it figured out in the final in the championship game.
Top 5 pick.
But besides that, like, I mean, hell, dude, like, he's so dominant because of his size, right? And don't tell me he's not tall, Jay, right? I'm looking at him. He's cutting the damn basket. He's cutting the net down without standing on the damn ladder. He's tall, Jay, right? He's missing buddies at the lane. He's missing little baby hooks at the lane. My problem with Zach Edey is he's so big and dominant, but when you're at that professional level, you need to have the speed with that physicality and that size too, right? The footwork just ain't there, Keenan. It looks like he's got 2 left feet.
Yeah, so
he can shoot from the mid-range. Like, if he's uncontested, he can hit a free throw. He can, but he does struggle with some contested shots right there at the basket, right there for bunnies, man. It looks like he misses a few baby hooks that usually, you know, the pros right now, of course, the pros right now are going to hit him because they get to practice it every damn day. But Keenan, I don't care if it's contested or not. Somebody's a half a foot taller than you, and you're right there at the basket. If you're not dunking that, that's an issue.
Here's Zach Edey is basically Enes Kanter.
Okay. That's a really good comp. That's a really good comp.
It's like
that's so good.
He loves to, what's his name? Enes Kanter, now known as Enes Freedom. He's like I don't know what his deal is. He's like
he's a voice.
Political guy. He's very annoying. Very annoying. But he just trash talks LeBron all the time, and it's like, dude, you got played off the floor. But literally, he was trash talking Devin Booker on Twitter, and Devin Booker just responded with a facepalm emoji, and it just said, "Pick and roll right 0-0 every time." He just can't defend. Edey can't defend the pick and roll, man. He's not going to be able to.
Absolute liability in the paint. Enes is, yes, and that's how I feel like Edey's going to be too, right? He's going to get lost in the shuffle a lot of times. He's not going to be able to get through and try and fight back, to work on those slip screens. Man, he's got some talent.
He's talented on offense.
Yeah, he's got some talent on offense. You can't deny that. But dude, he is going to get eaten alive in the NBA until he gets his speed down.
I don't know that he can. Like, when you're that big, you've been moving as a big person for your whole life. I don't know if you can adjust that at this point, you know?
So, yeah, I mean, maybe you
do like backup center at best.
Okay. Maybe you do like some dance moves, or you try and get yourself a little bit of a, you know, you do, what do they call it? The Simba? It's not, what is the Samba? Is it the Samba? The meringue, I don't know. I don't know my damn dance moves. I don't know my dance steps. Anyways, you got to take some lessons, man. You got to get your footwork agile a little bit, dude.
I mean, just look at the footwork of a guy like Klingon, who, I mean,
you already mentioned it, top 5. So
yeah, he's top 5. Yeah. And I had him like 10 a month ago, and now
why the Insurgents? Just because of the strong tournament play? I mean,
strong tournament play. He's a drop big, which is sort of a dying archetype in the NBA. But I mean, he's just so physically strong. He can kind of rim run a little bit. He's not super fast, but he's fairly agile. He doesn't have the problem that Edey has, where he's like slow laterally. That's
if he gets speed, he can rotate back and make up.
Yes, yeah, he can play switch. Occasional. Well, actually, Clean doesn't need to switch. Edey definitely can't. Right. But yeah, I mean, Klingon is the type of guy. He's kind of like, I always compare Klingon to Ivica Zubats from the Clippers. Big Serbian center. I think he's Serbian or Ukrainian or something. And but I mean, he put up like 15 and 12 for his career. Like that's super valuable. So I think a perfect fit for a guy like Klingon would be, well, it depends because the draft order hasn't really shaken out yet completely. So I don't know. Whoever needs like a rebounding and post defense, like if the Mavericks didn't have Gafford,
I'll tell you right now, Washington, the Wizards.
The Wizards might pick him, yeah. But I think if I'm the Wizards, I go with Alex Sarr, because I think the Wizards are going to have the number 1 pick probably. I'd go with Alex
Wizards
Sarr.
need a lot more help than that.
Yeah, well, this draft isn't really a draft to build around. It's a draft to build with, kind of. Like your best players in this draft are probably going to be ancillary pieces as opposed to like getting a piece that is your main piece.
That's a good point. Complementary pieces out of this draft instead of just hero ball, right?
I can't think of a single guy in this draft that is for sure going to be an all-star. Like none of them.
Damn.
There could be all-stars. I'm not saying there won't be,
There's
but like
there, but yeah.
It's not obvious yet. It's not obvious. It's the Ignite thing really complicated basketball for a lot of these kids, man, because like I like the idea of Ignite, and I think they did an okay job executing it. But first of all, I'm friends with Dink Pate, whose dad is a football coach at UNLV, and Dink Pate plays for Ignite, and he signed a 2-year deal with Ignite, and then they folded. So he's like kind of SOL now. They're gonna help him out, obviously, but like, when you play for Ignite, you're playing with a bunch of mercenaries, man.
Sure.
You're playing with a bunch of dudes who you're going to play with for maybe a year. You're playing with a bunch of dudes who are 18, and you're playing against guys who have been in the NBA for 8, 9, 10 years. So it's really hard to win. Ignite, I think, won 2 out of their 30 games this year because they were getting just destroyed by other G League teams, because the G League is all
people don't realize, even G League players, like people don't realize how talented G League players
G League teams would destroy college teams. I mean, absolutely dismantle college teams. And European teams would dismantle college teams too. And that's what the whole irony was with the Luka Doncic thing a few years ago. They're like, the joke, right? It's like, yeah, he did it against the German national team, but can he do it against Lehigh? It's like, why are we applying this? Yeah. Why are we applying this to this? Yeah.
He did it against professionals that have to practice that every day, every minute of the day.
They're better than Oregon State. I'm sorry. They are.
Yeah, I always loved that poll, that comp when they were talking about Luka. Well, he's played in European League, but will that transfer over to the American Association?
Better.
Yeah.
It's literally easier to score in America than it is in the EuroLeague because there's no 3 seconds in the EuroLeague.
No defense in America.
Mac Edey would be amazing in EuroLeague. He wouldn't have to move at all. You just put him in the paint, just camp him out, block stuff. Be great.
Right. Hey, we just spoke about it. Let's get into the NBA too. We've been talking about the draft. Let's get into the NBA because it's winding down.
Yeah.
We got probably like a week until we get into the playoffs here.
Mm-hmm.
First off, surprises of the season.
My Mavericks.
Okay. All right.
I think that'd be.
Is it because of Batman? Are you guys going to be able to make a strong push without Lively?
He'll be back for the playoffs.
Okay.
He'll be back in like a week, but luckily they signed Gafford, or when they traded for Gafford and PJ Washington in the Charlotte deal, that was super helpful for their depth because the Mavericks are good at everything now, except for they don't excel at perimeter defense. But PJ Washington is a good perimeter defender. He's probably their best perimeter defender now, followed by Josh Green, I would say.
Green's a stud.
Yeah, I like Green. He's just really inconsistent on the offensive end. But, I mean, honestly, I think I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a trade package this offseason involving him, Tim Hardaway, and Jaden Hardy. They're probably going to trade all 3 of those guys for something.
I don't know.
Because
Like
they
when
all
I
have
watch
kind of
Green
overlap.
play, I feel like I'm watching like Payne or somebody for like a couple of years ago when they were on Phoenix, just trying, contributing a good, like giving good minutes on defense or whatnot,
Yeah.
and hitting a shot or two if they have to on the offensive end. But really, man, I feel like Green's going to step into his role maybe in the next team that he lands on.
Yeah.
Or maybe, if he is able to stay at Dallas in a couple of seasons, I feel like Green's going to step into the actual role that he should be.
Well, his archetype is attractive, right? He's kind of a guard wing combo, very athletic, can shoot corner threes, but he can't really shoot off the dribble.
He can't get his own shot. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't really get his own shot, but he has a role somewhere. I just don't know that it's in Dallas. I like Josh, but they picked him over, the next two picks on the draft were
I
after
can't remember.
Desmond Bane and Tyrese Maxey.
Bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who knew that Maxey was going to be doing what he's doing up in Philly, though?
I mean, he was a lot better in college than Josh was. He's just younger. And they were like, I guess they wanted the experience. I don't know why they didn't pick. I would have rather had Desmond Bane. He's a Dallas kid, too. And they needed an off guard. Now they have Kyrie, so they don't need him. But Bane can play a little wing, too. So I don't know. I another Dallas guy, man. The Dallas area is just unbelievable with creating talent. I mean, just crazy.
Flowing with it, man. Flowing with talent. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the Mavericks. The problem with the Mavericks is that they're in the West. You know what I mean? Like if they were in the East, they'd probably steam. Roll through the damn East. The only team that's even batting my eye or making me, give any type of recollection or pause for the West. Anyways, it's just Boston, right?
Yeah.
But hell, like
nobody else cares.
I feel like Boston's going to struggle Boston's going to struggle with at least three teams in a best of series format from the West, right? Like the West is just that dominant. And honestly, like if we're really talking about meat and potatoes here, I mean, and I mentioned this, the past couple of weeks. If you're really trying to beat Denver in a 7-game series, like it's damn near impossible. They're just that loaded. They're that talented. If there's a team to do that, man, I think Dallas has or Oklahoma. Like Oklahoma can battle. They got some size up front in the front court that can kind of give Jokic a little bit of a contested shots, maybe just a little bit, but hell, it's fucking Nikola Jokic. Like that's the thing. Like, how do you stop it? He's so damn impossible to stop. And if you double him and double down on him, hell, man, he's just gonna kick it out to Murray or Porter Jr. is gonna come along and hit a shot somewhere, or Aaron Gordon's gonna show up out of nowhere and stuff it down. Like they're loaded, man. They just got really good key contributors too outside of their hero ball players.
Yeah, I mean, you have this engine of all engines in Jokic, but you also have Jamal Murray, you have Aaron Gordon, you have Christian Brown, who's been a great addition to the team. He's part of that Kansas national championship team in 2022. I mean, they just have a bunch of dudes that contribute in a lot of ways. And they also, the other thing that I think is important about them is they buy into their roles, and they're not complaining about.
They buy into what?
They buy into their roles. You know what I mean? Like they like believe in the.
They sell out. They
100%
sell out to the roles. 100%.
And that's like amazing if you're a coach that you can get your.
It's like they're the fucking Patriots of NBA. You know
what I
mean? Like, just
or the Astros.
Just do the little things right, and the big things will take care of itself.
As much as I hate to give the Astros credit, I have to. They're great. How about your Orioles, man?
Hey, man, you got your broom out. You got your broom out, sweeping the Red Sox there, my guy. Jackson Holiday coming up there, but no, I mean, it was Crozier that was stealing the show there from Jackson Holiday. 2 bombs last night. The biggest one, a big fly in the damn in extra innings or whatnot. And that's kind of when, again, like all last week, I've been sitting here saying that I hate the ghost runner in extra innings, but of course, the ghost, I can't stand it, but it helped out last night. And when it's on my side, I'm a fan of it. You know what I mean? So,
it's just funny to me that of all sports, baseball is without question the most like reliant on its traditions, and like their baseball writers are so like, shouts out Joe Cook, my boy. He's a baseball writer, and I read some of the stuff the other baseball writers say, and they're so pompous. Not the Austin area ones. They're cool. I'm talking about like the dudes who've been writing about it for 50 years, They're very
I feel like
that guy's into the Hall of Fame and just.
I feel like golf and baseball, you're usually a really pretentious writer. Are you?
Yeah, yeah. But there's also some very funny, like, who's the main ESPN golf guy? The big black dude who wears Hawaiian shirts. That guy's awesome.
I can't. With the beard, I can't.
Yeah, that guy rules. That guy's a golf reporter. He seems like the chillest guy ever. But yeah, no.
Yeah, when it comes to golf, man, I can't remember his name, but usually that's the aficionado, right? Or it's SVP.
Yeah, SVP's. He's a Maryland guy too. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Maryland dude. Yeah,
that's your dude.
That is the guy that inspired me to get into journalism.
No way.
Yeah, 100%,
that's awesome,
man. 100%. I remember him and Stu back in the day, man.
Yeah, man.
So
that's a squad.
And Neil Everett, nights watching him. Hey, how's it? You know what I mean?
Dan Barrett, all those guys.
Oh, Barrett. Oh, yeah, dude. Great line. See, that's my era of that. I guess that's my wheelhouse of Sports Center, right? Like watching, I mean, hell, just like watching reruns over and over until like 3 a.m. until you fall asleep, right?
Oh, like, yeah, you're like 7 beers deep after class, and you're just like,
yeah, bro, you can't turn it off.
Watch
it play. You look over and your roommate's fucking already passed out or whatnot.
Yeah,
you missed it, man. You missed it.
Just wake up every 20 minutes. Oh yeah, the Athletics lost. Fall back to sleep.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, well, how about your Rangers though, man? We talked about my Birds, man. Let's get about your Rangers, dude.
Dude, I'm always down to talk my Rangers. Not a great series against the A's. That's pretty.
No. I mean, but Bucci locked in his 2100th victory, right?
Yeah.
Career victory.
Very cool.
That's one little caveat that you get to take from the series.
I'm beyond grateful for that man. Like that guy.
Now, you want to talk about being 7 beers deep. I joke about this a lot, but if there's a manager that you could roll around with and go to a bar,
he'd be awesome.
All of baseball, it probably would be Bruce Bochy, right?
I don't know. I'd want Ozzie Guillen so he'd fight people.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to go with Boch for the stories, right?
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? Like Ozzie, you know you're gonna tear up the damn bar.
A bar fight's happening.
Yeah. You're gonna have to bail Ozzie out. That's probably the big thing, right? Or he's gonna talk his shit, and you're gonna have to be pulling him away, or he's gonna get you into trouble, right? But the story would be Boch. Like he would be the guy that would just give you all the damn. You'd have the patrons at the end of the bar buying you beers, right? Instead of you buying the local patrons beer, you're buying beers for fucking Boch and shit like that. It's the story, and probably a double of Jack at every.
Oh yeah,
go to, man. Is he a Jack guy or is he a beer guy? You think
Boch like a beer guy
is a booze dude?
Seems like a beer guy. Seems like he'd crush like 15 light beers.
Yeah, man. I gotta go to the K to get me a case real quick. Hold on.
I gotta go to the Valero to buy some Modelo.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where he's going to. He's going to the corner store. He ain't going to the damn liquor. He ain't going to Specs or he ain't going to Twins. He's going to the corner store.
He's not going to a nice liquor store. He's going to the corner store.
Right. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Yeah. He's one of the he's like one of the true spirits. You want to talk about purists. You want to talk about old heads in baseball. Like,
oh yeah.
That's a good old head in baseball.
Yes. And Ron Washington's another good old head in baseball.
Who?
Ron Washington.
Oh yeah, Ron. Oh yeah, and Ron, out there in Anaheim, man, getting it busy for the Halos out there, man. That's another dude. Like, so here's the thing: you could go party with Boch, but if you went and partied with Ron, you're probably going to jail.
Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble.
You're gonna go to jail, and you know what? Ron's gonna be laughing the entire way with you. You know what I mean? He ain't gonna let you, go out there on your own, man. He's probably gonna be leading. He's probably gonna be calling up the party dudes. You know what I mean? Hey, let me get the real stuff here.
I see Ron as kind of a like you got the devil on each shoulder. He could be either one.
Oh yeah,
depending on the day. Yeah, you don't know what you're going to get.
Reasoning and the voice of rationale, and he's also the voice of a good time, a really good, the white devil.
Nobody has a good time like that man. And honestly, though, I like we joke, but mad respect.
Oh, baseball time. The baseball acumen of that dude is exceptional.
He overcame like a cocaine addiction, so respect to him for that.
Right, I say it tongue in cheek, man, but I
know you are. I'm not. Yeah. I know you're not being like. I just love the guy. He did so much for the Rangers organization, and he's really like saved his life. It's pretty cool.
Right on, man. All right, before we get back into basketball, let me tell you guys about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. If you have, an idea, or if you don't have an idea of what you want, go to the website that they have and look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years. I guarantee you'll get an idea, whether it's the 2 TVs that I have behind me or the arcade units or the 4 TVs that BK has at his house. It's all deadly, man. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Masters going down, and apparently Tiger did birdie on the 3rd hole today. So,
Really?
yeah, we got confirmation. We got some people, chirping up and talking about that, and then chat as well. So, yeah, Tiger looks good. Who was your most? Did you watch any of the Masters first round yesterday?
Yeah, I watched some of it, but I'm playing Calcutta this year. Do you know what that is?
Well, yeah, look at you. How did you get that?
Fraternity from college. We do it every year. We do it with some guys from UT, some guys from my friends' law school.
Play?
You want to jump in? Yeah, text me.
No. Can you play? Can you like?
Oh,
can you actually,
oh no,
you
hell no.
play?
I like to gamble on it though.
Right.
I'm a
But
gambling
no,
man.
are you good? My Keenan, my question that I'm asking: are you any good at golf?
No, no, God no, no, absolutely not. Every time I've played golf, I just it's just fun to like drive around in the cart and be on the course and
Yeah, usually if I'm on the golf
shit.
course with you, you know that I'm on the course because you can smell. There's Wagner. I can smell Wagner. There he is.
Why you smell like Miller Lite or something?
No, you can usually smell like another wafty cloud of something else.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hot.
Oh, what's that? What's
Playing
that
golf is
cloud coming
hot,
back
brother.
from the back 9 there? Oh, that's Wagner. There he is. Oh, okay.
That's the thing. I have a very Texas A&M like back half 9 every time I play. Like I'll have like an okay first 9, and then it just everything falls apart.
Just throwing your shoes into the.
I basically just quit after hole 12. I'm just like, all right, I've had enough of this today.
So, all right, this is the thing about golf, right? One day you'll go out there, you'll hit like a 107.
Yeah, and you're like, okay.
No, actually, that I'm kind of like pissed off if I hit a 107 now. So,
oh, I was talking through the first 9 holes. I'd be.
Oh no, like so, Keenan, like I've taken a step into my game. I'm in the 90s now. I'm a 90s golfer.
No way.
Yeah,
dude, that's awesome. Where do you play?
I am a consistent 90s golfer. Now, the highest I've gotten is 91, but I'm consistently between 97 and 94, man. Like I have figured something
really
out.
good,
I don't
man.
know what it and dude, for 20, this is not an embellishment. For 20 years, I was easily around 120 to like 110. I couldn't even get out of that range. Out of that range.
That's where I'm at.
I don't know what it just clicked. All of a sudden, like I don't try and outmuscle the ball. I don't try and overswing. I let the fucking club do the work. That's it.
Yeah, and I
don't have customized clubs or anything like that. And that's the thing too. Like when you start hitting really good, when you get into the 90s, you're like, all right, now I'm going to treat myself. Now I'm going to go get myself some really good clubs and go get measured and sized up. I still haven't done that yet, man.
Yeah, it's like I teach drum lessons, and my rule to the parents was they got to do 6 months before they get a kit. They got to practice for 6 months doing something else.
That's a good prereq. That's a good prereq.
And the kid did it, so now he has a kit, and he's really good. But yeah, man, I kind of want to jump back into Mavericks real quick. If that's okay.
Sure, go ahead. We can get into the Masters, but
let's around the corner,
yeah, for sure.
We can jump into the Masters right after this, but so I think the Mavericks.
We got 2 more days to talk about the Masters.
Yeah, we do. Clippers versus Mavericks first round, I think, is what we're gonna get. I think it's already established, right?
Yeah.
I think
yes.
Yeah. So I think for the first time ever, this is a good matchup for Dallas. For the first time ever. Because the last few times they've played, Kawhi and PG have just wreaked havoc. Dallas has one guy who can score. I mean, in game 7 of the last Clippers series, he scored 46 and dished 14 dimes, and they lost by 20. So he has a team now, right? He has 2 really good centers who can catch lobs and defend the paint and run the floor. He's got another guy that can create his own shot, shoot off the bounce, and Kyrie Irving. He's got some spot-up shooters. PJ's been off, but he can technically hit spot-up threes. Tim Hardaway Jr. can hit spot-up threes. They're going to have to get lucky to make the finals. or really make the Western Conference Finals, but I think they could make the Western Conference Finals pretty reasonably this year.
Lively coming back. You figure like Green gives you decent minutes too, right? Green, we talked about
Green.
Green, minutes. I'm looking at how deep the Mavericks get, because honestly, like the Clippers don't concern me. I see the Mavericks getting past the Clippers, that's for sure.
Yeah, me too.
My question when I get to anybody in the West is like, is this squad deep enough to take on Denver? Like that's usually what it all comes down to when I'm trying to break down like the West, right? Like,
yeah.
And right now what I'm seeing is you got 5 scorers that give you double, that can get in double digits for scoring, right? But yeah. I mean, how are you gonna? How's your differential going to be at the cup, right? In the front court, like how are you going to be able to stop somebody like Jokic? How are you going to be able to stop another dominant figure? Hell, if you do get to the finals and you see a Boston, like, but we sleep on Boston, but Zinger's doing some pretty decent stuff for Boston too, right? On the defensive side,
they're using him right.
Well, it seems like the first team that ever used him right.
They're posting him up. I don't know why nobody
instead of letting him be the unicorn on the wing. Yeah,
he didn't post up in Dallas.
I don't think he had the stature at the time.
Well, he didn't have the offense around him to play back to the basket at all. That's part of it too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could argue that Boston's probably the most talented offensive team in the damn East, right? By far.
They're so well built. But they're even better on defense,
I think. Does Miami make a run like they did last year?
Miami? No.
Yeah. Do they have the chance to do what they did last year?
One of my good friends is a Heat fan. He has very little faith that they're going to go this year, so I trust his take. Shout out Jake Bayless. Yes, the roster is a lot better. Giving Boban, Trey Burke, and Michael Kidd-Gilchrist minutes. Oh my God, what were we doing? Willie Cauley-Stein, Josh Richardson. Good Lord, what a horrible roster. Look at the roster from a year and a half ago now.
Yeah,
for the Mavericks. Seriously, their starting 5 has one of the same guys in it now than it did 5 years ago. One, and it's Luka. Everybody else is different. Lively or Gafford. Maxey, I guess, plays some too. But the whole lineup's different. The team's competitive. They're competitive with Luka off the floor now too, which was like the big problem was the second Luka sits down, the other team goes on a 10-0 run. But
well, you also got you got key cogs like Curry coming off the bench too. You know what I mean? Like and Curry provides good minutes too.
He's not on Dallas anymore, I don't think. I haven't seen him a while, or he's injured.
He's not playing. Pretty sure he's on Dallas, or at least I thought he was on Dallas. But hell, you're the aficionado.
I think he got traded in the. Let me look it up.
Well, that shows you how much I watch Dallas. In I could have sworn I saw Seth Curry on the team last week, but I mean,
no, he plays for Charlotte. He's part of the Charlotte trade to the PJ Washington trade. That's what I thought. Yeah, but either way.
Oh, right on. Oh, well, my bad. Yeah. So it shows you how much that I show love to the Dallas Mavericks. Yeah. So the Clippers, I don't see them struggling too much past the Clippers. Usually, the team that I've been worried about so much out of the West, obviously it's been Denver, right? Which is funny because Denver looked like they couldn't figure their shit out a month ago, and now it seems like they got everything just kind of soaring. What about Oklahoma, my guy? How about the Thunder? Do they have a chance to actually make a run at this thing?
Yeah, they do. They're annoying. I'll be real. I don't like
probably one of the best players in the league right now.
Shea is great, yeah, but their fan base is so victimized by themselves. They're like, we have it the hardest. You don't understand. Every Twitter post I see is the fans are hating, the media's hating. What are you gonna do, Shea? It's no, what are you talking about? Nobody's mad at you guys. Nobody cares about you.
Are they still upset because KD left Oklahoma? What's the deal?
Probably. I mean, honestly, I'd still be upset about that. I love KD.
Well, I mean,
that break my heart.
I love KD 100%, but it seems
when A-Rod left,
doesn't have wherever he goes, just doesn't have the formula in place to make a winner. I mean, unless you're going to, a star-studded cast like the Warriors back in their prime. But
yeah, no, I mean. The thing is that Kevin Durant is absolutely good enough to be your best player on a championship team, obviously, but he's never really had to be in a situation where he's won it all. I mean, he was the best, I guess. He's better than Steph in those finals, but he's never far and away the guy on a championship team. He's always been one.
Yeah,
of
he's
and that's not even a knock on him at all. Like, but when people were so mad when Durant went to the Warriors, and I understand why, of course, because it's like not great for the game. But what I did like was, or what I was saying was like, if you got offered a job that's going to pay you more, it's in a better city, it's a better opportunity, who would not take that? Like, why are athletes the only ones who aren't allowed to better themselves?
Right.
It just never made sense to me. It's like an ownership
and
thing.
yet we still get a free pass to like the coach or whatever. If the coach wants to get out of
That's
there.
my point, dude. Like, look at who just left? Cal's left Arkansas. Kentucky for Arkansas.
I think I think the fan base wanted Cal out of there too, right?
But like Chris Beard did that to Tech or whatever, and coaches jump ship all the time and go to other schools. And there's been a lot of like really nasty transfers, dude. Like Kobe Johnson going from USC to UCLA, Matthew Cleveland going from Florida State to Miami. Like, there's just like a lot of college basketball transfers where they just don't care about the tradition. They're like,
but
whatever.
dude, like, I'm with. So look, you'll never hear me say apologize for your life. Apologize for having happiness in your life, right? Like we get one shot at this thing, really. And I'm not telling you to sit there and be the most selfish person in the world, but damn, make sure that you do love yourself, because if you don't love yourself, if you can't figure out how to love yourself, you're not going to be able to figure out to love anybody else.
It's impossible.
That's something that my grandfather always used to tell me, and hell, dude, it's stuck. It has resonated so tremendously with me, and hell, it's one of my best life lessons, right? Love yourself, bro. Absolutely.
Well, that's like the key to
about loving yourself. That's the thing too, man. When people today, they have a little bit of that self-guilt, right? Or that I got it so well guilt, if you want to call it that or whatnot. Hell, man, it's not a bad thing to have a good life. It's not.
No. Survivor's guilt.
That's what I was alluding to with survivor's guilt. But usually I only use that terminology in terms of war or whatever, in terms of the military. But yeah, that's kind of what it is, man. You kind of got a little bit of survivor's guilt because you got it a little bit too good. Man, screw that, bro. You earned it. You earned it, man. Live your life, man. Love your life. That's all I got to say.
What is his message in the comments about Tyrese Hunter? Did something come out about him today? Like, just
I did not see something. Tyrese, what are you referring to, Jake? What we got going on? Well, that will pull up here in just a couple of minutes. Anyways, while we do that and look for that, let me give you guys the commercial that we need for Covert BK. Covert BK, one of our proud sponsors. Let me get into that so you guys can get your all's deal and spiel about Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
All right. He was equating it to players leaving for a better situation, and then getting hate for it. That's
okay. Thank God. I thought it was like some news or something, like he
was leaving the portal. Or
I don't know.
How do you feel about Hunter's play?
I mean,
can I give you my take? Can I give you my take on Texas basketball?
Drop it.
It's really good to have a natural 3,000 point scorer on your team, right? And don't get me wrong, I think the success we had this year was a lot of it was accredited to Max Asmus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a prolific scorer like that demands the ball in his hands so much to get his buckets or to fill the bucket up, it takes away from your facilitators. And when you're not a natural facilitator, you're kind of neutralizing and really just making a player like Tyrese Hunter or Kendall Weaver irrelevant, because you're taking the ball out of their hand when they can speed up tempo, change pace, because that's what a really good point guard needs to do is control pace and flow of the game, right? And understand when to attack, understand when to change that pace up, and when to work the half court and when to push the full court, right? When you also get your players into the game, like if you're Asmus and the ball is constantly in your hand, what are you doing to get Tyrese Hunter going? What are you doing to get Kendall Weaver going, or Mitchell, right? Nobody is expecting you to pass the damn ball because they know you're going to get your shot up. You got to get your 25, you got to get your 30 points per game, right? Every night. They're going to play off of those guys and kind of like stack or maybe double and bracket you just a little bit. Asmus, man, like I needed more facilitation out of Asmus. And to me, I'm not saying that he was an anchor or an unwanted weight to the team, but dude, I think you kind of killed Tyrese Hunter's mojo a little bit this year, man. Of course, we probably wouldn't get the offensive production from Asmus if he didn't have the ball in his hand, but I would have loved to see RT kind of work it out a little bit going through this year to develop Asmus into being a scorer that didn't have to have the rock or didn't have to be so damn ball dominant.
Yeah, I can see that. I think the main problem with Asmus this year is they just ran very few off-ball actions for him. They ran very few screens for him to come off of and shoot. Because that's like one of his strengths is he'll come off a pin down and hit a jumper. Like that's his game.
What
he can shoot up the dribble too, but like
worked a 2-man game with him in Dessou. But why can't you have that 2-man game work out with Hunter and Dessou and then kick out to Asmus?
Yeah, it's when you have a primary ball handler that is not an initiator as much as they are a scorer. You have a kind of a different offense you have to run, right? So
it's a different philosophy altogether.
And the problem was, I love RT. I actually think RT's doing a pretty good job, but the offensive play calling or lack thereof, I should say, is alarming. And
I would say versatility.
Yeah, they can't really win
not enough plays.
Yeah,
so that's UConn. It looked like UConn had 7 to 10 plays in their set.
Oh yeah,
they were running.
Oh, UConn. I mean, Dan Hurley's the best X's and O's guy in the country. But himself, Sampson.
I was gonna say where you got Sampson at, man.
Himself,
Sampson's pretty damn good too.
Sampson, Scott Drew are probably my top 4 right now. Yeah, I think that's my top 4. But yeah, as far as like next year goes, they get Trey Johnson, who is that Dallas kid I was talking about earlier, who was a 5-star. So when he was a 15-year-old, Trey, at Lake Highlands in Dallas, he played against Cason Wallace, Oklahoma City Thunder, and Rylan Griffin, Alabama basketball this year.
They were on the same squad?
Same high school team, yeah. Cason Wallace and Rylan Griffin were. And Trey scored 37 against them when he was 15 in a high school game. And ever since that happened, I was like, okay, this kid might be the truth.
Right.
And I can say this too. He is the most polished offensive prospect Texas has had since KD. He is so polished.
Let's be real about this, okay? Like, if he's this damn good, he's here 1 year.
Oh, he's here 1 year, yeah, for sure.
How do you build off of that?
You don't, but you take advantage of having him for 1 year and you build around it.
This goes back to my question with Shaka, right? When Shaka was here with Texas, like Shaka had talent. Shaka got a lot of talent, but Shaka got a lot of 1 year talent, right? I think his main guy was Matt Coleman, right?
Coleman, yeah,
4 years.
He was good. Coleman was good.
100%. Coleman won some huge ball games. He was one hell of a floor general, but he's not that NBA stud that you're going to.
No, he's not an NBA guy. But
so my question is, like, in comparison to the one and done guys, what's the ratio? What's the perfect mesh for the one and done guys and the ultimate seniors that are going to stay there? Because that's apparently, to me, kind of where Calipari was falling short. He didn't have that continuity for seniors.
It's funny you bring that up because I've been sort of writing about this recently. I haven't posted anything about it yet, but I've been writing about what does the ideal college team look like. The problem with Kentucky has been they bring in 5 5-stars. They're all 19. And it's not just that they're immature. It's that they're not physically developed yet.
Remember Anthony Davis when he left Kentucky?
Because Oakland's players were 5 years older than Kentucky's players.
Remember how skinny and scrawny and how undeveloped Anthony Davis was when he was leaving Kentucky?
KD.
Yeah. I forget how scrawny
He
and
couldn't put
skinny
up
Kevin Durant
225
was.
once. He's a
I
pro
can't-
athlete.
I forget
cool.
that all the time, dude.
225. Couldn't do it once.
That's crazy.
Insane.
And what was
And
he?
he's the best.
You're 7 foot. Kevin Durant, you're 7 foot.
I mean, his arms are so long. Like, think about how far you have to extend, push that bar up.
Well, that's why a shot doesn't get blocked all the time, man. He gets
Shot never gets blocked.
elevates, and he's got such a long,
fades away, and
he brings it back all the way to the logo when he's shooting and slingshots the damn thing.
Yeah, I've been. I love KD. I really wish he'd ended up somehow in the Mavericks at some point, but whatever. I'll just cheer for him on other teams.
Jake says, could have ran Ron Holland if the stupid Ignite folded a year earlier.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Jake, because Dink Pate signed a 2-year deal with Ignite, and he is now scrambling, trying to figure out what the hell to do with his year because he's too young to enter the NBA draft. So he's like stuck in a.
Keenan, you play pickleball at all?
I do like pickleball. I haven't played.
Before we get out of here, man, I got to tell you about my friends at Pick Sports Gear. They are pickleballers. For all you pickleballers out there, listen up, ready up, because it is time. Ready to up your game with the gear that's designed right here in Austin? Well, look no further than Pick Sports Gear. Their equipment is crafted with precision and passion right here in the heart of the city, known for its love, sports, and innovation. From the top-of-the-line paddles to premium accessories, they have everything that you need to dominate the court with style. Plus, keep an eye out for the demo days that happened yesterday down there at the Baldwin location down there. It's happening right here, right now at Austin. It's your chance to try out and get our first-hand gear, score exclusive deals. Check out the website and the locations right now at picksportsgear.com. Gear up with Pick Sports Gear today. Get ready because their clothing line drops this summer. Show off all your Austin-made excellence with Pick Sports, with the pickleball court. On the pickleball court, rather. Now go play some picks and go get some picks. Learn more at picksportsgear.com. That's www.picksportsgear.com. PIX sportsgear.com. That's a lot of Pick Sports Gear, man. But yeah, I don't know.
I like the glasses.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I got to bring out my my Coke bottle glasses there.
Coke bottle glasses. Yeah, if you're playing pickleball,
all the fine print, my guy.
Glasses, you're not doing it.
Where are you playing pickleball at?
There's a place by my office actually, and
we got some courts up here at Cedar Park too, man.
I'll come out. Text me,
dude. I'll come down to you. So look, it's not the geriatrics in me that's getting out there and doing this. Well, one, my wife used to play tennis a lot, and
my wife loves tennis too. So
dude, like, I'll go out there and play, but hell, within like 10 minutes, I'm hitting the damn. I'm going both hands and I'm smacking it as hard as I can outside the court. Like, oh, that's gone. Adam, that's not how you play the game.
Yeah, it's not baseball, dude.
Right, like, but I mean, I can't resist. Like, I have to send one. I have to send one to the gods from the court. You know, send it to God Sampras or Andre Agassi or whatnot. You know, send it to those gods. Anyways, dude, I have like. I had to find something to play with my wife or whatnot, and tennis just wasn't doing it for me. And pickleball is like miniature tennis, dude.
Yeah, it's super fun.
And I ain't got to run around that much anymore. My hips don't have to be activated. You know what I mean? We get out there, but yeah, and also with Pick Sports, I don't know if you've seen the paddles at Pick Sports Gear, but
I'll check it out though,
dude. I don't know what happened. Like when I got 40, I started getting arthritis in my hands. But they got these ergonomic paddles and shit to where, you know, lightweight paddles to where you don't feel any stress or any kind of strain in your hands or your grip. You can actually grip the damn paddle for the entire contest without feeling anything in your hand.
Yeah, there's a place called Bolden Acres near my apartment that has pickleball courts.
There you go. That's where they're playing off Lamar.
Yep.
That's where they were at yesterday for demo days.
Where I live, so.
They were down there at Bolden on South Lamar for their demo days yesterday, man.
Hey, that's a fun place, man. That's like my favorite bar to go to.
Wags, do I get a free copy of NCAA 25?
You get a free copy? I think he's asking if you get a free copy.
I do. I get a few. I got a few of them. We'll say that. I got a few of them.
Can you pre-order them yet?
No.
Okay.
No. Not available.
I have a PS4. I hope it comes out on PS4.
Hey, look. Let me tell you something. You guys know the drill. I will give you guys codes, as many codes as I can get. I'm gonna get for Texas Sports Unfiltered and Chaos Theory. You guys know that. I'm gonna be handing out as many wins as I can to get everybody back into video game land for college sports. We haven't had this in 10 years, guys.
It's so exciting. I cannot wait to get destroyed by 12-year-olds online and lose every game.
What's the
I can't wait to play against a
It's gonna
13-year-old
you
and then
say
he
it tongue in cheek, but it's absolutely gonna happen. Some
screams
12-year-old's gonna be
something
sitting there
like-
crying at his mom or
just
crying to his
screams
mom because I
something
yelled at him.
so horrendous and offensive at me that I like have to log off. And I'm like, how old are you? And he's like 12. And I'm like, what happened to your generation, man? Like, what existential crises happen when I play video games online? Like, if I play 2K, I'm down by 25 in the third quarter. I'm just like, what's even going on in this game?
And then you're rage quitting and turning the game off.
And then I have to storm off, and then I have to explain to my wife why I'm mad. And it's because it's a video game. She's like, "Oh, that's why you're mad, really?" It's like,
hey, I'm a competitive. I'm a competitive gamer. I'm a competitive gamer.
Serious business, man.
It is business, dude. Screw those 12-year-olds, man. Tell them to come and hang out. Tell your mom I said hi.
I'm gonna find you and beat you up. Threatening
all right,
children.
so let me ask you this question: with all the news of college football coming back, there has been questions and rumors flying about other sports games being brought back. I remember, EA had college basketball at one point, but also guys, like, we got to remember this question: if EA is struggling to produce a title like NBA Live, how hard and how difficult do you think it is to produce a title like college basketball? If they're struggling to produce professional basketball, it's probably going to be tough to produce a college basketball game. Now, look, even if talks have been in discussion about it, I wouldn't expect it or get our hopes up for a while, right? I would love to see college baseball too. Like, I absolutely love that,
man.
It would be fantastic. But
game.
I just don't think that's going to come back to happen yet.
No,
There's a lot of other projects that are getting ready to go down. A lot of other studios are coordinating and moving over and getting under the EA umbrella. But that's a tough ask of what we want.
I think when I become like $100 millionaire, I'm just gonna have them do it for me.
Are you gonna just say, "Hey, I'm gonna be a developer and create my own game"?
Yeah, sure.
You're in
I don't
the
know
tech
how
business.
any of it works.
You're already in the tech business, my guy.
I am tangentially in the tech business.
You're not coding software or anything like that?
No, I mean, I'm doing work, but it's not really coding. It's pretty easy, honestly. I like
CD
it.
says, I suck at video games. My nephews smoke me almost every time in 2K, NBA 2K24, MLB The Show, etc.
Good to hear from you, Chris.
CB, the best producer in all of sports. We know that, man. Yeah, so that's kind of like how I was. I used to play, my kid in Madden all the time. That was kind of like a tradition that we would do.
Yeah. Me and my dad played
and be like, hey, you ready to get your ass beat today? And then, it started happening where he figured out the plays. He would figure out the glitch plays to where, he run the flag route and it's an uncoverable route or whatever just because of the coding. And I'd say, hey, man, if you keep running that, I was that guy. I pulled this out of the hat. I was like, hey, if you keep running that play, I'm not going to play anymore. So
that's like when who was it? I think it was that quarterback Cardell Jones when he was like visiting kids in the oncology ward and he beat a kid by like 80 in NCAA. Respect. That's not even. Never take a day off, dude. Never. No matter what.
That's not even appropriate. That's going to ruin
friendships in the least. But he's a competitor. What can you say? His fire. It's too strong.
I'm with it, man. I'm with it. Sitting here watching a little bit of the Masters as we go through it. DeChambeau, if anybody that had DeChambeau, he's tied now, man. Homa came up now tied with DeChambeau, -7 on the round right now. Or excuse me.
Ooh, that's a good question. Who's on the cover of the new college football game?
I don't know yet.
Probably the LSU quarterback, right? Jaden Blue.
No, see, I don't think that's been determined yet.
But that's who I would. If we're up to you, who'd you put on there? UT edition, obviously, you put, Xavier Worthy or something. But
honestly, dude, I gotta go with Corum.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
I think I gotta go with Corum, just based on. Breaking the
he's like the All-American,
the all-time touchdown toter for Michigan, right?
Yep.
And then having the season, hell, you could argue like that offense, and they had two really good running backs, right? But Corum's the guy that really solidifies himself as a cover guy just because of he's got the record for Michigan. So and again, like quarterbacks are getting all the fucking love anyways for college football. Let's give it to a running back whose lifespan is probably going to be 3 years in the league.
Yeah, at most 5.
So, anyways, man, I see Jeff Howe in the background here. Let's bring Jeff on. What's up, Jeff? How we doing, boy?
You know what's going on, man?
What up, Jeff? How are you, brother?
Oh man, I'm good. Hey, I just had an idea. What you
got?
No, totally just wasn't even thinking this. Just thought of it as you guys were discussing the cover athlete for whatever. I guess we're calling it college football. EA's college football that's coming out this summer.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an actual title for it yet.
Yeah. As corny as it sounds, I would do a fan vote and I would have basically bracketed off, and the guys that the 2013 season NCAA 14 with Denard Robinson was the last cover athlete. I would basically take all the guys that didn't get a cover that should have and basically bracket it off and vote.
That's awesome.
Johnny Manziel.
What if you did a grid layout of all those players?
Or like some kind of montage of, hey,
yeah.
here's like,
That'd
we
be
missed
awesome.
you, we're back kind of thing, you know?
I love that, man. That's really
dude,
cool.
I mean, I think they'd probably have to, you'd have to get pictures of all the athletes that were, studs at that time, through that era or whatnot. But hell yeah, I'm all over. That's the first thing that came to my mind when you were talking about, all those players was like a grid format or a montage format of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Who's
Jordan
some of the
Travis
studs that pop off your head right now that would be on that montage?
That's a good question.
Figure Derrick Henry, right? Got to have Derrick Henry on there.
For me, it would probably be Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that'd be fair.
Like if you think about the guy between the last game and this game, that like the most memorable individual season we've seen, would be 2019 Joe Burrow. So yeah, I'd probably go Joe Burrow.
That's the best team I've ever seen in college football. I think the 2019 LSU squad. I mean, I haven't been watching as long as like my dad told me the best team he ever saw was like 01 Miami, but like the best team I've seen at full strength was 19 LSU. I've never seen a team beat people like that. It was unbelievable.
Now, see, I think that LSU team is probably the best offense I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I mean, that offense going up against the 01 Miami Hurricane defense. That offense wasn't any slouch either.
That LSU team had two top 5 wide receivers on it and a top 5.
You had Clinton Portis, you had Willis McGahee backing up Clinton Portis. You had Najee Davenport as your fullback. The only downfall is that you had Ken Dorsey as your quarterback,
and he was the Heisman winner, wasn't he?
No,
he didn't win the Heisman.
I don't think he won the Heisman.
01 your 01 Heisman winner was Eric Crouch.
Yeah, you're right. Nebraska or Kentucky?
Nebraska.
Nebraska, yeah.
Man, Wags, I don't know if I told you this, and Keenan, I know I didn't tell you this because I haven't seen you since then, but at the Reggie Wayne was at the Texas Pro Day because he's the Colts receivers coach.
Oh, wow.
And
does he still got it?
You could tell he didn't. We kind of knew who he was, but he was trying to like hide his face, and when he walked by us, didn't want to be recognized or anything.
Did he have a hoodie on?
No, he just had the Colts. When he passed by media, he just had the ball cap, just pulled it down a little lower. But I was telling Hank South was there. Hank was helping pick up some of the slack that day, and we were talking. I was like, people talk about the 01 Miami team, but that 2000 Miami offense. Think about it. Ken Dorsey is throwing passes to a receiver tight end group that's Jeremy Shockey, Santana Moss, Reggie Wayne, and Andre Johnson.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Kellen Winslow too. Kellen Winslow as well.
Yeah, dude, it's
like Kellen Winslow was backing Shockey up.
Yeah. That 01 team, Frank Gore was the scout team running back.
That's like a fantasy football lineup.
Yeah. It's
McKinney was the tackle.
Brian McKinney, was the left
tackle.
Vince Wilfork was on that D line.
Yeah, the Vince Wilfork, Gerard Mayo,
Jonathan Vilma as your linebacker.
Sean Taylor,
DJ Williams.
Ed Reed was on those teams, yeah.
Ed Reed was on the 01
team. Philip Buchanan as
Good
a
Lord, that's not even fair.
Yeah.
Have you seen that track team? The 01 track. It's all the football team. The Miami Hurricane track team is the football team.
Yeah, I love it when guys do two sports like that. I think that's so cool. I think it's so cool when guys do track.
If you watch the U 30 for 30 document, the U Part 2, Butch Davis talks about that when they had scholarship restrictions and they talked to the athletic director. They're like, look, you can have guys on track scholarship, but they got to be legit track guys. So, they had like Santana Moss Santana Moss won like
Yeah, he was running the relays.
I think he broke most of like the Big East indoor sprint records and was a multiple time All-American. Like they had dudes like Andre Johnson, I know, ran track. So they had guys because they were on probation and scholarship restrictions, but they got some legit dudes in that program based on the fact that they ran track.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I did not know
One hell of a way
that.
to hide your talent or keep more talent on. That's for sure.
And now it's just it goes to the head count sport, right? So if you try to get in on a track scholarship and you play football, that's what happened to Marquise Goodwin. Like Marquise Goodwin didn't sign at Texas as a football recruit; he was a track guy. But it was understood the minute he steps foot on the football field, that scholarship's going to count against your 85. It's no longer a track scholarship. Right. So yeah, that's how they don't get around those rules so easy now.
It's like the partial qualifier deal, sort of in the 90s, right, with Nebraska.
Yeah, and that was, man, Keenan, you bring that up, and again, that's the Big 12 was formed 6 years before Jordan was born, but you talk about like the stuff that was fragmented the Big 12 from the start. Like that was one of the big deals. Like Nebraska was a big Prop 48 school. They wanted partial qualifiers, and
Kansas State too, right?
Texas and Texas A&M were like, no, we're not going to do do that in this league. So, yeah.
Well, gents, I got to get out of here. Keenan, thank you so much for chopping it up with me, man, and
Absolutely,
coming on Chaos Theory for Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. We'd love to have you back anytime soon. You guys know that, man. You're one of the best in the business, and you chop it up as well as anybody else. But
I feel like
everybody,
I'll be back
time now for it's only an hour. You guys enjoy the rest of your show and format for Chaos, or not Chaos Theory, for Texas Sports Unfiltered. And it's Friday, guys. Make sure you're getting your Masters gear in as well. You guys have a great day. Be good.
Hey Keenan, actually, you got a minute to hang out, Keenan?
I'd love to, man. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because Jordan will be the first to admit basketball is out of sight, out of mind.
Dude, I'll stay on as long as y'all need.
No, just real quick, Keenan, just because Texas, people complain about it. It's been a couple cycles now where people are like, man, Texas is slow to the portal, but they have a plan. They formulate a plan, and we're seeing that plan of attack kind of get unloaded this weekend. 3 visitors, including the 2 Indiana State kids. And I'll be honest, Keenan, you watch a lot more college basketball than I do. Tell me about give me your vibe on these 2 Indiana State kids, Kent and Larry coming in this weekend.
Yeah. So the thing you got to know about Indiana State is they're very well coached, right? Jordan Schertz was their coach for a while. He's now at St. Louis. He just left Indiana State to go to St. Louis. So they're fundamental. They're not going to blow you away with their athleticism, but they're fundamentally sound players. They're probably not going to be your stars either. They're probably depth pieces more than stars. But what I like about this is when they go for mid-major players, they tend to find guys that don't mind fitting into specific roles, right? There's not a lot of ego with these guys. So it's really important to fill out your roster with these players that aren't as and yes, RT, he has reached out to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He actually he is actually talking to Robbie Avila, but he's not there this weekend. But yeah, man, it's a really well coached team. Those guys are going to come in, be able to fill roles immediately. They're going to be able to fit into the offense immediately, and hopefully they bring some of those some of the sets that Jordan Schertz designed. Maybe bring those into the Texas offense, because these other guys already know the plays. So it's good pickup, I think. I think it's good to go for mid-major guys.
Yeah, the offensive philosophy of Texas is something that's interesting because, Bob Donewald didn't get enough credit for
he was great.
What he did, post Chris Beard, kind of helping RT keep it together. I mean, that's Steve McClain basically ran the defense. Bob Donewald ran the offense. I don't know if Frank Haith was running the offense. I was told he kind of is, but he
kind of is, yeah.
So, yeah, I'd like to see just not even imagination, just something, maybe just a little more consistency.
I'd just like to see some off-ball actions, man. I just want to see some off-ball screens. I want to see some cuts. I want to see some passing it around, some grenade screens, some pin downs. There's just a lot of stuff you could try that they haven't tried yet. And it'll be great this year with Trey Johnson because he's such a good movement shooter. He can shoot off the screen, can shoot off the bounce, can shoot off the catch. Like, he's a really, really, really good offensive player, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
And you remember, Keenan, like how much more of an effective player Marcus Carr became at Texas.
Oh my
God. He didn't have to be on the ball damn near every possession.
He's a shooting guard. Yeah, the problem with Marcus Carr, the reason he didn't make it in the NBA is because he's a 6'2" shooting guard. He's not a point guard,
Yeah.
And they tried to make him a point guard his freshman or his sophomore year at Texas, or whenever his first year at Texas was. And they tried to make him play point guard, and he shot like 37% from the field because he was shooting off the dribble the whole time. It's like, yeah, that doesn't work for some guys,
It's the bizarre land of what they've tried to do with Tyrese Hunter. Like they try to put Tyrese into the Marcus Carr role, and I'm like, just let him be on the ball.
He's the point guard, dude. He's not a shooter.
Yeah. He's never going to shoot an absurdly high percentage. But now, Keenan, I just want to get your take on the 2 Indiana State kids. Texas has three portal guys coming in this weekend. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's about that time, man. And let's not wait so long to do it again, Keenan. I know you got.
I think I'm going to be on a lot more. So
yeah, I know you got a lot of stuff going on, covering the NBA draft, and digging into college basketball. So, draft time we'll get it because I want to real quick before I let you go. Give me an idea. I know he's going lottery. Where in the lottery you think Ron Holland's going? Top lottery or back end lottery, mid lottery?
You just happen to pick the most polarizing prospect in the entire cycle. I know guys who have him 1. I know guys who have him 18. So
dang, okay.
I have him like 6.
Okay,
5 or 6 because the shooting is concerning, the turnovers are concerning. But the motor and athleticism and just freak of nature, he's kind of like a Sar Thompson a little bit. He's kind of like Jonathan Kuminga. He's just kind of an undersized but very athletic, strong wing kind of power forward, combo forward deal. And he's an excellent defensive player and rebounder. I just think he's going to find a role and be a good player. I just really do. I believe in it.
There you go. Keenan Womack, heard him on with Wags during Chaos Theory and chopping it up, doing a little bit of college hoops right here. Keenan, I know you got to run, man, but appreciate it, and we'll do something big soon here.
Yeah, man. I'll shoot you a text.
All right, sounds good, man.
Peace, guys. Nice to meet you, Jordan.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, sorry, I'm just never gonna be able to talk basketball. The last season of Texas basketball, I really watched most of the games. Probably would have been last year. The last season with Marcus Carr's last season and Serge Jabari Rice. I had a great time watching their run in the Big 12 tournament and then in the regular tournament as well. But this year's team, I remember the second and third game, I turned it on and I'm like,
dude,
this is painful to watch. And
being around that team, so I didn't go to Kansas City for the Big 12 tournament, but I was around that team, went to some road games. Went to their trip to NYC to the Garden where they played Illinois in the Jimmy V Classic and was with them in Des Moines and then in Kansas City for the Sweet 16 Elite 8. Just one of the best teams, just group of dudes I've been around, period. Maybe the best. Just because like you go in a lot. That's what's cool about NCAA postseason is you get open locker room access and like you really feel like, man, these dudes are talented. They can win a national championship, but like they genuinely – you can tell, Jordan, like when a team's just kind of existing because it's like, all right, I don't really like this guy, but we're trying to get to the same place. Like that was a team. I feel like all these dudes genuinely like each other. Like they enjoy coming into the locker room, coming to the facility every day. It was a good group of dudes to be around. But as fun as that team was to be around, like my favorite image from that season, I'll never really be able to enjoy it because it was a baseline photo from the Big 12 title game against Kansas where they just whooped Kansas like they stole something. And it's Jabari Rice throwing a lob to Arterio Morris. And I love it because it's like from the baseline, the pictures from the baseline, I'm sure you've seen it, and it's Arterio going above the rim to catch the ball. And like you see Jabari's face kind of he's waiting for it to happen. And everybody on the bench is just prepared for the dunk. And it just like that kind of surmised the camaraderie with that group, but it's an Arterio Morris dunk. So that photo is not getting printed out and put on the office wall. I can't enjoy it.
Yeah. No, man, I miss that team. A lot of good memories watching that team. I mean, Marcus Carr that year had to have been like the best shitty shot taker of all time. Just because it would go in. See, I remember seeing CJ Vogel. He would always tweet out about that when he'd make one, just like Marcus Carr, semicolon, the worst, best shot maker of all time.
Man, the dude, and it's crazy that he actually is with the Grizzlies now on a 10-day contract. Or Timmy Allen, like the analytics.
Damn, CJ got a 10-day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Timmy got a 10-day contract. Well, dude, because and it's no disrespect to Timmy, like the Grizzlies have set a record because they've had so many injuries. I think they've set a record for most guys used. I think they've had like 32 different guys on the active roster this year because of injuries, and you know, various things that happen. But yeah, Timmy Allen, I'm like, dude, the analytics like hate Timmy Allen. Like if you looked at Synergy or Bart Torvik or any of those sites, so like Timmy Allen's garbage because like all he does is take mid-range jumpers. But you know what? All he freaking does is knock down mid-range jumpers. I'm like, I just, it's just that old school game. Like you don't see dudes that like enjoy, like they thrive catching the ball in the high post and like being good passers or mid-range jumpers. That's why like Joker does a little bit of that in the NBA, but like that's why nobody appreciates it. It's like, oh, it's boring. Like, dude, Tim Duncan had a Hall of Fame career doing that, catching the ball in a high post and either knocking down like an elbow jumper or dishing it off or whatever. So
yeah, so CB, I get what you're saying, but at least most of the Shaka years, there was like a lottery pick on the team that you could have some fun watching, or like a freakish athlete like Greg Brown, or you'd be waiting all game to see him dunk on someone. At least they had that. Texas didn't have anyone close to that this year. They didn't really have a ferocious dunker I can think of, and they didn't have a guy who you could watch and be like, yeah, that's for sure a first-round pick.
Dylan Mitchell can throw it down.
Okay, Dylan Mitchell. But like, what has Dylan Mitchell been at? You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
There's no
like he's not Jackson Hayes. He's not Jared Allen.
Brought it up in the chat like Mo Bamba. You knew watching Mo Bamba, like, yeah, this dude's gonna he's gonna walk across the stage and put the hat on draft night.
And shout out Javon Felix, man. I love that era of Texas basketball and his barrel chested ass. When he I just remember, man, it always looked like he was running around like this, just like the way he was built. And I remember I saw him in person once at the Barton Creek Mall. It was like 2 years after his Texas career was over. And I'm like, that Javon Felix? Man. And like most people probably won't recognize him. You know, he wasn't a prime time, big time college basketball player, but I was just like, oh shit, that's Javon Felix over there.
You know, what's crazy is Rick Barnes said this. I want to say Chris Ogden. This.
Yeah.
Like Javon Felix, because Javon's from New Orleans, right? He went to St. Aug. He was actually good friends with Leonard Fournette. And they're like, man, if Javon would have focused on football, like he probably could have been maybe not a Power 5 quarterback, but like a G5 or like an FCS quarterback. Because they're like, he would take, like when they would just be, you know, messing around with footballs and whatnot every now and then. And like, dude, Javon Felix had an arm, like he understood football. He loved football. He was just a basketball guy though. But I always thought that was weird. I'm like, man, you know, but like you see like you said, you look at it on the basketball court and you're like, this dude doesn't belong. But I'm like, yeah, Javon's what, 6'2", 6'3", and like big chest. I'm like, okay, so he basically looked like Sam Ehlinger running around on a football field.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of I'm fucking blanking on his name, but this is like the dude that kind of made me fall in love with because my grandparents, I'm not sure if they have him in the Moody Center, but I know my grandparents growing up had season tickets at the Drum. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times I'd go with my grandpa or my grandma. One of them didn't want to go. And it was on like the Mick Kabongo teams. He was a point guard. And if I remember correctly, he had a gap in his teeth. I'm blanking on his name. He was like one of the star players of that team. It might have been the era right before Kabongo.
Talking about Jacobin Brown?
Yes, Jacobin Brown. Yeah. Jacobin Brown. I knew it was just something, but I didn't know what it was. But that was like when I'm young, that was like the first guy at Texas where I was like, okay, like I like what I'm seeing here. Like when I was like 8 or 9 or however old I was. And I think I don't really remember the section like I can for DKR, but I think section 35 in the Drum, if I remember correctly, was about where they were. So,
man, it got brought up in our group text. Somebody,
Jonathan Holmes.
Somebody mentioned Jacobin Brown, and like I'm just like, dude, Jacobin Brown was somebody tried to come. somebody tried to compare. I don't know if it was Trey Scott. Somebody tried to compare Max Asmus to Jacobin Brown, and I'm like, dude, Jacobin Brown was an assassin. Like when I think of Jacobin Brown, I just think, dude, cold-blooded. Like, you know, the Jacobin Brown game is the game that 2011 season when they were a god-awful 5-second call against Arizona away from going to the Sweet 16 with Tristan Thompson and Corey Joseph. And Jacobin just, for lack of a better term, and I like to curb my language a little bit on this show, but dude just straight up just dropped his nuts and just rubbed them all over the Jayhawks, just teabagged fools in Allen Fieldhouse. Like he was just cold freaking blooded that day when Texas beat a really good Kansas team. So, man, I'll always have some love for Jacobin Brown. Just like you knew, like, look at his body, like, dude, Jacobin Brown's never going to play in the NBA. But, man, you talk about just a volume shot maker and a dude that when he could get hot, could hit from anywhere on the floor. I love watching Jacobin Brown play ball.
Man, JW Crunch, I was just trying to come up with something that I knew Jeff would know who I'm talking about.
No,
I vividly remembered he had that little gap in his front teeth. So I'm like, okay, if it's that's who I'm talking about. So, yeah, I remember the main era, I think, of Texas basketball that I watched the most was when it was like Cam Ridley, Connor Lambert, like all those dudes. So that was like the teams where I watched probably the most games per year was around that time of Texas basketball.
Man, Jacobin Brown is still playing pro basketball in Israel.
Bro, that was exactly where I was gonna guess. Was like, where in Israel?
No, like people joke about it, but man, playing pro basketball overseas is kind of like playing in the CFL.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's not glamorous and it's not where you strive to be, but man, if you're willing to stick it out, dude, you can, and you hang around long enough, you can make a pretty nice living.
Yeah, it definitely depends where you're at, though, for sure. Yeah, DJ Augustine, another favorite of mine. I always loved Kerwin Roach as well, even though, like, early on, I mean, there wasn't a ton of stuff besides dunking, but, you know, when you're 8, 9, 10 years old, like, that becomes one of your favorite players. So,
yeah, my era of Texas basketball, yeah, CB mentions Poppy, who went plus Texas for a minute and then went to play in Greece. Kind of my era of Texas basketball. I remember the first game I went to. The first game I went to was a game where Terrence Rencher helped Texas beat Stephen F. Austin with a shot. It wasn't a buzzer beater, but it was late in the game, and that was so like my prime years of watching Texas basketball was after that though, and it was really like the two TJ Ford teams, TJ Ford, Brian Boddicker, Brad Buckman was a freshman on that Final Four team, Brandon Mouton, James Thomas, Gabe Manecki. Dude, you talk about two badasses. Bob Ballou and I were talking about this, and I can't remember the Mizzou player who Bob told him this, but he was asking him, he's like, dude, who's the toughest guy you played? And before Bob could even finish the question, the Mizzou guy was like, Gabe Manecki, no question. Like, Gabe Manecki had a reputation at Texas in the Big 12 of like, it's almost like Kenyon Martin, like Jordan, if you're familiar with the NBA from that standpoint. It's like, dude, there's some guys maybe you want to mess with. Do not even think about messing with that guy, because if you do, it's not going to end well for you. CB mentions James Thomas. Man, we were talking about James Thomas on, I think maybe one of the basketball game threads. We started talking about James Thomas because somebody reminded me, like, didn't he punch a dude in the stands at Oklahoma State? And that was TJ Ford's freshman year. TJ dives for a loose ball along the baseline in Stillwater, and there was a pregnant woman and her husband sitting courtside, and TJ's diving for a loose ball, and I think knocked her over. It was an accident, and I think knocked her over. And the husband kind of got in TJ's face, and without even assessing the situation, James Thomas went in there and announced his presence with authority very, very quick. So
damn right. I've never even heard about this.
Yeah. It's man, dude, James Thomas was, I always think of like dudes, if you play basketball and you're just a badass rebounder, like most of those dudes are dudes that aren't to be trifled with, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Whoever James Thomas is, because I don't know the situation talking about. A lot of respect for him. Because most athletes just, they don't.
No,
They want to look like they're about to fight, but they rarely do. So.
Everybody, you know, you and I talked about this a little bit yesterday on the phone, talking about some off-air business. You want like good dudes on your team, but even the good teams, like you need a couple assholes that'll stir the pot a little bit. You know, like like the Texas baseball teams, the 21 team that almost won a national title, and the 22 team that got back to Omaha. Like that team needed Trey Faltini. Like Trey Faltini is one of those guys that, like, if he's on your team, if he's in your clubhouse, man, you love the guy, and he sets the tone, and he's the kind of not taking any S from anybody type dude. But if you're playing against him, you probably hate that guy with every fiber of your being, because he wants nothing. He doesn't want the kind of guy, Jordan, like Trey Faltini doesn't just want to beat you. Like, he wants to kick your ass and embarrass you and let it be known that he kicked your ass. Like one of those type guys.
Yeah. And hey, man, I mean, that's why Markel Ford from Mesquite Horn, my boy, is very important to Texas in 2026 as the number one safety. And I talked a little bit about that earlier this week. Al.
Yeah.
You know, he's a firecracker. He's a guy that's gonna talk shit until you win a rep, so he can't talk shit. And up until then, he's gonna continue talking shit, and he's gonna set the tone for his team, and it makes him and all the other players around him better. So, you know, just like you said, the guys you absolutely hate playing against, but you love them.
Can't have too many of those guys, though.
Yeah, it's like what Brock Cunningham was for Texas, but he was at Texas so long, they're Texas fans who started hating him.
You know, that's why I know Texas fans hate the guy, because he ended up going to Texas A&M. But whatever year it was, the Leon O'Neal's class, whatever he was, I think Leon O'Neal was 18, I think, class of 18, 19, whatever it was.
Yeah, being around Leon O'Neal is he talked a whole bunch of shit and didn't back it up at the same hit rate as Markel Ford. Yeah. Obviously, one's in high school, one's in college. Yeah. But you got to tone it down a little if you're playing in the SEC. You know?
But Leon O'Neal was one of those guys that I'm like, you know, Texas could use a guy like that. Just a dude that just will not shut up, but can keep the intensity up, like on the practice field, just like on a dead day. And like, you just need, you know, I don't know if he's that guy, Jordan, but like that's what I imagine like Billy Walton is at Texas right now. Like, it's, you know, you're getting into like, because you're gonna hit the scrimmage on Saturday, like you're into of a 15 practice, spring practice, you get to like practice 11, 12. Yeah, you could like Breckenhager's one of those guys. You get to like practice 11 or 12, and everybody just kind of dragging. It's getting monotonous, and then there's that one dude that will not shut up, and he's like somebody just wound him up, and you know you want to just take the batteries out of his back, but that guy brings enough juice for everybody. You need a couple of those guys, man.
Yeah, no, I'm the Breckenhager types can go. I'm cool with with none of that. I don't know, just like the like you're from Westlake, your dad played in the league, you grew up with money, like the tough guy persona, like you got long hair and all that, and you're not that good too. Like he was great at times for Texas, but that's because the rest of the D-line was average at best, and he would look better than he was. But like I was never a huge fan of Breckenhager, and just like obviously I had a lot more exposure and knowledge of him and his family than a lot of others because I'm from the same area as him. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and I'm very interested what he's up to today.
You know, he was getting into acting. Actually, Chip wrote about this. Maybe it's been a minute, but I remember Chip wrote something about this. What movie was it? The 12 Mighty Orphans movie, I think, that he was in. But he's been, I think, in a couple of not like, you know, like speaking parts or anything, but he's kind of dipped his toe into acting a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it just with Breckenhager, there's so many things where I'm like, what is going on here? Like at the Oklahoma game when they let him wear 60 for Tommy Nobis, I'm like, you're letting this guy wear 60. And I also remember that was, I don't know if it was on Nike or if that was just on Texas, but like something happened that day where like you could see like the girdle on every Texas player through like their white bottoms. And I remember on Breck, and it might have just been because he was a white guy, and so it really stood out. But I remembered like it looked like he was just wearing underwear that day because like his pants were see-through.
I do know that,
and yeah, I get it. I get it. I remember the thing for Hager's dad as well. But like,
I do know that
I'm just kind of a hater. I'm not gonna lie.
I do know that there have been times over the years because I've heard this. I haven't heard it from the Sark staff yet, but there's usually 1 year where no fault of their own, like Nike just swings and misses on uniform stuff.
Yeah. You see Auburn's now Nike.
That was huge, man. Under Armour's kind of getting out of the game, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but one thing I found really interesting, did you know that every single national champion since the year 2000 was a Nike school except for Auburn that 1 year? That was the only non-Nike program that was won a national championship.
Adidas hasn't had a national champion?
Think about all the recent ones.
Bama, LSU.
Georgia, Bama, LSU, Ohio State, Clemson, all Nike.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Michigan, Nike, Jordan, but that's Nike.
Florida State, Nike. Yeah, I guess you're right. Now to think about it.
Yeah, well, thank God for this because I hate Under Armour. Well, I don't hate them, but Nike's just so much better. Like Nike's by far my favorite brand of the three big ones. And for football and uniforms and having merchandise, like Nike is 1000% the best option for Texas. Like I would kind of be very upset if the Texas uniforms had an Under Armour Adidas logo. It just wouldn't look right because I've always had that Nike logo next to it my whole life.
CB, I know that was said. I know Steve Patterson wanted to bid that contract out and kind of see who the highest bidder was going to be. Real quick, because I was thinking about that. I guess Jordan, the last national champion to be like an Adidas school, I guess would then be Tennessee in '98, the first BCS championship.
What was Miami in the 90s?
Miami was Nike at that point.
Okay, because they're Adidas
State
now.
Was a Nike school. Ohio State's been Nike. LSU, USC, Texas, Florida. Yeah, they've all Nike schools.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except Auburn. So, yeah, but Rex, I think Tennessee was an Adidas school at that point when they won it in '98. But now I've talked to. It's really weird though the way Under Armour is kind of. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's just lack of innovation on their part or if they overextended themselves somewhere. But Auburn was one of the Under Armour originals, and so was Texas Tech, and Texas Tech is going to Adidas.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, look, it makes sense, but at the same time, like, was that not like the third Under Armour school? Right? Like, wasn't Under Armour like one of the first college schools? Because I remember Lake Travis was the first school in Texas to be an Under Armour school where Under Armour wouldn't charge them for uniforms. They'd send them new uniforms every year.
Yeah.
They also got a Shut sponsorship where at Lake Travis, you couldn't wear Riddell unless you bought it. And the deal with Under Armour was so strict that if you were wearing anything Nike or Adidas, like cleats, you had to spat over the logo or get a Sharpie and color it in, because there'd be Under Armour reps at every single one of Lake Travis's games, like looking for that. And I remember early on, just because there's a bunch of documentaries and stuff from when Lake Travis won 5 states in a row, but they talk about in some of them how Under Armour basically used the same exact template Texas Tech had. It just made the high school version of it and sent it to Lake Travis. So I was pretty surprised when I heard of Tech going to Adidas, but at the same time, like, who is Tech's most popular alumni right now? Mahomes, and that's the face of Adidas right now.
Yeah.
So it makes too much sense. It was eventually happening no matter what.
So it could be a deal where, I don't know if Adidas is going to do like a special Patrick Mahomes designed shoe or whatever. I don't know if Mahomes has his own logo, but if you're Tech, you'd be, you'd be stupid not to put that logo wherever you can. And it's dependent on the contract. Like I know I've heard straight from like Rob Lazar for Texas basketball, who's been a long time equipment guy for Texas basketball. As a matter of fact, when Kevin Durant was in town for the when he was at the women's second round NCAA tournament game, that's one of the guys Kevin Durant was sitting with was Rob Lazar. I know Rob has said the Nike contract with Texas specifically says they can't have the KD logo prominent on anything that touches the floor other than I think footwear. So that'd be like warm up tops, warm up bottoms, jersey tops, jersey bottoms. Like, you know how like Michigan and Florida have the Jordan brand, Oklahoma, they got the Jordan brand. I was wondering if Texas could do that with the Kevin Durant brand, but they can't.
Yeah. No, that does make sense. But
it's weird though, because like I'm kind of a uniform weirdo like that, and an apparel weirdo, because I don't know, stuff like that fascinates me. Like, oh, this school was a Nike school. Like, man, Jordan, when I was covering Baylor, dude, so when I was covering Baylor, the football team had to deal with Nike. Football and women's basketball were Nike. Mm-hmm. Men's basketball wore Adidas. Baseball still had to deal with Reebok. Like, none of the athletic programs had the same. And the other thing with Baylor, this is just kind of how wheels off Baylor was at that point. Every athletic team had a different shade. Nobody could agree on what shade of gold to use. Like I think football and women's basketball was close, but it wasn't exact. And baseball and men's basketball was close, but it wasn't exact.
I know why they had to do a whole rebranding, like very obvious, but the rebranding Baylor did. I mean, I don't know if they could have done a worse job. I don't like their new stuff. It's much too basic. I like their green helmets with the throwback bear logo, but like outside of that, they're all yellows suck. You're
talking about the Sailor Bear logo?
Yeah, but the any of the yellow type of uniforms are horrendous.
Yeah, they're bad.
The all whites aren't horrible. It's like almost impossible to mess up all white though, so they don't really get credit for that. And then like that's kind of it. They're all greens, like it's a weird color of green. But you don't have black uniforms, and the combos you wear are horrible. Yeah, no, for real. The combos they wear are horrible, and you're playing in front of like 10,000 fans in a toilet bowl on the Brazos. Like, I don't know. Like, you look back at the photos of RG3 at Baylor, and it's like, why would you go away from this? Again, I know you had to. You could have kept some things the same, and also like Baylor's been semi-relevant long enough now for enough years where change that shit, please. And like if you're going to fire Randa, which I think is the best case scenario if you're Baylor thinking long term here, for love of God, get new uniforms. Like these ones are so bad. Leave all the person over player BS in the past. Leave all that BS in the past with these yellow uniforms and get new ones. Get a new coach and just do a full rebranding because their current stuff is horrible.
Man, I really liked. So I covered Baylor when Guy Morris was the coach, and they had been wearing kind of like almost like a Denver Broncos style jersey with like the side stripes going up into the chest. And then I think like his second year, or maybe it was year 3, they changed it to where they just went like plain green jersey tops or plain white for the road, plain green pants or white pants, and they brought in the Guy Morris went to the alternate helmet, which was just a solid green helmet with the interlocking BU on the side. And I was like, man, for road games, it started to like Baylor. That was a pretty clean look, and I favor more of a clean look. Like what I really wish Texas would do, honestly, and this might sound blasphemous to some Texas people, but I think the cleanest look Texas has, whether they're road or home, is whenever they go throwbacks to honor like one of the national championship teams from the Darrell Royal days, and they take the Texas off the front, and it's just the number on the front and the back. Man, I think that is so clean that I would just go with that. I understand you gotta spice it up a little bit, but sometimes simpler is better.
Yeah, no, as long as they don't get black uniforms, I'm cool with that. I'm one of the few people who's very anti-black uniforms.
Let me put it to you like this: like Alabama's got simple uniforms, but I think they're great. Like Penn State is too simple for me, you know.
So you say that, but you want to get rid of the Texas logo to make Texas's uniforms basically as simple as Penn State's logo.
No, because dude, it's just the way Penn State like pipes the uniform, like they do, like the white striping and everything. It's just too bad.
Yeah,
like Bama, I think they've got the A logo on the neckline or something.
Yeah,
but
for me, for Baylor, I don't want the Bryce Petty chrome helmet BS Baylor. I don't want that. I just want the RG3 Baylor. And I think they were Russell uniforms.
No, they were nice.
It probably looks cooler than it is just because it's RG3 wearing it, and he's gonna make anything look good, especially college RG3. But like they got to bring that look back. It's so much better than what they have now. And as far as this goes, Traylor will take that job if it's offered to him. Same with GJ Kinney. If that job gets offered to him, they're going to Baylor, either one of them. So. But very interested where that could be. I also think, look, you got to go back to Traylor originally, right? Because the reason Joey McGuire's at Texas Tech is because of Jeff Traylor. Traylor went all the way to Lubbock and had a pen in his hand, contract ready to sign, and backed out. That's how close it was to Jeff Traylor being at Texas Tech. And when he backed out, he recommended Joey McGuire. They obviously ended up hiring him. I think it was a great hire so far. And then Traylor stuck at UTSA, and he's kind of just stayed there. Has made it kind of clear he wouldn't like to leave if he's able to stay and they're able to supply him with the resources he wants. But at the end of the day, man, like if Baylor comes open and they call Jeff Traylor, he's going to take that job.
Yeah.
And same with GJ Kinney. Not sure how that'll look for GJ Kinney if he only has a year under his belt right now. Interested what year 2 will look like at Texas State for him. But also think about this. Florida is also going to come open, most likely. I have a pretty strong feeling Arkansas is going to come open. And yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Traylor – I always get him and Chad Morris mixed up, but did Traylor ever coach at Arkansas?
Traylor he was on Chad's staff.
Okay. Because I'm like, I don't think I'm messing that up, but yeah. So he's been in Fayetteville before. Maybe that's a spot for him. I also don't think it'd be too crazy if TCU has another year like they did last year, if not worse. That seat could get pretty hot. I know. After they went all the way to the college football playoff, there's some people at TCU who are starting to look at themselves.
All right,
it's a different program than they have been.
Let me ask you this about TCU while I'm thinking about it. And again, we're going to have shows some days where we're not totally just 100% on what's going on. You guys can get over to Horns 24/7. We got all the news notes and nuggets you need over there, and we'll discuss some of that. But I just like where we're going today, and some days it'll be like this. But with TCU, Jordan, because you got closer, your ears a little closer to what's going on there than I am. It feels like to me, and just some of the TCU people that I talk to, and I don't talk to any influential TCU people, just people that are fans, alums, whatever. And a guy like Jeremy Clark is plugged in at TCU as anybody. I got the vibe and was told explicitly by some people, man, after going to the national championship game, that basically Sonny Dykes took all the goodwill he had built up and basically set it on fire by hiring Kendall Briles.
Yeah.
You think that's the case?
Yeah, sorry. No, I'm also reading some comments at the same time. Yeah, that definitely has played a part in it. Also, I mean, all my buddies who go to TCU or are TCU fans were like the most unbearable group of people of all time in 2022. I was so happy that Texas barely made it out of Fort Worth alive. That was like the shittiest 3-week stretch of all. Not the shittiest, because there's definitely been worse. But that 3-week stretch of Texas football was pretty damn rough.
You want me to remind you about the 10-day stretch in 2021 where you had viral bus videos and monkeys and losses to Kansas?
No, it's been worse. It's been worse for sure, but wasn't great. Man, like all I try to tell my TCU friends in 2022, like this is like appreciate it. You're never gonna be back here. Yeah. You know, this is the most BS thing ever. It's all of Gary Patterson's players that are all in their 6th year. It's the same exact thing that happened at Baylor in 2021, where Aranda convinced everyone he was a good head coach because he used all of Matt Rule's players that were in their 4th, 5th, and 6th years, and now they're bad. It's the same thing that happened to TCU. Gary Patterson stacked 2-3 really good classes that were all in their 4th, 5th, and 6th years, and they're older and more talented than everyone and been playing longer than everyone else. You're going to win. Also, no one brings it up because it was 2 years ago, but go back and look at TCU in 2022. They barely won half those games, and half those games they injured the starting quarterback of the other team.
Yeah,
like it was a crazy thing where like legitimately in the regular season it was something like 5 of the teams they played, the starting quarterback wasn't playing by the end of the game because of injury. That's not normal.
I mean, the game where they beat Texas. I mean, Texas shut down that offense. It's just on the other side, it was probably
the only touchdown Texas scored was Jade Barron scoop and score, and then they left Quentin Johnson wide ass open in the end zone.
It's either that game or the 21 Iowa State game that's got to be the worst offensive game in the Sark era. And there haven't been that many clunkers on offense under Sark, but that TCU game and the Iowa State game his first year or two that you just like to forget that they ever happened. But
in that TCU game too really kind of hurt Texas because Anthony Hill was committing that night. I mean, after Ant Hill decommitted from Texas, he called the Texas staff and committed on the phone. Like he was going to Texas once
after
he
decommitted
from
A&M.
Yeah, he was always going to Texas as soon as A&M started going and having a 5-7 year or whatever it was that year. But the plan was for him to go public. Either it was going to be before the game in warmups or it was going to be after they beat TCU at home. And neither ended up happening. And he waited until like 2 weeks later. I remember I was walking down the ramp at AT&T Stadium when I got the notification that Ant Hill went public. Because it might have actually been my birthday. It was one of the days at state. But but with TCU though, like I can't remember what the record was last year, but
I think they were 5-7, weren't they?
Yeah, no, it wasn't amazing. And look, they might be more competitive this year, but like I was very interested their portal strategies and like the way they recruit high school is kind of not that there's not a ton of strategy to it. It's just like they have some really weird takes. So
yeah, okay. You talk about
one thing I've noticed that TCU is doing, and Oklahoma State usually does it. Sorry, I have the hiccups. But TCU lately, I've noticed they're taking a lot of these like really, really good high school football players that don't have good times.
Yeah.
And those kids usually will end up at an Oklahoma State type of school, something like that. But TCU seems to be taking like a significant amount of them than other schools usually do.
Yeah.
And like that never works. You can't take that many of that type of prospect because everyone is going to be faster than them.
No, we talked about
it
a
lot. But at
Oklahoma
Oklahoma State, they'll take about 4, 5, 6 of those kids a year. And then they'll also supplement it with the track kids who aren't that good at football but have great time, stuff like that. But TCU is just taking a larger number than anyone I've ever seen, it kind of feels like.
We've talked about it because, I just love Matt Rule, the way he thinks about building a roster. And honestly, man, the way Sark has built this Texas roster too, I really like it. You look at kind of how they've done it. You can't go all in on one type of guy. Like you got to have some dudes that are just good football players. You got to have some guys that are toolsy guys, but you can't have a roster full of just, we're going to recruit this type of guy. We're going to recruit. You get into the problem where, like, honestly, to switch gears a little bit, you run into the problem really that Texas baseball is having with pitching right now, where, you're not recruiting enough. you need to have a couple of finished products out of high school. Dudes that this is probably his ceiling. He probably the floor is really high, a couple high floor, low ceiling guys. But if you recruit an abnormal amount of either two-way guys that you're going to develop into pitchers, or just pitchers that, hey, he might throw it, 94, 95 right now, but I'm going to get him to back it down to 91, 92 and teach him control. Or this guy that thinks he needs 5 pitches and I'm going to get him pared down to 2 or 3. You're just putting all your eggs in a basket of player development, and that's how you get in the bind you are now. So you can't put all your eggs in one basket when you're building a roster. I don't care what sport you're talking about. You got to have some variety. It's kind of like Jordan, when my wife and I started dating, and she told me about how I needed to start dressing like an adult, because you look in my closet, and what I would do, I would go to like Old Navy, and I found a polo shirt that I liked. I would just buy that same type of shirt, but I buy it in like 5 different colors. So I'm like, that's my clothes for the year. I kind of do that with my Magellan dry fits at Academy now, but I'm 40 and I don't care. But my wife was kind of like, look, if we're going to be seen in public together, I need you to like wear a couple different styles of shirts. It's like, you can't have a closet with all the same thing. You can't look, man. It's just like your favorite food. I love like cheeseburgers, but if I ate cheeseburgers, each meal of the day, every day, it wouldn't be long before I'd be, an even fatter F than I am right now. A balanced diet is good, man. You can't just get full on one thing.
You need some variety. So I'm about to run through TCU's schedule just because, like, man, none of these games really look exciting.
Yeah,
like I'm a football fan.
Man.
I love the Big 12 ACC matchup.
That classic Big 12 ACC matchup.
Yeah,
Rex. I'm a fan of cheeseburgers. I had some good tacos before this show started too. So,
hey, okay. So TCU started off at Stanford. If I remember correctly, didn't Stanford fire their staff this offseason? Or actually, Stanford, if I remember correctly, is like Rice, where they don't have legitimate head coaching titles. It's some BS names.
The coaching positions are endowed. So you got to call it if you endowed the coaching position at UT, right? Steve Sarkisian would have to be called the Jordan Scruggs head coach of football, Steve Sarkisian, or whatever.
Man, who would what position coach would I want the title of? Probably Choice or Kyle Flood. They're consistently the best recruiters, I think. They're the most consistent in recruiting.
I want to endow a quality control position.
It 1,000% would have been Joey Thomas.
I want to endow a special assistant to the head coach just to elongate that title even more.
Yeah, Chris Gilbert. Okay, no, but this is TCU's schedule. Stanford, we'll give them a dub. They can take Stanford and Palo Alto. Or at least I hope they can. If they can't, they're gonna have way bigger problems than this schedule prediction. Long Island University might be a little rough, but they got them at home, so we'll give them a dub. That's 2-0. UCF at Fort Worth. Man, Gus Malzahn, I think he's going to surprise some people. He's got some tricks up his sleeves.
Are you on the Gus bus?
I'm on the Gus bus. I think this might be his last. Eric Henry's? I think it might be his last year at UCF if things go the way they could. So now we got
trailer, man. Gus Malzahn might be the head coach at Arkansas when the Razorbacks come to Austin.
Hey, heard it here first. It's only an hour, but so I got TCU 2-1 running into the battle of DFW versus SMU. SMU is going to wax these fools. They're going to be 2-2 headed into Kansas. You don't want Jalen Daniels in Kansas. Now you're 2-3. Man, now you got Houston
back. Yeah,
you got Houston at home. I refuse to believe that Kendall Briles is going to out-scheme Willie Fritz. I know Willie Fritz probably won't have the talent that TCU has. So that's a toss-up. But
Willie Fritz can coach his ass off, though, man. I don't know what their roster is going to look like, Jordan, because I know they lost a lot. But, man, they're going to U of H will win a game that they have no business winning this year, just because Willie Fritz and that staff, they're that damn good.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, it won't be this season, but this next season, former Texas commit Jonah Wilson is going to be a finalist for the Biletnikoff. Yes. The reports I've heard about Jonah Wilson throughout this spring, like there are I'm talking to the people in his circle, like there are some people who are like, hey, Houston's not going to throw the ball enough. Like, if you really want to shine, it might be best for you to look elsewhere. So that might be a thing as well. But at the same time, like, Jonah Wilson was always a take at Texas, and he passed up Texas to go to UH already. I won't be surprised if he's going to pass up other opportunities to continue staying home. But Jonah Wilson is a name that is, I think, going to take off and be a national name this year. I always loved him in high school. I think Mike and Hudson, who was with Horns 24/7 at the time he decommitted, they did a great job of kind of saying how big of a deal that was. I know Texas is obviously going to be loaded at receiver every year as long as Sark's there. So the blow is definitely softened, but like he's going to be an NFL draft pick in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got him at
you said they probably beat Houston, right?
Yeah. We'll give him that tiebreaker.
So 3-3
home. So 3-3 heading into the bye week, and then they got Utah at Utah coming out of the bye week. You're out of your mind if you think Sonny Dykes is beating Winningham at home. So they're now 3-4. Then they got Tech at homecoming. I think this is going to be the year Tech really starts to put it together with all these different athlete type of takes. So now they're 3-5, heading into Waco with Dave Aranda's Baylor Bears probably backed against the wall.
And you don't think for 2 seconds that Gary Patterson doesn't want to win that game? Special assistant to the head coach at Baylor, Gary Patterson.
So now they're 3-6, heading into their 10th game, my bad, versus Oklahoma State at home. Ollie Gordon's homecoming. You're out of your mind. You think Ollie Gordon isn't going for 150. Come on now. I also think Gundy and Oklahoma State are they're never going to be my pick to win the Big 12, but they will consistently finish in the top 4, I think, for a very long time.
Oklahoma State has taken the place of, in the 2000s, what Texas Tech was. You could count on Mike Leach and Tech winning right about 8 games every year.
Yep.
But somewhere between 7 and 9 wins, and then every 3 or 4 years they're at 9 to 10, 11, and in contention for at that time it was a division title. The only problem Tech had at that point was they were in the Big 12 South, and Texas and Oklahoma were just that good.
Yeah. So Oklahoma State, I'm gonna give the Pokes the W. So now TCU's 3-7. Heading in, and keep in mind, like, this is kind of BS. Like,
this is Jordan's glass half empty rundown of TCU stuff.
I'm just, dude, all my buddies who would not shut the hell up for the 4 or 5 months TCU was in Cinderella land. Like, they've permanently made TCU one of the most, like, there are a few colleges I genuinely root against. TCU they're on the borderline because there's like 8 kids at TCU that I know pretty well right now and that I root for and pull for. But like the rest of them, all their fans, they can shove it. Arizona.
I've got enough Tech people around me that some of my friends and people I know that are Tech alums, Tech supporters have made Tech like that for me.
Yeah. Arizona, I think Arizona is going to be really competitive in the Big 12 this year. But the thing is, Washington actually just got a pretty big donor boost to prep for the spring window. And where did this Washington staff come from? Arizona. So I'm anticipating Arizona might have some portal casualties in the next few weeks. But regardless, I don't know. I think they could.
Brent Brennan's
probably. They're going to beat TCU. I feel pretty good about that. So
if you can win somewhat consistently at San Jose State, a place where you're not supposed to win, then you can coach some football.
Yeah. So now TCU is 3-8 heading into their Week 12 matchup or Week 13 matchup versus Cincinnati. And I'll give them the Cincinnati game, even though it's in Cincinnati. So that's a 4-8 projected finish from yours truly. Yes. Did you see this? Did you read about this?
Dude, I read a little bit about it yesterday. Yeah. Hank alerted me to that. And man, I want to read up a little bit more on it just because I kind of got the Cliff Notes version of it, but it doesn't on the surface, it don't look good.
Yeah, let's see. I'm looking up Arizona State's schedule right now.
Jack, what that was Washington had a player with two different
sexual assault allegations.
Was it sexual assault charges?
Yeah, it was like different forms of sexual assault.
Basically it's two different incidents involving two different women. The one was it was basically both happened last fall, and if you're Kalen DeBoer, one, how did you not know about it? Two, how did you not punish said player? So, yeah.
Did you see in the interviews they did with Jed Fish?
No.
So they're interviewing him after practice, and the reporters are like, why did y'all let him play in the college football playoff game?
Oh,
and
no.
he's like, what? Like his reaction, he's much better about it than I would. I would have been like, do you know who you're talking to? But yeah, so a lot of not the best reporting going on.
No,
in
that's
Washington right now, but
that's what happens when you let news people trickle over to the sports side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's
you remember I
thing.
sent you that clip of the head of the Bucks Lions divisional playoff game where Todd Bowles got asked in a press conference how they were going to prepare for the cold by going to Detroit.
Yep.
Long-winded question. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so this right here is important because they Grubb was questioned by the FBI or the police about why the player wasn't playing or why he wasn't at practice or whatever, and he just said he had some off the field stuff going on. So like and that was from like the first week of December. So if they are gonna try, if DeBoer or Grubb or any of them are gonna try to be like, yeah, we didn't know, like there's no way they can get out of this clean. There's no way. And also, by the way, Jeff, I don't know if you remember this.
Who's Arizona State's third game against?
Texas State in San Marvelous.
Arizona State's coming to Hayes County?
Bro, listen to Arizona State's non-conference schedule. Wyoming at home, Mississippi State at home, and Texas State on the road on September 12th, which is a Thursday. And they play 5 days before at Mississippi State, so hopefully Texas State can get them some tired legs, but I'm sure Texas State's doing
we might have to have a Texas Sports Unfiltered tailgate for that game.
Texas State Unfiltered.
Dude, that whole campus is always unfiltered.
Wait, you don't like San Marvelous?
Oh, I love San Marvelous, but it's unfiltered. That's why I love it so much. I was the weird kid. They have those buses that go from San Marcos to Austin for the Texas State kids to go to 6th Street on the weekends. Yeah. I was the kid who was taking the bus from 6th Street to San Marcos.
Right. Go to the square.
At the square. That's where you need to go right there. That's the place.
Go to Nephews.
I don't know where I was going. I went down there with buddies. I had no place to stay. And it was like, you better find a girl, otherwise you won't have anywhere to stay.
Go to Draft Choice, or as my buddies and I appropriately called it, Last Choice.
Yeah, it's a good place to vulture around for sure. Yeah.
Actually, Jeff, funny enough, BK, one of my buddies that was in our circle, we nicknamed him the Vulture because that was kind of his gimmick. He leaned into the bit a little too hard.
Jeff, when you were at Texas State, was there a bar on the square open called the Vault?
The Vault was not. No, that was after I was done.
Okay, because I don't know how long it's been there, but one of my best friends works there. He goes to Texas State. So
my favorite watering hole on the square is still open. I haven't been there since I was in college, but the Green Parrot, the Dirty Bird, is still alive and well. So it's good to know.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. So
there's a place, man, there's a little shopping center across the street from the music building. There used to be a really good Chinese food place there. It was called Rose Garden. It's since closed down. There's a place called The Den, and it kind of in the corner of the shopping center. And we used to go there on Sunday nights, watch Sunday Night Football, play free shuffleboard, and they had dollar Jaeger bombs.
Oh, see you
later.
Yeah.
So you walk in with a nice $10 bill, BK, and you leave not really giving a rat's ass who
on a stretcher.
Yeah, you're looking like Paul Pierce getting wheeled out of there after dropping $10 at that place. Good night.
Yeah, dude. It was good times back then. We haven't even gotten to the big news though. Intern Brock is getting a call out of the bullpen today.
What's up, fellas?
Indeed. Look at the shirt he's rocking too. The
Brock, what you got?
6'9".
Yeah, and what's up with that?
I am a brand ambassador for the Twisted Bitch Cattle Company. There
you go.
So
and that's the shirt. That's their shirt.
This is a Twisted Bitch shirt. Yes.
Nice.
69 ranch and feed.
BK, I was temporarily a brand ambassador for Allsup's burritos.
Wow.
But they fired me though.
How do you get fired from that?
Apparently I didn't tweet something positive out in a timely manner, so Allsup's told me I was no longer allowed to be a burrito ambassador.
How do you even become a brand ambassador for half these places? Like, I got to reach out to them first, or them to me first, because Hank will call me. Hank will call me sometimes and be like, "Yo, have you ever heard of this brand?" And I'll be like, "Dude, no. What are you talking about?" And he'll be like, "Well, yeah, I just hit them up, and I'm just gonna post like 3 things on Twitter, and they're gonna send me some hats, so I'm gonna do it." And I'm just like, "All right, like I've never even heard of this. Cool."
When I was at the Horn, and my key card worked, and I was able to get in the building. Craig and I were doing the show, and man, Craig is on the road a lot. I've been on the road a lot, and when you're in West Texas, you got Allsup's, right? Those Allsup's gas stations, and man, the beef and bean burritos at Allsup's when they're fresh, dude, it's a national treasure. I'm telling you, they're freaking amazing. And somebody pointed it out to me on Twitter. Somebody sent me a link that said, "Hey, Allsup's is recruiting burrito ambassadors." I'm like, who's better to tell people about the greatness of Allsup's burritos than me? So they sent me like this little care package, like some stickers and a gift card, Allsup's gift card. And they're like, "Yeah, you just need to tweet out such and such." And it was right around Christmas. So I forgot to tweet it out. And they're like, "Yes, you're no longer a burrito ambassador." I'm like, "Oh, well, at least I could temporarily call myself a burrito ambassador."
That was it? You had one mess up and you were gone?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes.
They don't play that shit at Allsup's.
No.
I tell you what, too many other burritos out there. You can't be slacking on the job.
You know what, BK? As long as we got Cabo Bob's, we're good.
That's all you need. There's a new Cabo Bob's opening up like right by where I live, and that is awesome, but also incredibly dangerous at the same time.
What part of Austin are you in again?
I'm like Sunset Valley, Oak Hill, kind of in between those two. So southwest.
Okay. Yeah, I know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, off 290 a little bit near Monterey Oaks. So
what is DJ talking about being a brand ambassador for? See, see, you guys, some of you in the chat, you know who you are. You're habitual line steppers. There's a line, and you habitually step over it.
What is a brand ambassador? What is an ambassador? Is that something different than what we're talking about here?
Ambassador.
But I don't think we can show that on TSU. So I'm not sure any butt plug companies will be reaching out to us.
BK, what was the fleshlight deal you guys did back in the day?
Dude, that was it was like the first week Trey and I had the old midday program, and someone had texted in and was like, "My wife works at Fleshlight. Do you guys want samples?" And we're like, "Yes, of course." So we got into contact with this guy, and I guess his wife came through and brought like 2 giant boxes of stuff, like actual toys, shirts, hats, stickers. We like walked around the office, total HR violation, but there's no HR at that place. There's really nothing at that place. And we just like walked around to like everybody and just like, hey, put your fingers in there, put your hands in there. What does it feel like? And that was, I don't know how we didn't get fired a week into our job, but that was it.
Was the store called Fleshlight, or was the lady just an ambassador for Fleshlights?
No, she worked, maybe still does, but worked for Fleshlight. Fleshlight is based out of Austin, like giant. Maybe you're playing dumb, Brock. I know you know what Fleshlights are.
Oh, I know what a Fleshlight is, but is it like a store, or is it?
Oh, it's a whole the whole company. They have like a ginormous online shop. I don't think it's a storefront. I think it's like all online, and they just have like a factory somewhere. But yeah, no, it's like a ginormous international company that people buy shit from all the time. Not, heard it from a friend. I don't know.
I think do you have one on your shelf back there?
Nah,
I'm playing. Yeah, imagine. He's like, yeah, I haven't seen one since that day on the horn, and it's like it falls out of the shelf.
How does one it's got me curious, BK. How does one decide that, you know what, my career is gonna be in the dill industry. I'm just gonna market dills and sell dills and like I'm sure that's not like where you wanted to be, but I mean,
how does it get to that point is what you're
asking. Yeah.
Hey,
like what were the dominoes that led to this one?
I want to go down.
What did you fail on to where you're now here?
Dude, that industry is
Hey, BK, when are we gonna get some merch? Because we keep talking about ambassadors for everything I would never want to be an ambassador for.
Yeah.
But what's the word with the merch? Are we gonna get any hoodies, or are you just keeping the hats exclusive for yourself? Like what's the word?
Hey, hold on there. A bunch of guys have hats. Intern Brock I know has a hat. I got to get you a hat next time you're in town. We got to get you one. We're working.
You got my address because you sent me a 1099. So I know you
I have your Austin address. You moved. What do you mean I have your address?
Jordan, you have to leave the house for more than work functions to be able to get swag.
Man, come on now. Quit playing with me.
If it's not a 7-on-7 tournament or a camp or a game, like Jordan's probably at the house.
No, that is true. I do stay in the crib and out of the way, but yeah, we gotta get some hoodies or some shirts going or something.
Yeah, that we do need.
What is he talking about here?
Oh yeah, I'll answer that in a little bit. That's like a YouTube membership thing. YouTube's been pulling our leg a little more than I would like. So
the truth is we can't afford swag as a company. Brock has to open up an OnlyFans page to get some money flowing into this place. So
I will.
Yeah.
I'll find something to put on there.
Yeah. Hey, most guys would shy away at that opportunity, but Brock is diving in head first to that deal.
You know the Gilligan Keys bit with Shane Gillis where he's the OnlyFans dad.
I haven't seen that one.
You seen that bit on YouTube on the YouTube, BK?
I don't know if I have, and I'm a big Gillis fan too. I don't know.
Yeah, you should probably check that out. Yeah, Bucky's Naked Garden. See, like they're NTR, non-traditional revenue. There's many ways we can do it. Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, we're working on it. I'm open to all suggestions and ideas here.
I reached out to BK about doing like how firemen do like sexy calendars.
Yeah.
We should do a photo shoot with the whole staff. Make a calendar.
No, here's what y'all should do. And I'm only bringing this up because I live in Dallas. Do a sexy car wash for Texas Sports Unfiltered listener. Yeah, get all y'all out there washing cars.
Who's showing up to that?
Yeah,
I mean, shit. There's people who show up to this shit every day, so there is a chance.
Austin's finest would be out there to shut us down before anything.
Yeah, they're like, all right, y'all. This is where we draw the line. We can have all the tents and other stuff in public places, but
nearby businesses
no sexy car wash.
Ask, look, like how much were you guys planning on making today? We'll give you that to just go.
Yeah, they're like, at this point, it's obscenity.
Yeah,
shut it down.
Yeah,
they show up to the cheerleaders when they're doing that. They're not going to show up to a bunch of middle-aged men washing
Hey,
cars.
BK, I want to get your take on this. Getting back to the business in hand, which is sports, and we'll sports here for a second.
It is. Huh?
Jordan was talking about this, and he's got some buddies who are TCU fans, and TCU's run to the championship game just made that team unbearable, and his buddies unbearable to be around, and it's made him like want to root against TCU. I've kind of gotten that way with Texas Tech because I seem to have a lot of Tech people around me and in my ear, and it's just pretty. And there's a lot of layers there to the Texas Tech deal. Is there any school that like you just have extra like, man, the fans just make them unbearable to root for?
Oh, it's Texas Tech for me too.
Yeah.
I mean, I've called their fans the Philadelphia Eagles fans of college sports forever. And they were bad before Chris Beard left Lubbock to come to Austin. And obviously that just ignited a fire for their hatred of the University of Texas. So that combined with the fact that like half my high school graduating class went to Texas Tech. Like it's weird. I grew up in Dallas and I know very few people who went to TCU. So like I don't know enough TCU people to like hate that fan base. Like they're pretty obnoxious. I've been to games there and they're obnoxious, but like I don't have any extra animosity like Jordan does. But
yeah, that's another thing. Like
talk so much shit. Tech fans talk infinite shit, and they have won nothing except for meat judging championships.
Yeah, and it's like with Tech too. They're in Lubbock, dog. Like y'all are out there in China, and like TCU, like Fort Worth is so lame. It's so lame. It's so
they hate
lame.
that. Dude.
And like their campus is trash. It's horrible. It's impossible to get around there on game days. I know that's how it is for most college campuses, but like your campus is in the heart of a city. Do a better job figuring that out. So yeah, I don't know. And like the high school version of that for me, I find a way to root for every single high school program in Texas. The one I genuinely root against are the Katy Tigers. Like, I can't stand them. And it all starts with the parents, and also they knocked, like, Travis out of the playoffs a ton. Like, Travis also knocked them out of the playoffs a ton. But, yeah, I despise Katy. I never see them play unless I have to because they run a BS offense where it's just wide zone the whole time. Like, the most boring stuff ever. The problem is Katy has a kid in the 2027 class that's going to be, like, a top 50 prospect in the country one day. So I'm going to have to spend a lot of time over there these next few years. And, like, I'm not excited about it at all.
Oh, so. No. Yeah. I mean, Katie's turned into basically its own city, right? There's so much to do there that it almost feels like it's separate from Houston completely.
Oh, yeah. No, anyone who's from Katy and says they're from Houston, I'd get on their ass, even though it's being extra. I'll get on their ass.
Yeah. So. If you're talking to somebody from Texas, like everyone knows what Katy is. If you're like talking to someone from Michigan, then you just say Houston. But like if you're talking to a Texan, you say Katy because that's a whole separate deal right there.
Oh yeah.
Shoot. All right.
Well, there's one that's getting close for me, BK, and it's Ohio State.
Oh yeah.
And it's only because my nephew he finished up school at Ohio State and knows that, like, you know, my other team growing up when Texas was bad, I had to have another team to root for, and it was Michigan. And the last time I saw him, he made a reference to that school up north. I'm like, look, just because you have the Ohio State degree, I'm proud of you for going to Ohio State, but we're not going there. I really don't have to like kick you in the teeth.
Whenever he texts you now, does he refuse to use the letter M? He just puts like a red X emoji. Yeah.
Well, if actually he texted me last night, if I text him back and I get a red X, and I'm like, dude, just lose my number.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll throw one more in there. Kentucky basketball fans are the worst, and I'm so glad they just completely whiffed on their coaching search. That is fantastic.
Is this the equivalent? Is Kentucky hiring Mark Pope? Is it the equivalent of Texas having a coaching search post Mac Brown and ending up with Charlie Strong?
Yeah, it sure
close
feels that way. But Charlie had more skins on the wall than Pope does as a coach. Like obviously, Pope played at Kentucky and won a national title in '96 and was, you know, a big part of that team. But I mean, Mark Pope's never won a tournament game. Like Charlie Strong had like, you know, one awesome season at Louisville. So his best year was better than any year Mark Pope has had as a head coach.
Oof.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I saw this thing on Twitter because like Scott Drew his announcement that he was staying was like, this is what God wanted. This is what's right.
Yeah.
And then Mark Popes was like, this is what God wanted. He wanted me. Yeah. And it's like, okay, y'all, like
I'm a man of faith, but you always use God to your advantage. Like, you know, you can do whatever the hell you want. Just say God told you to do it. And it's like, oh, it's.
You know what? I'm a man of faith also. I respect the guy that, you know, like you lose a Super Bowl, you lose a championship game. It's like, well, it's God's plan. Like, yeah, like it's not just the good stuff that happens. Like sometimes the bad stuff's it's gotta be a reason for it too.
Yeah. But hey, shout out Scott Drew. Cause like I'm not a huge fan of Baylor by any means. And I think their fans are weird as hell. They're very tolerable. They're just a weird group of people, to be honest. Yeah. And they have a really fair weather fan base, but like it's nice to see that there is still some loyalty in today's like day and age of college athletics. You know what I mean? Because it's like it is so rare you see a coach like Scott Drew stay at a town like Waco to coach a school like Baylor instead of going to arguably the best job in the sport. Like it's up there with Duke. So
here's the difference.
You know, I'm just saying I appreciate stuff like that. Just seeing that the good folks still exist in
Scott Drew. Scott Drew wins a national championship at Baylor, and he's set for life. He never has to worry about job security ever again. He wins a national championship at Kentucky, and it's like, cool. What are you going to do next?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also, like the good news, man. If you're a Baylor fan and you survive this, like he's going to coach there till he retires. You know, like that. That's amazing. If you're a Baylor fan, he's a top coach in the country.
My parting shot today as I get out of here. The UT Tower silhouette and Intern Brock's background is kind of, it's going to make my vertigo come back. It's kind of just, it's not framed Brock, so it's kind of just, I don't know. It's just kind of weird sitting there.
Yeah, it was. I think it's what they send like on the back of your acceptance thing. BK, did you get one of those from UT, like the tower thing?
No, they didn't send me shit. I just assumed I could go.
Yeah. I didn't even apply because I knew I wasn't getting in. So
it's kind of cool. It looks like just coming out of the top of your head, though. It's an interesting look.
Brock, what are those framed pictures you got in the background? You got your little.
One of them's Michael Jordan, I think, on the right.
Vince Young over here. And Kevin Durant over here.
Oh, KD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
all right. Well, I'll get out of the way and let BK and Intern Brock run with the rest of the midday program.
Yes, sir.
Just take it easy. We'll be back to do it next week.
Enjoy the weekend
on Monday.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. A long cross talk today with the boys from It's Only an Hour. And now I think making his co-hosting debut on TSU is a guy that, I don't know if you've followed TSU from day one, you know very well. You maybe haven't seen him that often, but he's been a big part of what we've put together to this point. Intern Brock is with us, skipping class today.
Yes.
Very fitting. Well done by you,
Thanks
sir.
for the opportunity to skip class today.
Dude, you should not ever go to class on Friday. Like, class on Friday should not be a thing, number one. And I pity professors who do have class on Friday. And I know the class you're skipping, it was actually a guy who was a professor of mine back in the day. And he's a nice guy, but that's where we didn't see eye to eye. The fact that he had Friday class. I had a very strict no class on Friday rule, so I never saw him on Friday. But I respect you for doing the American thing here and not going to college class on Friday. Good for you.
I mean, I have no problem with going to classes on Friday, but like you, I had a policy, but mine was about no reading. I will not read for a class, which was hard because I had to do a book review a couple weeks ago. But
you won't read for any class.
Nope.
What if you have to? I guess there are ways around it, right? Like people put notes online and stuff, so you don't have to read. You can get the information for a test in some other form.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that, or like I'll just buy an audiobook. Like I'll listen to the audiobook, but I'm not reading.
Do they have audiobooks of textbooks now?
Well, a lot of times it's like, oh, read, this novel that talks about what we're talking about. I'm like,
yeah.
I'll find it on YouTube. Audiobook somewhere. Put it on like 1.5 speed. Knock it out in 20 minutes.
I like that. The
do
no
it.
reading policy.
No reading.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like some of the rules I had when I was in school. I'm sure if my folks are watching right now, they'll love to hear this. No class on Fridays was definitely a rule. No 8 a.m.s was definitely a rule. My worst rule. This was the dumbest thing ever, but I started doing this and I just had to continue the bit for all 4 years I was there. I refused to study for a test until the day of the test. Like midterm, final exam, whatever. Like midnight hit, and then I would just boom. I would pull an all-nighter. I would study literally until I had to leave to walk to go take the test. But that was my rule. It's like I'm not spending days. None of this matters. None of this is important enough. I knew I wanted to work in radio. Like I just needed to graduate. It's like just pass. And my GPA was solid, way more solid than it should have been, probably because people signed me into class forever. But like I was not. There are people who studied for tests like weeks in advance, and I just thought they were such losers. And I regretted every time it was test day. I'm like, holy shit, I'm exhausted. I'm not retaining any of this. This is a horrible idea. But that was a rule. I couldn't start studying for a test until the day of said test.
Well, that's not the point of college, to retain stuff. It's to just memorize it for a short time and hope that the test falls within that time frame.
There you go.
Yeah,
I got that sheet of paper, so it worked. I guess. What about you? You have any other rules, or no reading is the big one?
No reading's the big one. I'm not a good reader.
Reading
borderline illiterate, so I tend to stay away from it.
You can remove the word borderline. We've heard and seen you before, so.
Well, it's like illiteracy. It's like, what does that word even mean? But no, I signed up for my last class yesterday, and I'm stoked. I'm so ready to be done.
Yeah. Are you done? When are you done? After the summer?
No, after the fall.
Okay. One more semester. Yeah. Okay. It's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah. Yeah. You get like, you'll regret saying that in a couple of years because college is just the greatest thing ever. But like senioritis is a real thing. And you just get to a point where it's like, I cannot wait to not write another paper again. Or take another test again. You did not cry after the Texas-Washington game. That was Intern Mason, right? We weren't sitting together. I was sitting with Intern Mason, but you were okay after the Sugar Bowl?
I mean, I got peed on, but other than that.
You got peed on?
I got peed on Bourbon Street.
After the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the funniest part of Intern Mason's deal was like he went from crying to like meeting you up on Bourbon Street in like the snap of a finger. So he just
we didn't meet on Bourbon Street. We walked over there and stopped at a liquor store 3 times between the sugar or not the Sugar Bowl, the what was the bowl?
The Superdome?
Yeah, the Superdome.
Yeah.
Between the Superdome and Bourbon Street, we stopped at 3 different liquor stores because you can just carry liquor down the street.
Yeah, why did you not just stop at one and get everything at one?
Well, I didn't think he would go through them that fast. He was going through some emotions that night. He was. He went through like
what are you drinking? Like
of grieving.
What did you buy? What were you drinking?
I can't remember.
Okay. I was like, you just grabbing 40s or something and just pounding those. Like
literally, we were playing like Edward 40 hands on the way to Bourbon Street.
Goodness gracious! Y'all somehow made it home that night. I think y'all made it home that night. Home being the Airbnb.
Night might not be the right word. Mason got back at like 7 a.m. But
okay. Yeah, I think now those stories are starting to come back to me. Now Bourbon. Okay, wait. Finish the story. Someone peed on you, like on the street. You were just walking, and some guy just whipped it out and started spraying you.
Well, I was like walking, and I wasn't really paying attention, and this guy just started peeing on the wall. And of course, he starts right as I'm, walking past him, between him and the wall.
Yeah.
And so I got soaked, and I was like, "That's my cue to go home. I want to shower."
Have you told Bucky that story? Because Bucky's got the bit where like everyone in Louisiana just pisses everywhere. Like
It's true.
No one can hit a toilet. Even when you're in a bathroom, it's just like no one even hits the toilet. It's almost like they're aiming for the floor.
You know why Bourbon Street smells like piss? It's because people piss everywhere.
Yeah. That story you just shared.
Yeah. It's.
Oh my God. I didn't realize you got pissed on. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I missed out on so much that I'm still mad.
Because of that?
Yeah. Me and Mason were actually talking about that last night. I was like, because I heard the stories from that night with him, and I'm like, I am so upset. Like, I'm still upset that I had to go home because I got peed on.
You didn't go back out? I mean, we were far away from Bourbon, so it would have taken a lot, but you didn't go back out?
No, I was like, I had just gotten peed on. I was like, you know what? I'm done.
That's got to be a sign, like, that your night is over. You know, I'm sure there's part of you that's like, I'm just go home, shower real quick, and change, and then I can be back in like an hour, and it's Bourbon Street, so you know it'll be open forever, and I'll be able to do something tonight. But you probably did the right thing, like coming back.
Ruins your whole day. You can't get peed on at midnight and then be back out at 1 like nothing happened. You know,
is that good luck? You know, people say like if a bird craps on you, it's good luck. Is it good luck if New Orleans homeless guy
pees on you?
Yeah. Do we know if there's like a Socrates thing about that?
I don't know. I'll find out, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess it's bad luck hearing some of the stuff that went down that I was not a part of.
Yeah.
Night, so.
Yeah. There's some good stories, if memory serves. That's a fun place. It's a nightmare at times, but it is a fun place as well. All right, man. So what's on your mind sports wise? Like we got the Masters going on. I don't even remember. Are you a big golf guy? Like, are you going to be locked into the Masters this weekend?
I don't know. I'm not as big of a golf guy as I am just a homosexual. I'm a big Max Homa guy.
I like that. Yes.
Yeah.
He's in the mix. He's first place right now. I think DeChambeau just gave one back, so I think Homa's in sole possession of first right now.
Yeah, he's 700 right now.
What's where's the love from Homa come from? Just because you can say homosexual is
that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. His fans are the homosexuals. But dude, he is so funny. Like if you ever listen to like a podcast with him, he is or follow his Twitter. He does this thing where he's like post your swings and I'll critique them. And it's just him roasting everyone like one by one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love his personality.
He is hilarious. He's one of us. Like there aren't a ton of professional athletes that it's just like, okay, he's the same person. He's just really good at whatever sport that he plays. Like, I feel like the world learned that Kirk Cousins is like one of like, he's just the most normal human being who just has a cannon for an arm.
Yeah.
Like Max Homa he's one of us. Like he's hilarious. Yeah. Fantastic Twitter follow. I've heard him in interviews, probably not enough podcasts. Like I feel like most of the interviews I've listened to him in are like actual interviews to where he can't be that unfiltered. But even then he's funny and you could tell like he's a hilarious dude.
Yeah.
He's also Jewish, so respect. Like
makes
me like him even more. Probably makes you like him even less. Like he's like I'm rooting for Scheffler this weekend because the Longhorns are the guys I root for more than anything. But like Max Homa is like one of my favorite non-Longhorns, if not my favorite non-Longhorn on the tour. So I hope he's in the mix for the next 3 days for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. He's off to a good start.
Yeah, he's 200 a day. He's on 11 right now. He's playing with Tiger and Jason Day. Jason Day is not having a great tournament. Tiger's at 1 over still. I think the projected cut line is 2 over. So it's a big back 9 here for El Tigre to try to do enough to make sure he can play the weekend. I don't think he's going to be in the mix to win the green jacket, but my goal is just like, all right, let's see Tiger on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. Because he's got that crazy streak too, trying to make the cut for the 24th straight year at the Masters. So hopefully he gets there. But yeah, right now it's Homa and DeChambeau 1 shot back. Scotty Scheffler also 1 shot back. Scheffler hasn't even started his round. He's 12:48, so about 10 minutes from now is when Scheffler will begin his second round, which is good. I'll be able to watch most of Scotty's round this afternoon. So that'll be good.
Been having a good tournament too.
Yeah, Hogard's in third right now. He's at 5 under par. He's even for the day. He had a couple of bogeys, but got back to even for the day. So yeah. I mean, a lot of good names in the mix. And I saw this stat earlier today. And I didn't know this. It's kind of weird, and it's kind of disappointing because I love the story of the guy who has like the shitty Thursday and then can bounce back and win the tournament. Like, a guy goes 3 over on day one and is just lights out Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Apparently the last 19 Masters, every winner has been in the top 11 after the first round.
Really?
19 years in a row. So your top 11 after yesterday: Bryson, Scotty, Hogard, Homa, Willett, Davis, Fox, Young, Connors, On, Neiman, and Zalatoris. So like one of those guys, based on the last 2 decades of history, is going to be in Butler Cabin on Sunday. So you got some big names in there. I'd prefer a few more bigger names, but one of those guys, just recent history tells you is going to find a way to get it done. So
is that your master shirt you're wearing right now?
No, yeah, it kind of does look like the
tiger.
I do have the blade polo, which is kind of what this thing looks like, but that was the bit. Although Tiger's not even with Nike anymore, right? He's got his own brand now.
Yeah.
But yeah, the blade polo was popular for a while. I do have one of those, but not rocking it today. And Jordan Spieth, by the way, Jordan Spieth is terrible right now. I mean, he's not even close to making the cut. He's at 7 over for the championship. He's in the bottom 10 right now. So we will not see Jordan Spieth this weekend, and his quest to try to get back to a major championship will have to continue beyond this weekend. All right. What else you got, man? Spring football, obviously.
The spring is a week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, who are you most excited to see? Because I got some names that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's a good conversation to get into. I mean, it's like, I always want to see the quarterback, right? Like, I know we've seen Quinn the last 2 years, but I want to see if there's like a tangible difference in Quinn Ewers from, Jan 1, the last time we saw him, to April 20th, when we'll see him next. He was great last year, took a massive leap from year 1 to year 2, but there's still room for improvement there. And like the last play of Texas's season, Quinn Ewers, it was a misfire. It's a throw that, if he throws it a little bit lower to A.D. Mitchell, and Texas is playing for a national championship last season, and maybe we're talking about the Longhorns being the defending national champs, and the conversations would be way different than the ones that we've had all off season long. So just that throw in a nutshell shows you that there's room for improvement for Quinn Ewers, but he was still a little bit more inconsistent than I think most of us would have liked. So I always want to see the quarterback, and then I want to see the young guys. It's as simple as that. Like Ryan Wingo is receiving rave reviews. Okay. I've never really seen him. I've seen highlights from high school, but obviously this is a step up in class, and I don't really give a shit what Ryan Wingo was doing in high school in St. Louis. Like, it was good enough to get him to Texas. He was the top 10 player in the country, so I know he's really good, but what does he look like? What does Colin Simmons look like? I mean, Texas had a record number of early enrollees this year. I think 18 early enrollees. So we'll get to see a bunch of the young pups for the first time a week from tomorrow. Low-hanging fruit, Brock, but QB and really those 2 early enrollees. There's a few more I can obviously mention, but I'll give you those 3 as the guys I'm most pumped to watch. What about you?
I'm a big Colin Simmons guy.
Yeah.
So I really want to see him and Trey Moore. Trying to think. Yeah, Wingo, obviously. I want to see Arch Manning. I want to see if he's come along a little bit. Not just because his last name is Manning, but he's now our backup quarterback, and Quinn does have a history of getting injured. So I want to see what he looks like. I think our DBs next year are going to be really good. A lot of young guys, but a lot of talented young guys.
Yeah.
Kobe Black and Johnson Rebel and I always forget the other safety's name, but they were all top 100 players coming out.
Yeah. Filsamy coming over.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Late flip from Florida. Yeah, high 4-star. I think he was a 5-star, maybe on one recruiting site. I know he was for at least part of the cycle. Yeah, I mean, there's young talent there. Yeah, Makuba.
Clemson.
Yeah, I'm excited about him.
After we lost Derek Williams last year, you remember the conversations that we were having in the pregame show? Just, he is our only good safety. Safety is the weakness of our team. The back end of our defense sucks, right?
Yep.
And to go from that to next year, I'm like, we might have, one of the most talented secondaries in the country.
I am in total wait and see mode with this secondary because I think from a player perspective, you're right, Brock. Like, there's some talented cats back there. They've recruited incredibly well, and getting Makuba, who is not only a highly touted recruit out of high school, but a guy who's got 3 years of really good college football at an elite program under his belt. Like, that's a massive, massive get. Manny Muhammad showed a lot as a true freshman. Derek Williams, as you mentioned, showed a lot as a freshman. So reason to believe that those guys will be better in their sophomore seasons, which is great. Terrence Brooks did some good things last year at the other corner spot. You've got Jahdae Barron back. You've got Jalen Gilbo back. There's some names. There are absolutely some names. But there were some names last year. The names last year weren't as good as the names this year, but like the secondary was one of the worst in the country. They were 105th in pass defense. And I know yards per game isn't always the best tell for how good a secondary is, but come on. I mean, that was a problem we talked about all season. The 2 games Texas lost were because they couldn't get off the field because their secondary wasn't good enough. So I don't trust the coaches. It's that simple.
I was going to say, you think it's a schematic issue?
I do. Like those, look, Kenny Baker's new, so I don't know what to expect from him. Johnny Nanson's new. I feel like I know what to expect from him because his resume is loaded, and he was a defensive coordinator of a really good defense at Arizona last year. So feel good about him. But like all the other coaches, like I feel good about everybody except for the 2 guys in the secondary. Like I don't think those guys are being developed at the rate the other positions on the team are being developed. So maybe that changes. And it's an overhaul. They got a lot of new players back there and a lot of talented players, like you said. But man, for me, like Blake Gideon and more so Terry Joseph, I am not bought into those dudes yet. And it's a make or break year, I think. Like, look, I get Sark not wanting to make a bunch of changes because you want continuity on your staff. And also Texas just had its best year since 2009. And Sark just had his best year ever as a coach. So it's like, why mess with something? Because it wasn't broke last year. Right. But I don't think those guys should have much longer of a leash. If the secondary is as bad this year as it was in 23, then Sark's going to have to make some changes. Even if Texas does go like 11-1 during the regular season again, I think Sark might have to make a move back there if Texas bows out early in the playoff, or they, I don't know, they go 10-2 or worse or something like that.
Right.
So
well, here I'm gonna throw another name at you that I'm excited to see. Not a sexy name at all, but Cam Williams. Now that Christian Jones is gone, he's our new right tackle. I'm assuming he's going to be in competition with Brandon Baker. And we already know that Sark is not afraid to put a true freshman, on the wing of that O line, because you saw that with Kelvin Banks. But I don't know. I've been excited for Cam Williams for years, so I'm excited to see him in action.
Yeah, it's that's like the one spot on the O line that hasn't been solidified, right? Because the other 4 starters are back from last year. So, right. I mean, Cam Williams is a monster of a human being. I get worried, like I get excited, 6'7", 350, whatever he is, like awesome, great. You want big offensive linemen, especially in the SEC. You got to have that, but you also have to have quickness, like your feet. You don't have to be straight line fast. I don't care about your 40 time, but you got to be quick enough on your feet, and you have to have a good first step as a right tackle to hang with some of the elite edge rushers in the best conference in the sport. So, yeah, like you brought up Trey Moore's name earlier, like all those guys, Colin Simmons, Trey Moore, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burr, Colton Vasek. Like Texas is loaded on the edge. And I know it's a scrimmage, but these guys are going to be trying. So how does Cam Williams look against what I think is one of the deeper edge rooms in college football? That'll be a good tell. And if Cam Williams looks like he struggles, then I do wonder if, Hayden Connor, who is the left guard, maybe they kick him out to right tackle and they try somebody else at left guard. Because I think that's the contingency plan, Brock. Like you brought up Brandon Baker, the 5-star. I think they'd prefer to not play him if they don't have to. Now, if he's a beast, like you said, they'll play him. If he's the best option, he'll be on the field. But I think it's, maybe Hayden Connor at left guard going to right tackle, and then a guy like Neto, Ume Ozulu, or somebody else replacing Hayden Connor at left guard. So we might see that in the spring game, even if Cam Williams doesn't struggle. They just might throw out a number of different O-line combinations with us. But you're right. Like people don't talk about the line that often. That's going to be a really important spot. And Cam Williams has the fast track to be that starter at right tackle. We'll see if he can hold on to it.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what they do with Anthony Hill too, because like you said, we do have a loaded, edge group. Are they going to keep him playing, that edge position? Or are they going to move him back to middle linebacker, which is what they originally recruited him to play? I'm gonna be curious. Or are they going to have him as like a Harold Perkins type and just move him all over the field?
Yeah, it's a great question too. Like, I think Sark a week or two ago said, like, if the season started today, Anthony Hill would be more of just an off-ball linebacker, right? So not coming off the edge. So yeah, like maybe they rotate him. Maybe he plays a few different spots, and if that's the case, I'm okay with it. I want my best athletes coming off the edge. I just do. And Anthony Hill is one of the best athletes, if not the best athlete on this defense. So. Like that guy, shoot, I think he led the team. He had 5.5 sacks last year as a true freshman, despite not he had 5 sacks. Anthony Burke had 5.5 sacks, excuse me. So second on the team in sacks with 5 last year. As a freshman, not playing edge exclusively.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, that I want that guy on the edge, but I think he's going to be a great middle linebacker. And I think Texas they need him there more than they need edge rushers because they already have a bunch of good edges. They don't have as much depth in that linebacker room. So I think you'll see more of Ant Hill at linebacker, which he's still going to make plays there. I'm not worried about that at all.
Well, he's almost like a carbon copy of Micah Parsons, right? If you remember Micah Parsons, he played middle linebacker at Penn State. Cowboys drafted him, and then he stepped on the field, and they're like, holy shit, he's our best edge rusher.
Yeah.
He's just such a good athlete,
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see what they do with him because, that there's not a bad option, really.
No, he's going to make plays. Like, even if he is more of a middle linebacker, like he's going to blitz. He should blitz because he's one of the best blitzers this team has. He was as a true freshman, so I'll assume he'll be that in his second year too. So, yeah, that's I'm excited to watch the leap that Anthony Hill has made because, like, every Longhorn at the Combine, I feel like a lot of the media members there like asked, okay, who's next at Texas? And it feels like everybody was like, oh, Anthony Hill. Like, that's the dude. And, I mean, we saw that. I'll never forget that Alabama game for a billion different reasons. But in Ant Hill's second ever college game, I mean, he was tasked with basically spying Jalen Milroe. And I know at the time people were like, Jalen Milroe sucks, whatever, he's not that good. He turned out to be awesome. Like, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the country last year and was the signal caller for a team that made the college football playoff and made it to overtime against the national champion Michigan Wolverines. Like, that guy could play. And that guy was a matchup nightmare for opposing defenses. And Ant Hill in game 2, like, basically kept Jalen Milroe in check for 4 quarters in that one. And it was just like, oh, shit. I think he had a sack or a sack and a half in that game, too. He was like talking shit to the Bama student section. Like, the guy was ready right then and there. And once again, second ever collegiate game. So we saw him progress. Last year, he got better as the year went on. I think he takes a massive, massive leap. Like, I'm sure he's on NFL radars already, but like he's going to be one of those dudes that going into 2025, his third year, what hopefully is his last year at Texas, he's going to be like in first rounds of mock drafts, I think, because even though he plays linebacker and that's not a super highly coveted position in the draft anymore, I think he's just going to be that much of a difference maker to where, he's going to be popping up early in 25 mocks because he'll be impossible to ignore.
Man, if you put him and Colin Simmons on the field at the same time, rushing off the edge, just the athleticism, coming at you on either side is, ridiculous to think about. Now, I'm excited. I think we have a talented young defense, and that's really what I'm looking forward to most, is offense. We know what we're going to get for the most part, right? I know we got some new receivers, but it's Quinn. It's, 80% of our O-line. It's, we know what we're getting. Whereas the defense, like, we could do a complete overhaul with some of the most talented, young players in the country.
Yeah. I think the defense should be better this year, and it was really good last year. Now I'm worried about the run defense, right? Because you're losing your 2 big boys on the interior of that D-line, and I mean, those guys are tough to replace, right? Like the Outland Trophy winner, and then Byron Murphy, who's going to be like a top 20 pick in the draft in 2 weeks. So Yeah, questions about D tackle for sure, but I think just about every other position you've upgraded on that defense. Jalen Ford will be missed too. No disrespect to him, but I still feel like, top to bottom, you look at the starting 11 and you look at the two deep for this Longhorn defense under Pete Kwiatkowski, I think it's going to be better this year.
Well, I think they'll move Barron Sorrell inside a little bit. I think they'll have him playing more of like a 3 technique, because he's kind of an oversized defensive end, bigger dude. Whereas now we got so many athletic edges coming in. It's like just move him inside and then have speed off the corner.
Yeah, that's
gonna do.
Could happen. Could happen. Yeah, like I wonder. The transfer portal opens back up on Monday, right? So who does Texas go after? Like, do they go after a defensive tackle? I mean, you had the whole Bear Alexander situation, where people thought he was going to hit the portal, and then he got a bag of money, and he's staying at USC. So people were saying, all right, maybe Texas is interested. He's from Texas, and Texas might need a defensive tackle. Like they got Tia Savea from Arizona already, so they brought in one. Do they feel good enough about him and Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton? And then, the Aaron Bryant, Sadir Mitchell, Jeray Bledsoe, like the younger guys. Like, is that core group enough for PK and Kenny Baker and Steve Sarkisian, too, to feel good about going into the SEC? Because you have to be disruptive up front. You can have all the great edge rushers that Texas has, but if you're not getting any sort of push from the inside, then your D-line's not going to be that great. So we saw, I don't think it's a coincidence, Texas had its best D-line, really D tackles in forever. They had their best year in forever, too. Those guys were a massive part of Texas's success. And there's a top 5 run defense in college football. That makes life so much easier for a defensive coordinator. If you just know, it's like, okay, regardless of what I'm calling, we're going to be able to stop the run. You want Texas to have that again. I don't think they'll be top 5 because, once again, Sweat and Murphy are not easy to replace. But they can't be like 75. They can be like 20 to 25, and I think they'll be fine because I think the pass defense should take a big step forward this year. They can't all of a sudden be like a mediocre run defense. They still need to be, 20 to 25. People might hear that and shake their head like that's too low, BK. They still need to be in that ranking minimum, I think, for this defense to be elite enough for Texas to compete in the SEC.
Yeah, it helps that, you have Anthony Hill on the second level, right? That's one way to fix a problem stopping the run interior of your line. So we'll see. I'm really excited about next week.
Yeah, Ant Hill and David Benda too. It's his 6th year. Like I know he's not the greatest player in the world, but like I thought last year was far and away his best year on the 40. And now going into year 6, I mean, those guys don't happen that often in college football. Look at Washington when they beat Texas. They were filled with 6-year guys. So it's nice to have a couple of 6-year guys who have been there, done that. They've seen just about everything. They've experienced just about everything there is to experience on a field. So those guys could help mitigate the loss of Big Sweat and Murphy up front. Man, it'll be fun. It will be fun. I think it's going to be a record crowd too. Like, I don't know what the attendance record is for an orange-white scrimmage at DKR, but I feel like next week is going to shatter whatever it is. Like, spring games have just become a bigger deal in recent years. And obviously this is the best Texas has been in a long time. And the excitement with the move to the Southeastern Conference too is just like all of those things working together. That's, I think, going to lead to a huge crowd. Like, it won't be a full house at DKR, but I could see like the bottom section being pretty close to full next Saturday, especially if the weather's okay. Like if we get the spring weather that we've gotten a lot over the last week and change, like that would be huge. And people are going to come out in droves to watch this team for the first time since that disappointment on the first day of the year. You going to tailgate? What are you doing?
I'll be there. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
I wonder I wonder if I'm sure people will be tailgating. Shoot. I wonder what that scene's going to look like. Maybe I think they got Bevo Boulevard going. I know they've done that for spring games in the past. Yeah. So you'll have that and all those festivities going on outside the stadium on Sand Jack, which will be pretty cool too. So
I was going to ask you, are we doing a pregame show?
Working on it. We are working on it. Details to come. We'll be doing some stuff next week for sure, but hopefully we can figure it out. All right. I'm trying to think what else. Oh, quick sponsor shout outs too. AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. If you are looking to upgrade your home TV setup, you've got to do it with the pros at Audiovisual Consultations. They've been around since 1988. They hooked me up. They've hooked a ton of us up on TSU, and they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the last 3 decades plus. If you want, once again, to upgrade the home TV setup, get that TV system you've always wanted, AV Consultations can turn your dreams into reality. 512-255-8678. And shout out to Altstat Beer as well, the best beer that you can find in the world. Whatever you're doing this weekend, please remember to drink Altstat responsibly. But your good times are made even better when you've got Altstat Beer by your side. For your tailgates next weekend, too, make sure the coolers are loaded with some ice-cold Altstat Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Any Texas baseball thoughts or just any UT-related hot takes? You always have random hot takes, Brock, so I'll give you the floor here while we got a couple of minutes. What's on your mind, and what are you trying to convince people of right now?
I don't know if I have a UT hot take. I feel like we got to talk about OJ, though.
Okay.
You know, because Heaven got themselves a great running back yesterday is what happened.
Yeah, man. I mean, I am I'm just glad, like it's really devastating when a married couple, someone dies before the other person more often than not. And it's horrible that whoever, spends their time on this earth has to do it without the love of their life. So I'm really glad that OJ and Nicole are together again. That's really good. Like that's what true love is all about. And, OJ was living in fear of running into the killer. So now he doesn't have to live in fear anymore too. So that's another beautiful thing, really another blessing of yesterday's news that OJ is no longer with us. Is that what you were thinking too?
Yeah, no, it's man, can you imagine like being like the intern at ESPN, and you're like a college kid who's intern there running their social media. You're like, shit, what do we say?
What do you say? Yeah. I mean,
O.J. Simpson has passed away I think what they did was they did one of those photos where it's like him with like a kind of like a black filter and then just put the year he was born and the year he died. And that's like all they put.
Yeah, it's like you're talking about one of the most talented football players who's ever lived, right? A guy who set records in college at USC, guy who set records in the NFL too. I mean, first 2,000-yard rusher, and he did it in 14 games one season. Like the guy was a freaking monster on the field, but I don't want to say nobody remembers him for that because he's a legendary football figure, but it's obviously not what he's most known for. Yeah. So he's most known for being wrongfully accused of a crime that he clearly didn't commit, and the justice system, which is never wrong, got that one right. So it's a shame that had to follow OJ around for the last whatever years he was on this earth,
Yeah. I just hope that during his funeral, they recreate the Bronco chase with the hearse.
Oh, 0% chance that happens. But yeah, I wish you were in charge so that could happen.
I should be.
It's a weird story to tell, the O.J. Simpson story. And it almost feels like with his Twitter personality over the last few years, like, I don't know if he got,
world.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to say he got back in the good graces of people, but like, I feel like people started liking him a little bit more because of that. But everyone's still in the back of their minds always knew. We all always knew. And that's amazing. He's one of the all-time con men ever too, and he's a great liar. It takes skill to get away with what he got away with. In all seriousness, also takes a pretty dumb jury as well. But yeah,
I thought it was funny that like people were surprised yesterday. They're like, "Well, his last Twitter post, he was like, oh, I'm getting better, and I'm gonna overcome this and this and that." And I was like, wow, really? You're surprised that O.J. Simpson lied?
Cancer took a stab at him, right? That's what they say. Yeah.
Cancer got acquitted.
Heaven gained a running back. Yeah, I'm sure people are okay with that take. Sure, if that got tweeted out, everyone would be in unison agreeing with you there.
Yes.
Oh man.
He was acquitted. People forget that.
He was indeed, but then he was jailed for armed robbery a few years later. So,
well,
not completely innocent. He was just getting his stuff back.
Yeah,
it was his stuff.
It was
he was getting it back. It had his name on it. He just wanted to get it back. It was rightfully his, and
O.J. Simpson did nothing wrong, and
yeah,
that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's your take, huh?
Yeah, that's my O.J. Simpson. R.I.P.
Go to campus today. It's Friday. Don't go to campus. Go to campus next week and just like hold up a sign, like go in front of the tower or just go in the West, wherever people are protesting about shit these days. Just go and hold a sign that says like OJ was innocent and just see what type of content you get from that. Like who comes up, what people say. I'm like, that'd be a hilarious man on the street bit just to get the reaction.
OJ did nothing wrong. Changed my mind.
Yeah. Put that on a sign and then just hold it for a couple of hours and then report back.
Rest in paradise, King.
Oh my God. All right, we got one half of Chip and Zay with us. The great Zay Collier is here. What's up, man?
What's up, fellas? Talking about the great OJ, huh?
Yeah, Intern Brock seems to think that OJ did nothing wrong over the course of his life. He was just a fantastic football player who was maybe misunderstood.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Yeah. That's one way to go about it. One of the worst things that OJ did, which was basically out of his control, was to allow Cuba Gooding Jr. to play him in the biopic about 94. That was the worst part of the series. David Schwimmer, old Ross from Friends, he was Kardashian. That was way better than Cuba Gooding playing OJ. Way more believable. Like, how long is Cuba Gooding going to ride this Boys in the Hood thing? He's basically the Doc Rivers of actors. Cuba Gooding Jr. like riding that 08 championship off to the sunset, keeps getting gigs, even though in everything else besides Boys in the Hood, he's horrible. I don't understand it, but yeah, R.I.P. OJ. I'm with Brock. I feel like I lose my black card if I say that OJ deserved what he got. You know what I'm saying? That was the thing. That's we're black, we're for OJ. Okay, sure.
That's what it was.
That's what it was.
I'm just changing stereotypes. That's what I'm doing.
See?
Yeah.
I'm on OJ's side on this one.
It's just
right around. Die on is OJ Simpson.
I think there was a juror on the OJ case that I think a couple of years ago came out and basically said that no, like the Rodney King riots, like that whole situation is like the only reason we made OJ innocent. Like we knew he did it, but we wanted revenge. We wanted to get back at white people. So we
See, I shouldn't laugh. That's fucked up. But yeah.
They literally had Black Panthers on the jury. Like I remember after the verdict came back, like right before they finally left, the guy like stopped and turned to the courtroom, just did this, and then like walked in. Like, how did that not get caught in the jury selection process? Feel like,
Hey, Johnny Cochran, he was the man. Dude that represented OJ.
Oh my God, dude.
Johnny Cochran's a legend.
Best lawyer of all time. Like, how do you win that case? Are you kidding me?
Man, his smooth ass was up in there talking game. And then old girl that was going against OJ, she got her hair cut and stuff.
She blew it.
She blew it. She got a fresh perm and it backfired. And everybody started just bullying her ass. If that was social media back then, I don't know if she would have been able to come to the courtroom. Like, thank goodness social media isn't what it was. But yeah.
Can you imagine if social media existed for any of that case? Oh my God.
See, CB's right. I've always been about this conspiracy theorist.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, come on.
She looks like
nothing like Kim or Courtney. Nothing like them.
Well, she does now, but that took a lot of work to
that's
get
what
there.
I'm saying. Like Chloe's about 6'3", at least. You
Is
know,
she that big? She's tall. She's 6'3".
I don't think she's 6'3". She's at least 5'10", 5'11" though. But Courtney and Kim, they're probably around 5'1", 5'2".
They're like 5'6".
They're not that tall.
Yeah, let me see. They're not 5'1". That's like short.
The one that's with crazy ass Travis Barker is.
Courtney.
Yeah.
She's
tiny, man.
She's short. Chloe's 5'10". I just did
okay.
a Wikipedia search for that. So yeah, she's tall and she looks like OJ. So I'm buying in.
Oh, you're right. 5'2".
We got to get Maury. I guess it's too late because OJ just died. That was I didn't really care about whether or not OJ did it. Like we all know the answer to that, but I wanted to know the answer of if OJ. Yeah, he didn't do it. We all want to know if OJ was Chloe's dad. Like that would have been the most watched episode of Maury of all time. I would have been locked in for that shit.
He's not going to rest until he finds the real father.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And back then, it was wrong to have that jungle fever. So Kris Jenner, she wasn't trying to have that be a thing and stuff. Now she's all with black ass Corey Gable, so she could care less. But she don't want to
dating.
Oh yeah, Corey, that's my guy. Corey's my dude.
How old is she?
He's a role model to me.
I thought I was your dude.
Well, you're my guy too, but Brock, you talking about Kris Jenner? How old is she?
Yeah,
she pushing 70.
And she's still dating?
Yeah, she's with this young dude, about 45.
Yeah.
That's about crazy. Like 20 years.
Wild.
That's a good pull. Good pull for her.
Good pull for him, dude.
They pull for him.
Yeah.
My dude Corey Gable is out there. He hit up Stedman and said, "Yo, Stedman, what's up? This gold digging life. This gold digging life. What's good? I ain't trying to do shit. I'm just trying to dress nice and be on the leash. That's cool with me."
Yeah.
That's how she got him.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got to deal with the fact that his girl used to date Caitlyn Bruce Jenner, or married Bruce Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Though.
Yeah.
You know, because now you ain't got to worry about Bruce coming back. There ain't no Bruce.
It's true. Ain't no Bruce.
Ain't no Bruce. Bruce ain't coming back. Kris don't swing that way.
Bruce is like OJ, no longer with us. No longer with us. Chip, how was the show last night?
You know what? It was good. It
Good.
was good. Little Maggie Brown. She I'm gonna go bootleg right here.
There we go. Nice.
Oh man.
The Cat in the Hat.
Sweet.
Yeah, she's rocking that.
She was doing it.
The lead role. The star.
Lead role. So yeah, man. She was singing, she was dancing, cracking jokes.
Where was it?
At McCallum High School.
Okay.
Yeah.
McCallum High School, the Knights.
Yeah. Where'd she get all this talent from? Because I know she ain't get it from your ass. That's where she. You talking about singing and dancing? I know she ain't get that from you. So.
Oh man, I got all kinds of hidden talents. Let's spend a couple hours just unfurling them all.
Looking forward to it.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't, but
I was like, if I've known you for like a decade plus, I don't know if I've seen any of these things. You've been holding on to them for a long time.
Oh,
yeah. What's
break out now?
Some music or something you're about to fire up?
I played the lead role in Barnum my senior year. I walked a tightrope 45 feet long, 8 feet off the ground.
What?
All right.
It's actually impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
I'm going to break this out. I'm going bootleg.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Going bootleg.
Yeah, one of these days I got to link up with BK to figure out all the stuff here to where we don't have to go bootleg. But it's kind of part of our aura here on Chip and Zay.
Yeah, happy to teach y'all. I figured you guys just like the bootleg, but
we do. See, what the hell is that? What am I watching? That could be anyone.
That's your boy. Hold on.
That could be anyone. That's like Wilt holding up the 100 point sign. That could be anyone.
Hold on.
Have you ever thought about pursuing a career in the circus?
You know, I did.
Actually?
I did. No.
Oh.
But
yeah.
That's your boy.
Damn.
We set the Michigan State attendance record for a musical.
Oh, come on.
We did 13 performances. We did it in our gym. We kicked the basketball team out of the gym. And I made it across that damn tightrope, all 13 performances. Now, the circus superstition is if you fall 3 times, you do not attempt the 4th. And there were a couple shows where I fell twice. And when I finally made it across, that crowd went nuts. Like they cheered louder if I fell and then made it than if I just walked straight across it, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the first day I showed up to rehearsal, they had a tightrope 18 inches off the ground on 2 little triangles. I'm like, what the hell is this? And they're like, you got to walk a tightrope at the end of the first act. And I'm like, I got to do what? Like, I can't ride a skateboard. I'm not a balance guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But by God, we brought in these people from Circus City, USA and Peru, Indiana. And they taught me, like, never look at your feet. Always look at the end of the rope. And we didn't use a bar. So you put your hands over your head. And if you start to fall, you put your hand out in the direction that you're the opposite of the way you're falling to get your balance back. I mean,
Nice.
I trained on that thing.
That's awesome.
That's interesting.
Did not know that. Here's a picture of me back in high school also.
Whoa!
That was what I did back in high school. If you zoom in, you could tell that it's clearly me.
That is BK going nutso.
Yeah, they called me Evil Knievel back in the day, but I don't know. That
He
is
died of diabetes.
Oh, well, my future.
Which is wild, though, that this man has the Guinness Book of World Records for most broken bones in a lifetime, and he died of diabetes. That's the story of Evil Knievel.
That's tough.
I had to get a perm.
Yo, you look like Bob Ross.
You got to send me that, Chip. We got to tweet that out or something. That is.
Yo. Oh,
What?
Man. Oh, man.
Are we getting punked? That's you?
That's me.
Holy Chicago.
Mutton chops.
Oh, my God.
And a perm.
Funny.
I mean, it was bad enough I had to walk a tightrope. And then they're like, you need a perm.
That is great.
I'm like,
hot back
y'all are
there.
killing me.
That looks like Chip Timberlake. There you go.
Oh, God. All right, fellas. One more shot.
Yeah, if you're on the YouTube channel, if you're listening on the app, I'm showing incriminating pictures of myself.
So good.
Just to, remind everyone that your boy did some musical theater back in the day.
And had a perm.
Had to sing 7 songs.
You're not out of breath after walking that tightrope?
Yeah, I had to sing like 4 songs in the first act and 3 songs in the second act.
Oof.
God. All right.
I did get to make out with a pretty hot girl, though.
There you go. Is it worth getting a perm?
And we were just supposed to like do lips, and then she's like, let's do tongue. I'm like, yeah, let's do tongue.
Whoa.
Her boyfriend was in the orchestra. And then about 7 shows in, she's like, yeah, we might need to stop doing tongue. I think he's realizing it.
You literally had a front row seat.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, whatever.
You're about to take a cello to the dome up there. God.
Let's go.
Right. I got a lunch I got a boogie too, but
all right.
God, incredible. Brock, thanks for joining us today.
Brock, I'll call you later.
All right.
Or call me later.
Okay. I will call
Even
you.
better.
Yeah.
I'll be in the car for like 2 hours after the show. I'm driving to John Newcomb's tennis ranch.
Where's that at?
In New Braunfels.
Takes you 2 hours to get to New Braunfels?
Okay, never mind. I'll be in the car for an hour.
Okay.
I'm hoping traffic won't be too bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I got you. I'll give you a call later.
All right, man.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Have a good show.
See y'all.
All right, fellas. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you spent some time with us on a free-for-all football Friday, Masters weekend. Nick Saban's up in Augusta talking to Laura Rutledge. He looks happy and relaxed. He's just chilling. Now he's working for ESPN. So he's getting free Masters passes like right off the bat. Say, how about your boy Nick Saban hanging out at the Masters? He doesn't have to do spring football anymore. He's chilling.
Yeah, he don't need this shit. He doesn't need these kids coming to him after you lose a heartbreaking game to Michigan to get to the national championship and asking for six figures, probably less than 48 hours after that game. No, he doesn't need that at all. He needs to be relaxed. He's the greatest of all time. It's basically impossible to even top what he's done. And yeah, enjoy the fruits of your labor, kick back, have great sex with your wife, probably that you haven't had in 15 years because you've been too busy, and enjoy this life after football.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Oh, look at CB. CB's even reminding people that I was the quarterback in the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh my God, come on.
When I threw for 4 touchdown passes and ran for another and intercepted 2 passes on defense, was named the MVP the only time the print broadcast or the print media beat the broadcast media. The broadcast media team, by the way, coached by Daryl Moose Johnston.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was coaching so hard, huh?
I'm old, so I got to cling to these memories, man.
I feel you.
I got to trot this shit out and be like, hey, I was once capable. Now I'm trying not to cramp up getting out of bed. But back in the day, it was happening.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Hey, you and Clarence Williams tore it up, huh?
Clarence, my man, Chill Hill. Clarence Hill, Forward Star Telegram.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I swear to God, I'm going to get this VHS tape converted because I'm getting flushed out of the pocket when I threw my touchdown pass to him. This dude is like, they're pulling your flags. I'm on the dead run to the right, and I throw a perfect spiral to Chill. He grabs it, goes about 60. We're playing on the Alamo Dome field. I mean, Jerry Jones was in the house. Come on, man. Come on. Babe Laufenberg.
Holy shit.
Brad Jam. They were like, damn. Didn't know you had it like that.
Yeah, we need that converted.
Yeah.
I gotta see this.
I know.
I need proof.
Newey Scruggs can vouch. Let me see if Newey can come on today.
Oh, come on. What are we doing? We're gonna stop him from his busy day just so you could gloat about
Newey. You remember this? 2002. It was only 22 years ago.
Yeah, only 22 years ago.
It was only 22 years ago. I'm sure it's right at the top of Newey's, Knowledge Dome.
Man.
Memories. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. 22 years ago, I was getting viruses on my parents' computers for porn. Like, that's how long it was. That's a long time.
Wait, you're only like 32.
33.
33. You were 11 getting porn?
What? Come on now. That's when you hit that age.
Oh.
When you're 11, that's when you start trying to figure things out that you have
my man
no clue of, but you start trying to figure things out.
I had no clue.
Oh, yeah.
My dad never gave me the talk. Like, I could punch my dad in the face.
No?
Never gave me the talk.
Wow.
So things are happening down there, and I'm going, what the hell's going on?
Oh, yeah. My dad's talk was more of an intimidation talk than beneficial. He tried. Both my parents did a really good job. They tried, though.
Well, what every dad should do is be like, here's Astroglide and Kleenex. Don't get anyone pregnant. You give life or take life. I'm done. That's what I told my son. I gave him some Glide. I gave him some Kleenex. I said, you give life or take life, you're out of my house. Now, have at it. Have a good time. Cheers.
See?
My dad never gave me that talk.
No.
My parents were like,
oh,
my
yeah.
mom's like, anyway.
Oh, damn. Pops was just like, yo, don't make your mama a grandma. She will kill you.
Yeah.
She will kill you. Like, that's how my dad did it. Everything he did, he threw at my mom. Like, don't depress your mama. Don't make your mom ashamed of you. That's what he did. Well, that's all I needed because my mom, she ain't play. Like, she was superior than CC a lot of the time. So there were certain things that my mom did to where I understood. And CC knew that. So when he would say those things like, yo, don't embarrass your mama, I got it. But yeah.
Look at my man, Magic Man. I still have no clue, he says.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man.
What's going on down there?
That's the fun and just figuring it out, Eventually you figure it out, and then it's like, oh, my God.
Do you?
Really? What does that mean?
Hey, I know billions of men that haven't figured out shit.
Well,
especially how women be talking.
Yeah, but you figured it out. You figured it out with the Denny's. You figured out with the Denny's waitress.
But I ain't getting no free pancakes or nothing, so did I?
Well, you got a nut.
Holy shit.
I mean, what more do you want? You're going to get a nut and you need some free pancakes?
Yeah, I'm greedy. What's the matter with you?
I mean,
yeah, you need food to live.
I'm talking about when it all first happens.
Food to live. Come on, man.
I'm talking about when it all first happens.
Yes. Bacon, eggs. Yes.
Now,
absolutely.
She can look like a bacon and egg sandwich.
I need more than that, baby girl.
Okay.
I need more than that.
All right. Now we're getting somewhere. I was just happy to be like, get that nut. You know what I mean?
First time. Then you start thinking like a businessman, like me. I start thinking, I knew a girl that worked at Tiger Market. You remember that gas station? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Got donuts out of that. There was like a Tiger Market 7-Eleven combination. Got donuts, kolaches, and stuff. It's
oh my God. Saban is a relentless pipe layer. Whoa.
We're off the rails already.
What is happening?
So I think he's talking about my statement about Saban being able to enjoy his wife more now that he's retired.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, he got a Viagra or Cialis plug in there. That's setting them up.
Hey, man, every guy should, even if they don't need it.
True.
That way you're like
constant
rock star status.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. One of my favorite quotes, Steve Buscemi, and I Think I Love My Wife of Chris Rock. He's like his best friend in that movie.
Dude, I love that movie.
Oh, I love that movie. He's giving Chris Rock.
Oh my God, I love that movie.
Pills, and he's like, I might not look like Ben Affleck, but I bang like him.
Oh, yeah.
Or I don't look like Brad Pitt, but I bang like him.
The best line ever in that movie, and I'm going to butcher it right now, is you will always lose money chasing women. You will never lose women chasing money.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
And
his boss told him that, right?
Yeah, his boss told him that.
Boss told him that, yeah.
I love that movie so much. There are
that
two
movie's
movies.
Underrated.
That movie is so underrated.
That movie's super underrated. Chris Rock, that's some of his
Okay,
best
everybody
work.
listening to the sound of our voice right now, write it down. Chris Rock, I Think I Love My Wife. That movie is dope.
Yeah, because
it's so good.
That's Kerry Washington before Scandal.
Oh yeah.
Woo!
Oh yeah. That's
Man.
Dirty Kerry.
Dirty Kerry. She had
Dirty.
the president out here cheating and wilding. Yeah. Kerry Washington, also underrated.
All right. Did you write down the Nicole Kidman movie I told you yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
What'd you call it? What's it called?
It's called To Die For.
Okay.
To Die For. That's some good Nicole Kidman action.
Okay.
Because she's hit or miss. She's hit or miss. She's not guaranteed. You know, Halle Berry, Megan Good, they're guaranteed.
Megan Good is guaranteed?
Hell yeah.
You're wilding. Dude, come on, man.
Go back.
Come on.
Go back to her early stuff. It's outstanding.
Cousin Skeeter? What the hell's Megan Good's early stuff? What do we talk? Waist deep with Tyrese? Yo, thank you, CB. Man, are we talking? You must have Megan Good mistaken for some other actress or something. Look her up. Make sure we have the right person, because Nicole Kidman and Megan Good, yo, we're talking about Kawhi Leonard and JJ Redick or something. Like, love JJ Redick. He might be
dude. Megan Good and Nia Long.
Nia Long, okay. Megan Good though.
Yeah, she does it for me.
I felt wow. I feel like we've had this discussion before, and
and I'm still. I don't get what you have against her.
She can't act. I don't
nothing care about her acting. She's a smoke show.
Okay, so what? So when you mean hit or miss, Nicole Kidman looks good in some movies, and other movies she doesn't. Is that what we mean hit or miss, or are we talking about the acting chops?
Both.
Okay, if we're talking about both, Megan Good is very mid. Looks wise, goddess, gorgeous, model. Acting wise, suspect, terrible, mid grade. Like, man, that is woo. All right, continue though.
Okay, so like I'm trying to. That doesn't do it for you?
Yes, she looks amazing. Megan Good, top notch, but the girl can't act. Okay. I've been following Megan Good since she was on Nickelodeon. Cousin Skeeter, that was my joint.
I don't pay attention to her acting. I'm just like watching it.
See, the Cookout, horrible. The Cookout is horrible. You can't even consider the Cookout a hood classic. Black people don't even like the Cookout. That is a terrible movie. That's the point, Timmy _Taco. That's the point. Megan Good. Yeah, them looks. That's what's putting her over the edge. But man, waist deep, Lord, that is some bad work.
I'm gonna find you a good Megan Good movie.
Okay, we're gonna be here all night then.
That's so rude.
We gonna be here all night. Like Megan Good is a great actor for Tubi movies. She's terrific. She did Tubi movies.
A great actress for Tubi.
If she did Lifetime movies or Hallmark, those Christmas movies and stuff, that's her lane. Like, she's there with the Kelly Rowlands of the world. You know, Megan Good in the 50 Cent video. 21 Questions, prime.
Wasn't Think Like a Man a good movie?
It was a good movie, but great cast. That was a great cast. Like Kevin Hart. That's, Kevin Hart goes a long way. Taraji B. Henson, she's solid, goes a long way. Regina Hall, pretty solid. Also could be bad too, but all of those actors and actresses are better than Megan Good. She was just kind of in it. My man, Turtle from Entourage, he was in that. He was good in that. Jerry Ferrera, something like that. But out of all the actresses in that movie, Megan Good's the worst one by far.
Okay, fine.
By far.
Fine.
Hell of a woman, though.
Yeah.
You know,
we're gonna give her some love.
Yeah, give her some love.
Megan Good needs love.
We
too.
need people like you, Megan Good supporters like that. We need that. She needs that. She's been going through it with her boyfriend, Jonathan Majors.
What do you think of Tyler Perry movies?
Oh, horrible. Horrible. Tyler Perry movies are terrible, but
they're kind of so bad they're good.
They're entertaining. The last one I saw the Kelly Rowland one, Mia Kupla. It just came out on Netflix not too long ago. It has that Trevante Rhodes dude in it who went to UT. I think he ran track maybe. He went to UT though, and he's like the big new Morris Chestnut type dude in Hollywood right now. Like everybody loves him. Good looking dude. I see why he's doing well right now, but it was awful. It was an awful movie. Best part was him and just basically seducing Kelly Rowland the whole time. That was cool. Kelly Rowland looks good.
Megan Good in 50 Cent video?
Yeah, man. 03, 21 questions. Classic. 50 goes to the pen in the movie and she's supporting him outside the pen and they still have love. And yeah, 50 was asking questions the whole movie. But that was her peak though. That 2000 to 06 maybe.
I'll take that peak.
That was a solid peak. That was a good run.
What was the name of the video with 50 Cent?
21 Questions.
Okay.
Classic song.
Okay.
You probably remember if you heard it. Girl, you know me if I was down. Know me if I was out. I don't know the lyrics. You still got love for me.
Did you do musical theater in high school?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive.
What's your shirt say?
What does it say?
Determined.
Determined, yeah.
What are you determined right now about?
I don't know, man. It's just a shirt. It's just a shirt. It was clean. I threw it on.
Clean. It looks good. I like it on you. It looks good on you.
Yeah, man. I'm not too man enough to support pink. Rock pink.
Man. You're in touch with your feminine side.
Oh, yeah. Very much so. Yeah, R.I.P. Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg was on that song. He was the one on the hook. Yeah. Solid. So.
All right.
Yeah. What we eating today?
Okay, so I'm not going to lie. I'm scrambling because I got to run out right at 3. I'm getting picked up. A bunch of us are going down to this tennis ranch. So I went to this sandwich shop called Ike's at the Arboretum. And that sandwich shop is ridiculous. They have this bread. It's called Dutch Crunch. It's insane.
Huh.
And the sandwich is like fried chicken, spicy mustard, barbecue sauce. It's so good. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, Ike's sandwich shop. Love sandwich or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Check that out.
Yeah, man. I'm just keeping it real. So I'm kind of a mess, as you can see. I was like racing around, trying to get stuff done, mowed the lawn. And then I looked at my watch. I'm like, oh, shizzle nizzle. I got to get going. But, oh my God, they got Will Levis at the Masters, for God's sake. Is everyone getting into the Masters?
What you mean? If you're an athlete, it should be a little easier than the rest of us normal folk, you know?
Laura Rutledge is looking good.
Laura Rutledge.
She used to be on the SEC network. You got to start watching the SEC network now, Zay.
Yeah, you're right.
You can't be watching. You got to get up to speed.
Yeah.
I do too. I got to learn all this stuff. I'm trying to get to know all these athletic directors. I got to go to SEC meetings at the end of May. I got to meet all these dudes and be like, hey, I'm the Texas guy. So what can you tell me?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll talk
arms.
some Texas. We'll talk some Texas. We're going to do Texas basketball first.
All right.
Okay. They got a couple visitors, Zay. Okay. You ready?
Let's get it.
I need you to do some quick reconnaissance on Julian Larry.
Indiana State,
and Jason, Jayson Kent. Jason Kent.
Also Indiana State.
So, Jason Kent.
It wasn't, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar from Indiana State.
Kareem was in. So was the Air Force guy, the Aryan-looking three-point shooter.
Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce his name. Right?
I have no idea.
Hetris.
Yeah. Hetris at Tascasita or something.
Yeah. I saw his game. His game's all right. That shot's a little slow.
He can shoot it.
Yeah, it's a little slow, though.
Yeah, it's a little slow. You know who he reminds me of?
Who?
But he's not as tall. Who was the white kid who played at Utah? Ended up being like the number 2 pick. Long.
Keith Van Horn?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, I take it back.
Take that back. Whoa.
Keith Van Horn was like 6'9".
Hold up. Keith Van Horn. If you throw his name out there, especially
no, never mind.
College,
no.
Okay. Because I ain't see that. I saw White and Shooter, but Keith Van Horn did not come to mind.
No.
Keith Van Horn had a bag.
Yeah, Keith Van Horn was legit.
Keith Van Horn with Andre
He played for Rick Majerus.
Yes, with Andre Miller and Doliak. Those dudes were cold.
R.I.P. Rick Majerus.
R.I.P. Rick, man. Yeah, those dudes were cold. They had Salt Lake City rocking, baby. Yeah. I mean, let's see.
How far did that Utah team get? Final Four?
Final Four. I think championship game. I think they lost to Kentucky.
Wasn't that the year that Tubby in Kentucky was in 98?
Yeah, I think it was 98, and I think it was Tubby's team. That makes more sense. Yeah.
That was in San Antonio.
Really?
In fact, this that print right there, that's the program from the 98 Final Four.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Man, they don't even put the teams on the program.
So CB's throwing out a question right here. Rick Majerus almost replaced Tom Penders?
Yeah, it was down to Rick Barnes and Rick Majerus.
Wow.
And
I didn't know
they
that.
decided that, like, Rick Majerus's weight, they thought he was like dangerously obese, and I mean, it's weird. It's weird.
I
he was
mean,
living in the hotel.
Yeah, that was the thing. Him living in the hotel, that was a little scandalous. Like, come on, dude. You gotta be a little more tame.
He didn't want to cook. He just did room service. I mean, it was wild. I mean, if you make that kind of money, like, think about that. At that time, he actually probably, I don't know, maybe he didn't have to pay. Maybe in Salt Lake City, some hotel was like, yeah, you can stay here all the time. We'll promote it and people will want to come here because you live here. I don't know. But it was wild.
Yeah, man. What's the difference between that and staying at one of these high rises downtown?
Well, I'm just saying, you're going to pay way more if you're staying at a hotel because the rates are ridiculous. Like, if you buy a condo, but he didn't want to do, and he didn't want to do laundry. He didn't want to cook.
Yes, dedicated. He just wants to coach.
Right.
He just about the game. Everything. How is that a negative? Like, what are we looking at?
But he was big.
So
I'm just saying. Texas
is
a little.
Man, that wouldn't go down in 2024.
What are you talking about? Kansas fired Mark Mangino because he was 4 Bills. That dude took him to an Orange Bowl. That dude never should have been fired.
Yeah.
That dude never should have been fired. People were like, oh, he was going off on kids at a flag football game. I'm like, okay, that's the most ridiculous grounds for firing I've ever heard. I heard that it was a big booster who was like, I will pay for the new practice fields if you get rid of that 400-pound blob coaching our football team. And that's what happened. KU people are like, no, he was a jerk to kids at a flag football game. I'm like, yeah, get over yourself. That dude had a great coaching staff. They won an Orange Bowl with my man Sparky, Todd Reesing, Lake Travis. Mangino called him Sparky. He was a former catcher at Lake Travis, went on to become the quarterback, like sent a video to Kansas that was like passed from somebody's nephew's uncle's girlfriend's dog to Mark Mangino. And Mangino saw the tape and was like, yeah, let's give him a shot. Won an Orange Bowl. Todd Reesing should never have to buy a meal in Lawrence. In fact, let's call him. Maybe he should jump on with us today.
Yeah, call him. Just interrupt whatever the hell he's doing.
I love Todd Reesing.
A lot of people work right now. I know you and us just bullshit for 2 hours every day from 1 to 3, but normal people work this time.
Some people like to relive some great memories.
Oh, true. Just like your O2 media football game with the Cowboys. I get it.
Well, how about you burning up Westlake every time you played him?
Yeah. Love those days. Absolutely.
What was your all-time high score?
Just 20.
20?
Yeah.
Against Westlake?
No, against Bastrop. I had like 18 against Westlake, and that game where we were down double digits, and your boy brought us back.
6 of 6 from 3?
About 5 for 5. But in that span, it was like 3 straight threes to cut it down to like 1 point. Coach called the timeout. I'm getting the crowd up, hyping them up. CC yelling at me to get in the timeout huddle to go over the game plan. I remember he blew that moment for me. I was pissed. I was like, dude, let me get the crowd up. Let me get the crowd. I just hit 3 straight threes. We're back in the game. Let me have this moment. And he wanted to come all the way on the court. But get your ass in the huddle. Get your ass back in the huddle, which somebody yesterday said that CC should go for the Kentucky job. And shout out to Mark Pope, former BYU coach. He's getting it, former Wildcat himself on that 96 team. Yeah, CC, Kentucky, that ain't good. He ain't trying to do that. He can't. I'm saying the X's and O's part, cool, but CC, once you start talking NIL and stuff, CC would lose his mind. Absolutely not.
What do you think of the Mark Pope hire at Kentucky?
I mean, with the names that were going out there, Dan Hurley and Scott Drew and Nate Oates, it's definitely a downgrade, but he's a Kentucky guy.
Pope or Chris Beard?
Chris Beard. Yeah. Chris Beard was just with Crazy Girl. That's all. He was just with Crazy Girl. He should have just cut it off. Yeah, he dumped her. She was wilding out. You know what I'm saying? Chris just made the wrong move. Texas couldn't handle that. We know what happened, but now, Chris, hey, you good. You can't come back to Texas, but you good anywhere else. Hell yeah, I'm hiring over Mark. Yes. I don't give a damn if you won it back in that team in 96. Yo, that team in 96, though, Mark really didn't have much to do with it. There were like 9 NBA players on that team. Antoine Walker, Ron Mercer, Derek Anderson, Nazir Muhammad, Tony Delk. That team was loaded. That's one of the best college basketball teams of all time. Mark didn't do nothing on that team, really. But he was a part of it.
What year was that?
96. The Untouchables.
That was right before Tubby's
Yeah, right. That was Rick Pitino's last team and stuff. Then Mark Pope ain't no cokehead. Who said that on our Coda text line? 512-222-9328. No, man. Mark Pope ain't no cokehead. We ain't gonna put that on him. But yeah, the offense is good. He understands that area. He's one of their own. So all those things make sense. It's just not getting Scott Drew, not getting Nate Oates, not getting Dan Hurley, Mark Pope, who just lost in the first round to Duquesne with a BYU team that I thought was really good. You shouldn't be losing first round with that team that you had. Absolutely not. Come on. So he's not really coming in on that positive of a note. But again, he's one of their own. So we'll see how he does. But yeah, what John Calipari brought, that dude did some really good things at Kentucky. It's just those people got tired of him.
But he's had some stuff vacated, hadn't he?
Who?
Calipari. I think I don't know if it's UMass season. He had big fella.
Marcus Camby.
Oh, Marcus Camby.
Marcus Camby was good.
That dude was legit.
He was good. I thought he would be a better pro. I mean, he wasn't bad. I think he was Defensive Player of the Year one season with the Nuggets and stuff. I just thought his offensive game would have been better,
Okay, so have you done some quick recon on Julian Larry and Jason Kent?
A little
Either of these
bit.
guys excite you?
I mean, just a lot of Indiana State guys. They've got runner-up in the NIT, so you got their three best players coming down. So I guess that's cool, but they're all right. They're all right. You need some more. You know what I'm saying? You need some more, and I think there'll be more guys available, but we'll see. They might fit in Rodney Terry's system, but there are a couple guys out there still that I think you should be taking a look at. Alabama, one of their guards, is in the transfer portal. Rylan Griffin, he's from the Dallas area. So I think Texas is going to take a look at him. He's around 6'6", and he's a really good shooter, hit some big shots for Nate Oates' team, especially in the tournament. So I think that would be a good look. But, yeah, I'm still waiting to hear things on Dylan Mitchell and Tyrese Hunter, because a lot of people are declaring for the draft right now. It's a weak draft, so it'd be odd Dylan Mitchell not to go, but I think everybody that's watching,
he's not ready.
He's not ready. I think everybody will agree with you and I, Chip, on just watching him play this last year. He'll show flashes. He'll show flashes of, oh, man, that's an NBA player. That's a superstar. Like that game he had against UConn, he had a really good game against, Iowa State. There's some games that gets
but the fact that you're having to search.
Yeah, it's tough. That's not good.
That's
not good. Yeah, he's just so inconsistent. And that jump shot, he's not confident in it.
No.
To where if you're an NBA scout, like, dude, you got to be able to space the floor. Like, yeah, and your defense isn't that great anyway. Like, you can be a good defender, but you need to come into the league with a way better IQ than what you got. So somebody's going to take a chance on him if he declares, but they better know that it's going to be a work in progress. And, hey, depends on how patient you're willing to be with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but now you talk about transfer portal, Indiana State, give me Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Robbie Avila, yeah, bring him on. Bring that dude on. That dude in a big stage, yes, he has like a DJ Birds just type of dominant game where you have to double team him almost every time. He can pass, he can shoot that thing. He might be a little goofy, but that kind of plays into his aura. And I think he knows with a place like Texas, he could really benefit from NIL opportunities. So Robbie Avila, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, whatever all his other weird nicknames and stuff. Like, hey, bring him on. That'd be a good get. But yeah, Coach Terry and those guys, they gotta keep grinding.
Yeah, they got to keep grinding. I don't know that we talked about, and we're going to have John McClain on it too. I don't know that we talked about the list. Did you? So in the Insider, I put a list together of dudes that Texas is looking at in the transfer portal for basketball. And you got Malik Mack, Harvard, 17.2 points, 4.8 assists, 4 rebounds.
He's really good.
He's 6'1", 170.
Yeah.
Jordan Pope, Oregon State, junior, 6'2", 165, 17.6 points, 3.4 assists, 2.6 rebounds. And then Julian Larry, the kid we were just talking about from Indiana State. He'd be a grad transfer. You get 1 year, 11 points, 4.8 assists, 2.8 rebounds. What about John L. Davis from Florida Atlantic?
Yeah, I really like John L. Davis. He had his coming out party 2 years ago in Florida Atlantic, going to the Final Four. Solid physical point guard. They took a step back at FAU this year, but he's a heck of a player, and he has that size that you want at the Power 6 level, or I guess Power 5 level with Pac-12 not being around no more. But yeah, he's the type of guy that you want, especially with the experience he has. A lot like what Max Asmus brought last year, but he's a lot bigger than Max Asmus. So him being durable, you don't have to worry about him, especially defensively like you did with Max Asmus.
AJ Storr, 6'7" wing from Wisconsin.
I thought he was going to Illinois.
Everyone thinks he's going to Illinois.
Okay.
Rightus Petratus.
That's Air Force.
6'7", Air Force.
Yeah.
15.7 points, 6.3 rebounds. That's more than
Horn.
No, that's going to live on forever. Just because they're both from the state of Utah. Actually, Air Force is Colorado, isn't it? Sorry. All right. Brandon Garrison, big man, 6'11", 245 from Oklahoma State. He's a bit of a project, although 7.5 points, 5.3 rebounds, 1.5 blocks per game. Danny Wolf from Yale, 7-footer. White boy, 14.1 points, 9.7 rebounds, 2.4 assists. And then Farrell Payne from Minnesota, junior, 6'9", 255, 10 points, 6.1 rebounds, 1.4 blocks per game.
Yeah. I go after Jonas Adu, too. Tennessee big. He's entered the transfer portal.
Okay.
I'd go after him hard because that dude was a big part of Rick Barnes' success. And, Chip, it's weird him leaving Tennessee. I mean, if you're him, Don Connect's gone and, Vescovi's gone. I don't know if Zakai Ziegler's coming back. I feel pretty sure he is. But that game that Tennessee had against Purdue, Adu didn't play as much as he should have. And I don't know if that was one of those, hey, man, I'm going up against Zach Edey. Coach, what are you doing? Moments to where, okay, I might need a new place, a new atmosphere. And, hey, that might be Texas' blessing, but I'd take a look at the former Tennessee center.
All right, let's talk some football. Let's talk some NFL. We can talk anything with John McClain. I mean, man was in movies, Spring Breakers. If you've never seen that movie, oh my gosh, John McClain plays a judge, and all these smoking hot girls are in their bikinis and they keep hosing them down to make them wet in the courtroom. John can't even concentrate on his lines. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys, and you're close to being right. I didn't nose them down.
Yeah, no, you didn't hose them down. You just watched Hollywood hose them down.
It was a lot of fun shooting.
Where was that location?
The base camp was in Tampa, and we went down to Bradenton they got a courtroom for a day in Bradenton. We went there. We spent 8 hours in the courtroom. I was a judge. The 4 girls: Selena Gomez, Vanessa Hutchins, Ashley Benson, who was on an ABC show then called Pretty Little Liars, and the director, Harmony Korine's wife, Valerie. They were in jail, and they had from too much partying in Spring Breakers, and they had to come out and come in my courtroom. And the way it took 8 hours, and the reason was I only screwed up my lines 4 times, but because James Franco, that was the first scene he was in, they had to shoot him from every angle. And my first lines were when they go, all right, scene such and such, take 1, action. And I start my lines, and the director, Harmony Korine, goes, cut. He said, Judge, you can't sentence them if you don't look at them. And I said, well, I feel kind of like a dirty old man. He said, well, you got to look at them when you're sentencing them. So I said, okay. And so one thing I had learned on other movies, when you shoot takes, never try to do it the same way. Always try to do it differently, and then let the editor or the director figure out which one he likes. So we ended up shooting all day, and the girls were like 5 feet from me, and we did it over and over, and they got real tired, and everybody got real tired. And by the end of the day, they were over there trying to screw up my lines by going stuff like that. But I was a professional, and they didn't throw me off.
Hey, there we go. Those checks cleared.
Yeah, those big checks. I tell you what, when I got there, it was a night. Say it's about 6 o'clock when I got to the Tampa airport, and I had a woman waiting, holding up a sign said Mr. McLean. So I went. She took me to the hotel, and I checked in. I got there right in time to watch the Baylor women play in the NCAA tournament. So that day I got there, I went to room service, and then next day we spent about 10 hours. She picked me up, and then the next day that I left, she picked me up about 8 a.m., takes me to the airport, hands me a bunch of cash. And I said, what is this? She said, well, that's your $800 a day for 3 days, and your $60 a day for 3 days for per diem. And I'm like, wow, this is great. It was the minimum you could make as Screen Actors Guild then, $800 a day. Well, I got paid to watch Baylor women's basketball, and then I got paid to go to the airport and fly home. So I really only worked, although I didn't consider work, 1 day. And that was a lot of fun. I said, hey, you guys need anybody else for this kind of work? You just let me know.
I mean, was that the most fun you've had? Because you were in Secretariat. You made a great movie called Cook County.
Yeah, the one that it was, yes, it was the most fun because the other scene, we came back from Bradenton. I was riding in the van with the 4 actresses, and they were spread out through the back of the van, and I was up in the front. And the driver, his name was Cheech. That's all I knew. He's Cheech. So I'm listening to Cheech on the phone talking about the Buccaneers. And so when he got off, I said, you a big Bucks fan? He said, yeah. Nobody knew what I do. They just knew I was some old fat guy with an accent playing the judge. Then every other movie I was in, I went to dinner the night before with the director or the producer, and they knew I was an NFL writer and did talk shows because I was there to help them publicize it, and I had put together groups to be in the scenes to help them publicize the movies, like in Longest Yard when I had Adam Schefter and Peter King and Jake Laser and Larry Wiseman from USA, the late Brian Burwell, Sam Farmer from the LA Times. And I told them, we will help you publicize your movie. And they liked that. Anyway, nobody knew. So we're driving along, and the Cheech is telling me there's not a bigger Buccaneers fan out there than him. So while he's talking, I text John Lynch and the Bucs safety, and I said, I can't remember John. No, he was playing then. And I texted him, and I texted what I was doing and said, can you call me and give me 5 minutes to talk to this diehard Bucs fan? He types yes. So my phone rings, and I go, hello. He said, okay, what do you want me to do? I said, Cheech? Yeah, Cheech is here. Hang on. And I look over at him, and I said, hey, this is for you. And he looks at me like, me? Is that a joke? I said, no. Guy wants to talk to Cheech. There's only Cheech in here. So he takes a phone, and he goes, hello? What? No, give me a break. He's like, who is this? Who's playing a joke on me? And he doesn't believe it's John Lynch. So I said, who is it? He said, it's John Lynch from the Bucs. I said, well, he's not calling me. I said, well, why don't you ask him a question? Only John Lynch would know. So he thinks a second. He goes, okay. He says, answer this. And he tells him. He asks him. And I don't hear what John says. All I know is he goes, holy bleep, and he loses control of the van. And the girls are sliding across the seats in the back, and I reached over and grabbed it with my left hand, because that's a lot of money riding in that van. Paparazzi's following us, trying to take pictures. I tried to get the girls to do it so I could get them People magazine or something. So while Cheech is talking to him, and then he hangs up and hands me my phone, he's like, I can't believe it. So he calls some friend of his, tell him he just talked to John Lynch. Guy doesn't believe it. And he goes, well, I don't know. The judge knew him. Well, the judge is in this movie I'm driving for. No, he must have known him. So I text Warren Sapp. He calls, phone rings. I hang it. I said, Cheech, you got another call. He grabs it. Who is this? Oh, my goodness. Holy bleep again. So when I got out,
showing off in front of the girls.
Well, they weren't paying any attention to us whatsoever. They were all on their cell phones, ducking down, trying to keep away from the paparazzi. So when we get back to my motel, and I'm not in the big fancy one like the girls, I figure I ought to tell him how it is. I know those guys. And so I get out and I said, Cheech, my name's John McClain. I've covered the NFL for 30 years for the Houston Chronicle and spent a lot of times covering the Buccaneers. That's how I knew him. I hope that you had a good time talking to John and Warren. And his mouth was open. It's kind of like the old Long Ranger show. Who was that masked man? A couple of months later, my phone rings. Hello. Hey, John, this is Cheech. Remember me? I'm in Atlanta working on a movie. Do you know any Falcons? I said, Cheech, nice knowing you.
Yeah. You got to block that one, John.
So that was a lot of fun doing that movie and getting paid $800 a day to 2 days, $800 not to do squat.
Love it. Love that. All right. So you can read John McClain over at HoustonTexans.com. John, what's at the top of your notebook this week?
Well, I sent one this morning. I don't know if it's posted yet. It might be. They got my name and big thing there. They treat me really well. And it's about why Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have signed 13 defensive free agents. And they've also, I got a cold, 13 defensive free agents and re-signed 4 of their guys. So it's all about that. And I'm going to give you a preview because they play first place schedule, 5 division winners. Those division winners were combined 59-26. Their offenses were 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. That's counting Miami. They were a wild card. And the 9, the worst one was the Chiefs. And 5 division winners were 2nd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 10th in defense. So C.J. Stroud will have his hands full too. They play 7 playoff teams, and those quarterbacks 207 touchdowns, 85 interceptions, and the two worst ratings for those 7 quarterbacks from the playoff teams were Mahomes and Josh Allen. So they got their hands full.
Okay. Yeah. That is going to make it tougher.
Well, they also, I think, they have 2 2s, a 3, 2 4s, 2 6s, and 2 7s. And I think it won't surprise me if the first 3 picks are defensive tackle and corner in the second round, or corner and defensive tackle. They'll draft a safety in the 3rd or 4th. And before it's over, they'll draft a couple of offensive linemen. I have a column that is posted from Wednesday in which I talked about it's amazing what they achieved last year, considering injuries forced them to start 11 different offensive linemen, 6 different combinations. 3 of those starters shouldn't even been in the NFL. And 3 of them are gone, and so they're not going to ignore it. They still got a lot back. And a key player, y'all remember Kenyon Green from A&M. Kenyon, 15th pick 2 years ago, started 14 games as a rookie, and he's okay. Missed all of last season. Now he's coming back. He's healthy. And, boy, if he doesn't pan out, he'll be the worst draft choice that Nick Caserio has made. And but if he does, there's a reason they took him 15th overall, is at A&M they used him, I think, at almost every position. And the Texans have put him in at left guard. He got overpowered a lot. Well, he's had 2 years to work on his strengths. So, they don't have to have him, but if he could come in there, their other 4 jobs should be set. Only thing that could keep them from using their other 4 would be injuries. I've never seen an offensive line decimated by injuries last year. When they started 0-2, they had 5 offensive linemen on IR. Then they won 2 in a row. Besides those guys being on IR, Laramie Tunsil missed 3 of the next 4 games, and they won 2. I mean, you talk about makeshift, and that's when I started to think maybe D'Amico is a special kind of coach and Stroud is a special kind of quarterback. It turned out they were.
Yeah. I mean, they overcame a lot, and they won a playoff game.
And, they lost at Atlanta on a field goal with no time left. They lost at Carolina on a field goal with no time left. They got creamed by the Jets at MetLife Stadium, and Zach Wilson played his best game since BYU. But I was thinking if they just split the Carolina and Atlanta losses, so they finished 10-5 after that 0-2 start, and now everybody's got them going to the Super Bowl. And what I just told you all about that schedule, and I didn't even tell you how high those teams there were 12,000-yard rushers in the NFL last year. Texans played against 6 of them. So the one that had the most yards was Derrick Henry, who's now with Baltimore. So they got a really, really tough schedule. Last time they played a first-place schedule was 2020, and it was Murderer's Row. They start 0-4, and I thought it was more of the schedule and not them, but Bill O'Brien at that point was blowing a gasket almost every day. It was a terrible situation at work and personnel and the administrative side. And Jack Easterby was there working against him, as it turned out. So they fire O'Brien, elevate Easterby to interim coach. And interim GM, Romeo Cannell, the interim coach, gets to play Jacksonville the first game, and they win that one. But, boy, that was tough. But they were playing. Let's see, Watson played great that year, but they didn't have anything else around him.
Yeah. John, what's been the vibe with Stephon Diggs being in town for a little bit? It seems like, I don't know if he just has a great media team behind him, because his videos are crazy. They always look good with him working out and stuff, and he's putting on the Texans helmet. And I see that he's changed his number back to his college days when he was at Maryland. It seems like he's fitting in well there, just not being there very long.
Well, have you ever seen anybody post any video on social media that showed him not doing well?
Touche.
He's working out there with Stroud and Tank Dell and John Mechie III. And last year, one of the things I liked about Stroud was he also went back to California and invited the receivers to come out there. That was after the offseason program ended, and they had a month before training camp. And I'm assuming he's going to do that again. So he had him here and he had him there. And he and Diggs, Diggs, I thought it was brilliant of Nick Caserio do what he did, make it a 1-year deal. A lot of people criticize it around the country, but he'll turn 31 in November. And then next year when his contract is up, he'll turn 32 in November. And how many guys are going to be 32 at wide receiver and get big contracts? So if he plays well and he behaves and he's not a pain in the butt like he was at Buffalo and Minnesota, although to be fair, he was not a pain when he got there to either team. He went a couple of years before he became a diva. And also caught more passes than anybody in the NFL the last 4 years. So they'll get the very best he has to offer on and off the field. And he's going to be having a huge chip on his shoulder, wanting to prove the Bills wrong, prove it wasn't him, it was them, but they couldn't wait to get rid of him because, he's like a hemorrhoid that wouldn't go away, pain in their butt constantly. And so he's going to be out to prove a lot of people wrong. And he's got better receivers there with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, tight end Dalton Schultz than he had in Buffalo, where he Gabe Davis, he was okay. He's nothing special, but the tight ends were good.
So John Mechie, what do they think of him, John? And where is he on the happyometer of the Houston Texans?
Last season was after he battled, he had to overcome a torn ACL coming into the NFL. Texans traded into the second round, to get him, knowing he was going to recover from the ACL, might not be available that season because he got hurt in the SEC championship game, but he was so talented. They wanted him and they got him. And then when he undergoes his physical here, he finds out that he's got leukemia. So he spent his rookie year battling leukemia. He came back last year. He made a contribution. One of the things I liked about Mechie was his blocking. And D'Amico Ryans is like Kyle Shanahan. If you don't block on offense, you don't play. People talk about, Dalton Schultz can't block. He blocked his butt off. He tried because they force it. You don't play. If you're a tight end and you don't want to block, you don't play. So Mechie, and I'll never forget this, they were 1-2. Pittsburgh was there. And I watched him on 2 or 3 occasions, and I don't understand how this happened. He came in motion, and after T.J. Watt flying off the edge, beat the tackle, he blocked him to give Stroud just enough time to get rid of the ball. And I think T.J. Watt had 1 assisted tackle and 1 tackle, didn't get no quarterback hits, nothing. And that showed me something about him. And he made some big plays, but right now the train's almost on the tracks and going down the tracks and leaving him. I think he's got to make the team. I could think he's got to have a strong showing. Xavier Hutchinson, who we all saw at Iowa State, he flashed some plays last year. I'm still surprised he was drafted 6th. He's big. He's a blocker. Robert Woods is a veteran who might not make the team, but they like his leadership. So they got a lot of receivers. If they saw somebody in a lower round who had a trait they like, number one, he better block. But say he was really fast but had a problem dropping passes or was playing in a system that didn't fit him, I could see him using a pick on another wide receiver. But right now, after the Diggs trade, that's not a priority position at all.
Yeah. John, O.J. Simpson passed away yesterday. You being a part of the NFL as long as you have, I'm sure you know people who've known O.J. or you've came across O.J. at different times. Just tell us your opinions on the juice.
Thought he was a scum-sucking pig who murdered 2 people and got away with it because he had great attorneys. And I hope he burns in hell. But he was a great running back, and he took advantage of having good people to help him get all his commercials, and got on TV. And in his let's see, he was a sideline reporter when Buffalo beat the Texans in that great comeback on January 3rd, 1993. And they used that in court because he was wearing, I can't remember what it was, about his Bruno Magli shoes, but it was an important thing. So they got the tape out and showed that he was wearing them in that game. And I can't remember what the big deal was about. But when you met OJ,
I think it was just to prove they had like footprints of a Bruno Magli shoe, and they were trying to show that, see, he wears those shoes.
I think it wouldn't matter what they proved. He was going to get off. and because of the climate in LA at the time, but he could be very charming. And I told this story for about 10 or 12 years that one time Al Cowlings, who played for the Oilers, I saw Al and I said, where were you and OJ going when you were on that ride in your white Bronco? And he said, nobody's ever asked that. I said, well, I'm just curious. Where were you going? Canada? He said, no, we're going to Waco. I said, Waco? Why in the world would you go to Waco? He said, because OJ said nobody think to look for a Heisman Trophy winner in Waco. Now, that joke was spoiled in 2011 by RG3, but I got a lot of mileage out of it.
Oh, my God.
And it pissed off a lot of Baylor fans.
Wasn't David Koresh around, though?
What?
Was it Koresh around, though, in 94?
93.
Yeah.
April 19th, 93.
I'll never forget the Rockets were playing the Knicks, and they were on TV, and they kept cutting in to the Bronco ride. And at one point, they just left the game completely. And so if you were a fan in Houston or a fan of the Knicks, you're going crazy because the game was not on. That was such a big deal, and all the networks were watching OJ and Al Cowlings in the white Bronco. I've read several stories now, and I think are great. Whatever happened to the white Bronco? And it's at a museum, and it's a museum for infamous cars. And I saw some pictures of it, and it's beautiful. All the old cars they have that people got shot in and stuff. And I can't. Somebody maybe OJ's agent or somebody bought it and ended up donating it to the museum, or they bought it from him. And the pictures I saw, it was in pristine condition. Can you imagine if they ever put that car out there to auction, even though it was terrible? But still, what it would bring if you could show people the white Bronco that OJ drove, that Al Cowlings drove OJ in.
Man, I remember where I was. I was at a tennis tournament in Tyler, Texas, and just got done playing and had just gotten out of the shower. And my girlfriend at the time is like, OJ Simpson's in a white Bronco. And I don't think I sat there half the night in a towel because I couldn't stop watching this stuff. I was like, is he going to kill himself? Is he going to kill himself? Remember, he had a gun in the Bronco.
Yep. When Dom Capers was the head coach here, he had been the original head coach of the Panthers, their expansion team. And when Dom was here, they talked about Dom didn't have kids. He was a workaholic. He worked 16, 18-hour days, and he'd want his assistant coaches to. And they're like, we got families. We got kids. So Vic Fangio told a story that when the Bronco was on the road, the entire staff was gathered around a TV in Carolina watching it in somebody's office. And Dom walks down the hall and said, what's going on? He said, OJ is in Ford Bronco, and Al Cowlings is driving, and we don't know where he's going, what's going on. He's got a gun, and Dom goes, what's going on with OJ? And the whole crowd turned to him and looked at him like, what the bleep? But that was so Dom Capers that he was so focused on football, he wasn't paying attention to anything else going on in the world.
Man. Yeah, that was the other thing. The murder, the actual murder was like using something like a machete or something to lop the heads off of your wife and her friend. Like they
just brought her glasses to her house after he got off work. You talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the juice comes barreling out of the bushes. I saw somebody tweet yesterday. I bet OJ died really disappointed that they never found his wife's killer.
Oh,
the juice comes out of the bushes. Oh, John, that's hilarious.
They talk about like the way you murder somebody. Like if you use a gun, you can be kind of distant. You can kind of be, oops, I shouldn't have done that. You take a knife or a machete or whatever it was to the necks of your victims. That's yikes. I mean, it's all yikes, but they talk about you're a murderer's murderer if you're using a knife and you're trying to lop people's heads off. Like
as the mother of your children.
Yeah. Anyway, well, the word is that he saw Nicole with Marcus Allen in her, like he was creeping on her, and he looks in the window and there she is, like they had sex apparently in the living room in front of all the windows, and OJ's just like transfixed and he couldn't ever get over it. Who knows?
I've seen Marcus Allen every once in a while related to Hall of Fame stuff.
He still looks great.
Oh, he does. And the women love Marcus.
Oh my
He was
God.
single
Those
forever.
blue eyes.
And I don't know if he's still single, but I always wanted to ask him about that. But of course, you can't. And I don't know him well enough, and I wouldn't anyway. But I was always thinking about that thing about where OJ was spying on him.
I mean, so funny story. Marcus Allen is like, I know he was married at one point because he was getting divorced and he wanted to get rid of this Santa Barbara house he had. He didn't want her to get it. And so he sold it to Aikman. And we were out there at training camp in Oxnard, and Babe Laufenberg's like, hey, grab Jacques. We're going to Troy's. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And so we drive to Santa Barbara, and it's just a handful of people. Some of the Cowboys coaches, and Babe Laufenberg was like super nice to drag me and Jacques along. But Babe told me that story, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, sweetheart deal for Troy. And if you walk out the driveway of his house, Babe's like, hey, we're walking along. It's Santa Barbara. It's amazing. He goes, look up to your right. And it was like a chateau.
Was it, let me guess, is Michael Jackson or Oprah Winfrey?
Oprah. I mean, it looked like a French chateau with the hills in front of it and, sweeping lawn. I'm like, this was 2002. I have no idea what that house would bring today, but it looks like a chateau.
Well, when Aikman sold it, if he sold it, he made a fortune because all the real estate in Santa Barbara is some of the richest in the world, not just in California or the U.S., but the world.
Yeah. I know. I'll have to check and see if he sold that house or not. It was so cool. But yeah, that is such an awful, but that story captivated everybody. And the whole Marcus Allen thing is so weird because Marcus went to USC, won the Heisman, and he was like USC people were like, he's the next OJ. And then they sort of developed a relationship, either like in commercials or something. And OJ, like, there was a special thing about Marcus Allen. Like, OJ's ego. Like, who are you talking about? You're the next OJ,
In 2016, when OJ Made in America came out, I refused to watch it, even though everybody said it's spectacular. So last night, ESPN ran it again, and I taped them. And so tonight, I'm going to binge watch them, and because I know they're going to be great. But now the juice is on the other side of the grass, I'm gonna watch them.
Yeah, no, it is great. It is great. It's really well done. John, you're the best, man. Always love the conversation.
Next week we'll talk about the draft.
Yeah, next week we'll talk about the draft because it's here, kids. We're closing in.
I can't wait, guys. Thank you very much as always.
What do you think about? We got to ask you about Scott Drew.
Well, I'm so happy. We thought he was gone. I'm on a text thread with a bunch of alums, all from Baylor, of course, and some of them from Waco. And We thought he was gone. We had people close to him saying he was gone. The only way he wouldn't is because his wife didn't want to leave. He's moving into a new 17,000 square foot mansion. It's taken 2 years to build. And they came and picked up his family and took him, and he never left. And I guess they came back, and then I think his wife had a lot to do with it. And so it reminded me when Grant Taft was going to USC, they had beaten USC in LA in 1983 when Steve Young was a quarterback. Great game. Taft was going. He told his coaches they were going, and he went to the drugstore, Skaggs Alvinson, a woman in line. Little old lady talked to him about loyalty and trust and what he'd done there and how much he was loved and how he could have the job forever. So it made him think, and he told his wife, I'm going to sleep on it. He got up the next day, called everybody, said, we're not going. So Grant had that job as long as he wanted, and Scott Drew. After turning down Louisville and Kentucky, he can have that job as long as he wants it.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
And I'm headed to Waco tomorrow for the Texas Sports Hall of Fame induction. Other than Jackie Sherrill, I think it's all Longhorns.
Jackie Sherrill's going in.
Yeah, and I told Kirk Bowles and Melanie Hauser, both Longhorns, who are co-executive committee members. I missed last year because of Texans minicamp. I said, I'm going to have to start showing up to that meeting. We got way too many Longhorns in the Hall of Fame, or we're going to have to remove you guys as co-directors. But it's going to, Jamal Charles is one of them we're inducting, and it's going to be a great event, as it always is, for the Texas Sports Hall of Fame.
That's awesome. That's awesome. John, great stuff, man.
Thank you, guys.
Really appreciate it. Let's do it again next week.
Let's do it. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Oh, man.
Yo, John's never made me laugh that hard before. That was gold. That was gold.
Oh, my God.
I thought, again,
What do you
John.
think of OJ? I think he's a scum-sucking pig who deserved to die 30 years ago.
Deserved to die?
I was howling.
He said OJ ran out the bushes, man.
Like, with the machete.
Holy shit.
He was
That
lopping heads
4-4
off.
speed.
Out of the bushes.
Out of the bushes, that 4-4 speed. Oh, man.
Classic.
Yo,
Classic.
I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I'm also a huge fan of Norm Macdonald. So stuff like that's funny to me. I'm sorry. I try to make light out of everything, give it the darkest, but that dude, John McClain, was on one today. That was terrific.
That was gold.
That was terrific. I thought he was going to give us a story about him running across OJ in 85 or something like that, but man.
Oh, my God.
That was it right there.
That was great.
Listen to Chip and Zay.
That's right. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what you're going to get. I mean, you may dial in thinking it's going to be one thing. You didn't think you were going to be howling because John McClain called OJ a scum-sucking pig who deserved to die 30 years ago. And that he came out of the bushes with the and sliced the necks of his wife and her friend.
Yo, man.
And now that OJ's dead, John can watch OJ Made in America.
Which is wild. You would think he would have watched it for work purposes. But he said, nah, man, I'm so against that dude. I'm not going to watch shit on him. You don't need to tell me nothing. I was alive when it happened.
Did you watch it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's like
I watch them all.
It's like a 6-part series.
Yeah, I watched that. I watched the biopic where Cuba Gooding Jr. is playing OJ, which other than Cuba Gooding Jr., everybody else is terrific. Everybody else is great. The guy that plays Johnny Cochran, Ross from Friends. Schumer.
My uncle is in that.
Is he really?
Yeah. Garrett M. Brown. It's a real, I think he's Ron Goldman's dad.
Okay. Wow, really?
Yeah.
Yo, he looked exactly like Ron Goldman's dad. Oh, that might have been the closest person that looked exactly like the character they were playing was Goldman's dad. That he looked exactly like him. Wow, yo.
I'll tell him that.
Yeah, tell Kinfolk, well done. He killed that role. Yeah.
That's funny. Man,
it was good. It was good.
All right, let's work our way to the commentary box. But hey, all these names around our faces here on the YouTube channel, these great sponsors who make it possible for us to be, building Texas Sports Unfiltered like crazy. We appreciate them so much. Please take note and give them your love, because if you love us and more of you are loving us every day, then, love on them too, because we love them. Like Apple Leasing. I mean, getting into the car you really want to be driving, you get to lease any make or model of car, so they don't care what car you pick, which is a new car experience you probably never had, because you go to a dealership, they're going to tackle you to get you to buy one of their cars, whether it's a good car for you or not. But that's the way it is. So Apple Leasing, that's the way it isn't. You call 346-9977. All you need to do is make sure you know exactly what car you want, because they're going to go get it, any make or model of car. And then 2-3 years into the lease, you want to change, try something else, no problem. The easy lease. If you leased from a dealership before, if you wanted to change make and model, they're not going to let you out of that contract. So Apple Leasing, it makes so much sense. Cars are a depreciating asset. Just lease it, especially when it's under warranty. 346-9977. Visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. Of course, the Brain Vault mouth guard, changing the game. Developed by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. Proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion. It is the only mouth guard that should be in your competitor's mouths, because why wouldn't you want to be protected against the effects of concussion? BrainVault.com for fittings and audiovisual consultations. I mean, Tom McKay, when you're ready to get in, the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, AV consultations. They do it all. And all you have to do is make one phone call, 255-8678. And Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. So simple. And Cover 3. I mean, come on. The Masters is on this weekend. Brunch at Cover 3 is a no-brainer. Right there on Anderson, up in Round Rock. And of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. How about a Masters brunch at Cover 3? And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I mean, if you got date night this weekend, go get you some oysters. Best selection of oysters during happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, $1 raw oysters. Just go have a time. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right, Zay. We'll talk a little, sprinkle it around here today. Gonna give you a little potpourri, not poopery, potpourri. All right, first and foremost, big scrimmage tomorrow for the Texas Longhorns. The coaches are starting to tell the players, hey, it's game time. Yeah, this is your second dress rehearsal, and then you got the orange-white game next week. We are taking notes. And some dudes are ahead of the game. Some dudes are not. Let's see how the interior of the defensive line performs this week after having a good 11-on-11 scrimmage, and then they go into red zone work and they get mauled. So, were they tired? Were they relaxing? Or is there concern that the offense chopped through them like hot butter for 3 touchdowns in that red zone work? I'm listening. I'm always listening for the names that make plays in these scrimmages, because that's when the lights are starting to go on.
For sure.
So I'm listening. Ryan Wingo's been a hot name. Colin Simmons, which is a good thing. The more you hear about Colin Simmons or Trey Moore, I didn't hear Trey Moore's name that much after the scrimmage last week. I fact, I don't think I heard it at all. It was Benda, Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, Gavin Holmes. The whole safety group had a good day. I mean, there weren't many big plays given up. So the defense won the scrimmage overall. They just got smoked in the red zone work. So scrimmage tomorrow. We'll have all the information for you at horns247.com as we get it following the scrimmage. Zay, all these names coming on visits for basketball, Tritus, Roditis, or whatever his name is. And then you got, Julian Larry now and Jason Kent, the 2 Indiana State players in the portal. Everybody's watching. Everybody's watching. We're going to know probably based on Rodney Terry's success or whatever he can get out of the portal. We're going to know if this basketball team is going to be a legit contender in the SEC or they're going to be middle of the pack and you're just going to be happy to go see them at the Moody Center and hope they win their home games. So it's go time. And we're coming in the final 2 weeks of the portal being open for basketball. It closes on May 1st. And that's when the portal for football opens. So it closes for basketball, it opens for football, and then it runs till May 15th. And, that's when you can get in. Now, of course, people are going to recruit. Like poor Ajayi Hall, he may still be in the damn portal. He's like in there yelling and screaming, "Hey, don't forget about Ajayi Hall. I'm still in the portal." Yeah. And that's the sad thing, Zay, is that some of these kids go in the portal and they don't get picked up, and then they're not getting their college education.
Yeah.
It just comes to
it's very important how you represent yourself off the field, because you might have all the talent in the world, but if you're a head case off the field, like these coaches talk, they talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? So by you risking what Ajayi Hall did when he was here on the 40 acres, which he wasn't here very long, you're risking the rest of your career. Sorry, I do believe in second chances, sometimes third, depending on what that second chance was. But hey, man, a lot of these coaches don't. And they're not going to waste their time if you're out here wilding out and not doing the right thing. They don't have time for that, So, yeah, guys like Ajayi Hall, they're very common. And you're right, it does suck because you want these guys to get their education. I mean, yeah, you want to play football, but getting your education sets you up for the rest of your life, especially at specific universities like Texas. So, yeah, it's a tricky thing, and you got to be really precise when it comes to selecting these guys for your ball club. But when you're at Texas, you got a lot more resources in these other schools, which gives you the advantage. So let's go, Rodney Terry. Like Balo, transfer from Arizona, big center. Y'all got him on 24/7 Sports, #1. Makes sense. #1 transfer portal guy out there. Makes sense. You should be giving them a call. Like easy. Telling them, hey, man, we want to make you the man. You want to play in one of the best conferences in the nation, the SEC? Come on down. You won't have that, kind of like Arizona was. You won't have that pressure on you, like what football is going on and stuff. Well, Arizona's a big-time basketball school, but still, like you'll be able to showcase your skills and play in a great atmosphere like the Moody Center and play against high-quality teams that will help you prepare for the next level, whether that's the association or Europe. So, yeah, those are the type of guys you need. You mentioned earlier, and John L. Davis coming from FAU, would love both of those guys. Like, that'd be some big-time gets for Rodney Terry.
Those guys are way in the NBA draft.
I don't think so. They're going to test the waters.
Well, no, I mean, that's what they're saying. And one of them's already entered the draft, but is just keeping options open,
Yeah, that's what you do. Dylan Mitchell did it last year. Like Tyrese Hunter did it last year too. I'm sure those guys are going to do it again. Yeah, Marcus Carr. Which, speaking of guys that made an NBA debut, Timmy Allen did this past week. Memphis Grizzlies had his first buckets as an NBA player. So congrats to TA.
Where the hell's Sir Jabari Rice?
He's on the Spurs, Austin Spurs. He's a two-way player for them.
I need that pump fake in the league, dog.
I know, man. I know.
That's that pump fake that Jordan had with those tentacle fingers.
Let's not get carried away. It's a good pump fake, but we're comparing him to Jordan now. That's a little much. But I feel you, Sir Jabari Rice.
Keith Van Horn. I'm very generous today.
You are very generous today. I like it.
I'm just giving it away.
I know, man. You should be happy, man. You feel like a great father. You saw your daughter show out yesterday as Cat in the Hat. I feel you coming in with your chest out a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Play on, player. But yeah, Sir Jabari Rice, it's tough because he's in a place where they want to give all those young guys that they got those shot who got
he's
drafted
like 27 already.
Yeah, he a little older. And he's a smart player. It's just his thing will always be a lack of athleticism, which says a lot because he's pretty damn athletic. There's certain things that the NBA is looking for that Sir Jabari Rice doesn't quite have, but I think his basketball IQ, he's going to stick with it. If he could keep on developing a shot, make that release a little bit quicker, there's a place for Sir Jabari Rice. I saw Adam Flagler. You remember the Baylor guard?
Yeah.
I saw him get his debut with the Thunder last week or this past week. Those guys that we saw.
Man, Davion Mitchell.
Kings, Sacramento. Yeah.
Is he getting playing time?
A little bit. They go back and forth with him. He is good.
He was the key to that whole operation at Baylor when they won the national championship.
Yeah.
Davion Mitchell. That dude was such a two-way player. So much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Kind of like Jamal Shedd.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great comparison. And that's why Jamal Shedd, it was smart for him to leave. I thought he was going to come back too. If he would have came back, because Emmanuel Sharp is back, LJ Cryer is back, and their big man is back. Jacoby Walker. That might not be his name. But he's their big man. Roberts is back. Yeah, he's back. So I thought Jamal Shedd was going to come back, but I think he realizes with how weak this draft is, even though he's 22 years old and the NBA hates that. They hate your age. If you're allowed to drink, they don't like that. They want those guys that can't go get a drink at the bar. That's what they want. They love that potential, which I've heard JJ Redick and LeBron talk about it and be like, yeah, we kind of need to change that. Because you see guys get taken outside of the lottery that are in college for a couple of years. They always thrive on teams that make the playoffs and stuff like that. Like Christian Brown. Christian Brown's going to be huge for your Nuggets in the playoffs.
Love him.
I love him too, man. He dunked on Rudy Gobert the other night with the left hand. Oh my gosh. It was
that dude is long.
Dude, he's tough. I didn't know how he was going to be in the league because his game in college was weird. He wasn't like a knockdown shooter, but he was dunking on people in college, and he was super athletic. So you knew he would have a shot. And plus, if you play for Bill Self, you're ahead of the curve when it comes to just basketball IQ and whatnot. But yeah, man, that dude, he's going to be big for them in the playoffs. And those type of guys that stick around college for a little bit, that get picked up by these teams that actually have playoff aspirations, those guys do pretty well. Like Jaime Jaquez in Miami, he was good till he got injured. But
see, with basketball, I always felt like either you're talented enough or you're not. But I guess there are guys, because all the guys who went straight from high school to the NBA before the one and done, it was hell, Kendrick Perkins went straight from high school to the league.
Yeah.
And they all did well, it seemed. Now, not CJ Miles, but no, he's had a good career. He's been fine.
CJ Miles had a good career, 10 years plus.
Yeah. He turned down Texas to go pro.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
That still hurts.
Well,
Texas would have won a national championship with CJ Miles. I know I'm reaching here, but that team that they were bringing back, what was CJ Miles, like 05 class maybe?
Oh, God, yeah. You're talking the LaMarcus Aldridge, Avery Bradley, or no, not Avery Bradley. Ken Paulino.
Yeah.
Ken Paulino. PJ Tucker was coming in right there.
Yeah. Boobie Gibson. That's my dog. That's my dog.
I loved it when he was in Cleveland with LeBron. I mean, that made his career because you know, LeBron draws the defense, he gets a kick out for a wide open three. As long as he makes enough of them, he stays.
Yep.
But when LeBron left to go to Miami, do you remember the Boobie Gibson letter to Cleveland?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, bleep. Like the minute LeBron left, Boobie's like, I'm committed to Cleveland. I love Cleveland. I'm all about Cleveland. I'm Cleveland. And LeBron was like, dude, and I swear his career.
Oh, yeah, his career was shot. I know he had a big-time knee injury that he says was a part of that, you know, downhill. But, yeah, when Bron was there and you were able to.
Bron is a great teammate. He makes everyone better. He made Tristan Thompson $95 million. Like, Tristan Thompson was done. And Bron's like, hey, it's one of my dogs. Just like boy, J.R.
Smith.
J.R. Smith.
Yep.
Who doesn't know when to call a timeout or travel or what to do. And Bron got him paid. Bron fought for him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of guys' career. Mike Miller, his career was done, and somehow Bron resurrected that. Like, that dude was hobbling around, but LeBron was like, no, he's such a good shooter. I will make up for his defense, have him on the court. And sure enough, he won 2 rings with him. Mike Miller hitting big-time shots. Mike Miller was trash the whole season for Miami. But playoffs came, and it became a half-court game, and Mike Miller was ready to shoot, and he would knock those things down. Like, yeah, Bron's a good teammate. I agree.
Who's the white guy for the Warriors who just retired? Kind of shooter, married to Caroline Wozniacki, the tennis player. Oh my God.
White dude that just retired for the Warriors? David Lee?
Yes.
David Lee, really?
Yeah, David Lee.
What about him?
He was like Mike Miller, right?
No. He went to Florida. That's probably what you remember.
Okay.
He was at Florida, maybe with Mike Miller, who played with him, was a teammate or something.
Who did Lee? I was thinking about him because we went to the Western Southern Open in Cincinnati, the tennis tournament, and we're watching Caroline Wozniacki come on the court, and I'm like, that's David Lee. And sure enough, they're married, which is crazy because I was at the Masters when Rory McIlroy and Caroline Wozniacki were engaged.
Really?
And, you know, she was following him around the golf course. I was following her around the golf course. And now she's married to David Lee. There you go.
Yeah.
It was a very totally off the rails story that did not need to be told, but let's get to the right call.
Yeah, man. Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealerships, been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Get down there this weekend and see if you could get a new or pre-owned vehicle for you and your family. Hopefully, 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK. They provide the customer with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. CovertBK.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. This broke my heart today, man.
Is this about OJ being a blood-sucking scumbag?
No.
All right. Sorry.
OJ was misunderstood. Come on, yes. John. OJ misunderstood. He didn't do it. Rodney King, that had nothing to do with it. OJ didn't do anything. All right. But anyway, I'm all about a good statue.
A good statue.
A good statue.
Like outside a stadium?
Outside of stadiums.
Nick
Absolutely.
Foles? Yeah. Philly special?
Yep. We've talked about the Kobe statue that was put up not too long ago at Crypto Arena, and that statue's all right. I was hoping that Kobe had a basketball in his hand, but his wife, Vanessa, said that that's what Kobe wanted. So whatever Kobe wants at this point definitely needs to happen. I'm good with that. But one of my favorite players of all time, I talk about this guy a ton because the fact that he was off the court wilding out, and was able to be one of the greatest scorers of all time at his size, pound for pound, greatest scorer of all time. Allen Iverson definitely deserves his statue outside of Wells Fargo's arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They put the statue out today, Chip.
Oh.
This is the most sad-looking statue I've ever seen in my life.
No.
Got it on bootleg for the people. Look at that. Look how tiny it is. Look at Eric Snow looking like Anthony freaking Anderson from Blackish. Look at Husky. But you see the Allen Iverson statue, it has to be like 4 foot tall, at least. Like it looks like one of those weird little Munchkin things from Lord of the Rings or some shit. Like it looks like a hobbit. It looks like a hobbit with a bat with cornrows and a basketball in his hand. It is so janky.
Wait, who commissioned that statue?
I don't know. And they haven't filmed where Iverson's taking the sheet off of it, and you can tell AI like licking it up and down like that's it. Like he's trying to be professional, but he's like, this is it? Like, I know I'm a smaller guy, but what are we doing? Let's have some respect.
Right.
Like,
is that supposed to be me as a child? Is that supposed to be me at 10 years old?
Rocky has a bigger statue than that. And Rocky's a fictional character.
That statue's 7 feet tall.
Yeah, for a fictional character.
For a fictional character who's 5'10". I mean,
this is a joke. They gotta fix this. They gotta fix this, man. Because if I'm
wait, like who? The Sixers? Where is this?
It's outside the Sixers arena, Wells Fargo.
Terrible. That's
horrible.
Would they run out of money? They run out of bronze?
I
don't
know.
Come on, man. If you're gonna do a statue, do a statue.
Yo.
Don't make some lawn jockey sized thing. I mean, come on.
It's janky. It's janky. And come on, AI, again, he was wilding.
I'll
pissed. Always admit it. I'd be pissed too.
Has anyone talked to him since the statue dedication?
Who, Iverson?
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything.
Because he's probably about to go off. He's probably about to be like, really? Have you seen Jordan's statue outside the Chicago Center or whatever?
Yeah, I want to say they have a statue outside and inside.
Yeah, it's huge.
With MJ.
It's like bigger than life size.
Yeah, everybody's clowning it on social media. Like, Mo Cheeks has a statue.
And they're all little?
They're all weird looking.
Okay, so
I'm looking at them all, they're all weird. They're all
they're
like
all
Will
weird.
Chamberlain, Charles Barkley, Billy Cunningham. I said Mo Cheeks.
Okay,
Bobby
so then okay.
They're all weird though. But AI is the smallest for sure.
Well, then it's like the NFL the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You know, you get the bust, and that's all you get. But they got to have a bunch of them so you're not getting the whole statue. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the 76ers have gone like half in on that. Okay, we're going to give you the whole body, but it's going to be miniature. You're going to look like an Oompa Loompa from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. But you're going to get your whole body. You're going to, we're not just doing a bust like the three coaches outside Dishfalk Field. Beautiful busts, nice big busts, but only busts, not the body. 76ers are like, we're going to give you the body, but it's going to be small.
It's going to be small.
Are you okay with this? Or do you have to have a Jordan-sized, life-size statue? If you have to have that, then you're screwed. You're not getting anything.
Yeah. Maybe Dr. J's the closest one. Allen Iverson's the most important player in that franchise.
Okay.
Like, that's over Wilt because that was the freaking 50s and 60s. Charles Barkley had his run there, but Charles Barkley never got to an NBA Finals. Dr. J, monumental player, but
Barkley was never on a Finals team?
Not with Philly, no. He came after they went and won the Finals
after the Moses Malone, Dr. J.
Yeah, he came after.
He came in right after. And like the Barkley trade to the Rockets, which I said the day it happened was the worst trade possible because you're taking points away from Akeem in the low post. And that's exactly happened. Barkley's fat ass settled in on the post and Akeem deferred. And the coach, Rudy Tomjanovich, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was
on that liquor. What do you mean?
I mean, who thought it was a good idea to get Akeem out of the low post and turn him into some
that cognac that Rudy T was drinking at halftime?
Did they get any better with Barkley? No. They didn't get any better with Barkley.
No, they didn't. And Barkley, he should have expanded his game. I know that was a time where guys weren't shooting that far out, but if he knew he was playing with Hakeem that whole summer, I'm working on my jump shot so I could create some spacing.
Yeah.
In a time where there was zero spacing. So, yeah, that just tightened everything up, But,
that's terrible.
Yeah. So.
And, okay, now we need the photo of the whole little statue area at the Sixers arena. So we can see all the little bodies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let
me see if I think I could pull that up. But yeah, man. And CB, I see you asking about TJ Ford's statue. I don't think that's happening.
No, it's not happening.
That's not happening. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It's not happening. He got his jersey in the rafters.
That's all you get, TJ.
All right, let's get Barker in here because these guys are already outside my house picking me up. So, love you all.
Yeah. See you, Chip.
Cheers.
Good week, man. Jeff Barker and Eric Henry. What up, fellas?
What's going on?
Jeff, I can't hear you, dog.
Oh, you got me now.
There we go.
On switch is usually a good one. How many times am I going to do that? I was sorry. I was a little flustered there because who's coming to pick up Chip? Like the Fed's outside to get Chip?
No.
I just came in right when it was I gotta go. The guys are outside to get me.
No, I think he's going to New Braunfels for some event or something like that. Chip Brown, busy guy. That's how he gets down.
I was gonna say, Zay, if there was an update, and I wish I had hopped on this a little bit sooner for the sake of my employment. If there was going to be a change in the structure, I would have liked to have known this.
Yeah, your life changes a little bit. If Chip gets booked, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get it. What y'all got on the schedule today? A little OJ Simpson talk?
I've been opting out of that.
Come on, Barker. Come on.
Hey, Zay, Barker, I will tell you this. So yesterday at about 6-something in the morning, I got a DM, pretty standard, hey, can you come on and talk? Insert Texas player, right? And this was from a Buffalo radio station. Shout out to 550 WGR. So I'm like, yeah, I'll come on, talk Xavier Worthy, AD Mitchell, no worries. They have me on at 10:05 our time, 11 Eastern. About an hour before then, the OJ news breaks. And then that was a hell of a day to be on Buffalo Sports Radio because they segued the first 3 minutes of that segment was OJ talk, and they're asking me, so any thoughts on OJ? And I'm like, I'm 32, man. Like, look, I'm not the right. You got to be at least 8, 9 years older to really be there for the moment. So I like Barker. I took my COVID year. I opted out of that conversation. I had nothing to add in Buffalo too. No, I'll take a pass.
I'm sorry, that's crazy. Like, you got to get, like, if it's somebody that, especially somebody you don't even know. Do you know these guys?
No, it's first time on the show.
They're just like, hey, we want to talk about A.D. Mitchell, and they're like, by the way, O.J. Simpson died. What do you got? I'll hang up and listen.
And again, probably of all the places that in the United States that might be somewhat sympathetic because they got the memories of 2,000-yard OJ, it's Buffalo, right? Out of all the places I could have been on, Buffalo.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm a USC fan, so I'm really sitting this one out.
Oh man. See, Eric, you're a better man than me because I would have wilded out. Oh, he's a legend. One of the greatest of all time, players and people.
So basically,
I got a glass of orange juice right here that I'm sipping on.
So the parody tweets that I saw on Twitter that unfortunately made me laugh. Some of them were those you, Zay? Was that your burner?
No Kevin Durant here. I don't have a burner,
dude. Some of those were.
Oh yeah,
I'm not gonna repeat them on here. If you're on Twitter, you saw some of them. Some of the OJ tweets, man. Oh my gosh.
Oh, when I saw Caitlyn Jenner say "Good riddance," OJ, I was like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a day. So
it certainly was. But yeah, we got plenty on the docket, Barker. Right outside, we got plenty to jump into here that we can get to locally here. Well, listen, I mean, Zay, to give you something in that range, and I think is just as equally kind of just like wild. We're gonna get into the Shohei Ohtani thing right here because
shit. Well,
I'm just saying there's a lot to dive into on that situation.
A ton. Well, I'm gonna let you two roll. Appreciate you, fellas. Appreciate everybody for rocking with Chip and I from 1 to 3. See y'all next week. Y'all be cool.
Take it easy, Zay.
All right, Zay. See you later. Have a good weekend. Eric, what's going on?
Jeff Barker, what's going on, my man? It feels like we did this. Was it before the TCU game? Because I think I was in Fort Worth, right?
No, you were in an undisclosed Houston area hotel room.
Okay. It's undisclosed Houston area hotel. Yeah. So I knew I did this, prior to a basketball game last season. Couldn't remember which one, but I was like, man, when BK gave me the text, I was like, yo, you want to hop on with Barker? I'm like, of course, man. 2 hours with my guy. It's good stuff.
You're like another 2 hours of the same shit predictions he gave me last time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They're going to compete.
You were all in.
This is going to be a good one. Look out for these guys. You don't want them to get hot.
Yeah. And they proceeded to lay an egg.
But you know what? I feel like people. Well, no, I was wrong as hell on that game. But overall, about this basketball team, and we can just start here because I wanted to get your take on basketball since that's one of your two beats. Obviously, you have the football and basketball,
Correct.
but and obviously if you don't know him, Eric Henry, 24/7 Sports, read his work on there, listen to his takes here today. I'm Jeff Barker from CBS Austin. But Eric, I think in my comments, big picture got a little misconstrued about the Texas basketball team this year. I touted their potential, which I don't think was wrong this entire season. And like that roster still won a tournament game. And even though it was kind of maybe flawed in its building based on, some of the things that happened, the circumstances, Ron Holland, AJ Johnson leaving, those kind of bad breaks, Dessou not really joining the team until a game or two before conference play. They still won a game in the tournament and were maybe another 3 or 2 away from making it to the second weekend for the second week in a row. But wanted to get your take to start things off here on just how Texas is going to rebuild this team, the job ahead of Rodney Terry for rebuilding this roster. There's a million different ways we could go, whether or not Tyree Still and Mitchell come back. But let's start with maybe some of the potential portal additions. What are you hearing about some targets for Texas?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the big thing in terms of the evolution of this roster, so I'm not going to necessarily call it a rebuild. I mean, I don't think we're going to be naive, right? This thing starts with Trey Johnson. I mean, everyone knows that is the guy. If you had a chance to see him in the McDonald's All-American game, of course, a Texas product, he lit it up. Bona fide scorer, right? Something that, again, Barker, to your point, if they had that against Tennessee, someone who just able to get a couple buckets there down the stretch. Maybe this is a team that makes it out of the first weekend. But in terms of portal targets, I mean, right now, I mean, yeah, they have a couple guys coming into town this weekend, a pair of players from Indiana State coming in. Of course, that's a team that, they've made a little bit of a social media buzz there with, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right?
But we're not getting Larry Nerd on campus, are we?
We're not.
I don't want Larry Nerd's sidekicks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, right? You got to start somewhere. But to that point, right? And I guess the other player, Rightus Petratus, Air Force forward, who averaged 16 points, 6 boards. Those are the guys coming in this week. But to that point, Barker, and this is something that I kind of talk about a little bit. I do a weekly spot on 1300 with Mike Harge on Thursdays. And I think in terms of the guard position, right? Because we've seen some social media chatter. I've been able to confirm in terms of any visits, but we know there's interest in guys like John L. Davis from Florida Atlantic or AJ Storr, right? Former of St. John's, and then of course, Wisconsin. But this is where I think Texas is in a bit of a unique situation in terms of guard play, right? No one wants to be this year's, and listen, God bless this kid. I'm a fan of his. I love him. Went to UCF, my alma mater, played well. It really played well for just both of his entire college career. Just didn't fit here in Texas, but no one wants to be this year's IT Horton. Someone who comes to Texas with 1 year of eligibility and then falls out of the rotation. I say that because of the fact that you have Trey Johnson coming in. You have Cam Scott coming in, 2 freshman guards who or at least one, is going to play major minutes, if not start. Then you got an up-and-comer in Kendall Weaver, who is a building block piece, bona fide building block piece right there. That's where, I mean, things get a little bit tricky because of the guards who are in the portal, Barker. You got a lot of guys who are either young with maybe 2 or 3 years of eligibility left. And then you got some guys who this is their 5th, 6th year, who have the COVID year, and they got 1 year of eligibility left. And if you're a guy who has 1 year left, you don't want to come here and say, all right, they got a young freshman who they recruited, who is going to get minutes. And then you got Kendall Weaver, this emerging player who's going to get minutes. So the thing that I am really keeping an eye on, and let's get your take on this, is I think they have to prioritize a true point guard. That's the one spot that I think if you're a guard in the portal, you can say to yourself safely, I could probably walk in there and start. That's no disrespect to any player on this roster right now, but Trey Johnson is someone who, even though when I talked with him on a Zoom prior to the McDonald's All-American game, he said a guy he's kind of trying to pattern his game after he's working with his Tyrese Maxey, another DFW product, but he's not a natural point guard. Kendall Weaver played a little bit of point guard at UT Arlington, not a natural point guard, right? Max Asmus was the only real point guard, and even that, you can say stretch as far as probably more of a combo guard on this team. So I say all that to say this, the portal and some of the guys that they're looking at, I mean, keep on Brandon Garrison, of course, someone they recruited was at Oklahoma State. I think they're going to need a big. That's someone to keep an eye on. But I think the thing that this team really needs to prioritize, and if I were a player in the portal, I'd be looking at Texas is if I'm a true point guard, someone who's going to facilitate, play defense, I think this is an ideal spot. So that's where Texas's portal situation is right now, at least entering this weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you on the point guard thing because I feel like last year we just saw too much of almost deferring to Max, and it makes sense. I mean, look at the resume the guy came in with. I mean, he was, passing Oscar Robertson and all these other big names and, soaring up the scoring list, and his kind of reputation preceded him when he got here based on what he did at Oral Roberts and taking those guys to a Sweet 16 there. But it felt like it was like, all right, no, like everything deferring to let's get Max going. Let Max bring it up. And then it would be like, no, Tyrese bring it up. I never felt like there was one guy where I'm like, all right, that guy's running the show. But am I crazy for thinking that, given the right, circumstances and actually given the reins to be the senior leader on the team, if he decides to come back, that Tyrese Hunter can't be that guy? Or behind the scenes, is there more of it's really a coin flip if he's coming back or not?
Oh, that's a tough question. Let me take the first part of that first, right? I mean, can Tyrese Hunter be that on-ball point guard, someone who facilitates?
Because we kind of saw it for 1 year at Iowa State as a freshman.
Right.
But that hasn't translated here for whatever reason.
No, I agree with you. And this, again, is where I think it's tough, right? Tyrese Hunter is 6 foot, 180-ish pounds. physically speaking, you're looking at a one guard, right? But anyone who's seen Tyrese Hunter play, and even he's expanded his shot a little bit. I think he shot a career high from, I know he shot a career high from 3 this year. So he's worked on his range, but it wasn't a consistent as you know, those of us who cover this team, Barker, you were around the team enough to know that it certainly was far from consistent. But the thing that gives me pause is I don't see a true facilitator. I just don't. I see someone who is a point guard size, but a combo guard in terms of their play. You know, Tyrese is a slasher, someone who's he's either taking his threes or someone's going to try to slash to the bucket, but I just don't see a true facilitator. Again, I think with the makeup of this team, Trey Johnson, you're bringing back, you know, Caden Shedrick, right? And we'll see what happens with Dylan Mitchell, could go 50-50. But I just think they need someone to say, hey, you know, like, I'm going to be that true, not saying you got to average, you know, 7-8 assists per game, but someone who is more of a pass first guy in that sense. And I don't know, even from what we saw of him at Iowa State, that Tyrese Hunter is that guy. Now, the second part of your question, yeah, I do think both players have a decision to make, and it's getting interesting. It's getting late in the game here because we know that the portal window for basketball closes on May 1, right? So obviously they can choose to walk this thing right up to May 1, but you've got that. You got to potentially enter your name in the NBA draft. It's probably more applicable for Dylan Mitchell than it is Tyrese Hunter at this juncture in the game.
Even him, man.
No, sure. No. And
who's drafting Dylan Mitchell?
And Dylan Mitchell, yeah, Dylan Mitchell's not necessarily a lock to get drafted, right? I mean, I'm just saying in the sense of the dichotomy of like, all right, do I have another year in the college game or do I go pro? I think that's kind of where things land in my eyes. But it's getting tricky, and quite frankly, I mean, what are we at here? You know, coming up on mid-April. I think we're in a situation where we probably need a decision the next 7 to 10 days, really for the benefit of all sides, because Texas has got to move on some guys, right? And, you know, some guys on the portal are like, hey, you know, what's the deal there, right? You know, in terms of getting minutes. So we'll see, but it definitely is it's interesting the kind of the way this roster is shaping up, Bark. I'm really curious. I wrote this probably right after the year, and I want to see your take on it. Do you agree that of the pieces on this roster, right, currently is constituted, that's not including Trey Johnson, Cam Scott, Nick Cody, just from what you have coming back from last year's roster, the two pieces that you really got to prioritize are Kendall Weaver and Caden Shedrick? I wrote that as a hypothetical, just that, you know, at this point, are those the guys you're prioritizing because you've seen what you've seen from Dylan Mitchell and Tyrese Hunter?
You know, I might be on an island here.
Okay.
I want Tyrese back. I want Tyrese back, and I want to empower Tyrese to take ownership of the team as a senior leader. I mean, again, there's people who know way more basketball than me that maybe would say, don't you dare give that guy the, 90% of the reign here at the point guard position to run the entire team. But I like what he's about. I like what he's made of. Yeah, the scoring was inconsistent, but I think he's seems to be a good character dude. I mean, I've talked a bunch on here about just like his backstory and the way is terribly sad. It's incredibly impressive to me how mature he is and the way he carries himself, even going back to like how he was treated at Iowa State going back there, and everything was just seems like a guy who's super emotionally mature. And even if you're not going to rely on him all the time for scoring, that's a guy that I want in my locker room. That's a guy that I want spending time with Trey Johnson and Cam Scott and Nick Cody and those guys. Like if I'm Rodney, that's what that's a guy that I would want around. But you made a great point almost about the leverage. And this doesn't just go for Texas. It's kind of like how the leverage has just changed across college basketball and how it's changed hands, and not just NIL, more specifically portal on this. Like, yeah, like Tyrese has a little bit of leverage, but not really. I mean, because Rodney's going to look at him and go, dude, I would love to have you back, and probably list all those things that I just listed and maybe even some more. But he's also going to go, to your point, like, yeah, man, like I can't really wait around because I got to go get a new you, and, to go Beyonce a little bit. Like I could have a new you by tomorrow. Like that's how this portal game goes. So
I didn't realize you had Beyonce in your repertoire, Barker. I'm impressed.
I mean, that's an easy one. Like if you don't have that in your repertoire, like what are we doing? No, but seriously, that I'm fascinated by the kind of change of leverage here. And then in other instances, like these mid-major guys now have a ton of leverage. And that's one thing that I'll go from the Beyonce quote to now like the old man side.
Yeah.
Where it's like, part of me just, I'm glad the guys can move and I'm glad they can elevate their situations. Cause like you look at a guy like Dalton Connect was playing mid-major basketball, goes to Tennessee. His life's completely changed now, you know, and now he's going to go be an NBA pick, which maybe would have never happened before, or the path would have been much different. So I'm glad that there's stories like that can happen. It's like Indiana State. How fun were they? I can't remember their coach's name, but I read a great piece in The Athletic just about his journey and his backstory. And how he got there and stuff that he overcame. And it's like now he loses his whole team. They're all in the portal. Like Larry Nerd's trying to like go big time now. And it's like, no, you were cool when you were Larry Nerd and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at Indiana State. You know, I had to look up where Terre Haute, Indiana is at. Like that's what was fun about it. And I know we still get those in, you know, actually in the NCAA tournament. We didn't with them, but like with Oakland and Yale, other teams. I don't know. That's the other side of my old man rant with it, where I'm just like, it kind of sucks, man. It's like, and now like they're just you mentioned IT like as a great example of a guy who seems like a great kid and a really good player, but for whatever reason, it just like didn't work out. That wasn't a good fit. So you get some stories like that.
Yeah, no, I just was going to really add on really quick because I think I don't think it's an old man rant. I think I'm going to call it the wisdom rant, and hear me out. Cause I'm going to take a quick detour in terms of your point there. And I don't think this just applies to mid-major guys. I think this applies to, you know, all college athletes, no matter the level, right? So the example I use is USC defensive tackle, obviously out of your backyard, Bear Alexander, right? Was someone who was rumored to be in the portal, and Texas obviously had recruited him, right? But you saw his background, Barker. Going back to high school, I don't know, or I shouldn't say you saw, did you see it? 7 schools in 7 years? Did you see that?
I didn't know that about him. No,
he had been to 7. This is including high school, because I think he's a sophomore or something like that. Had he entered the portal and gone to a new school, it would have been his 7th school, because with the 4 high schools in 4 years and then 2 colleges, right? Hear me out. This is what I think gets lost. And I know, you know, I won't belabor this point too long because we got a ton we want to get into, but definitely want to bounce this off you. Let's use Brock Cunningham as an example, right? And granted, Brock might not be the best example because he's from Austin, but Brock is a perfect example of the college athlete of yesteryear. Someone who spends 4 years, 5 years, in his Brock case, 6 years at one school, establishes a name, and guess what? Is Brock Cunningham going to play 15 years in the NBA? No, right? Is he going to play a little pro ball, you know, somewhere and then come back to Austin and then, you know, knock on wood for whoever, I don't want to take someone's job, but, you know, someone who's doing the you know, analysis role next to Craig Way doing play-by-play, that could be Brock Cunningham in 5 years, right?
And then he's going to be selling a crap ton of commercial real estate in Westlake from 9 to 5.
But listen though, there's value in, like, if you're someone who is not a pro, right? But you're a name, an insert, especially like, let's not use Texas, especially use your Indiana State example. If you're the guy who helps spearhead a run for Indiana State in the NCAA tournament, or you're whoever, right? Like, you go back to Terre Haute, Indiana, and you're selling cars, or you got the Toyota dealership, right? Like, there's value in that, like, I think for a lot of kids, whatever value they think they're getting out of jumping from school to school to school to get to said pro level, that's maybe 10% of them, if that, right? Who that's worth it, because it's going to pan out. The other 90%, you're going to need to get a job after this, right? And guess what? Whatever NIL, 50 grand or whatever this, you know, well, 50 grand is small, right? I mean, maybe it's more than that in some cases, but whatever you're getting for 1 year in some cases with a jump, you're going to make that 10 times over by being the name of the guy you were at your school. So that's just I think not old man rant, but I think like life experience rant is what we'll call that.
No, I totally agree with that. And I think a lot of that is, you know, it's hard to tell these guys who have had this dream for all these years and have had a lot of success, and they've gotten close to it. They're on the heels of this dream. Like, they're in college basketball. Yeah, maybe they're not in every mock draft. Maybe they weren't a 5-star recruit. But like, even for a guy like IT Horton, he was still playing high level basketball. Like that wasn't, I mean, I know he was at a few mid-major schools,
yeah,
but guys kind of sniff that and they think like, this is the way, where maybe sometimes there needs to be a little bit of, reality check, self-awareness almost of saying, hey, you can become something, you can benefit from being the big fish in the small pond here and you can make money that way. I'm not saying there's money, tons of money pouring into NIL for Indiana State, but if you're as big as Robbie Avila got nationally, you don't think they would want to have you come sign some autographs at the Nissan of Terre Haute or the Eric Henry Mazda or the Jeff Barker Toyota? Like they're going to want you to come out and do stuff like that. And your Brock point is a great one, because like I'm only half joking about him selling a bunch of commercial real estate or, but whatever that guy wants to get into, he's going to be really successful at it, because he's, outside of some of his stuff on the court that fans didn't like him for, he's a very likable guy, a super nice dude. I mean, you've gotten to interact with him, on and off the record. That dude is going to have a super successful career doing whatever he's doing, and he's going to benefit a ton from being Brock effing Cunningham. So
exactly. I mean, like there's an example down at UTSA, like Frank Harris, someone who was a great quarterback at UTSA for a while, but he's going to have a job for the next 25 years. So just to put a cap on that point.
Yeah, no. And there's good examples of it. You mentioned Frank Harris and UTSA. Maybe we'll get into football this way with Trey Moore. Like Trey Moore, I think, is one example in the football world of where, okay, I think that makes sense, because you realize that, hey, I was a late bloomer or under-recruited, underappreciated out of high school, whatever it may be, that, hey, like there is a lot more meat on this bone for me, and I can become a big-time NFL draft pick. So, let's transition into a little Texas football. I know when we were chatting about what we wanted to talk about today, we were on the same page without even knowing it. Wanted to start with the running back position. Let's just get right into that. I don't know if there was something specific you wanted to talk about, but we talked to CJ Baxter when he met with reporters about a week or two ago, and then Jaden Blue was one of three reporters. Maybe he will be one day. Was one of three the Texas football players that they brought out yesterday. So not sure where you want to start with.
No, I can just jump into it. I mean, let's start with CJ. I think this is a really, really pivotal year for a lot of these backs. Starting with CJ, I just think, and I'll get your read on this, but he's someone who, first off, really humble kid. I mean, you couldn't ask Steve Sarkisian and Tashard Choice couldn't ask for more humble backs. I mean, and this was unprompted. I don't know if this is part of the messaging from Tashard Choice and Steve Sarkisian, or if this is just organic amongst them. But CJ Baxter, you're talking about someone who was a number one overall running back recruit in the nation last year, right? So that guy usually wants to come in and get 20, 25, 30 carries and get all the touches and get all the playing time. And he's like, nah, I mean, listen, any back should want to split time to keep yourself fresh. And when you're playing with great players, you want to do that. And CJ echoed those sentiments. And then we have Jaden Blue a couple days ago. What's today? Friday. So maybe yesterday. Time kind of runs together here. You're doing this job. And Jaden Blue says the same thing. He's like, yeah, listen, and Jaden Blue's a kid who's a year ahead of CJ Baxter, but he's like, I want to split carries. Both players talked about the fact that they want to get to know each other on and off the field, because they see the benefit in that in terms of, their on-field success. So in terms of this Texas running back room, and another name that I think is we've kind of speculated about, but now we're hearing more about him from the players, is Trey Weisner. I mean, that guy was
I thought maybe you're going to go code red on me.
Not yet. Listen, there's a Savion Red package. We had the Savion Red Zone package last year with the Wildcat. We'll see what happens there. But Trey Weisner is a kid, Barker, who's made a hell of a name for himself on special teams last year. It's kind of a, you don't want to speak it into existence a little bit, right? Maybe, kind of put too much pressure on him, but like a Roshan Johnson type, someone who's going to play special teams, someone who's going to make an impact a little bit as a rusher. And both of the backs talked about him. I mean, CJ Baxter said that this guy just doesn't want to every rep. He's going hard. So with this running back room, I just think this is, for Longhorn fans. And listen, I've only been here not even a year. I mean, it's April. So
spoiled with what you've been able to cover.
I've been here. Yeah, I know a UT guy like you've been around the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? But
not even really that much good, just a lot of bad and ugly. No, I'm kidding. I was around some good. It was that Sugar Bowl before last Sugar Bowl was pretty fun in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, I knew you had a little something back there, but no, I just was gonna say I haven't been around here that long, but I think this is kind of. I hope Texas fans don't take this stretch for granted. Going from a Bijan Robinson, Roshan Johnson to a Jonathan Brooks, to now a CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, Trey Weisner, who, listen, I'm very high on this running back room. I love the combination of CJ kind of seemingly growing, Barker. I mean, for fans and listeners maybe watching this, I've seen CJ Baxter play. I'm from Tampa, went to college at UCF, so I saw him just being familiar with the area, he's from Edgewater High School in Orlando. And he's a kid who, you know, for the most part was a physical specimen. I mean, listen, Florida high school football is great. You know, it's definitely a lot of talented kids, but he was a man amongst boys there. There's no doubt about it. So he's been open about the fact that kind of had to learn the running back position. You know, Steve Sarkisian talked about him, you know, needing to keep his feet, break tackles, make that first guy miss. And that's huge. We saw Jonathan Brooks do a lot of that last year. And then you talk about Jaden Blue, who has that home run hitting ability. So yeah, man, I just think this running back room is kind of when we, you know, pre-plan this show here a little bit. If there's something that gives me just instant confidence outside of, you know, a third year of Quinn Ewers, it's this running back room. I think they're just going to hit the ground running and really be amongst the best in the nation in my mind.
And what does it say about this program and where they're at now and where Sark's gotten them in his third season, going into year 4 now, that we're talking about a position group like this? We're so certain that this position group is going to perform, and they're losing a likely second-round NFL draft pick. Maybe if Jonathan Brooks doesn't get hurt, a first-round NFL draft pick. That's where they're at right now. And the way they've recruited, the way they're developing, that's another big thing too. I mean, and also I think something, maybe it's just because I've gotten older, or I don't know what it is, but like the maturity of so many of these guys is just super impressive. Like you mentioned, these guys talking about like splitting carries and being okay with that. And CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue are genuinely saying, yeah, we want to get closer off the field. And they're not, you can tell, I mean, Eric, you can sniff, we can all sniff that out. I mean, yeah. especially reporters, I feel like one of the great skills that we have is sniffing out BS in people. I mean, that's kind of the job. Not that we're doing Watergate stuff here, but still, like, you know, we're around people a lot. We're around people that have microphones and cell phones and recorders in front of them. So we can kind of tell when something's just a canned answer. Like, I got to say this, like that was genuine from both of those guys. They really want to grow into that leadership role, get to know each other more. So I think it's super impressive, you know, that they're willing to be open and honest about that. And then also say, yeah, I don't need to be the guy that gets 25 carries. And there's 2 reasons that I think we're seeing that a lot more now. I think guys are realizing like, hey, if they just run me into the ground in college, yeah, sure, I'll be happy about that in the moment, but that's not going to help my NFL career. Now, obviously, you have to do enough with those carries you get in college to impress NFL scouts and NFL personnel. If you rush for, you know, if you have 1,000-yard season, and then even last year, Baxter had 600-something yards, definitely could have had 1,000 if he wasn't banged up in some of those games. But if you do enough to show these scouts, hey, like I'm still fresh, but I have what it takes to, you know, be a pace-setting, every down NFL back, like you're going to get drafted. I use Josh Jacobs as a great example.
Sure.
Was one of 3 insanely talented running backs when he was at Alabama. He goes to the Raiders, and now he's on a second contract, not with the Raiders, with the Packers. But, you know, people were like, he didn't get that many carries. He was never the bell cow. Immediately goes to the NFL and shows that he can be a bell cow running back, wins the rushing title 2 years ago. So I think guys are seeing that, one, if you're at a big program like Texas, you can do that. You know, like this is doable. But then also we're seeing that, you know, it's it just benefits you to be a good teammate in the long run and be developed. These guys know that, hey, if I'm going to be developed, then that's going to take me a long way too, even if the numbers aren't like Ricky Williams numbers like they were back in the day when those guys were getting 20 to 30 carries. But wanted to play a little bit of sound. We'll start from CJ first from a couple weeks ago, because if we want to dive even deeper to this running back room, it starts with one Tashard Choice, the running backs coach, who I think was an unsung hero for a little while, but now I think my man's starting to kind of get his flowers for some of the work that he's done. Let's hear CJ Baxter on Texas running back coach Tashard Choice.
Right. Like you said, trust was a big part with Coach Choice. And if you look at, man, the type of dude he is outside of football, it stands out. I mean, that's what really won me over. I know how he develops backs and stuff like that, but outside of football, the type of person he is, I feel like I can, if I don't want to call my dad or my granddad or a family member like blood, I know I can call him like, hey, Coach Choice, I got this going on, or I got this, and he will give me the same answer that somebody that's in my bloodline would give me.
Now, we know Texas has always recruited nationally, but when you hear a guy like CJ Baxter say that about his position coach, it's definitely not a surprise that the number one running back in the country in last year's class from Florida, from your neck of the woods, would want to come to Texas, because clearly Tashard Choice is doing something right. I mean, we know about the guys that he's, developed and turned into NFL draft picks, but also I think he has a unique way, it seems like, of connecting with these guys and being a mentor for them, as CJ just touched on, but then also coaching them really hard. Like when we've been at these practices and even pregame, he's all over these guys. Like he's to use a Nick Saban term, like he'll chew their ass out. Like he's not going to go easy on these guys. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on Tashard Choice, who seems like he's really starting to kind of get his flowers for the work that he's done.
Listen, those of us who've had the chance to interact with Tashard Choice, I don't have a word to really kind of encapsulate just how, gregarious, energetic. You this way, Tashard Choice could talk to me about something, and I'd be like, you know what, Barker? I know we said we're going to grab beers for happy hour, but man, I gotta get back to the laptop, man. I gotta crank out 3 more articles. I gotta stay focused.
I thought you were gonna say, give me some pads and give me a red zone package.
Listen, I played 1 year of NAIA football, Jacksonville University, before I quickly realized my future was in talking about sports and not playing. So yeah, my days of trying carries are done. However, man, you're just so energized by Tashard Choice. So that's not a surprise. To your second point about the way he coaches these guys, I tweeted this out. Tashard Choice coaches CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, the same way he coaches Christian Clark, a true freshman, the same way he coaches Colin Page, a walk-on, who is probably never going to see the field at Texas.
Anderson High legend.
But I mean that legitimately. We were there at practice when Colin Page is going through a drill and he has him go back and do it again. It's like, hey, no, you see the standard, go do it that way, right? Like that to me is that's the sign of, or one of the signs of, a genuine, true coach. And I mean, I've been covering college football now for 8 years, and I've seen coaches who could give 3 craps less about walk-ons, right? It's like, hey, just as long as you're not hurting anybody, fine. Just stay out of the way of my drill. No, Tashard Choice, I want you to do it just as well as everyone else. And it wouldn't stun me if Colin Page picked up the phone, was like, hey, I need to talk about whatever. Tashard Choice is going to pick up the phone too, So yeah, that's, to your point, he is getting his flowers. And I just kind of want to piggyback off one more thing before I give it back to you in terms of the shared workload. I think the Roschon Johnson factor helps a lot, right? Because you have someone you can point to that wasn't the bell cow, someone who didn't get 200 carries in a season, ended up being a 4th round draft pick. Guess what? There are a lot of backs across varying levels who had 500, 600, 700 carries in their career who weren't 4th round picks, right? So that to me is an example of why these guys can buy in and say, okay, team above me. And I know these things sound cliche, right? It's not like if CJ Baxter runs for 100 yards in a season, then all right, that's enough. No, like there has to be some measure of production, but it doesn't have to look like, as you talked about, being an 1,800 yard back or getting 400 carries in a season. It can be, and Barker, one thing, like I said, I'll pass back to you on this. The NFL is kind of, in some ways, and I think we saw this with the quarterback position, but I think we're seeing much more of this with other positions. It's kind of becoming like the NBA draft in the sense of it's a little bit more projecting what a guy will be 2, 3, 4 years out, as opposed to necessarily, hey, I need this guy to step in day one. Obviously, you're going to have certain guys you're Marvin Harrison Juniors of the world, right? And you think like your Caleb Williams of the world, you think are plug and play guys. But I'm just saying, for the sake of this position, yeah, I can see the NFL GM and an NFL scout saying, okay, Jaden Blue maybe didn't have 1,500 yards rushing, but we get him in our system, and 2 years from now with some development, he ends up being a guy. Like that's just the case now for the NFL as a whole, in my mind.
Yeah, and you mentioned Roschon Johnson being an example for these guys and having the proof in the pudding to buy in. Jonathan Brooks is another great example of that, a guy that didn't play very much really at all. I mean, he really didn't play any meaningful snaps or carries his first 2 years. Got a little bit in the end of that OU win. I'm just trying to think back of like plays I remember him making before last year. And everyone knew that, the talent was there. There was something there. But even he didn't beat out CJ Baxter for RB1 on the depth chart immediately. So now you can look at, if you're a guy like Jaden Blue, you can look at Jonathan Brooks as an example, not just Roschon Johnson. And that momentum starts building, not just at the running back position, but across the entire roster. And Jaden Blue actually talked about that yesterday, just seeing the example that Jonathan Brooks set, him being patient, his, just maturity and how he handled that. It's not easy, but when he got his opportunity, he was ready to shine. And Jaden Blue talked about that.
I was always taught, to trust the process, and me being the young guy, and I think having B-Row, Keelan, and JB in front of me helped me a lot. And if I use JB as an example, his first 2 years, he didn't really play much. And, he played last year. He was probably the best running back in the country, and it changed his whole life. So I think the thing for me seeing that is just, staying patient, and whenever it was my time that I was going to show up.
I mean, as Vic Schaefer would say, proof's in the pudding. Like he saw it, and I don't want to put words in a guy, in a guy's mouth or say something for him if it's not true. But I mean, you would have to imagine there were at least a few nights he put his head to the pillow and was like, should I hit the portal? Should I go somewhere else? Should I go somewhere else where they're not going to bring in the number one running back in the country over me, who's a year younger than me?
Right.
And then all the guys they got this year, you mentioned Clark, Gibson, got another commitment a couple days ago. Like I'd be shocked if there was never any point where he thought about leaving. And maybe he talked about that. Actually wasn't there yesterday. But yeah, I think this momentum kind of builds. And like I said, it's not just the running back position. It ends up turning into the entire team. Then a guy at, linebacker might see that.
Yeah, and I'll kind of take that segue there, but to kind of cap it on Jaden Blue, something I think is really interesting with him, Barker, is he talked about the fact that he had 2 fractured kneecaps in middle school, not just high school, middle school. So you combine that with him choosing to sit out his senior year, which he, kind of was very open and candid about, saying, hey, I wanted to get myself physically right. I played 3 years of high school football, but I had injuries at such a young age. I wanted to physically prepare. So I think a reason you have to feel so optimistic about a guy like him is his best football is clearly ahead of him. He's still learning the position. It's such a young guy. And that can really be applied to, I think in my mind, and I don't think it's really unquestioned at this point, the star of the linebacker room, this year's linebacker room, it's Anthony Hill, another guy who's just scratching the surface of his potential. This linebacker room, now, of course, they did lose a player in Samaj Burell, who entered the portal. We all know what happened over the weekend, him being involved in the incident with T'Vondre Sweat. But overall, with this linebacker room, as far as this year's group, very high on it as well, Barker. And the big thing is with A. Hill, he kind of is the guy who dictates where the rest of this thing is going to fall, because he played outside last year. We all know Anthony Hill. We all know Jalen Ford was the Mike linebacker last year and the star Mike linebacker for 3 seasons. But now with him being gone, if Anthony Hill slides into that Mike linebacker spot, then things get really interesting, because Kendrick Blackshire at 6'2", listed at 261. And if you've seen him, that man looks every bit of 261. And I don't necessarily mean that in a bad way. Like, maybe the coaches who are seeing him day in, day out may feel differently. He is a muscular, thickly built 261 pounds, but still a very heavy linebacker. Probably not someone you're going to see playing on the outside. His frame just seems to think that if he's going to be on the field, it's going to be at the Mike linebacker, right? So if A. Hill is on the outside, then I think that kind of sets the table for possibly both David Benda and Mo Blackwell as your other two linebackers. And of course, in Texas's scheme, it's a 4-2-5, right? You know, in today's college football, very rare you get three linebacker, you know, on the field, the opportunity to play three linebackers. So we'll see how that shapes up. But the reason why I think it's interesting where A. Hill lines up is if Anthony is outside, then you have to wonder who's going to play inside. Is that Kendrick Blackshire? Is it David Benda sliding inside, right? So Anthony Hill, and first off, again, as I said, the ceiling is just so massive on that kid. You know, he'll be doing it all by the time I think football season rolls around. But he's really the guy who kind of sets the table for what the rest of this linebacker room is going to look like. And another reason I think it's pivotal, Barker, is this. We know we lost T'Vondre Sweat, Byron Murphy this offseason. You can't expect, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this, both the linebacker room and DTs. I've been preaching this all offseason. You cannot expect this year's group to play at the same level that T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy did, right? So is there going to be a natural drop-off? Probably. But can this year's group be 80%, 70% of what those guys were last year? That's the big question, because that, in my mind, makes a difference between being a top 5 run defense and a top 25-ish 30 run defense. So all of those pieces fall together, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it.
I'll add to that in a second. I was looking distracted here because we're following a little bit of breaking news that I was looking at from your outlet, your wonderful outlet, 24/7 Sports. Texas just got Elijah Barnes, number 109 ranked player in the nation, number 13 linebacker per 24/7 Sports, 4-star from Dallas Skyline. So ironic that as we talk about that linebacker position right now, Texas gets a commitment there. Yeah, but I do want to circle back to Anthony Hill in a second, and I know you're covering what's here right now, but I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add on that pickup for Texas getting Elijah Bo Barnes.
No, I just was going to shout out Hank South, folks. Listen,
Bo Barnes is a way sicker name than just Elijah.
Than Elijah, he's got to be Bo. Got to be Bo.
Or Eli. You got to go Eli Barnes or Bo Barnes
or Bo Barnes. But no, shout out to my guy Hank South. If you're not following Hank South on Twitter, follow him, doing a great job covering recruiting. But no, Barker, have at it.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to Anthony Hill there a second, because I think it says a lot that even though he may not end up being the middle linebacker for Texas this year, that they said, hey, in spring right now, like he's going to be our guy right there as a sophomore. And again, I said it a second ago, with just how mature a lot of these guys are, you feel this maturity with Anthony Hill. And we got to talk to him the same day that we got to talk to CJ Baxter. And he talked about, just genuinely being like, yeah, that five-star stuff means nothing when you get here. Like, you got to prove yourself. You got to find the veterans that you need to get with. In his case, it was Jalen Ford and the guys that are going to mentor you. And I think Texas is getting a lot of 5-star talent, but they're getting a lot of really good 5-star humans for the most part, and guys that are ready to come in and not only produce right away on the field like Anthony Hill did, but then immediately when a guy like Jalen Ford leaves, come in and be in that role. And I mean, middle linebacker obviously has always been quarterback of the defense, but it's going to be even more so this year, and it's going to be uncharted waters with the headset communication directly into the coaches. And I think that day Anthony Hill said they hadn't actually practiced with the headset on just yet. But the fact that they're even saying, hey, if we had a game today, he'd be wearing the headset and he'd be playing middle linebacker, I think speaks highly to not only the tangible, potential and already production we've seen on the field from him, but also the intangible stuff of the leadership. And he talked a bunch about his leadership style and how he wants to be the, first guy over there to pick a guy up. And a lot of guys will say that, but to actually do it and to be that young and be comfortable doing that is obviously, I think, really impressive for a guy like that. But if he doesn't play middle linebacker, then like if I'm Pete Kwiatkowski, who obviously dude knows more about football and more about defense than I could ever wish to know in my entire life. But I would have to imagine he's sitting there going like, if I can just use him like as a chess piece, because that's what he is. I mean, I know people have thrown out Micah Parsons, but I don't know if he's that big. I think he's probably more of just like a true linebacker. But gosh, off the edge, some of those plays, like I go through our archive footage quite a bit, or like when I do put together a piece on Anthony Hill, go through our archive footage and I'm just like, God, like the plays that he's making, how fast he's moving, and how much he already knows about the game. Now, when you give this guy another year, more time in the playbook, more time in the weight room, more football knowledge. Like there's few players on this roster right now that I'm as fired up about as I am for, to watch Anthony Hill play football next year. Cause that dude just one of those guys who I just think gets it. He has that get ability that I always say of like a guy that just in whatever aspect of life, it doesn't have to be football, guy that just gets it. That's who he is. And plays like his hair's on fire too. Just a fun dude to watch.
Well, it's interesting you talked about the chess piece aspect, right? And I know you make the Micah Parsons comparison, and maybe we're not quite there yet. But Steve Sarkisian did let something slip in my mind. And I say slip facetiously. Sark's a smart guy. He never, does anything by accident. But he talked about defensive versatility in regards to Jahdae Barron, right? And in regards to Jaden Blue. I don't see any reason why Anthony Hill can't be in that mix. And I think that's, again, where things get really interesting, because maybe this year's group, maybe it's a sum of all parts, right? I mean, we know last year was spearheaded by Sweat and Murphy, but Jahdae is back, and Sark has been open about Jaden Blue kind of being back to that 2022 form, the guy who opened the year at the star position, a really crucial position in that defense before he suffered the torn ACL, and that kind of opened the door for Jahdae's emergence. But if you have two guys who can play the star, then that allows Jahdae to play a little outside corner, which we saw him do last year in emergency situations when Ryan Watts was banged up, most specifically, most notably the Houston game when he had the pass breakup to seal that game, right? So who's to say that we can't get a little defensive versatility? Maybe A. Hill is a 2-down Mike linebacker. Maybe on 3rd down, he's an edge guy, right? And maybe that opens a door for a Kendrick Blackshire to play middle, or a David Benda, right? Or even Mo Blackwell, when you want to talk about versatility, someone who began his career as a defensive back, as a safety, now moves up into the box at linebacker. I think one of the things that Mo Blackwell provides is a linebacker who can play in space, but is now adequately learning how to, step up and play the run and hit somebody. And remember the linebackers last year, Jalen Ford, David Benda, one of the things they said that Mo Blackwell wasn't afraid to do was hit, right? So again, maybe, just maybe, this is a situation where you got some versatility amongst the guys. And I think that's only a good thing, because, and I don't want to get too in the weeds, but that allows you to kind of disguise your defense, Barker, in a way that if you don't know what player X is going to do, right, that just makes you that much harder to game plan against. So again, it's still spring. Maybe we feel a little more full-throated and solidified in these, kind of things we're saying if this is fall, but it could be a situation where, again, sum of all parts. That's not a bad thing. I think some people hear when I say sum of all parts and think like, all right, well, that means you don't have a standout guy. No, you can have plenty of standout guys, but if they all are collectively making plays, it's better for this team.
Yeah, and you mentioned the versatility. If you're not using that to create mismatches and use it to, catch the defense off guard, break tendency, then that versatility really doesn't mean anything. So, you've got to have a really sharp defensive mind like Pete Kwiatkowski to actually like dispatch all of those different pieces. And no, I don't think the sum of the parts is like, I think that's great, because I've said this on the show previously too. I think Texas showed this last year, and it's one of the signs that you start to see when a program is taking that next step to not just, one playoff appearance, but to staying on the map. And you talked about this a little bit with the defensive line position, replacing Sweat and Murphy. You just kind of move the strengths year in and year out. So like one year, last year, really running back was a major question mark. I won't even call it a weakness. It was just a question mark. It was unproven going into the season. Well, then you had your receiver position stacked top to bottom. And even though you lose Jonathan Brooks at running back, now we go into the season, like we talked about earlier in the show, feeling great about running back. Well, now receiver, it's not that the cupboard's bare. It's just that you don't totally know what you have. It's not a bunch of guys that are, if they're proven, they're not proven at Texas. And a lot of them, like your Jonte Cooks, Ryan Niblets, Ryan Wingos, are pretty much unproven completely at the college level. So I think that's another good sign as fans kind of look at little things to say, hey, what are some signs that, Texas is not just headed in the right direction, but they're here to stay, that this isn't a flash in the pan. And I'll always say, the trenches, that this team is built in the trenches. I think how strong they were on the offensive and defensive line, that's one of the signs. And we saw that last year, and it bailed them out of some games. I mean, hell, it bailed them out of the K-State game at the end there. I know that, the defense got lit up at the end, but they held when it mattered most because you had, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, just running at Will Howard, like, throw it away. Like, all right, that won you a game and saved your playoff chances. So to bring it back to, what you said about some of the parts, like, I think that's great. You just kind of move it around. Like, so Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins, they could have great years, but it probably won't be a Sweat Murphy year. But then, maybe the edges now on that D-line are stronger when you add Trey Moore. Barron Sorrell comes back. He's got another year in the program. Ethan Burke maybe could be a guy that you throw in there on X percentage of snaps and just say, dude, just be your long, crazy athletic self and go knock a pass down. Go bring the quarterback down. So I think Texas has done a good job of that, of not just recruiting, at the high school level, but then also adding the right guys at the right time in through the portal.
Yeah, really quick before we transition off, what are your thoughts on the receiver position? Because I think there's an interesting dichotomy, and I've written about it a bit for the site. You take a look at this receiver room, it gets really interesting. And I mean, we talked about transfer portal with the basketball team, but with football, we all know the window is going to open up here, I think, on Tuesday, if I got my math correctly with the dates. The first portal window for the spring's open on Tuesday. This is a bit of a log jam at receiver. Barker, one of the hottest topics on our boards at Horns 24/7 has been, is this the year that Steve Sarkisian expands his receiver rotation? Of course, in 2022, right, was mainly Jordan Whittington, Casey Kane, Xavier Worthy, 2021, 2022, same thing, right? Last year, you get A.D. Mitchell, X, Jordan Whittington, right? 3 receivers. And Sark is a guy who over his career has loved to play tight ends. He values that tight end position. Well, this year, let's just run him down here, right? You got 11 players on offense. I mean, I think this is an educated enough fan base to understand that if you're going to go 4 receivers, that means you likely, unless you're going to find a way to get some creative with like an H-back thing, it's an empty set, right? So you don't have a tight end on the field. Whereas if you go 3 receivers, you should go on 11 personnel. You have a tight end, and Steve Sarkisian is someone who he's even loved to go 2 tight ends, right? Last year, JT Sanders, Gunnar Helm. This year's got Gunnar Helm back. Amari Niblack coming in. We spoke with Gunnar Helm yesterday. He's not looking to sacrifice any of his playing time, right? He's looking to get out there and be on the field. That guy, all business-like. I mean, one of my favorite players on the team, but he also provides a big value in that he's the best blocking tight end on this team of someone who's going to play, right? JT Sanders obviously provided dynamic in the pass game, similar to Amari Niblack, this year's team, but isn't the blocker that Gunnar Helm is. And yeah, you can interchange them out depending on what you want to do, but you kind of want to have the versatility with the tight ends. And also Sark is big on pre-snap motion, something that the tight ends provide as well. But you flip that to the receivers. If you're going to play 4, you got Matt Golden, Isaiah Bond. Just off the spring, you have to feel really confident that those 2 guys are locked to be in the rotation. You have Silas Bolden, who's coming in from Oregon State, not here yet, but Barker, a guy who only has 1 year left. He didn't come here to not play, right?
He didn't come here to be IT Horton.
He didn't come here to be IT Horton. God, listen, IT.
Sorry, that was a cheap shot. The thing is, IT is such a good dude, man. Like, he's such a good dude. I always really enjoyed. Not to totally digress. I always really enjoyed talking to him. Yeah, you get me on here for 2 hours. I'm gonna. There's gonna be some that slips. There's gonna be a shot in there.
Anyhow, you don't want to be this year's guy who comes in and doesn't play, right? So, but then you got Jonte Cook, who was on the verge of getting some playing time last year, but that rotation was just so deep. DeAndre Moore, he looks like a different guy physically this year. He's going to want to jump in. And guess what? We have not stopped hearing about the name Ryan Wingo. Parker is coming in, making some plays as well. So just curious your thoughts, because I think this is the year, and it's not to say you can't do both, right? Steve Sarkisian is he's getting paid a lot of money, and he's one of the top play callers and offensive minds in the nation. I'm sure he'll find a way to utilize all of those players, but it is going to be interesting to see if this is the year that he expands that rotation a bit. And if so, does that come at the expense of the tight ends? Or if he chooses to rely on those tight ends, those 2 tight end sets, is it at the expense of one of those receivers?
Yeah, it'd be interesting if it was at the expense of the tight end, because we know how much the tight end means in Sark's offense. And he talked about that a lot, specifically early on when he got here, of how much he puts on the tight end. And I think that's part of the reason why you didn't see much, if any, of JT Sanders early on, when people were kind of clamoring to see him. And I was laughing when you brought up the receiver rotation. So it just seems like no matter who the coach is here, that always becomes a topic of conversation at Texas, because it was the opposite end a couple of the years with Tom Herman, where people were like, what is he doing rotating so many receivers? And people sleep on some of the talent, that they had on those teams. Like, in hindsight, I mean, they had Devin Duvernay, Colin Johnson, Lil Jordan Humphrey on that team. Those are 3 NFL receivers. I'm not saying they're A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. Like, those guys, I think, will have better NFL careers than any one of those guys. But still, those are 3 guys that have, been bouncing around the NFL for a while now. And people would get so frustrated when Herman would, flip-flop receivers and do a rotation or take guys off the field. So then it was always funny to me to see Sark on the complete other end of it, where he didn't rotate at all. Like, I think Jonte Cook, I went over this a couple shows ago. They got like 9 catches, 13 catches, like something crazy. And really, there was no other receiver that even got any time outside of those 3 that we both know from last year. But I think, you listed all those guys. Like, it seems like they're probably going to have to let this kind of play out in the season, like get in a real game week 1, if you'll call it a real game like that, but the lights will be on, it will count. There'll be 100,000 people there, and then go to Michigan, kind of see how guys play, at Michigan. And also you have a 3rd-year starter at quarterback in Quinn Ewers. So I'm not saying you're letting him pick the depth chart, and say wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, or he's the X, he's the Z. But like, Quinn Ewers should be at a point now where, especially, overhauling that position the way they are, where he should have some autonomy to say, I really like throwing the ball to Ryan Wingo. Like, I know, I don't want to name names specifically, but I know 2nd or 3rd year guy, whoever, has been here a minute, but it'd be great if you could throw Ryan Wingo in there. And I think Quinn will probably be allowed to give some input on that. But with the amount of guys they have, I agree with you. You feel pretty confident that Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden are going to get a decent amount of time, but there's a ton of dudes after that. And I like what you said about the flexibility there of maybe saying, hey, we don't have the true established, proven pass catching tight end. Like, Gunnar Helm can do it, but he's not JT Sanders. So like I just said about moving the strengths around, maybe you say, hey, in the passing game, tight end's not our strength this year, but we have all these guys at receiver, and let's throw them out there and, see how this works. But I want to see what you think of this, because I thought about this the other day. Like, if you threw me out at practice, those little windows that we get, you wiped all bias, all prior knowledge, and you just watched receiver drills.
Okay.
Like, the one guy I'd point to, like, you're like, you could pick one guy, take him on your team. Like, give me 5. Give me 5. Like, give me Ryan Wingo.
Okay.
I mean, just looks like, I'm not saying he'll be the most productive receiver this year, but man, like, is that dude not an impressive looking true freshman? He just looks like your prototypical built in a lab wide receiver.
You know what? Let's listen. In terms of just a physical specimen, Wingo, and it's just crazy because he's first year in the program, right? I mean, he looks the part for sure. I'll just give you really quick, and I'm going to give you an answer to kind of who my guy is. Barker, something I think we may have just we were so in love with Jaden Blue and CJ and their rapport that we may have skipped over. Those damn freshmen do not look 18. Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson look like they came out of a lab somewhere. Like, you want to talk about physical specimens. They look, I mean, shout out to Torrey Beckton and what he's doing, because I know I did not look like that at 18 at all. So just want to.
I never looked like that.
Yeah, that's actually.
I wouldn't be talking to you.
Exactly right.
I'd be running. I'd be Christian McCaffrey running the rock somewhere.
No, but in terms of your question, listen, Wingo's a good choice. The guy who just stood out to me, and maybe it is pure speed, because I'm a Floridian. Listen, I was always envious of the guys who, I was an undersized linebacker, fullback, always envious of the guys who could run track and get out there and just blow by people. But Isaiah Bond is the guy who just, his speed and how quickly he gets in and out. It was really into his route, right? Like he gets out of it and he's got a kind of a good like deceleration as he's kind of, tracking the ball. But how quickly he gets into his route is something that stands out to me. And I think that's just going to put a ton of pressure on opposing secondary. So yeah, if you ask me, the one guy we took all the names off, all background knowledge, Isaiah Bond is that guy for me.
Yeah, there was one moment I remember in one of those early windows, and some of the coaches and the support staff they'll be like, "Hey, like, coming your way," because I have the camera, and I'm always like, "Well, it's kind of what I want. I kind of want it to come right at me, at your own risk, sort of thing." And Isaiah Bond made one of those cuts, and I think it was just like a 10-yard out. Like, I don't know specifically what route they were running or what they call it, but it came right towards the camera. And I remember seeing that, I'm like, oh, this is such a great shot. And then all of a sudden he was like 2 feet in front of the camera, like out of nowhere. Like,
Barker,
dude can move.
It's funny you mentioned that, right? Because that is real. I mean, I remember, for listeners who may not know, I spent my previous 6 years before I jumped on the Texas beat this year covering group of fives. So practice access, a lot different at the group of five level than it is here. I spent a lot of time just watching all 2 hours of practice at FIU and certain schools. But where I'm going with this is, we want the shot, right? Like we want to post up. If I want good content for Twitter, obviously you're shooting it for broadcast, and back in the day when I was in Rockford and, Northern Illinois and those schools, I was shooting for broadcast. But when I was, just working in the capacity I am now as a beat writer, I want the shot. I want to be right there, right? And of course, all they're worried about is, listen, I don't need my 5-star or starting receiver, ended up with a pulled hamstring because he's trying to avoid the camera, but just kind of brought back the memory there. Because it's like, I'm thinking of those best shots where you get the ball and you track it the entire way and it comes into your shot and the player's right there. And it's like, that's the money shot. And it's like the worst nightmare for coaches.
Some of the dumb stuff, I mean, because you did TV for a little while, some of the dumb stuff we obsess about, on these shots, I'm going to follow the ball. And I'm like, no one cares. I just want to see the guy catch it.
Exactly.
That's funny. Any other Texas football notes?
No, let's
touch on before we just kind of spitball for the last hour, take the folks into the weekend.
Let's spitball for a little bit, man. It's 4:00 here on a Friday. Just I wish we could crack one open, but I know you got to work. You're at the studio.
I'm here in the CBS Austin edit bay here. So
I was going to say that from my experience, that looks very much like an edit bay where you're in.
So I think I told people this. Maybe one of the first shows I did in here on a Friday. The whole room is burnt orange, even outside in we have an actual office space. This is just a little nook.
Okay.
It's burnt orange because back in the day, KI was Texas Sports Nation. So they basically exclusively covered Texas football. So I guess they were just like, hey, let's redecorate. I don't know. I'd probably have to ask Bob, but let's redecorate. Let's go burnt orange on the walls. So it always, I guess I'm used to it now, but the first time I walked in, I was like, oh, wow. We really are deep in the heart of Texas, just burnt orange walls here.
So you're saying the station was in a prior incarnation was just a sports station or?
No, just, sorry. The sports department was just a UT coverage.
Got it.
Sports department.
Got it.
Which, of course now 90%, well, not 90%, 70, 80% of our coverage is, I would say, UT athletics, but it is nice to cover high schools when something notable is going on there, cover Austin FC, cover, talk about the Cowboys and the Houstons and some of the pro stuff when that's going on. So, yeah.
Barker, what's the in your days coming up in the field, what's like the smallest event you covered? I know for me, because I don't know what market you were in Mississippi at one point?
Jackson,
yeah. So like I know for me, I covered a middle school girls soccer game in Rockford. That was like the smallest.
I'd never covered just like a game like that for middle school, but if I did, it was about a specific middle school athlete, like maybe a drive, chip, and putt type situation, or something like that. Or actually, I did, and this ended up being one of my favorite stories. I did a croquet story.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Croquet story when I was in Jackson. So that was definitely not something that I had on my bingo card for my own career coverage plan. But that's what I was gonna say. There was something I forgot to say when you brought up the difference between the G5 media access versus being at Texas. Now, hey, we're not, we're just saying what it is. We're not saying we're not
exactly.
People got to do what they got to do. I get it. It's a different game when we're here. No offense to FIU. No offense to Southern Miss. Places that either of us have covered. But when I was in Jackson, like I'll go to Jackson State practice, and they would close certain things. But I asked if I could put a mic on the head coach. Head coach was Tony Hughes at the time.
Yeah.
Who was like, he's been the top recruiter. I think he's back at Mississippi State. But for years, he was the lead recruiter at Mississippi State, a Mississippi guy through and through. Gets his first head coaching gig at Jackson State. They're like, yeah, come on. Like, put the mic on me. Followed this dude around like basically his entire day, like in the office, on the field. He's like cussing at players, like, tastefully, of course. That stuff didn't make the air. But it was just, it's funny to think back on that now, where I'm like, that was still a really high level of football. Like Deion Sanders was coaching there 2 years ago, and they're just letting me put the mic on. Not that Prime would have let me do that.
Yeah.
And then Alcorn State, same kind of thing. I mean, I would go out there all the way down to Lorman, and Jay Hobson, the head coach at the time, who eventually went to Southern Miss, dude would be like setting up the practice field, like partially lining the practice field. And that's how much, it changes even when you go from, and that's even FCS. Then the next step up, obviously people know, group of 5, and then FBS. And even in FBS, like you have group of 5, power 5, and even power 5, you have kind of some of the more haves and have nots. So yeah, I think that's a fun part about this business. It's kind of similar to coaching in some ways too, is, you cut your teeth somewhere like that, and then you get to come up here and then just walk in the door like Eric Henry and cover a college football playoff. This guy didn't. Where were you during 5 and 7? You weren't in the gym shooting with us.
I was not with y'all shooting in the gym. Listen, my career arc, the most surreal thing is the fact that I went from, no disrespect, covering arguably the least cared about FBS football team in America to arguably the most cared about FBS football team in a year that they make the college football playoff. I'm spoiled beyond belief. So Texas fans, we're watching this. Listen, I know that I've got it good. Not taking that for granted at all.
You're just good vibes, dude.
I
You're just good vibes. What do you think of Austin? I know we've talked off the air multiple times, and now that you've been here for a decent chunk of time, and you live downtown, which I think is pretty cool too. I did that for a brief minute when I got back, because obviously I went to school here, and then when I came back, I lived pretty close to downtown.
Well, actually, update on that. I'm going to answer your question. I just recently moved out of downtown. I'm about 12 minutes outside of downtown. If you're familiar with William Cannon Drive in Southwest Parkway, that is where I am now. So I will not name the building, but the building decided that they were going to jack up the rent $500. So I decided that was where I was drawing the line. So, but no, man, listen. Austin's been an adjustment. Here's the thing. I'm a Floridian, man. So the biggest adjustment is not being 10 minutes away from insert beach. And, just Florida vibes versus Texas vibes, very different. I quote tweeted something today. Barker, not sure if you had to see this, got a chance to see this. I doubt you're going to go to a Stars game and see whatever the mascot of the Dallas Stars is, twerking with, having 2 women who bought tickets to the game twerking on them. Stanley C. Rat The lovable mascot of the Florida Panthers is there in, of course, it's South Florida.
That's the mascot's name?
Stanley C. Panther. Sorry, Stanley C. Panther.
Oh, I was like, rat? That would be awesome.
No, the Stanley C. Panther had two women twerking on him mid-game. So, like, there's just a very different vibe about Florida. Not saying one's better than the other. But
Stanley gets chicks.
Stanley gets chicks, man. It's a big hairy rat. Listen, everyone loves that. Same deal, just like Chuck E. Cheese. Nah, man. Like, Austin's cool. Austin's grown on me a bit. I think at first it was an adjustment because I got here in July, dude. So I had to hit the ground running, start covering football, and then obviously you go right into basketball season. But Austin's grown on me, man. Especially like this area out here. Everyone's kind of talking about the hill country, and so like it's really nice and scenic. And nah, man, it's grown on me. So like we will see. I mean, obviously, I've got my own career aspirations, and getting to cover the Longhorns is certainly one rung of my career aspirations. But we'll see what's next. I've always been like dream has been to be a beat writer for an NFL team. But in ways, listen, this is an NFL beat. I mean, people care about the Longhorns the way I'll tell you this much: people care about the Longhorns more than they care about like the Jaguars at times. Being an NFL team. So
and college, you get to do a little bit of extra too. Like you got to, cover the basketball team,
right,
and do that. And not that was like a Final Four team this year, but it was still it was one of those teams where they were at least interesting and like the games meant something.
Exactly right. So. We'll see, man. But Austin, I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. I've definitely got, some things to accomplish here. So it's been cool, but listen, I wouldn't have bet on being here. And, sometimes, and I'm not a betting man, Barker, but I think we do know someone who purportedly is a betting man that I think we want to have a little fun with.
Absolutely. That leads us to, what else could we take you into the weekend with other than some just absolute shenanigans? Although I kind of feel bad calling it shenanigans now because this stuff's pretty serious. But now that the federal, agents are involved in actual law enforcement, but of course we're talking about Shohei Ohtani.
If you need to save your job, then like I will claim all the takes I'm going to give as purely my own opinion because I've got strong takes. So
no. I feel like we might disagree on this.
Okay.
But it's little update here. This actually just came down. Came down like 2 hours ago. Ippei Mizuhara basically turned himself in. He's in custody. But I think we all saw the update yesterday. Of course, he's accused of stealing more than $16 million over 2 years from Shohei Ohtani to pay off Ippei's gambling debts, to an illegal sports book. And federal authorities filed a complaint accusing him of bank fraud. That can carry a maximum fine of $1 million up to 30 years in prison. Okay, we don't need all these details, but I was just going through what ESPN put down on the wire a second ago. But anyway, I think this basically, I don't want to say it frees Shohei of blame because there's still some blame, or at least within his team, of like, how does this happen? But I'll start on this one because I just don't understand why it's so difficult for regular people to understand that celebrities and people with money live a different way than we do. Like I get paid every 2 weeks, just like the rest of us. I'm hawking that B of A app on my phone gets so much damn work. Like they might make me pay for it soon. That's how much I'm on that B of A app because I'm a fairly new homeowner. I've got a mortgage. All that. I've got a wife, a kid at home, and also I'm a regular person. Like I love what I do. I love my job, love my career, but yeah, I'm hawking my bank all the time. If someone stole $17 from me or $16 from me, let alone 16 million, like I'd be all over the fraud department at B of A. But it's different with these people. We've seen this happen with athletes getting fleeced by financial advisors over the years, by a rogue agent, a rogue, financial advisor, stockbroker, whatever it may be. The difference with this is it has gambling ties. So that's obviously a buzzword now. So people, whenever it involves gambling, now it becomes this huge thing. And it's like, oh, it's Pete Rose. It's Pete Rose. Like that's the immediate reaction. So this could be the Dodger fan in me that actually thinks this story's believable and that he didn't know about it and he had nothing to do with it. Because also, as far as I know, Shohei handed over his phone. Like, this was a federal investigation. The update we got yesterday is a federal investigation. Ippei Mizuhara is now in federal custody. So this isn't just like Major League Baseball hiring a private investigator to look into this. Like, Shohei, to my knowledge, handed over his phone and records because they had the phones for Mizuhara. So I'll, figuratively hang up and literally listen.
All right. So we disagree a little bit, right? So here's the thing. While, yes, the average person who's getting paid every 2 weeks, and just like you, I get paid every 2 weeks. I make enough money to pay the bills and have a cocktail or two every so often, right? Shout out to CBS. Appreciate you guys. Paramount. Here's the deal, man. It's all relative to me, Barker. $17 to me and you is the $16 million to Shohei Ohtani. And I'm not saying that he's checking whoever his banking establishment is ever so as often as we are. But damn, he's got to check it at some point. And guess what? I understand that the interpreter had access to personal information to purport himself to be Shohei Ohtani. Still a little skeptical of that because it was that damn easy to steal $16 million. I feel like I should have just called the bank and said, hey, I'm Shohei Ohtani, and not even put on like a stereotypical voice. Just been like, I'm Shohei Ohtani, right? Like, tried it and just see what happened. However,
it seems like a bit in like SNL or like Chappelle Show back in the day, and the person on the other end is like, you sure are.
Right. Exactly. But listen, man, I'm just going to be real. If this were, listen, the Pete Rose thing is not a good analogy, right? Pete was using the clubhouse phone, calling other managers like, yo, what's your injury status? who you got in the pen? Right? Like that's insane.
Hey,
for
he's
all
just
the
doing his
people
homework.
Yeah. For all the people like, let Pete back in the game. He never bet on his own team. Damn. I mean, like, Barker, that's like, it's funny. I heard, I can't take credit for this. It was a buddy of mine who used this analogy, a huge sports fan. He works in like a corporate environment, and he was like, yeah, that's like if I'm watching porn on the office Wi-Fi. I shouldn't do it, right? It's not illegal, but not the smartest thing in the world to do, right? That's what Pete was doing, making the clubhouse call from the clubhouse phone. Like, not that hard to track, buddy. So
that's an incredible analogy.
It was. Listen, he is a friend of mine. I've known him for years, since college. Incredible, like, one-liner humor. Like, we've prodded him, like, yo, you should do an open mic night. And he's like, no, I've got good one-line humor, which he does. Nevertheless, what's up?
But no, I'll say before we get back to Shohei,
yeah,
that is very true. Like, there's a huge difference between being stand-up comedian funny and being situationally funny. Like having, like, that's almost more like improv, but just having like a funny one-liner or a bit you can go back to, that's situationally being funny. But actually being able to like just sit down and be like, I'm gonna write some comedy, that's, and then go deliver it at open mic night, or not even prepare and just go be funny and make people laugh. That is definitely next level.
Listen, I will throw a jab, a light jab. I'll throw a jab. Like Bob Ballou, situationally funny, but I think I could do 5-minute stand-up in a way that Ballou couldn't. That's just me. It's just me.
Actually, I heard Bob is definitely hilarious. I don't know. I got to see if he's done stand-up.
Okay, because listen, Bob is funny. Like, Bob is legitimately like funny.
But yeah, he has, no, for sure. He's a great example of that. Just has that like quick wit.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, for sure.
But back to Shohei. My thing is, man, like I said, it's all relative. It's just hard for me to believe. Do I think he got fleeced in a manner? Yes. But I don't think that he had no idea that this was happening, right? I don't think the most nefarious things that I've seen some people say that, he's in this gambling underworld. Like, we saw the bit the other day. I'm sure you saw, Barker, like the line came out that Bruno Mars owes, like, Las Vegas $1 billion, right? And that's why he's doing the residency. Like, I don't believe it's like some nefarious like underworld of gambling. But I do have, it's just hard for me to believe that $16 million can go missing, and you don't at some point, like, because guess what? The bank is going to flag this unless you tell me Shohei was never checking a bank statement at all.
But you don't think somebody with Shohei Ohtani's net worth, if Ipe had access, and like let's just be honest, like there's a lot more in common between Ipe and Shohei than me and Shohei or you and Shohei.
Sure.
Like, to your point about just calling up and then being like, yes, you are Shohei Ohtani, and you're just talking in a regular American accent.
Yeah.
So if he was pulling money out occasionally, and he had, they thought he was authorized, then I could see how the bank wouldn't flag that if they'd be like, this guy's pulling out like $500,000. Like, I mean, maybe that's like what Shohei spends on something. Like, I don't know if he's pulling it out and bursts like that, or they're like, hey, $271,000 could be my guy's mortgage. Who knows?
Man, I just
not that Shohei has to mortgage a house, but
you
know what I mean. Like,
I know what you mean, Barker, but
like that could be his monthly expenses. Like, just because the rest of our monthly expenses are, in the 4 or 5 figure sums, doesn't mean his can't be in the 6-figure sums.
If the guardrails are that easy to break and that I just need to be someone of said descent to call the bank, I will be calling the bank as LeBron James tomorrow and giving that a try. And it's been like, oh, like, I know LeBron's birthday. Like, I know he's from Akron. Like, let me do a little sleuthing here. I might not get the social, but yes, I am LeBron James. Like, we're just going to give it a shot and we'll see what happens. Now, Barker, if for some reason, you need me as a co-host and I'm not back here next week, you know what happened. Like, I just ended up in custody. And
no, I know what's going to happen. You would call and they'd be like, okay, password. And you'd go, Taco Tuesday. And they'd be like, that's exactly right, sir. We've now let you in. There's $4 billion in this account. Please gamble it on whatever you'd like.
Exactly.
Now, I can see why people are skeptical, but I can't see why people think it's completely bogus. Like, I do see your point of like, how would that not get flagged? These guys have so many people around them, whether it's the interpreter, or like even other people, like the team that travels with them, like guy like that who's pitching and hitting, doing something that's unprecedented in baseball, or at least hasn't been seen since, it was cig smoking, hot dog eating, beer drinking Babe Ruth back in the day. Like, right. This really is unprecedented what he was doing last year before the injury, before the Tommy John. There's guys that travel around with them, like even golfers. Well, I know we can get into the Masters for a couple minutes in a second, but I know from following that sport, these guys all have teams that travel with them. There's people around them, and you put your trust in them, and they can betray you. Like that can happen sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're not wrong. On a serious note, I mean, again, we see athletes I hesitate because I was going to say we see athletes end up in these situations at a higher rate or disproportionately than the average person. But I don't even know, like, let's use a smaller scale example here, right? Before we shift into the Masters, someone that's local. Baker Mayfield has some situation with his parents, does he not? Barker, did you
not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
doesn't mean it's not true.
Then I don't want to speak out of turn, so I'll have to look this up as I'm doing it. But I only mentioned this because, of course, I came from Tampa and Baker's with the Bucks. I believe Baker Mayfield has in a situation where his parents, Baker Mayfield parents, James faced with lawsuit for mishandling son's funds. So let me just read this. Okay, this is according to KXAN. So at least I've got some here to kind of clear myself some liability, right?
I'm getting scooped here, apparently.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield faced a challenging family situation in 2023. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback filed a legal petition against certain firms involving his father and other family members. The inquiry was regarding a missing amount of $12 million, according to KXAN. This was Billy Gates of KXAN. So attorneys for Baker and Emily Mayfield filed a petition in Travis County. So the potential misappropriation of $12 million by an Osment investment firm where Mayfield's family members work. All right. So, and it says apparently that need to turn over financial records from 2018 to 2023, and for witnesses to provide oral depositions to help the Mayfields figure out where the money is gone. The point I was making with that is this, right? Like, this happens seemingly fairly often with athletes, and that's not even a language barrier thing, you know?
Right. And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier.
Yeah. So it's we see it happen all the time with athletes, but it just, the thing that, again, just really, and this is what you led with, is yes, athletes have teams of people around them, but like, someone's got to be checking your money. Like, I just, with Shohei's married, if memory serves correct, right? Like,
he just got married.
Okay. I mean, nobody in your life was checking the account. So that's the thing. That's just,
somebody made this joke to me earlier. They're like, yeah, he just got married. That's how he finally knew that there was money missing. The wife was going through all the money.
Like, hey, you know, something's off here.
She's like, I know every dollar that we're worth, and there's something missing.
Exactly.
You know what?
No, I just want to say, Bark, you're a married man, so you can. I am not. You know, but once you get hit with that like, it's a game changer, right?
Yeah. Well, my wife's never said that shit about me. She just said, "Yeah, I looked, and we're not worth shit."
Is that to say that direct?
That's
quote?
not true. I have a disciplined, steady 401k that would make any old man in his 60s or old woman in their 60s or older are proud of my investing discipline. So that's what my wife has to look forward to if she's so lucky to share this life with me for that long.
For another 30-ish years. Yeah. And I've got the disciplined 401k of someone who is about to hit happy hour when we're done with this episode. So, but
hey, nothing wrong with that either. You also don't have any dependents.
Correct. I do not. So you have that aspect of it. But now, man, to the Masters, jump a little golf talk. What you got?
Let's get an update here.
Yeah.
By the way, the Masters website, one of my favorite tournaments for a lot of reasons. They also just have an incredible app too. So it's still Bryson, DeChambeau, and Scotty Scheffler tied for first. DeChambeau at 7 under par. He's on 18 right now. Just trying to see if I could sneak a quick update there. Scotty still has some work to do. He's on 11 right now, 1 under for his round, 7 under for the tournament. And Max Homa in third at 6 under, Nikolai Hogard 4 under, and then guys after that, won't name the scores: Cam Davis, Colin Morikawa, Ludwig Oberg, Matt Fitzpatrick, Cam Young, Tommy Fleetwood, Ryan Willett, Danny Willett, former Masters champ, Ryan Fox, Sepp Straka, Patrick Cantlay, Cam Smith. Those guys are all tied for 9th. So Scotty obviously could, he has a chance now to put his foot on the gas, and if he can go under par even further the rest of the way, take a little bit of a lead going into the weekend, which makes me feel like this is sort of just inevitable that Scotty's going to get the second green jacket. But Eric, I don't know if you followed any of the storylines surrounding Scotty, his buddy Sam Burns, and their wives, who are both expecting to give birth to their first child within the next couple of weeks. Have you seen any of that?
I have not. You have to fill me in on this one.
So both guys, Scotty and Sam Burns, obviously Scotty, the former Longhorn #1 player in the world, Sam Burns, one of his good buddies, also a fantastic golfer. I believe he won match play last year, in the last year of match play here in Austin. But both their wives, like I said, are pregnant and supposed to give birth within the next. I think for Burns, his wife the due date is within a week. And for Scotty, it's sometime later this month. And both guys have vowed that if wife should go into labor, they will walk off the golf course no matter what's going on during the tournament. And I feel like this really factors more into Scotty.
Yeah.
Because like Burns is way out of it. I think Burns actually is going to miss the cut and he doesn't even matter anymore. So let's just focus on Scotty.
Yeah.
But how crazy would that be if Scotty's on 14? If he's on 14 green, taps in for his par, he's got a 3-shot lead, and it's Sunday. Wife goes into labor. Like, he said though, like I'm I'm going. You can only see your first child be born once, which obviously.
Correct.
I fact checked that with the research team before.
That would be one of the wildest sports stories in a while. I think if he made that decision, and I'm not shading him for it. I'll be honest here. I'm one of those people who, and you obviously can relate this in a way that I can't, but I'm one of those people who leans on the side of like family first, man. Like those people, these see players who get the call and, they leave the sideline, right? Football players have seen that, or that to me is just, but the Masters, like that's the pinnacle. And obviously we're talking about someone who has reached the pinnacle before, right? So it's not like, he hasn't done it before, but I kind of lean on the side of like, yeah, man, go. That's truly once in a lifetime.
God, I hope my wife isn't watching this. Dude, it's the Masters. Like, I get it if it's on Saturday.
Yeah.
And also Scotty owes us to not walk off the course and have to watch Bryson DeChambeau get handed a green jacket because of it.
Listen, yeah, I agree with you.
Obviously being facetious in all of this.
No, I just going to say, if the choice is Scotty Scheffler or Bryson DeChambeau, like that for our sake.
Yeah. And you know what? The chances of this happening are very slim, but it's one of those storylines. I don't want to call it a silly storyline because it's actually really serious.
Yeah.
If he does leave, it's like, hey, prayers, like, hope everything goes okay.
Yeah.
Like, as much as we're joking around, like, let's make that clear. Like, awesome moment for Scotty and his wife, their first child and stuff. And this happened with Phil Mickelson back in the day. This is how much of a golf dork I am.
Okay.
He was at the U.S. Open. I can't remember the year, maybe early 2000s. And it was the same kind of situation. His wife was very pregnant, and he said that he would walk off the course if that happened. And I think maybe it got close, but it didn't happen. So I think it's one of those stories where, this probably won't happen, but it does speak a lot to Scotty's character. And you don't want to give a guy too much credit for being like, pick family over golf. Like, what a guy, like that's what you're supposed to do. But I think any person, especially if you're a golf person like I am, like, gosh, that's what you dream of. Like, I sat watching this tournament with my dad growing up. Like, I remember so many Masters moments, like the 05 Tiger chip that sat on the lip and fell in. Like, I remember watching that with my dad in the living room, just like going nuts. So now to think about, of course, I never even sniffed any sort of competitive golf like that, let alone this. But then to have that opportunity I know he has one, but then to become one of only 18 guys that have won two and to set the career on that trajectory, look, it's probably going to happen. He's going to put on the green jacket. It's going to work out. They're going to get to celebrate. They'll have a beautiful baby a couple weeks later. So,
Let me ask you this really quick before we pivot, and I'm gonna stay in the golf realm, the Masters realm, but I'm gonna pivot a little bit. This caught my eye. Did you happen to see on Twitter the menu for the Masters, the prices, Barker?
Yeah, like how it's like what? It's basically like Costco out there.
Yeah. Like, so I got to ask you this, and you may not have it in front of you. I can shoot it to you if need be, but I'm just curious, like, because listen, while I'm not a weekly golf person, I grew up, so I'm 32, right? So I'm of the era of Tiger Woods, right?
Yeah.
Like that was, and
we're the same generation. I'm 31.
Okay, yeah. So like my parents sat me down, and when Tiger was, it's kind of, which side note, man, it is hard to like go back and remember just what an event Tiger Woods on Sunday was, like an insert event, because it truly was like, if you don't remember that era, you really miss out on something. But as a sports fan, like I'd love to attend the Masters. And I had to ask myself, what three things on this list, I'm going to send it to you so you've got it in front of you. What three things on this list am I choosing? I saw some people were like, oh, if you had $15, I'm not even doing that. What three things on this list am I choosing, Barker? And I'm going for fans who, I'll run down the list here. For listeners.
Yeah, that $15 thing, I'm not good enough at math for all that.
Right. You got sandwiches, breakfast, beverages, and snacks. For sandwiches, you got egg salad sandwich, pimento cheese, barbecue, Master's Club, chicken salad on brioche, chicken sandwich, ham and cheese. The breakfast options, Barker, where I think it's at.
Yeah.
You got a chicken biscuit, breakfast sandwich, blueberry muffin, some coffee, and then the snacks, man. This, oh no, where's it at?
Chips, peanuts, mini moon pie.
No, there was one it was a Georgia peach ice cream sandwich, and I'm not seeing it.
Oh, the dessert menu's not on there?
Yeah, because that was the one that I was like, that sounds phenomenal. But the three things I'm grabbing here, man, like I got to grab a pimento cheese. I'm from the South, so
you have to do it. I think it would be disgusting.
Yeah,
but you have to do it, and it's got the little Masters logo next to it. Like you got to get it.
You got to go pimento cheese, chicken biscuit, and then of course you got to grab. In my mind, I'm not even going for the alcohol, man. Like Masters, got to go fresh brewed iced tea. I wish I could do an Arnold Palmer, honestly.
I'm not. Wait, so are you counting the drink as one of them?
I'm counting the drink as one of them.
Yes. Okay. I'll go pimento cheese because you have to, and it's $1.50.
Yeah,
Jeez, you can get the whole menu for $15. People were doing a $15 thing,
right? Like this is Taco Bell, right? Like
I'd probably go. Gosh, that's tough because you feel like you got to go egg salad because even though that sounds disgusting, but you feel like you got to go egg salad because it's got the little logo next to it. It's like going somewhere. Like one of my pet peeves is when people crap on a restaurant, but then they go there and don't order what the place is known for.
Right.
So I feel like that's why you got to show respect, pay homage. If I'm ever lucky enough to go there, I'll find a way to convince myself that the pimento cheese sandwich is like a ribeye steak. Like it's just the greatest thing in the world. And then, after that, I think I'm going to go barbecue.
Okay.
And then maybe ham and cheese on rye sounds sneaky, but I think I'd want that hot. So I'll go pimento cheese, barbecue, and chicken salad on brioche. Sounds fantastic.
That does sound good too. Yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't even leave room for a drink. But you know what? I'm gonna break the rule here. I'm gonna say I'll do a Master's coffee before all that.
Okay.
I love coffee.
Yeah.
I'm not totally like a snob about it. Like pretty much anywhere I go, I just get a plain cup of coffee, drip coffee, whatever they have, their brew. And then I'll do a splash of half and half. And if the coffee's not good enough like that, then it's not good coffee.
It's not good. Sure.
And I feel like, I'm not saying this is true. Same with the pimento cheese as with the coffee. That could be the worst coffee in the world. I would take a sip and be like, this is the greatest thing of all time. So for that reason, I want to go to the Masters to confirm all this stuff for myself.
Right.
To confirm if it's really like, this stuff is actually that good, or it's like you're just in golf heaven and it's such a bucket list for so many people that you get there and you go, oh, like whatever it is. Because I think as someone who's just jealous of all the people in my life that have been to the Masters, you kind of hear people talk about it and you're like, okay, like how great could it be? And I admit that is purely out of jealousy.
Yeah.
Because it is a bucket list item for me. But you said you're not a huge golf guy. I'm sure Masters is like if you're like a living, breathing sports fan, it's a bucket list item. Like I'm trying to think of something like that for me that I'm not really that into, but would be like a sport I'm not that into, but I would be like a bucket list. Like even like the Daytona 500 maybe. Like I'm not a NASCAR guy, maybe Indy 500 too. Is there one for you that doesn't have to be something that you're not that interested in, but just a bucket list sports experience that you have to get done?
Yeah. So, of course, growing up in Florida, I've been to the Daytona 500. It is an experience. I would love to go to the Indy 500. Have not done that. Now, granted, I'm going to give you two. All right. One that is a bucket list thing that like I'm into, and one that I think just for the experience. The one for the experience, I wish that I could just be part of like in Olympics, right? We were watching the curling because listen, I'm a big Olympics guy and I will sit there at 1 a.m. watching curling with the Winter Olympics, just like fascinated because it's the freaking Olympics, right? So there's that. The one that like I'm into that is truly bucket list, and I hope to make this come true with a couple of buddies of mine sooner than later. A big UFC or like boxing match, like to be reasonably seated. You know, I don't have, we didn't get this for the money. So we don't have front row money, right? But to be reasonably seated, that's something that I would definitely like to do, no doubt. And real quick, before I pass it back, because I know we got a couple more things we want to get into before we close up. Got to shout out Chris Bennett, who was on the text line. He said this on Twitter about the affiliates. He said when he moved to Austin in '91, Jeff's station was the Fox affiliate, and Fox was the CBS affiliate until '95. So shout out CB, always a loyal dude on Twitter, viewing whatever. So just to make sure we acknowledge him really quick.
Yeah, let's shout out Ike in the comments too.
Yeah.
Looks like he's been to Augusta. This is his first comment. A $2 egg salad sandwich at Augusta was good, simple. And then I think he corrected it.
Oh
here.
yeah,
He said it was really good, super simple. You could make it at your house, but it was $2 at Augusta. So that's about it's pretty much what I feel. You know, that's how it would be. I don't know, that barbecue sandwich feels like it would be pretty good too in Georgia, in the deep South there.
What I was gonna say on the experience front, for me, it's like the food I had this year at the Cotton Bowl, right? Like you have to get the food at the Cotton Bowl, Red River Shootout. Like you just got to do it, you know?
Part of the experience from the media standpoint is going and getting a corny dog at 7:30 in the morning. And then, we're the only ones lucky enough to experience this part coming up next. Yeah. You got to experience this for the first time. The 8:30, 9-ish, whenever it's served, Rudy's barbecue.
Yes.
It's the only time that I will eat barbecue at like 8, 9 in the morning. And usually I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, gotta have breakfast at breakfast. Like I'm just kind of a eat when you're hungry, like eat what you want, like within reason. But like if I want like eggs and bacon for dinner, like, okay, like let's fire it up. Let's fire up some eggs and bacon, Barbecue is the one thing where I'm like, if it wasn't in that circumstance or setting, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know if I just want to like douse my stomach with like sauced up pulled pork or brisket right now.
And and here's the thing that makes it tricky, right? Is we're all freaking suited and booted as is. So like that's the thing that makes the barbecue very much. I got to shout out Taylor Estes, who used to be on the Texas beat. Taylor told me a story that she ended up wearing. Now, first off, I'm gonna throw her under the bus because she said the last time Texas went to the Big 12 title game, there was like this prime rib carving station and all this stuff. She had me all hyped up for the food at Jerry World, and it was not that this year. So I'm throwing Taylor under the bus on that front. But she said that she ended up wearing.
She's not lying though.
Oh, it was there. Okay.
Yeah, the food that game was. I assume she's talking about 2018, the Sugar Bowl year when they lost to Kyler in the Big 12 championship game.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Taylor, I owe you an apology because I busted her balls big time after that one. I was like, yo, maybe you lied to me because this is breakfast food. Nevertheless, she said she ended up wearing barbecue one time at the Cotton Bowl because it's that early in the morning and she hadn't like gotten all her wits together and then like just barbecues. To me, that's the only risk with the barbecue that early in the morning.
That's the worst. And it's similar to drinking a cup of coffee in the car. This happened to me yesterday. I pulled out the bomber jacket because I was like, you know what? It's probably the last time I'm able to wear this. Had a white t-shirt underneath. I was feeling myself. Good hair day. Went to Einstein Bagels out in Hutto. Shout out. Free coffee always in the app when you order something else. Got my muffin and my coffee. Well, I overfilled the coffee and it like two like little drips got on my shirt and it was high enough to where I couldn't even really zip it up over. And I was just like, oh, brutal.
Really quick, because I know we're going to just, before we get out here, we'll touch on Mark Pope in Kentucky. But I'm going to give you, Barker, my most embarrassing covering a game wardrobe story. So 2019, Florida Nationals playing at Miami, but they're having this game at Marlins Park, right, at the Marlins Stadium. FIU is about 10 minutes away from where the Marlins play. The University of Miami, Coral Gables, about 20 minutes, so they're going to meet in the middle. And I go down. It's the one game, again, you've covered Southern Miss, like for the most part, it's pretty chill. You can get away with a polo and, but I try to dress for the occasion for the most part. So I'm wearing a suit. And I had, bought slim fit suit off the rack from Express. And if anyone's ever met me, like I'm not a slim fit dude. Like I go to the gym, like the measurables don't necessarily fit the slim fit. All right. So I go down pregame, I'm getting some shots, whatnot. And I hear this sound as I squat. So I'm squatting down and I'm like, I don't think that was what I thought it was. And then I take one step and I hear, and I had to turn to my boys down there. And I'm like, I look in the front. I'm like, okay, there's nothing ripped in the front. I turn to my boy. I'm like, listen, how bad is the back of my pants? And he turns to me and he's like, what's up?
You knew it was somewhere.
I
Like
knew
you're like something ripped. So now you already knew, I'm sure. Like,
and he's
if
like,
it ain't down here,
if it ain't
it's back there.
Yeah. And he's like, be careful as you walk. Because you take like another step and you might lose the whole thing.
Oh,
So being the good friend that he is, I tell him like, yo, cover me as we walk back upstairs to the press box. I'm like, gotta find a way to cover this up. The configuration of the stadium, Barker, it's, baseball stadium, right? So we go through down the dugout. And I guess one of what would have been the clubhouses is where the FIU cheerleaders was their dressing room. So I had to walk past them and then, they're facing me. So I'm like walking past them and I'm like, all right, it's feeling very middle school-esque. Like you're walking past, the cute girls in middle school, whatever. And I'm like, all right, I think I made it. And as soon as I get to the step to like turn away from the clubhouse to hit the press elevator, all I hear is 3 girls giggle. Oh my gosh, are his pants ripped?
Oh no.
So I wore a jacket tied around. I left my jacket upstairs. I wore my jacket tied around my pants for the duration of that game.
You went full like suburban dad with your
Correct.
blazer just to cover it up.
Correct.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if I have anything wardrobe wise that embarrassing. Yeah. Yeah. There's a story I was going to tell, but not yet.
Not yet. Not on here. Okay.
That statute of limitation on who I would be throwing under the bus for this.
Okay.
Is just, it's not quite there yet.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I can respect.
I'm not that established in my career yet. So.
I can respect that.
Maybe I'll write it in my book one day.
What we got, man? If we get out of here, a little Mark Pope, the Kentucky talk, and see where that kind of takes us with things around here.
Does that do anything for you?
Well, I mean, listen, they were running out of options. It was either that or try to bring Rick Pitino back to the state of Kentucky, and that might not be productive, right? So, no, man. I mean, seriously, I think Mark Pope was a good coach, and I think given the options they had, getting someone with Kentucky ties was the best they could do. But this reminds me a lot of the Alabama coaching search, Barker. No one wants to be the person to follow the guy. And sure, John Calipari didn't do as much as maybe some Kentucky fans would have liked, but he did win a national title, and he was recruiting guys year in and year out. So everyone wants to take the Alabama job when it's 5 and 6 and you see the potential of what it is, or take the Kentucky job when they were coming off of like Tubby Smith, right?
Or even Sark taking the Texas football job.
Yeah.
Like you said, hey, like Herman had, I would still say Herman had success here. Won a Sugar Bowl, played in the Big 12 championship game. Even there were 7-3 that COVID year. But you walked in, if you're Sark, and went, okay, I know I can do this. And now there's room to take it to the next level, and I'll be lauded for doing that. So yeah, no, that's a great point about that Kentucky gig. It's like, yeah, okay, if you win a tournament game next year, okay, you've done more than what Coach Cal did, the last couple of years, but you ain't won a national championship. Careful what you wish for, Kentucky. You just might get it all.
And this is my thing, and I kind of wonder, and we can bring back to Texas on this. Because from an outsider's perspective, before I got here, I always kind of wondered what Texas fans wanted. Is like, what was the standard here, right? Like, was the standard playing for a national title or competing in the CFP every year? Because in my lifetime, yes, you have 09, I believe 08, 09 with Colt McCoy, and you have Vince Young. But in my lifetime, it's like Texas hadn't been a year in, year out power like.
I would disagree from 2000, maybe not 2000, from about 03, 04 to 2010. So yeah, about a 7-year span. I mean, they won the Rose Bowl they won the Rose Bowl in 04 and 05, but they beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl in 04. And then the next year came back, won the national championship. And then obviously there was a little bit of that transition to the Colt era. But even in the Colt era, like, you've got the Fiesta Bowl against Ohio State. You've got the national championship game against Alabama. So I still think, like, more often than not, they had that run where they were there. Sure, it wasn't Bama-esque. It was maybe more Clemson-esque, I guess, without the second national championship in the run.
I guess this is what it felt like. Again, this is from I'm in Florida. This is an outsider's perspective.
Oh, but I think outsider perspectives are good too, because mine is a little closer because I have so many Texas ties in my family.
Right.
So it's kind of like in between your perspective, having no personal ties at all and being from a different state, and then like most of our people, wonderful people listening and commenting that just like live and breathe burnt orange.
And not even, Barker, like people who listen and comment, fair amount of and I'm not saying the reporters live and breathe burnt orange, but a lot of them are Texans or went to UT, are Texans, or have been around this program for a long time, right? So like, I think I provide a unique perspective there. But what I was going to say is what it always felt like to me was the amount of money that's invested in this program, that the results didn't match that, as opposed to actual on-field results. And I could be wrong. Again, like I look at now the new age version of that is University of Miami, right? Where when Miami was on, like they were on, but those weren't extended stretches. Those were like, I mean, I guess in the 80s, I can't talk to that, but the 90s and 2000s, that was a 4 or 5 year stretch in which they looked unbeatable. But outside of that, the Hurricanes haven't been great for a long time. Like Florida State was the school that had that consistent stretch of like being good. And I guess that's what I measure Texas against is Texas. Again, from my perspective, the investment was there, but Florida State was the school that, outside of that dip at the end of the Bowden years, and then of course the dip with the Willie Taggart years, you're talking about from 80 something to like through Jameis Winston and now being a perennial power. So that's what was my perception of Texas before I got here.
Oh, and I think that's fair, because I hesitate to say it, but I mean, if you look at it from that standpoint, like, I mean, OU is, more years than not. I mean, even if, the rivalry record may not totally indicate it, like, would you take, like, if college football, and I'd be so sad if this happened, if college football ended this season and there was no more college football, whose resume would you take, Texas or Oklahoma?
That's and again, yeah. I mean, that's a really. I don't want to speak blasphemy into these parts, right? But just year for year, I think that's something that's kind of interesting to dive into. Now, again, like to kind of bring it back where we started here, like that's where Sark has a really big opportunity to get this thing rolling to where, and I think he knows it, right? Like he's talked about it. That the big thing with this year is this is the year that sets the table, that we can get this thing rolling and not just be a 1 year flash in the pan, but be a consistent 5, 6, 7, 8 year perennial team.
Yeah. And this team, there's no reason to think that this isn't a team that's built to last and built to continue doing what they're doing right now. So, I mean, I have no other, expectation for this team than them taking a big step up. And now the best part about it moving forward for Texas and specifically Sark is like, yeah, the expectations will still be insanely high. Like, don't go 8-4 next year.
Right.
Like, obviously, but we're moving into a new era where we're going to almost have to reframe the way that we look at the tiers of success, because let's say they go 9-3 or 10-2, they don't play in the SEC championship game, but they get into the playoff because it's 12 teams now. and then they lose in the first round of the playoff. Well, that's going to be tough to look at because, of course, you would say because you won more games and got into the Final Four, like the playoff when it was only 4 teams this past year, that was a more successful season. But at the end of the day, like in terms of the ultimate goal, it would also end up being kind of the same. Like you didn't win a game in the playoff. So I say all that to say we are going to have to change the way that we look at this, like change the lens a little bit to say, all right, well, this isn't, we can't make it all apples and apples. Like if you're just getting into the playoff, you're giving yourself a chance to win a national title. Whereas a season where Texas would finish, 11th otherwise and be 9-3 or 10-2.
Yeah.
Like they would never sniffed a national title. So I think it's going to, like, I'm excited not to completely now make it a college football playoff conversation for the last 2.5 minutes, but like that excites me as a fan because now you're going to have all these teams that whether or not it's realistic, like they're going to be like, we competed for a national championship. And I think that only is going to drive interest, drive money being thrown into programs moving forward.
No, it's funny you say that because I hadn't thought of it from that perspective, but I agree with you. Just first visceral reaction. If you don't win the SEC, right? We know that's talking about the toughest college football league in America, but you make the playoff. And like you said, you're a 9 or 10 win team, make the playoff. The only thing that I think that gets tricky is it depends on obviously what your seed is. And if that's a first round exit, who you're losing to, right? Because you can't lose to, I'll just use the UCF example. You can't be the team that loses to the then great G5 team. Like you got to beat that team in my mind. But if you're perennially, because I think to use your words, you've put yourself in position to compete for a national title, which is making the playoff. If you do that 5 years in a row, like I think, sure, if you do that 5 years in a row and you don't win a title, like there's a measure of like, when are we getting over that hump? But in terms of just overall success, I mean, I think that's a really interesting point.
And the get over the hump thing, like it's going to be interesting to see how those storylines develop because that obviously takes time to develop. It takes time to, whether like I said, I'm a huge golf fan. It's the same thing with like winning a major. Like you got to kind of knock on the door. And I always laugh at what point do we now change it to like a Xander Schauffele, for example? Oh, I can't get over the hump. Well, before when he first burst onto the scene, we were like, this guy's finishing top 5 or top 10 in every major. Yeah. This is amazing. Yeah. So college football wise, it's going to be the same way to see how those storylines evolve over time. And of course, this is a nuanced conversation that we're having here. And Eric, there's absolutely no place in college football. I mean, you hover on message boards. There's no place for a nuanced conversation. All right.
It's the thing that people ask me what's the biggest adjustment with this beat. And I talked about it, right? Going from the least cared about fan base to the most cared about. The message boards and like, Barker, you've been around me a little bit. Like I'm a pretty easygoing, mild-mannered dude. Like not a lot truly fires me up. And I'm like, hey, here's I had someone on Horns 24/7 who got on me for like, they felt like I wasn't making a point with my articles. And I was saying, but I'm giving you what the coach is saying, in this case, Rodney Terry, and trying to draw something out of it. If you want my opinion, it's going to be vastly different from like what it is. But people are so fired up because like I'm trying to inject nuance and, here's a way of framing it. And it's like, no, give me what you think. So yes.
And you're not a columnist.
And right, I'm not Seth Golden or Kirk Bowles, right? So there's that aspect too. But no, nuance in college sports or in sports in general. I mean, it's a lost. And I'm not, bitching about it. Like I have one of the greatest jobs in the world. Like there are some Texas fans, I'm sure, who grew up in parts of Texas wanting to have season tickets and probably could never go. And I got a chance to go to every single Texas game in the year that they made the college football playoff. Like, don't cry any tears for me. But I'm just saying, like, nuance. There are times I wish there was a little more nuance, but hey, hopefully for Texas fans' sake, this year will result in them getting over the hump and qualifying for the national championship game, game that they came one play short of last year.
We'll see. No, it's definitely great perspective there, man. We're definitely lucky and blessed to be doing what we do. And this was a fun 2 hours. We'll wrap it up here, man. Eric, I appreciate you hopping on again today.
Barker, anytime, man. Anytime you invite me to chop it up, talk a little ball, always a pleasure.
All right, well, we were happy to take you into the weekend. That's it for this 3 to 5 Longhorn Misfits. 2 hours today. That wraps it up for another great week on Texas Sports Unfiltered. For Eric Henry of 24/7 Sports, I'm Jeff Barker from CBS Austin Sports. Appreciate you guys listening, commenting, viewing, all of our great sponsors. Have a great weekend. We'll see y'all next week.